Chapter 1. Alex, the son of a Death Eater. As dusk settled, the flickering candlelight danced, while the crackling fire in the hearth filled the room with its lively sounds. Alex sat alone in a dark blue velvet armchair, gently swaying the teacup in his hand, observing the way the freshly added milk slowly diffused into swirling milky white rings. He was a somewhat slender boy, appearing as though he had just recovered from an illness, his face bearing an unhealthy pallor that seemed to accuse his master of a prolonged and lazy seclusion at home. His black hair cascaded down to his shoulders, curling slightly at the ends. Alex extended a hand from beneath the blanket, his thumb and middle finger lightly brushing against each other to emit a faint snap. With a sudden pop, a creature about 3 feet tall materialized, sporting bat-like ears and large, protruding green eyes the size of tennis balls. Dressed in a faded pillowcase, the little being bent over so low that its nose nearly touched the ground. "Go feed Lanchi," Alex instructed, setting down his teacup and closing his eyes as he rubbed a white letter with his hand. Then return the standard spellbook to its rightful place. Oh, and remember to make no sound. While feeding, the lifespan of a silencing bird is directly proportional to the length of sounds it has encountered. "Yes, master." Apart from a faint crackling sound, the sprite that had just appeared seemed like a mere figment of imagination, leaving nothing but the swaying candlelight and the crackling fire behind. Alex placed the envelope on his lap, covered by a blanket, and slowly massaged his temples with his right hand, recalling the contents of the letter he had just read. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Alexander Valentine Stock, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31st. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Hogwarts. Alex murmured the name, so familiar it was almost intimate, as he gazed at the front page of a black and white newspaper. Dominating the page was a large photograph of a baby, mouth agape in a cry. If the teacup were moved, the words beneath would reveal, "Welcome back, the boy who lived, Harry Potter." Harry Potter. Alex skillfully resumed massaging his temples with his right hand, feeling an intensifying ache in his head. In the morning light, sunlight streamed onto a quaint 2-story house, its slanted roof almost encroaching upon the second-floor balcony of its neighbor, stretching directly into the bedroom. Strangely, passers-by paid it no mind, and even a male homeowner next door chatted amiably with an old friend beneath his own balcony, sweat glistening on his nearly bald head. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a boy clad in a gray jacket and denim jeans, his dark hair and black eyes contrasting sharply as he leisurely emerged from the crooked old house, pulling a long suitcase. Alex walked with a steady gait, exuding an air of grace. His gaze held a unique pride, his half-closed eyes surveying the world with a hint of sardonicism shimmering beneath. No gentleman could surpass his elegance, nor could any king rival his nobility. Of course, if one were to fathom his thoughts, one might conclude that the Almighty had lost his wits. But they do not believe in God, they believe in Merlin. Hogwarts, just the thought of it sent Alex reeling. The legendary greatest school of magic and the most illustrious of wizards. Yet, the elegant signature of Dumbledore, Dear Alexander, was nothing in comparison to the realization that this old man was a homosexual, casting a warm, loving gaze upon Harry for 7 years. Was it not akin to a male version of a nurturing game? Soon, he would grow up under the affectionate watch of this old man. Alex couldn't help but rub his temples vigorously. What was he to do? As he lamented his impending future, Alex, suitcase in hand, boarded a bus that ambled toward the subway station, savoring the leisurely pace of the British public transport and the subway that was already 20 minutes late. He skillfully massaged his temples. This was the only place that felt familiar. The destination was a pub that seemed incongruous amidst its surroundings. A giant beer mug floated above, yet not a single passerby acknowledged it. Magic, Alex muttered as he stepped into the seemingly shabby little pub. Inside, as expected, the dim lighting and narrow bar greeted him. But what caught his attention most was the pub owner, visible the moment he entered. The nearly bald pub owner, resembling a deflated walnut, was waving his wand while casting spells to refill the beer mugs automatically. Spotting Alex alone, he immediately launched into conversation. "Child, it's not wise to wander alone. Where are your parents? If you desire a butterbeer, I must regretfully inform you that I cannot serve you. However, if you provide 3 extra sickles, I might consider it, or perhaps sherry will do." Ignoring the incessant chatter of Tom, the bald man, and the witch devouring Frog's legs while perusing the Daily Prophet, Alex thought, "This won't restore your youth, you mad woman," as he watched her occasionally spit out bits of frog liver. What a twisted wizarding world this is, he mused, realizing that massaging his head was no longer alleviating his frustration. What kind of world was this? It was a mad wizarding world. Remembering the only photo he possessed of his parents, who held him high while their left hands prominently displayed the dark mark, it was clear they intended to raise him as a Death Eater. To the unknowing, it might have appeared as though they wished to sacrifice their child to Voldemort. In truth, there was little difference between the two. Parents who were Death Eaters, this was the most absurd aspect for Alex. They were zealots, so fervent they had lost their sense of self. Tragically, they had perished in battle against the Order of the Phoenix, struck down by a killing curse, sacrificing themselves for their Dark Lord, leaving Alex, a child of the same age as Harry Potter, to grow up under the care of a house elf. Clinging to Potter's coattails was no longer a viable option. He already knew who had killed his parents. It was the Potters who murdered the Master. Sober must take good care of the young Master, and the young Master must eliminate Potter, erase Potter. Whenever the subject of Alex's parents arose, Sober would forever repeat this phrase, his unique, shrill voice turning into a lisp. "Sober, the Potters are dead." This was the first statement Alex uttered. It was the Potters who murdered the Master. Sober must take good care of the young Master, and the young Master must eliminate Potter, erase Potter. Sober remained unwavering, an unparalleled source of noise. "You are more terrifying than Voldemort. Spare me, Merlin. Let Sober be silent." At that moment, tears streamed down Alex's face. Forget it all. As he beheld Diagon Alley gradually coming into view, magic, Hogwarts, homosexuality, old maidens, Harry Potter, Voldemort, Alex looked up at the sky. "You cannot thwart my burning heart of ambition." The once reclusive otaku, now the son of a Death Eater, Alex Stock, entered the wizarding world with a heart ablaze with passion. "I will tread my own path of ambition, while others may pursue their own follies." "Merlin, bless you," Alex beamed brightly at that moment. After venting his worries in a rather nonsensical manner, Alex regained his elegance, like a sovereign stepping into the grand portal of the wizarding world. Diagon Alley. Chapter 2: A Wand? Wizard robes? Are there crop tops? Amidst the bustling streets, walking upon cobblestones that seemed to belong to centuries past, Alex strode purposefully toward the only bank in the wizarding world. "Merlin, may you protect me from being swindled by goblins into purchasing wizard insurance." Once, a wizard, due to a wand malfunction, transformed himself into a woman, and now spends 3,000 galleons monthly on treatment. With our Gringotts insurance, oh no, that lady now only needs to pay 50 sickles for all her treatment costs. Imagine how terrifying it is to have no money and be relegated to a life as a woman. 1,000 years, and those goblins dare to bring a troll to the human conference, leading humans around in circles. "Poor souls," Alex remarked as he watched a foolish wizard saunter into the consultation room. That was merely a witch who misused a breast enhancement charm. What a mad wizarding world. The decor of Gringotts is undeniably modern. As he observed the petite goblin ascending in the elevator, Alex, clad in a full-length coat, narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his chin ever so slightly. "My dear goblin, I have come to access my exclusive account and retrieve the funds I have deposited in your esteemed establishment. Please lead the way," he articulated slowly yet resolutely, devoid of any commanding tone, as if discussing the weather. If anyone could rival Alex's flair for the dramatic, it would only be the truly ostentatious. He possessed a unique and exceptional mastery of the aristocratic, insincere smile. "Sir, this way," the goblin, who was even shorter than Alex, respectfully guided him to the underground cart, leading him to the vault left to him by the Death Eater couple. As the diminutive goblin unlocked the vault door, the dazzling golden light nearly blinded Alex. "It's all mirrors," he muttered in frustration as he stepped inside, trembling as he retrieved the final bag of coins. "Merlin, let my gold multiply." Upon exiting Gringotts, Alex encountered a wand maker who claimed to boast the longest history in the trade. The shop was diminutive and dilapidated, with a gilded lettering on the sign peeling away in flakes. Alex pushed the door open, stepping over a piece of fabric that suspiciously resembled a carpet. As Alex entered the shop, a series of jingling bells echoed from somewhere in the back. The interior was cramped, offering nothing but a long bench. A peculiar sensation enveloped Alex, as though he had entered a strictly managed library, surrounded by thousands of narrow paper boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. For reasons unknown, an unsettling chill coursed through him. The dust and silence seemed to harbor an enigmatic magic. "Good afternoon," a soft voice greeted him. Alex squinted at the man who appeared before him, possessing large, pale eyes that shone like two luminous moons in the dimly lit shop, along with a head of dandruff-laden white hair. "It feels as though this day were just yesterday." "It indeed feels like yesterday, when your parents came here to purchase a wand," Alex thought, filled with irritation as he observed the elderly man rambling on, flakes of dandruff occasionally drifting down. Just as Alex could no longer contain his urge to strangle him, Ollivander finally ceased his incessant chatter. "Ah, Mr. Stock, are you accustomed to using that hand?" "My right hand." "Raise your arm." "Good." He took Alex's measurements, starting from shoulder to fingertip, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally head circumference. Alex sighed in exasperation, watching the automatic caliper flit about his body, occasionally teasingly brushing against his face. What a bizarre wizarding world. "All done," Ollivander declared, retracting the measuring tape. "Try this wand, made of beech wood and snake heartstring. 9 inches long. Quite flexible. Give a swish." "Oh no, no," Alex protested as he waved it, only for Ollivander to snatch it away. "Too flimsy. You require a sturdier wand, a mahogany one. 11 inches long, flexible, with greater strength, ideal for transfiguration." As he handed it to Alex, after another ridiculous swish, Alex proceeded to try wands made of holly, yew, willow, and hawthorn until Ollivander, laughing, finally declared, "You've chosen the elder wand. I should have her castrate you." Alex mused to himself. Fingering the elder wand made of phoenix feather in his pocket, Alex wished he could obliterate Ollivander. Selecting a wand felt akin to a woman shopping for clothes, and he lamented the precious moments of his life wasted here instead of savoring ice cream with a beautiful lady. Still caught in his quandary, Alex absent-mindedly gathered his essential supplies. "I shall stuff these beetle eyes into Snape's nostrils," he thought, observing the tightly sealed glass container filled with the tiny ocular orbs that seemed to be straining against the cork. Arriving at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Alex watched as she flitted about behind the curtain, her voice imparting a sense of transcendent elevation. "Oh, your figure has improved. You ought to wear a larger robe, otherwise it would hinder your chest development." As Alex wiped the blood from his nose for the third time, a short, plump witch emerged from the back, beaming, dressed in purple. Alex felt his face contort in response. Merlin's eyes had been opened. He had not been condemned to the fate of starfish. Following her was a girl whose beauty seemed to have been painted by an artist. Her eyes bore traces of eyeliner otherwise. It was unfathomable how her delicate features could be framed by such elegantly upturned corners, complemented by captivating green irises that emitted a subtle allure of youth. Her curly red hair cascaded around a youthful figure that exuded vitality, and her small lips parted slightly in surprise upon noticing a visitor at the door. "Are you also here to buy clothes?" the girl inquired with a gentle smile. Ah. Realizing something was amiss, Alex quickly responded, "Yes, lovely miss, as you can see." He executed a bow, embodying the very essence of a gentleman at that moment. The girl emitted a melodious peal of laughter, her eyes shimmering like the gentle ripples of a spring lake. "Are you also a student at Hogwarts?" she inquired. Yes, yes. Mr. Alex Dunderhead Stock nodded vigorously. Hee, I am too. She giggled, skipping joyfully towards the door. Just as she reached the threshold, she turned back to say, Then we shall meet at Hogwarts. Hee, indeed. Mr. Alex Infatuated Stock waved his hand in a daze. Excuse me, sir. May I inquire what style of wizarding attire you require? Would you prefer the everyday long coat, or do you need formal wizard robes? Asked the kindly Madame Moggins, who was short and stout. Alex squinted his dull eyes, his gaze lingering on the spot where the girl had just walked by in her wizarding robe. Was it midriff-bearing? Merlin, grant me the power to transform into something extraordinary, so that the girl might fall head over heels for me. Alex's thoughts danced in the wind, swirling aimlessly. The grand ambition of dominating Hogwarts and spreading influence awaited him. Forge ahead, young lad. Chapter 3. The Hogwarts Express and sorting seated by the window. Alex gazed at the fleeting scenery outside, lost in contemplation. As the son of a Death Eater, this identity, while not universally acknowledged, was undoubtedly known to Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. The hereditary nature of being a Death Eater was not something one could simply resign from and lead a mundane life as a wizard. Moreover, Voldemort was still ensconced in a world with Quirrell, creating a rather perilous future. As he pondered, he aimlessly pulled out his Elder Wand, whimsically changing the color of the table before him, lamenting his impending 7 years at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's care. Surely, Dumbledore wouldn't he attempt to redeem him through love? Would he? Oh, spring, bless my soul. Meanwhile, Hermione had been feeling rather dazed these past few days. First, the school she desired had not sent her an acceptance letter. Impossible, since she had achieved straight A's. After inadvertently damaging 3 book covers, some of which she hadn't even finished reading, she also inexplicably broke the television, merely out of frustration at the incessant commercials. However, everything changed when an owl swooped in. She was a witch, capable of wielding magic with her wand. One day, she would soar on a broom through the skies, acquiring new knowledge. Most importantly, she wished to reduce the size of her prominent front teeth. With a jumble of fantastical thoughts swirling in her mind, Hermione fervently pleaded with her parents to allow her to attend Hogwarts. I do not wish to become a dentist or a lawyer, truly. We can explore Diagon Alley. I promise I am not deceiving you. Dragon liver, dragon blood, and lizard tails. Oh, and the latest styles of wizarding robes that could elevate one's stature and cure one's hidden ailments with just a flick of the wand, propelling you beyond giants. Oh, that was unvoiced, merely posted on a lamppost. Sir, our exchange rate is indeed accurate. Yes, £1 equals 5 galleons, no mistake. We also accept dollars, but we prefer yuan. Is this your first visit to Gringotts? Oh, sir, madam, why not purchase a Gringotts insurance policy for your lovely daughter's healthy growth? There was a wizard once who suffered due to wand malfunction. Hermione could no longer bear it. She forcibly dragged her father away from the diminutive goblin at Gringotts, who was animatedly discussing dental care. Oh, and then there was her most cherished place, Flourish and Blots. Books, books, books. There was modern magical history. She sought to understand the contemporary wizarding world. The 500 famous figures selection. She yearned to grasp the current trends and the rise and fall of dark magic. What is dark magic? Who altered the wizarding realm? Gossip. Gossip. Alas, poor Harry Potter, orphaned and alone. Huh? Harry Potter? Is he also here? Oh, another mention of Harry Potter. Thus, Hermione immersed herself in the ocean of books. And during her leisure, she would pull out her well-thumbed textbooks to practice spells, attempting to transform colors, green, pink, and more. However, until she boarded the Hogwarts Express, she had not succeeded in changing the color of her doll's dress, despite casting several minor charms. Her failure in the simple color-changing spell left her in a state of agitation. Was she truly the muggle the book spoke of? Wandering restlessly on the express, Hermione cautiously avoided the raucous upperclassmen, venturing deep into the train until she finally found a quiet compartment. Upon pushing the door open, she was taken aback. A boy, no older than 11 or 12, was effortlessly changing the table's colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Was he also a first year? Had every newcomer received training at home? Why had she not received notification for tutoring sessions? Would she be sorted in a Hufflepuff? Would she be at the bottom, the last, failing her exams? Hermione stood frozen, her eyes brimming with tears, her lips pursed. With a troubled background, alone in the magical world, worry and fear threatened to overwhelm her. Is something the matter? Alex finally emerged from his lengthy reverie, contemplating whether Voldemort's fear stemmed from Dumbledore's fierce affection. He looked up at the brown-haired girl standing before him. Miss Beaver? With a sudden outburst, Hermione's tightly wound tension snapped, and she squatted down, clutching her head and sobbing uncontrollably. Alex gazed out at the window, watching the glass resonate with the cries of the brown-haired girl. If her weeping continued, it seemed as though the glass might shatter. Silently, he drew his wand and pointed it at the girl, who was huddled on the ground, consumed by her anguish. Hermione had yet to adjust to her sudden inability to produce sound and instinctively sobbed a few times, only to pathetically realize that no sound escaped her lips. Instead, she could only fix her gaze upon Alex with her tear-filled eyes. Alex now deeply regretted his actions, observing the brown-haired girl before him, who looked as if she would swallow him whole. Had he known, he would have simply knocked her out. This annoying little brat with no chest or curves. Was there anyone who saw Neville open the door to find a brown-haired girl gazing affectionately at a dark-haired boy? Perhaps this girl had been forsaken. Hermione and Alex shared a tender gaze, or at least that was how Neville perceived it, which rendered the entire compartment frozen. The serious atmosphere frightened Neville into opening his mouth, producing a few brief hissing sounds. What did he see? Alex felt an unusual gratitude toward the round-faced chubby boy, his tone unexpectedly softening. "It's a toad," Neville timidly replied, preferring to be scolded by his grandmother than to intervene in this awkward romantic entanglement. "A toad? What use do you have for a toad? Are you practicing magic with it? How many spells can you cast? Show me one." Alex was dumbfounded as he watched Hermione quickly recover from her earlier silent sobbing, realizing he should not have broken the curse on this girl. "That toad is my pet. I named him Trevor." Neville was rendered pale by Hermione's barrage of questions. "Grandmother, I miss you. And the magic? How many spells can you cast? Did you make him disappear? What kind of spell is it?" Hermione, the relentless questioner, pressed on. I can't cast spells yet. I'm just a first-year student," Neville replied, filled with dread. "I think we can help you, Neville. We'll help you find your first year. Your Trevor." Hermione's mood improved swiftly upon realizing not every first year could perform magic. As Neville and Hermione walked toward the door, Alex's mood soured entirely. If he still didn't understand who this girl was, he was indeed a fool. That girl was Hermione. Hermione, which meant the formidable trio of Gryffindor. The ceaseless attention of old gay Dumbledore, and the incessant clamoring of Sober to eliminate Harry Potter. For Alex, who wished to distance himself from both the protagonists and antagonists, as well as the plot, quietly watching the woman already labeled as a major troublemaker depart was the best outcome. Alex silently prayed never to cross paths with her again. "Aren't you coming along? Shouldn't classmates help one another? Have any of you seen a toad? Neville lost a toad. Oh, are you practicing magic? Then let us be entertained." Hermione, with an air of determination, traversed all the first-year compartments, her smile growing more frequent, her ambitions to become head girl swelling. Occasionally, she would cast a challenging glance at Alex, declaring, "I will surpass you." Great witches often evolve from precocious girls. Women, especially in the wizarding world, can be formidable. Just think of Merlin. What a powerful figure he was, ultimately trapped under a stone by a woman named Vivian, eternally subjected to a life of confinement. Alex thought of this and felt a wave of despair. Merlin, what have I done to provoke her? In truth, Merlin might also wonder what he had done to attract her attention. Watching Hermione draw nearer to her destined Harry Potter, oh no, it was that ugly red-haired Ron, was intolerable for Alex, as he was about to witness the flowers sprouting from dung firsthand. However, if it meant he could escape, he would gladly appreciate the view. Unfortunately, Hermione pushed open another door, revealing an unattractive redhead whom we shall refer to as Ron, along with an idiotic boy fixated on Ron's outstretched wand. That was the last person Alex wished to encounter. "Have any of you seen a toad?" "Neville lost a toad," she said, her tone dripping with arrogance, as if she were above all. "We haven't seen it," Ron replied, but Hermione paid him no mind, fixated solely on the wand in his hand. "She merely wanted to see you cast a spell, you foolish ugly boy," Alex thought bitterly. "Oh, are you practicing magic? Then let us witness." "Indeed." She took a seat. Ron appeared startled, somewhat at a loss. "Oh, fine." He cleared his throat. "Daisies, sweet cream, and sunshine, turn this foolish fat rat yellow." He waved his wand. But nothing occurred. The rat remained gray, sleeping soundly. "Are you sure that it's really a spell?" the girl inquired. "It doesn't seem very effective, does it? I practiced a few simple spells at home just for training, and they all worked. No one in my family understands magic, so when I received my acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished, but also immensely pleased, as this is supposedly the finest school of magic. I memorized all the textbooks, and of course, I hope this will be useful. My name is Hermione Granger. By the way, what are your names?" She spoke in rapid succession. "Ron Weasley," the ugly boy mumbled. "Harry Potter," Harry said. Alex expertly rubbed his temples. "Is it really you?" Hermione asked. "I know everything about you. Of course. I bought a few extra reference books, A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. All these books mention you." "Mention me?" Harry said, suddenly feeling dizzy. "Yes, every book states that your parents died. And then you caused a lot of people to lose their jobs," Alex thought cynically. "Goodness, how could you not know? If it were me, I would find every book that mentions me." Hermione said, "Do you two know which house you'll be sorted into?" "I've inquired everywhere. I hope to be placed in Gryffindor, as I've heard it's the best. I also heard Dumbledore himself graduated from there. But I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either. In any case, we should first look for Neville's toad. You two should quickly change your clothes. We'll likely arrive soon." Hermione appeared quite pleased to be able to instruct Harry Potter, turning and walking away. After surveying all the first-year compartments, Hermione left poor Alex and Neville behind. "I need to change clothes. You two step outside for a moment. Neville, I assume your toad isn't with you. Or else we would have found it by now." Neville nodded fervently. "Grandma, please come and scold me. A woman is only harmless when struck down by a curse," Alex remarked, and Neville nodded vigorously. After disembarking, Alex cautiously sidestepped Hermione, joyfully standing among the line, eagerly awaiting entry into the hall for the sorting ceremony. Observing the anxious young girls around him, murmuring incantations of not Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. You shall undoubtedly be sorted into Hufflepuff. One girl suddenly burst into tears with a loud gasp. Meanwhile, Alex, having startled the girl, felt a surge of secret delight. Concurrently, in Dumbledore's office atop the tower, he gazed at the enrollment list and chuckled. Oh, ho ho ho, I shall cultivate him into the next Severus Snape. A malicious laughter echoed in the recesses of Dumbledore's mind. Let us mourn for our dear Alex, for Dumbledore was already prepared to embrace him with affection. Chapter 4. The Sorting Hat and the Anxious Sorting. In the meticulously arranged line, Alex incessantly scanned his surroundings, seeking his aspirations for the next 7 years at Hogwarts. Dreaming of establishing a grand establishment. Leading the procession was Professor McGonagall, a spinster of at least 50 years, and Alex silently lamented, alas, the poor woman has fallen for a gay man, reflecting on the eccentricities of the Order of the Phoenix. After indulging in fanciful musings about whether McGonagall had ever employed love potions on Dumbledore, the group arrived at the hall. Inside, students from other houses were already seated around 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of floating candles hovering above the dining area. The tables were adorned with gleaming golden platters and tall goblets. At the head of the hall stood another long table, reserved for the faculty. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students to face the upperclassmen, prompting Alex to quip inwardly, choose one, gentlemen. The teachers loomed behind them, candlelight flickering. With hundreds of gazes fixed upon them, resembling pale lanterns, ghosts mingled among the students, twinkling with ethereal silver light. Amidst the watchful eyes of the students, Alex maintained a poised demeanor, occasionally gracing those who gazed upon him with a warm smile. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Alex's performance consistently proved to be gratifying. A fade of charm concealing a more duplicitous nature. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, reluctantly bringing Alex's charming smile to an end. She then set upon the stool a tattered, pointed wizard's hat. The hat, patched and worn, bore an air of neglect. It sang a lengthy and discordant tune, conveying the message that one should not look down upon it, for it held the power to determine their fate. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were well regarded, and being sorted into Hufflepuff was not a misfortune. However, to be placed in Slytherin, oh, that would be an unfortunate turn indeed. Alexander Stoke McGonagall unfurled a parchment and began to read the names in order from the beginning. With a flourish of her robes and a firm posture, she stepped forward. Alex meticulously maintained his appearance, for whenever under the scrutinizing gaze of others, he could not help but feel a sense of flamboyance. At that moment, he resembled a scholar returning from a spring outing, adorned with a floral pin, exuding an air of elegance amidst the vibrant hues of nature. His face aglow with the triumph of spring. The pressure of being sorted into a house seemed to dissipate in the wake of his ostentatious demeanor, leaving only a sigh of resignation. Ah, what a moment for Slytherin! The long table of Slytherin sat in hushed silence, many girls discreetly resting their hands upon their laps, patiently awaiting the return of their king. Meanwhile, the boys lowered their heads, as if Alex's brilliance radiated so fiercely that it stung their eyes. And what of Gryffindor? Many scoffed in discontent, expressing their disdain for such an elegant display. Dumbledore, too, narrowed his eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, mirroring the expressions of the scoffing Gryffindors. If being chosen for Slytherin heralded misfortune, then let misfortune be my fate. Born the son of a Death Eater, being sorted into Slytherin was an immutable destiny. Alex slowly took his seat upon the triangular stool, donning the sorting hat like a crown. In this moment, he was Slytherin. Harry, predictably, was sorted into Gryffindor. And with the sorting hat's thunderous declaration of Gryffindor, the hall erupted into raucous applause, as though anyone who refrained from clapping would be the next Death Eater. Naturally, Slytherin maintained their composure, their glances even colder, for without Harry, Hogwarts might well have been a bastion of Slytherin alone. The absurdity continued as 2 red-haired Weasleys stood, exuberantly proclaiming, "We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" Hermione found it all hard to fathom. While she knew of Harry's fame, such a raucous scene was beyond her expectations. Yet, having neither been placed in Slytherin nor Hufflepuff, she felt as though she had performed admirably in an exam, and this was her opportunity to vent. Why not seize it? Indeed, why not? "We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" The entirety of Gryffindor cheered. Loneliness is a solitary revelry, while revelry can often be a collective loneliness. Alex remained oblivious to whether the Gryffindors felt isolated or if the Slytherins envied their carefree abandon. He found it all incredulous. Akin to swallowing a block of ice in the depths of winter, his stomach convulsing, a tingling sensation in the back of his head, it was all utterly dreadful, including the recent sorting experience, which felt like a nightmare. Ah, the intense ideology of pure-blood supremacy. Alas, it is not solely purebloods who can wield magic. Each year, new students like this arise, dark magic, still yearning to devote themselves to the Dark Lord. The sorting hat murmured softly. "Slytherin, Slytherin," Alex whispered. It seems you are concealing something. I am the Gryffindor sorting hat, and I shall not be deceived. It teased. "Slytherin, Slytherin," Alex prayed. "There are traces of confusion charms here. Ha! You cannot fool me." Such audacity has not been witnessed in ages. Your magical prowess among the newcomers is indeed rare. I sense your thirst for power and dominion. Thus, I shall grant your wish, the Sorting Hat declared solemnly. Slytherin. Slytherin. Alex gritted his teeth. Gryffindor. How absurd. Sitting at the Gryffindor table, Alex realized his confusion charm had failed, and he could only watch, disheartened, as the sorting continued. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, followed by the uproarious welcome for Harry, and finally the less-than-stellar Ron. Lisa Dupin, Ravenclaw. Alex was still in a daze. It was only when the last boy, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin that Alex regained his senses. He would rather be called a fool than sit at the cursed Gryffindor table. Laughing at himself for his initial reaction upon learning of his name. Now, that wretched sorting hat. Disheartened, Alex consumed the food before him with simple, brutish motions. You are not a troll, he told himself, yet only by adopting a troll-like demeanor could he blend in with Gryffindor. Alas, this was all a figment of Alex's imagination. To maintain a favorable image before the girls? Or perhaps to indulge in his own flamboyance? Alex swiftly recovered from his earlier disappointment. Oh, do you know a spell for weight loss? A spell? I've only tried the exclusive potion from the Daily Prophet, but that requires frog liver. Really, pear cider suffices. The frog liver is merely for show. And the spell? I must keep that a secret. Alex laughed nonchalantly. Clearly, he was at a loss. Provocation tactics do not work on me. By the way, do you know how to treat acne? Acne? I do. My sister taught me. Wait until we get back to the dormitory. I'll show you my secret ointment. Hey, that's not fair. Be careful not to gain weight, Alex joked, grinning broadly. Life often brings its share of discontent. Perhaps fate simply seeks to amuse us, making our world a grand spectacle? Who cares? Just look at Alex. As long as there is a female presence around him, this scoundrel shall never know sorrow. When girls are present, Alex is always lively, engaging in animated discussions with a group of them. Oh, you enjoy watching mobile television shows too? Haha, I think the lead in the Vampire Diaries is stunning. As for Dumbledore's speech, did any students still pay attention? When Dumbledore stood, the hall fell silent. First-year students, the woods on campus are strictly off-limits. This is something our older classmates must also remember. Alex pointed to himself, as if to say, I did that, but the girl completely ignored him. Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the hallways during breaks. This time, Alex wore an expression that conveyed, your turn. As he looked at the girl across from him, she shot him a fierce glare. Ravenclaw students are often perturbed by teasing. How much more so Gryffindors? The tryouts for Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this term. Anyone wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Alex feigned a look of resignation, recalling who had been so gloomy about getting into Gryffindor. Finally, I must tell you all. Those who wish to avoid accidents and untimely demise should steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Alex rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and twitched in mockery, causing the girl who had just glared at him to burst into laughter. Upon realizing she was one of the few laughing in the hall, the girl glared at her empty plate in frustration. That obnoxious boy. Password, Dragon Dung. I never expected we would be roommates. I'm Ron, he said proudly, pointing to Harry. This is Harry Potter. We met on the train. My name is Navi Alexander, but you may call me Alex. Tears streamed down Alex's face as he implored, Dang, would you dare to change my dormitory? Chapter 5. Who Lies Beside Me? Alex sat at the breakfast table, consumed by ennui, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance of sharing a dormitory with the notorious Harry Potter. The mere thought that Neville, who seemed so eager to be his roommate, might harbor a desire to cast an unforgivable curse upon him, given that the trio was aware of his lineage as a Death Eater's child, filled him with disquiet. As for the unattractive Ron, one could only imagine Mrs. Weasley writing a letter, imploring that they safeguard her precious Potter. Potter, Harry Potter, let him be as he may. Tomorrow's troubles shall be met with tomorrow's resolve. Swiftly returning to his usual demeanor, Alex engaged in conversation with the girl seated beside him, discussing the day's lessons. Indeed. I believe we must pay close attention in Charms class. Professor Flitwick provides extensive detail, yet the examinations are invariably challenging. And tonight, you have astronomy class. Oh. If only one could procure a small astrolabe for this course, achieving high marks would be quite effortless. Alex nodded with a grin. Are you even listening to me? Aren't you at all concerned about the upcoming Charms exam? The girl seemed a bit annoyed. Haha, I brought an automatic correction quill, senior. Isn't there anywhere suitable for a date at school? This was truly what Alex was most preoccupied with. Let me think. I've always found the Forbidden Forest thrilling. During breakfast, Alex and the senior chatted animatedly, marveling at the warmth of Gryffindor. With a mind brimming with Hogwarts strategies, Alex stepped into the Charms classroom. Flitwick was a diminutive man, likely due to his partial fairy heritage, though this was not entirely disadvantageous, as it made him exceptionally adept in the art of charms. All right, class, take out your wands. I shall take attendance first. Flitwick was so short that he had to stand on a pile of books to teach. During the roll call, Alex frequently passed notes to a newly acquainted female classmate, as they debated whether the automatic correction quill could assist them in the exam. Flitwick commenced the day's lesson on the proper way to wield a wand and its everyday placement. The entire classroom was momentarily awestruck. Could we really be so inept as to not even know how to wave a wand? For the first time, Alex found himself agreeing with Ron, despite his unappealing appearance. His words rang true. All right, who can tell me how to properly wave a wand? Amidst the astonished gazes of the class, Hermione raised her hand alone, subsequently reciting lengthy passages from the textbook, memorizing at least 5,000 words. A note passed from a girl read, "This know-it-all." It was quite detailed, and Gryffindor earned points. At this moment, Alex continued to exchange notes with the girls, wholly unperturbed by Hermione glaring at him as she took her seat. This nearly encapsulated the essence of the day. She thoroughly elucidated the characteristics of the Mimblewimble plant. Indeed, Muggles often harbor numerous misconceptions about magical flora. I nearly forgot. Gryffindor gains points. Alex quietly passed notes among a group of girls, inwardly marveling at the friendliness of Hufflepuff girls. Hermione, completely disregarding Alex's earlier kind reminder and charms, was seething with rage, her gaze growing ever more fierce. Thus, Hermione's formidable glare had no effect on Alex. In fact, he was on the verge of knowing every first year witch at Hogwarts. Can't you be a little more serious? Hermione confronted Alex, who was warming himself by the fireplace in the common room. Relax, relax, Alex waved his book. I do love studying. Upon seeing the title, Hermione's anger flared even more. How to Cultivate a Perfect Romance at Hogwarts, a guide to dating locations. We have astronomy class tonight. Do you know how to get to the classroom? She inquired. It's in the Eastern Tower. You should focus on your studies. I asked Professor McGonagall for directions when I received the timetable. Yet you were too busy chatting with other girls. Don't you know that excessive talking among women can lead to wrinkles? Noticing Hermione on the verge of explosion, Alex swiftly changed the subject. Clearly, he had failed. Hermione shot him another fierce glare and began her indoctrination about seizing the educational opportunities at Hogwarts. Since the start of the school year, Alex's life had been rather erratic, so much so that even his dorm mates Harry and Ron often struggled to catch sight of him. However, Neville occasionally encountered a similarly perplexed Alex standing at the staircase when lost. After Alex, with a forlorn expression, realized that the spell for directions was ineffective at Hogwarts, he had to concede that following Hermione was a wise choice, for she could always find the classroom the quickest. I never expected we would have astronomy class with Ravenclaw, Hermione remarked as they walked together. The Sorting Hat initially considered placing me in Ravenclaw, but I believe Gryffindor is far better. As Alex murmured in agreement, he pondered the incantation for blocking out sound. What was it again? I cannot hear. The astronomy class was held in a tower to the east. Upon entering the classroom, Alex and his companions discovered that the entire floor of the tower was generously adorned with thick carpets, and there was a ceiling that allowed a view of the starry sky. He recalled reading about Hogwarts history, noting that it was originally constructed by Rowena Ravenclaw for the purpose of better observing the heavens. Hermione was becoming quite enamored with the feeling of imparting knowledge to Alex. Every time she lectured him, it significantly alleviated the frustration she felt from their earlier encounter on the train. Hermione incessantly rambled about the information she gleaned from her books regarding astronomy and Rowena Ravenclaw, and at times, Alex found her to be rather feminine in her incessant curiosity. The format of the astronomy class was quite delightful. Each student was first blindfolded, then gradually meandered around the tower until they found a spot they deemed suitable to lie down. In the words of Professor Sinistra, this was intended to help students connect with the night sky in a more intimate manner. This led to many collisions among students. Alex found the experience novel and entertaining. Wandering around the tower, once he had found his place and reclined, he was met with an endless, resplendent expanse of stars. The twinkling starlight penetrated the tower's ceiling, and Alex felt as though he were slowly rotating in harmony with the celestial glow. It was the first time since arriving at Hogwarts that he truly felt the allure of learning. Just as Alex's entire being was enveloped in the dance of the starlight, a sudden jolt of pain surged through his waist. Alex turned his head to see a girl clad in a blue-trimmed wizard's robe, her face alight with joy as she revealed two tiny canine teeth. Chapter 6. Who are you? The girl evidently harbored a grudge against Alex, her laughter tinged with schadenfreude. Before she feigned innocence, gazing up at the sky. If one cannot leave a favorable impression on the girl, it is at least preferable to leave behind a negative one. A bad impression is far better than being swiftly forgotten. In this regard, Alex had always excelled. Do I know you? He inquired, his gaze fixed on the stars. No, the girl retorted, forcefully squeezing the words from her lips. Alex, feeling dejected, closed his mouth and began to reminisce about the moment he had first encountered the girl. Upon noticing his sullen demeanor, the girl became even more cheerful, humming a light tune, her voice clear and melodious. Don't say I didn't warn you. Your lipstick has smudged onto your face, came Alex's teasing voice, echoing in the girl's ear. The girl ceased her humming, nervously tapping her fingers against her lips, glancing at them to ascertain where the lipstick had strayed. Stop tapping. I have a mirror here. With a huff, the girl quickly retrieved the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection intently. At that moment, Alex felt an unexpected tranquility wash over him as he lay on the grass like blanket, a young maiden beside him, gazing quietly at the distant starry sky. Just as Alex was lost in this serene reverie, a sudden gasp pierced the air. The girl began to poke Alex playfully, causing the mirror to tumble aside, revealing a frightening visage that gradually faded away, returning to a radiant reflection. When women tease men, there exists a group of gentlemen who silently endure, consistently displaying their chivalrous demeanor. We refer to them as the good men. They not only withstand the playful jests of women and carry their bags, but are also adept at repairing computers. Alex, is he a good person? Clearly not. He skillfully extends his hand towards the girl's waist. Is he truly seeking an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth? If this is your belief, it appears you have a long way to go on the path of solitude. He ruthlessly reaches for the innocent maiden. The girl writhes on the ground, uttering soft pleas of no, no, while covering her mouth with her hands, trembling, tears occasionally spilling from the corners of her eyes, gliding down her flushed cheeks under the starlit sky, reflecting a spectrum of colors. In a moment of surrender, the girl surprisingly abandons her resistance and extends her hand towards Alex. What kind of sorceress world is this? The two of them struggle to suppress their laughter, reveling in each other's presence, evidently finding this far more entertaining than their lessons, particularly when engaging in such antics with a girl. My name is Lisa Dupin. You may call me Lily, said the girl with disheveled hair as she bid farewell to Alex after class. I am Alexander. But I shall only permit you to call me Alex once you have become more presentable. Bang. The girl angrily hurled her backpack at Alex, who effortlessly dodged it, leaving behind a trail of boisterous laughter as he sprinted back to the common room. Every day, Alex's demeanor seemed to radiate joy, especially after that fateful astronomy class. Even beneath his covers, one could hear his gleeful chuckles. Ron nudged Harry, theatrically miming, "What a peculiar fellow." Harry, somewhat befuddled by Ron's gestures, only comprehended after Ron repeated himself thrice. With a resigned shrug, he made an approving face. In Harry's memory, Alex had never appeared troubled by homework. In fact, he had never been seen grappling with assignments. Heavens, Harry thought, he had never even observed him doing homework in the common room. During breakfast the following day, Ron, with a bagel stuffed in his mouth, remarked to Harry, "This is the first time we've made it to the dining hall without getting lost. The food is particularly delightful." Harry nodded, swallowing a mouthful of thick soup, realizing he had not been spending much time with Hermione lately. I remember at the start of the term, they were always together. He glanced over at Alex. Where there are women, Alex is sure to be found. Where Alex is, women are sure to follow. Alex was animatedly boasting with a group of girls, appearing to inhabit an entirely different realm from them. Harry turned his head, overhearing Ron's remark. I've never seen him unhappy. God knows how he manages to be so cheerful every day. Ron, what classes do we have today? 2 potions classes with the Slytherin students, Ron replied. Snape is the head of Slytherin House. They say he favors his own students, so we shall see if that holds true. Harry suddenly recalled the mountain of homework Professor McGonagall had assigned the previous day and sighed, wishing, I truly hope Professor McGonagall favors us as well. Who knows where the potions classroom is? Perhaps this is yet another instance of Alex losing his way on the journey to class, he thought. I really should have stuck closely to Hermione. With no other option, Alex muttered to himself and drew his wand. Spirits of the heavens and earth, guide me on my path. With that, he allowed his wand to lead the way. Winding through the castle's corridors, he encountered Sir Cadogan, who, upon drawing his sword, challenged him to a duel, exclaiming, "Come down, coward." Each time, Alex would bask in his own delight before resuming his quest for the potions classroom. Alex descended into the castle's underground, where an icy chill permeated the air and a dampness clung to his robes. Fortunately, amidst the oppressive cold and darkness, he discovered the potions classroom at the end of the corridor. With a spring in his step and a broad grin, Alex strode forward, emitting a series of self-satisfied chuckles. Some rejoiced at having finally located the potions classroom, while others endured the torment of attending potions class. Potter, Snape suddenly exclaimed. What would result from adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? What root powder goes into which solution? Harry glanced at Ron, who, like him, was momentarily taken aback, while Hermione's arm shot up high into the air. I don't know, sir, Harry replied. Snape disdainfully curled his lip. TSK, TSK. It seems that reputation does not guarantee knowledge. He deliberately ignored Hermione's raised hand. Let us try again, Potter. If I were to ask you to fetch me a piece of bezoar, where would you go to find it? Hermione strained to elevate her arm without leaving her seat. While Harry had no idea what a bezoar was, he tried to avoid looking at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were shaking with laughter. I don't know, sir. I suppose you haven't read a single book since school began, have you, Potter? Harry forced himself to maintain eye contact with Snape's cold, indifferent gaze. While at the Dursleys, he had indeed perused every book, but could Snape truly expect him to memorize the contents of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? Snape continued to disregard Hermione's trembling arm. Potter, then tell me the difference between aconite and wolfesbane. At this point, Hermione stood, her arm stretched toward the ceiling of the underground classroom. I don't know, Harry murmured, but I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why don't you ask her? A few students chuckled. Harry caught Seamus's eye, who winked at him. Snape, of course, was far from pleased. Sit down, he barked at Hermione. Let me enlighten you, Potter. Daffodil root powder combined with wormwood creates a potent sleeping draught, akin to a dose of the elixir of life. Suddenly, a cacophony of squeaking hinges interrupted, followed by a voice questioning. I say, have we all learned about the elixir of life? Who are you? Snape turned, his previously cold hollow eyes now ablaze with fury. Chapter 7. Marguerite Valentine, Part 2. Every night, as Alex shared a dormitory with Harry, he would close his eyes and lie on his bed, lost in fantastical thoughts. If my Confundus charm tricked the Sorting Hat, I would be placed in Slytherin, effortlessly subduing a gaggle of young miscreants to become the head boy, enjoying exclusive quarters and attracting girls. Typically, Alex would chuckle softly as he drifted off to sleep. But tonight was different. It was his first time indulging in such daydreams while being stalked by a disheveled figure with a hawk-like nose pacing incessantly before him. Snape was evidently displeased that Alex had interrupted his vengeful reverie, his robes billowing as he paced back and forth, taunting. I have been pondering. Can you enlighten me on which potion might salvage your irredeemable Gryffindor intellect? If I were to become head boy. Receiving Snape's exclusive attention while concocting a love potion, Alex continued to revel in his daydream, standing tall, unafraid of public reprimand. Who could possibly be more formidable than a Chinese headmaster? If one were to inquire what could bring Snape more pleasure than exacting revenge on James Potter's son, it would undoubtedly be exacting retribution upon a group of Gryffindors. After a round of mockery directed at Alex and Harry, Snape declared, I will have you in detention. Reckless, oblivious to time, and perpetually incapable of respecting others. As he spoke, he even closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. 10 points from Gryffindor. Please. My entire family has devoted themselves to the Dark Lord. Alex muttered inwardly. You wretched traitor. You deserve to remain single for all eternity, you filthy slacker. For all Gryffindors. That lesson was a nightmare, particularly for Neville, who suffered a potion burn on his arm. You should have known this with Snape's potions class. How could you be late? I simply got lost, Hermione. I was merely lost. From now on, you must walk with me to class. If you continue like this, I will lose the points I earned from Professor McGonagall with your transfiguration spell. All right. I want to forget. As Alex watched Hermione stroll away, he noted that she increasingly favored using him to conclude their conversations. That evening in the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackled merrily as Harry and Ron sat before it, occasionally groaning over their vexing assignments. How does Alex manage to complete these tasks? He is in detention tonight, and yet finishes faster than us. Ron lamented, putting down his quill. Professor Binns had assigned a 15-inch essay for history of magic, which was nearly unbearable for Ron. Perhaps he took notes? Harry mused. Though being Alex's roommate, he only saw him during classes, and he always had an air of mystery about him. Impossible, Ron exclaimed, his nostrils flaring, gesturing toward Hermione as she glared at him. He slept through an entire lesson. Is he a genius? Harry observed as Hermione stretched and walked past them, while Alex had been half an hour faster than her. And most importantly, he never loans us his homework. Ron pressed his hands against Harry's shoulders, turning him to face him. As Ron and Harry's resentment toward Alex grew, Alex lay in bed, a book in hand, savoring the warmth from the dormitory's fire and the cozy blanket warmed by the house elf. With a contented sigh, he mused. What could be more delightful than a hot bath after a day of hard labor, followed by curling up in a warm bed with a good book? After a while of reading, Alex closed his eyes and slowly reminisced about his detention, just as he began to recall the essential 100 spells for home use. A more ominous voice echoed, no magic allowed. Gazing at the plethora of Ravenclaw trophies displayed, Alex felt a wave of dizziness. Snape could not monitor him every moment. After warning Alex against using magic yet again, he noticed Alex's gloomy expression and inhaled deeply, evidently pleased with the misfortune befalling Gryffindor, and exited with a satisfied demeanor. Alex listened intently as Snape's footsteps gradually faded into the distance, the sound diminishing to a mere echo. He let out a sigh, drew his wand, and muttered, A clean slate. You say I need not bother, yet do you take me for a fool? As Alex waved his wand, diligently cleaning each trophy, he wandered through Ravenclaw's trophy room. Perhaps it was due to the general perception that girls tend to be more intelligent than boys, or perhaps for some other reason. But the display room of Ravenclaw was predominantly adorned with photographs of girls. It was a rainy day, and with nothing else to do, Alex found himself once again gazing at the slowly progressing trophies, his attention drawn to the images of the girls. One girl named Margaret had captured his gaze for the third time. An inexplicable familiarity washed over him. After the 14th glance at Margaret's photograph, Alex was certain he had encountered her before, yet he could not place where. Well, it was best to forget about Margaret, by age calculations. She could very well be old enough to be his mother. Accepting this realization with a hint of melancholy, Alex shifted into a more comfortable position on his bed. However, the thought of what lay ahead rekindled his spirits. Lily, I knew you were the only reliable one in all of Hogwarts, Alex declared as he sat on the steps. If I have to wait in the tower for you this late again, do not expect me to lend you my homework. The girl named Lily flashed a teasing smile, revealing her small, sharp canines. But I must wonder, despite our differing schedules, how do you always manage to get me the answers? Ah, it's simply because Gryffindor is rather dim-witted. Our Ravenclaw possesses a unique library. Does this special library also sell answer keys? Alex mused, unable to contain his restlessness. Had he known, he would have conjured a fervent pursuit of knowledge charm for himself. Ravenclaw, being predominantly female, seemed rather appealing now. Of course not, Lily retorted, her expression one of incredulity. Is there truly no intelligence in Gryffindor? Do not provoke me to use dark spells. Alex sprang to his feet. His face contorted in exaggerated rage. Humph. Someone as brainless as you should be sent to the troll school. Do confess how you managed to enter Hogwarts. Daring to claim you would be sorted into Hufflepuff. Her face flushed crimson as her anger intensified. It was merely a feeling of your kind-heartedness. Alex replied with a disarming smile. But do tell me more about your library. I am utterly oblivious. Reluctantly, Lily ceased her unproductive complaints and settled beside Alex. Long ago, we Ravenclaws imprisoned a princess. Do not interrupt me. And thus established a library where books are scattered haphazardly. No bookshelves. Indeed, as the elder students recount, it was a decision made by the original founder of this library. They believe that seeking knowledge is akin to embarking on an adventure. If one is fortunate enough to find the right mentor, the rewards will be manifold. As Lily recounted this, her expression softened, her eyes occasionally narrowing in recollection. So, you sought me out to learn spells, which was a most prudent choice, Alex declared with pride. Do you know how to write the word self-awareness? Alex raised an eyebrow. Lily inhaled deeply in exasperation. If you interrupt me again, I shall never lend you my homework. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Without bookshelves, we search for texts in that library. Occasionally, one might stumble upon foolish tomes akin to the tales of Peter Pan, undoubtedly the work of some past prankster. Yet, at times, one may unearth truly remarkable volumes. I have heard of someone who once discovered a book detailing spells capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord. Is that not the legend of Harry Potter? Not quite, and I know not what it is. That is merely the lore surrounding it. Yet no one has ever claimed to have used it. My point is, if anyone truly possessed such a spell, unless they were Death Eaters, they would undoubtedly reveal it. Would they not? That makes sense. Wait, could it be that you have found a spell for completing homework on your own? Alex gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Not at all. I merely found a notebook. A notebook? Yes, it belonged to a girl named Margaret. Whenever I have a question, I write it down, and she automatically provides the answer. Alex, do you realize that we may never repay the debt we owe to Mary? Lily mused, her tone laced with profound significance. With that thought, Alex opened his eyes, his right hand gently massaging his temple. Margaret, who exactly was she? That notebook was clearly a Horcrux. Had Horcruxes become as ubiquitous as cabbages, so that one could stumble upon one in any old notebook? Alex sighed, glancing towards Harry's bed. The son of his father's murderer. What a Quidditch plot twist. Chapter 8. Stealing the limelight. Alex's contemplation of the individual named Margaret lingered long into the night. He lay in a feigned slumber, eyes closed, attempting to recall where he had encountered her, but to no avail. It was not until he heard Harry and Ron returning to their beds, murmuring complaints in what they presumed was hushed tones, that his thoughts were interrupted. Harry, why does Alex never speak to us? Ron inquired. I don't know, Harry replied, gazing at Ron, who was raising his eyebrows at him. We talked so much on the first night, yet he uttered only a single sentence. You may call me Alex, as Ron cast a glance towards Alex's bed. He noted that Alex was still soundly asleep, prompting him to make a mocking gesture of retching. He does nothing but play with the girls. Harry, reluctant to speak ill of their roommate behind his back, recognized the truth in Ron's words. In a rather awkward display, he nodded and shrugged simultaneously, attempting to convey his shared exasperation. The following morning, Ron nudged Harry and pointed towards Alex, who was engaged in conversation with a girl. Look, it's the same again, talking to different girls every day. How can he not be exhausted? Harry could only nod in resignation. Alex possessed an astonishing charm with the ladies, even befriending Hermione. Each time Harry witnessed Alex and Hermione together, laughing and conversing between classes, he felt a sense of incredulity wash over him. He's an absolute oddball, Ron remarked, and as Harry observed Alex eliciting laughter from the surrounding girls, he suddenly found Ron's statement to be strikingly accurate. Alex observed the exuberance radiating from every first-year Gryffindor boy today, particularly from Ron. This marked the fourth occasion he had heard Ron boast about nearly colliding with a gliding aircraft while riding his broomstick. Alex, have you never experienced anything like that? How could I? But you know, I have always been a rather modest individual. Subsequently, Alex began recounting his own tale of riding a broomstick in Iraq, where he claimed to have downed an American Black Hawk. Mrs. Hooch, her short gray hair swaying as she moved among the students, occasionally flicked her eagle-like yellow eyes. Up, Alex, she gently commanded. Up, Alex, she whispered softly. Up, Alex, her tone was cheerful. Up. Alex's expression became fierce. Regardless of whether Alex gritted his teeth or feigned a friendly demeanor, the broom remained obstinately still. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was paying attention to him, he deftly flicked his foot, lifting the broom into his grasp. Once everyone had successfully grasped their brooms, Mrs. Hooch began to correct their postures one by one. Mr. Malfoy, Your grip should be slightly further back, like this. As she spoke, Mrs. Hooch demonstrated the proper hand position for Malfoy. Everyone, take note. This is the correct grip. Now, when I whistle, you will kick off the ground with both legs, exerting force. After illustrating the hand position, Mrs. Hooch instructed, hold your broom steady, ascend a few feet. Then lean slightly forward and descend vertically back to the ground. On my whistle, 3, 2. Neville soared into the air. And Alex watched as the plump boy ascended higher, reaching a height of 20 feet. Perhaps his taut nerves could no longer withstand the pressure, or for some other reason. He slipped from the end of the broom. He plummeted like a bloated balloon suddenly deflating, tumbling through the air before crashing down towards the earth. Alex stared in astonishment as Neville barreled directly towards him, instinctively drawing his wand. Obstacles, he shouted. Neville collided with what felt like layers of steel. The impact echoing in his ears, while a sharp pain radiated through him, his round face glistening with sweat. Why do I always miscast spells? Alex yelled, then called out. Wingardium Leviosa. It was as if a rope had been tied to the back of Neville, or a hand had lifted him from below, stopping his descent abruptly after crashing through the barriers. Ron watched, incredulous, as Alex, whom he assumed only played with girls, performed such a feat he was not alone. Many Slytherin girls quietly observed Alex, finding his display particularly charming and decidedly Slytherin. Well done, young man, Madame Hooch approached. That was the finest levitation spell I've ever witnessed. You should lower him gently. I'll escort him to the hospital wing for a checkup. As she supported Neville, she reassured him, saying he hadn't broken any bones. Thank goodness. You did brilliantly. Hermione twirled around Alex, her cheeks flushed with joy. I think you deserve extra points. Alex suddenly found Hermione's animated presence endearing. Ron, watching Hermione flit before Alex, turned to Harry and remarked, see, I told you everything he does is to impress the girls. Ron, what is that? Harry pointed at the spot where Alex had cast the spell on Neville. Let us not change the subject, Harry. We have to do something about Alex. Don't you think he is getting a bit too arrogant? Ron bounced with agitation. Just as Harry strained to see what lay beyond the distant bushes, Draco Malfoy leaped into view. Look, Malfoy is holding the memory ball, letting it glimmer in the sunlight. It's a gift from that big fool, Longbottom's grandmother. The discussion ceased, and Ron turned sharply to Alex, who was still engrossed in conversation with Hermione, seemingly unfazed by Malfoy's antics. Give it here, Malfoy, Harry whispered. Malfoy sneered. I think I'll place it somewhere for Longbottom to retrieve. How about a tree? Hand it over, Harry shouted, but Malfoy was already airborne on his broomstick. He soared with remarkable skill, hovering parallel to the treetop, taunting, come and get it, Potter. Harry seized his broom. Go for it. Ron cheered, casting glances at Alex. Ignoring Ron's encouragement, Harry's heart pounded in his ears. He mounted his broom, pushed off the ground with force, and ascended, the wind rushing through his hair, his robes billowing behind him. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he realized he had discovered a skill he could master so effortlessly. He lifted the broom higher. The shrieks and gasps of the girls mingling with Ron's praises echoed around him. I'm nearly as popular as Alex now, he mused. Perhaps even more so. With newfound confidence, he sharply turned the broom towards Malfoy, who appeared taken aback. Hand it over, Harry shouted, or I'll knock you off your broom. Oh, really? Malfoy retorted, attempting to mock, yet his expression betrayed anxiety. Harry seemed instinctively aware of his next move. Leaning forward, he gripped the broom tightly, propelling himself like a javelin towards Malfoy. Malfoy barely dodged, and Harry swiftly regained control. Applause erupted from below. Yes, I'm definitely more popular than Alex, he thought. Elated and invigorated. You're on your own, Malfoy. No Crabbe and Goyle to protect you, Harry called out. Malfoy appeared to share the same sentiment. Catch this. Let us see if you can, he shouted, tossing the glass ball high before plummeting towards the ground. Harry watched the glass ball rise as if in slow motion before beginning its descent. Leaning forward, he pointed his broom downward and surged after it. The wind howling past his ears, mingling with the crowd's cheers. He extended his hand and, just a foot from the ground, grasped the memory ball. He pulled up sharply on the broom, landing gently on the grass, the memory ball securely in his palm. And so it concluded. Harry had caught the memory ball but was promptly taken away by Professor McGonagall. Pettigrew had defended Harry, only to be reprimanded by McGonagall. Alex kindly approached to comfort her, unsure if he had overstepped, though many girls found his gesture thoughtful, a sentiment he seemed to embrace. This irked Hermione, as she felt once again sidelined by Alex. Why didn't you stand up for Harry? Ron confronted Alex, who was still comforting Pettigrew, his anger palpable. Alex turned his head only upon hearing a sound, squinting as he regarded Ron standing before him. He lifted his chin slightly and pondered for a moment. A gesture that Ron found quite displeasing, reminiscent of the disdainful manner in which he had once observed Malfoy as father. Yet, who truly cared for Ron's sentiments? After a brief contemplation, Alex offered Ron a perfunctory smile before turning his attention back to comforting Peter, entirely disregarding Ron. Malfoy, witnessing this scene, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Pansy. My mother always advised me not to converse with that penniless Weasley. You see, I am certain my parents are not the only ones who have cautioned their children thus. Pansy and Crabbe joined in the raucous laughter. Ron stood awkwardly beside Alex, feeling ignored. He yearned to glare fiercely at him, but hesitated, daunted by the prospect of confronting him directly. Just then, the laughter from Malfoy and his entourage echoed from behind, turning Ron's face a shade of green with fury. Summoning all his courage, he fixed his gaze on Alex but, after a fleeting moment, pivoted in anger towards Malfoy. "What are you staring at, Weasley?" Malfoy taunted, his delight evident as he approached. "You pure blood disgrace. I wager you know nothing of dueling." With that, he broke into another fit of laughter. "Then come on," Ron shouted, causing the entire courtyard to shift their attention towards them. "If you have no objections, let us duel tonight. Only wands, no physical contact." Malfoy, clearly uncomfortable under the collective gaze of onlookers, leaned in, casting a glance at Alex in the distance, feeling a dryness in his throat before continuing. "If you're frightened, perhaps that man could assist you, though who would aid a Weasley who can't even afford a cup of tea?" "I need no assistance. My partner is Harry," Ron responded swiftly. Malfoy glanced back at Alex, then with a hint of regret, turned to weigh his options between Crabbe and Goyle. "Crabbe," he declared, "how about midnight? We shall meet in the trophy room. It is never locked." Chapter 9. Wingardium Leviosa. The following morning during breakfast, Ron and Harry squirmed uncomfortably, attempting to find a more agreeable position to alleviate their aches. The duel with Malfoy had never truly commenced. They had not even caught a glimpse of him. Instead, they had been pursued by the ruckus caused by Filch. Fleeing in chaos until they found refuge in a small room on either the third or fourth floor, details were a blur. In their frantic escape, they had crashed through a door, still feeling the repercussions of their exertion, only to confront a three-headed dog upon entry. Returning home, they were met with a scolding from the coincidentally encountered Hermione. "How dare you venture out so late? Do you realize how many points you've cost Gryffindor?" Hermione, clad in a pink nightgown, was a terrifying sight at that moment. As Harry and Ron continued to shift in their seats, a flurry of owls descended from the sky. Harry had already shared the news of his selection for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, eager to show Alex that they were not merely adept at amusing girls, as Ron had so vividly reminded him. When Harry appeared before Alex with his broom, he noticed a spark of interest in Alex's eyes, an occurrence that filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Alex gazed at Harry, who was holding a broomstick. Could it possibly be the firebolt? It appeared to be exceedingly expensive, with its price subject to negotiation, likely amounting to several thousand galleons. Several thousand galleons. He suddenly recalled that the vault left by his parents was devoid of funds. Pursuing romantic interests without wealth is akin to demanding an author to produce a masterpiece without any votes of recommendation. It is nothing short of absurd. Alex is filled with regret. Alex is contemplating a solution. Alex was preparing to return home for summer vacation with plans to rob a bank. "Now, do not forget the subtle wrist movement we have been practicing," Professor Flitwick exclaimed from his usual perch atop a pile of books. "A flick and a swish, remember. A flick and a swish." Pronouncing the incantation correctly is of utmost importance. Do not forget Baruffio the wizard, who confused the F with an Z and found himself on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. The students listened with waning interest, as they were far more eager to levitate an object as effortlessly as Alex did, rather than sit here foolishly waving wands at a feather. Discontent was palpable, particularly from Hermione, who was irritated with Alex for his usual showboating. It was inexcusable that he now stood there, lost in thought. Ron's mood was equally dismal, especially since he had been paired with Hermione for the levitation charm. "Wingardium Leviosa," he shouted, flailing his long arms like a windmill. "You got it wrong," Hermione retorted sharply. "It's Wingardium Leviosa. The gar needs to be pronounced long and clear. Since you were so clever, why don't you give it a try?" Ron roared back. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, waved her wand, and pronounced, "Wingardium Leviosa." Their feather lifted from the table, hovering 4 feet above their heads. "Oh, well done," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Everyone look. Miss Granger has succeeded." As the class neared its end, Ron's frustration reached its zenith. No wonder everyone can't stand her, he muttered to Harry as they struggled through the crowded corridor. "Honestly, she is like a nightmare." Suddenly, someone bumped into Harry and hurried past them. It was Hermione. Harry caught a glimpse of her face, surprised to see tears streaming down her cheeks. "I think she heard what you said," Harry remarked. "So what?" Ron replied, though a hint of unease crept into his voice. "She must have noticed. She has no friends left. I heard them say Alex couldn't stand her either and has found a Ravenclaw girl instead. Who would want her?" Alex spent the entire afternoon grappling with the dilemma of how to procure money. Should he approach the bank, or perhaps another bank? It wasn't until the Halloween feast commenced that he sensed something amiss. "What are you staring at, Alex?" Lavender inquired. "Has Hermione not shown up today? There is chocolate pudding tonight. She will surely regret missing it." Lavender, a girl with golden locks, spoke to Alex with utmost seriousness. "I heard from Ron that you found a new Ravenclaw girlfriend, leaving Hermione behind." Alex expelled the pear cider from his mouth in shock. Cough, cough. "We are merely good friends. Can't Weasley refrain from gossiping for once?" However, she had spent the entire afternoon weeping in the girls' restroom over the matter. Just as Alex felt a sense of deja vu, Professor Quirrell burst into the dining hall, his large scarf askew upon his head, his face etched with terror. All eyes were upon him as he staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily against the table, gasping, A troll is in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know. With that, he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Alex muttered a curse under his breath. Hermione was still in that wretched girl's restroom. That insufferable Weasley. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the dining hall. Professor Dumbledore was compelled to emit several piercing explosions from his wand before everyone settled down. Head boy. He spoke in a low tone. Immediately escort your students back to their dormitories. Percy, of course, was quite accustomed to this. What nonsense, Alex exclaimed, as he struggled to push through the throng. Hufflepuff was indeed crowded, and he endeavored to discern the path to the girls' restroom. The girls' restroom. Alex, could you honestly claim you weren't tempted to sneak a peek? On the other side, Harry and Ron were exchanging high fives, having successfully trapped the troll in the girls' restroom. Just to be safe, they had thrown the key inside as well. We rescued Hermione. Alex is utterly unreliable in a crisis, Ron excitedly relayed to Harry. Indeed, Harry echoed, clearly exhilarated. The adventurous spirit of Gryffindor was surging through him. If it weren't for us, Hermione would be in grave danger in that restroom. The two suddenly realized the gravity of their situation, but the key had already been tossed inside, and a blood-curdling, terrified scream emanated from their previous location. Bang! Bang! Harry and Ron exerted all their strength in a desperate attempt to break down the door they had inadvertently locked. What on earth are you doing? Alex finally arrived at the girls' restroom door, only to discover Harry and Ron forcefully battering against it. Get out of the way, you fools. Poor Alex remained oblivious to the fact that he had approached the girls' restroom. Hermione's inside, Harry shouted as he continued to pound on the door. Wingardium Leviosa. In an instant, Harry and Ron floated upward, much like the toad Professor Flitwick had used for demonstration, drifting backward a short distance before hurtling like cannonballs into the restroom door. Clearly, Alex did not share Harry's unfortunate habit of using his body as a battering ram. He preferred to utilize others as a means to an end. With a resounding crash, the door that had just moments ago echoed with Hermione's terrified screams burst open, followed by the explosive entry of Harry and Ron, who, propelled by inertia, collided forcefully with the troll. The troll staggered from this unexpected assault, dropping the large wooden club it had been wielding. Hermione, come here, Alex shouted. Harry? He thought. I couldn't care less about Harry's fate. I can't move. Hermione suddenly crumpled to the floor, sobbing in the corner. Alex spat vehemently, directing his wand towards the troll, and shouted, Look over here, you foolish creature. Just like Harry, the troll, with its large, yellowed teeth, emitted a continuous stream of green liquid from its mouth, while letting out a series of bewildered growls as it lumbered towards Alex. Completely oblivious to the large wooden club it had just crushed beneath its own weight. Despite my frequent mispronunciations of spells, I have never faltered in critical moments. Alex encouraged himself, loudly proclaiming, Shatter. A beam of red light erupted from his elder wand, remarkably thick like the very club the troll had wielded, striking the troll with unerring accuracy. The troll seemed momentarily stunned, staggering forward a few steps before emitting a sound reminiscent of breaking ice, as green blood spurted from its body, culminating in a dramatic explosion into a multitude of fragments. The troll's remains lay scattered throughout the girls' restroom. Witnessing this scene, Hermione doubled over in nausea. Hey, at least you should help me up, Alex said, one hand gripping his wand as he leaned heavily against the restroom wall, precariously approaching Hermione while jesting. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed. A group of professors, alerted by the commotion, rushed in. Upon entering, Professor Quirrell could not suppress his retching, sobbing as he crouched on the floor. How dare you? Professor McGonagall's hands trembled with fury. Why weren't you in your dormitory? Snape surveyed the scattered remains of the troll, the groaning forms of Harry and Ron on the floor, and Alex, swaying unsteadily towards Hermione, letting out a brief huff of exasperation mixed with astonishment. Gryffindor. Hermione finally managed to rise, struggling to regain her composure. I sought out the troll because I believed I could handle it alone, you know, since I read about them and understand them well. Although aware that Hermione in the books could indeed deceive her teachers, Alex was taken aback to see her lie to Professor McGonagall after all this time spent together. If you hadn't found me, I would surely be dead by now. Oh, if that's the case. McGonagall regarded them thoughtfully. Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you think you could confront a troll as large as a mountain on your own? Hermione lowered her head in sorrow, while Alex gasped for breath, swaying precariously as he squinted his eyes in focus. Miss Granger, because of this incident, McGonagall's admonition was abruptly interrupted. I believe, Professor, if you don't mind, I would prefer to be sent to. Before he could finish, Alex collapsed into Hermione's embrace. A shriek followed, resulting in a flurry of chaos. When Alex regained consciousness, he found himself in the hospital wing, with Hermione dozing by his bedside, softly snoring. Alex struggled slightly, inadvertently waking Hermione. She abruptly embraced him, sobbing silently. Hey, Miss Beaver. You've soaked my clothes, Alex awkwardly remarked, unsure where to place his hands. Suddenly, Hermione paused, and her cries intensified, now accompanied by intermittent pounding. Oh no, Alex suddenly shouted, collapsing straight down. Ah! Hermione's sharp scream immediately pierced the entire infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, madam, he's fainted again. He is merely exhausted. He'll be fine once he wakes up. She replied. Oh, fainted again? Hold him down. Let me give him an injection. I discovered this little gadget from a muggle. With a pop. Alex sprang from the bed and dragged Hermione toward the Gryffindor common room. Behind them, Madame Pomfrey brandished a syringe large enough for an elephant. Squeezing out a bit of liquid. In the name of a refined lady, I swear. Chapter 10, Nocturnal Adventures. Recently, I have developed an unfortunate habit of beginning with Harry. This must change. At breakfast, Alex habitually picked up the bagel before him, lamenting, a ritual that had nearly become a daily occurrence. After exhaling a long sigh 3 times while staring at the bagel, he dipped it slightly in milk and commenced his day burdened by melancholy. Indeed, it was melancholy. Ever since Alex heroically rescued Hermione, she had undergone a profound transformation in her demeanor towards him. Naturally, while lying in the infirmary, he began to fantasize, imagining Hermione pledging herself to him, over and over again. However, if every man's fantasies could truly manifest, Merlin would not be trapped beneath a stone by a witch named Vivian, engaging in forbidden pursuits daily. The reality was that every Gryffindor was abuzz with rumors of Alex's affection for Hermione. Yet, ever since that day, Hermione had ceased all communication with him. He simply could not fathom what these girls were thinking. Unable to comprehend, he decided to simplify his existence. Turning effortlessly, Alex began to chat with other girls. Although occasionally, some would pointedly gesture with their eyes, indicating, your Hermione is over there. Yet, every time Alex ignored such hints, those girls would beam with delight. This led the rogue to take advantage of the situation, frequently engaging with first-year girls and vastly satisfying their vanity. How dull their lives must be, he mused, as I merely bring a touch of amusement to their existence. This routine persisted until a particular astronomy lesson following Halloween. It was evident that many students harbored grievances regarding Professor Sinistra's seating arrangements, yet she remained unfazed. Consequently, during these moments, Alex often heard the sounds of collisions as students sought their seats. He maliciously speculated whether Harry and Ron, who had broken 10 ribs from a door collision, would reflexively yelp if jostled by others. I hear you found a girlfriend? Lily, with her eyes resembling the blue of the starry sky, inquired as she lay beside Alex. Frequently, the questions posed by girls are far more complex than they appear on the surface. They tend to embed deeper inquiries within, and if one fails to recognize them, no matter the response, they will become irate. Students, please note the position of Sagittarius within the zodiac. We have always considered Sagittarius to be a fire sign. But be aware that this constellation also possesses certain air attributes. Sinistra's voice resonated throughout the tower. If I were in that situation, I would save you too. Alex turned to Lily, offering her a broad smile. I wasn't asking you that. Lily playfully jabbed Alex with her hand. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she redirected her attention to the heavens. Indeed, Muggles also discuss zodiac signs. I must admit, their assertions hold some merit. We can observe this as a remnant of early wizarding interactions with Muggles. Sinistra waved her wand, and a blackboard appeared before each student, inscribed with twinkling star-like characters elucidating knowledge about the zodiac. Hey, are you even listening to me? Lily noticed Alex had completely immersed himself, irritably gnawing on her lower lip with her little canines. A series of meaningless ahas emanated from Alex, clearly captivated by the astronomy lesson. The zodiac signs correspond to specific wands. For instance, those born under Sagittarius in December tend to favor wands made of elderwood, excelling in. The characters on Sinistra's enchanted blackboard flickered continuously. Realizing that calling out to Alex yielded no results, Lily resorted to incessantly jabbing him in the ribs with her elbow. Alex was in great discomfort, turning his head to glance at Lily, who appeared as if nothing had transpired. Frustrated, he pressed his hand against his forehead and lamented. This is part of the exam content, you know. Lily, quick to respond, shot back. Have you forgotten what you promised me last time? What? Alex felt once again the weight of his poor memory. Humph. I knew you wouldn't take others' words to heart, Lily remarked, while Alex revealed a playful grin, showing his small canine teeth. The last time you asked me for homework, you promised to take me on an adventure in the Forbidden Forest. Ah, an adventure in the Forbidden Forest tonight? Are you trying to coax me into it? Alex mused inwardly, filled with excitement. Time flew by, and soon it was the moment Lily had scheduled for their adventure in the Forbidden Forest. Quietly, Alex slipped into the Gryffindor Common Room's prefect bathroom, easily knocking out Bosley, took a hot shower, and donned a fresh set of school robes. On this dark, windy night, as he climbed into bed, Alex was brimming with anticipation, tossing and turning while mentally counting down to his rendezvous with Lily. In that moment, thoughts of Hermione had completely faded from his mind. One should not forsake the entire forest for a single tree. Alex glanced at the magical watch resting on his bedside table, its hands serendipitously aligned with the appointed hour. It was the moment. Alex sprang from his bed with a graceful and swift motion. However, even the best of us can falter at times. Just as Alex was eagerly preparing for his rendezvous, Harry and Ron stirred awake. Harry, noticing Alex's unusual demeanor, discreetly signaled Ron to remain silent, to which Ron exaggeratedly mouthed a response. Their insatiable curiosity overcame all restraint, and they stealthily followed Alex as he exited. You're late again, Lily pouted, her lips jutting out petulantly. You're always tardy. Let us go? By the way, you do know the way out of the castle, right? Alex immediately diverted the conversation. I do not know the way at all. Lily was evidently irritated. Fortunately, I know a route. It's truly disheartening to be with someone who is directionally challenged. Alex lamented. Yeah. Lily shrieked, baring her small canine teeth as she lunged toward Alex. Come on, show a bit of that Ravenclaw lady grace, would you? Alex replied, exasperated. No, I want to nibble you to bits, you fool. Haha, that one TB permitted. With that, Alex swiftly wrapped his arm around Lily's waist and leaped out of the window. Lily let out a startled sound but quickly covered her mouth, stifling any further noise. Wingardium Leviosa. With a flourish of his free hand, Alex brandished his wand. To use magic for mere romantic pursuits would be a gross misuse of its power. Alex and Lily floated gently from the windowsill like dandelion seeds carried by the wind. To his surprise, he found the leisure to wave his wand, guiding Lily through the air as they glided past the Gryffindor common room, eventually landing on the grounds. Once there, Alex spoke to Lily with tenderness. Since taking to the skies like a dandelion, Lily had blissfully closed her eyes. Hey, wake up! Alex exclaimed, abruptly tugging at her clothing. We're hanging from the eaves. With a start, Lily opened her eyes, her hands instinctively wrapping tightly around Alex. You tricked me again, realizing the ruse. She quickly released her grip, her cheeks flushing as she playfully chased after him. Alex turned around, feigning innocence as he begged for mercy, but then suddenly sprinted away, gaining a few steps of distance. Once he noticed he had left Lily behind, he erupted into a triumphant laugh, which only fueled her determination to catch him. The two of them, amidst their playful bickering, dashed toward the forbidden forest. As Goethe once remarked, the youth is indifferent to love, and the maiden is free from longing. Is this not precisely the scene unfolding before us? As for Harry and Ron, I shan't elaborate. Who would care about them? Let them go on their date with McGonagall. Chapter 11. The First Intimate Encounter. Alex and Lily jovially ran for a while, until Lily, panting and fatigued, squatted down on the ground, casting an indignant glare at Alex. As he approached her, she promptly sank her little tiger teeth into his hand, exclaiming, You bully me. This minor commotion, sparked by their descent, came to an abrupt end. Suddenly, the previous clamor dissipated, and the forbidden forest fell into a profound silence. The sounds of squirrels nibbling on pine cones could be heard. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting a silvery glow upon Alex and Lily as they traversed the dense woodland, resembling a cloak woven from silver threads. With the gentle breeze rustling through the trees, the moonlight seemed to sway softly as well. Though Alex felt unrestrained in his interactions with Lily within the towers of Hogwarts Castle, it did not alter the reality that they were merely adolescents. Generally, Alex was quite adept at engaging with girls, often managing to elicit laughter from this shy girl, revealing aspects of her personality that others seldom witnessed. Yet, amid such enchanting scenery, Alex found his mouth parched, and he was dismayed to discover his utter helplessness in the face of the moment. Lily. Alex awkwardly fumbled, unsure of where to place his hands, fidgeting near hers. What's wrong? Lily turned back, having just been curiously observing a magical creature resembling a tree stump that could be fashioned into a wand, knowledge they would acquire in their 3rd or 4th year. And nothing. Alex stammered, caught off guard by her sudden gaze. We came to the forbidden forest. Lily looked at him with curiosity, her silence punctuated only by a sweet smile and her 2 tiny tiger teeth. Right? Have you seen that tree stump? Alex, perplexed by his own words, felt a tumult within him. How utterly embarrassing, he thought, seizing this rare opportunity. And yet here I am discussing tree stumps with Lily. With a firm slap to his face, Alex regained his composure, as though awakening from a stupor. It is inevitable for a man to feel daunted during his first encounter. A classmate of mine once borrowed money to buy 3 little blue pills for his first time. How foolish. If I remain stagnant for another 7 or 8 years, I might as well become a wizard. Lily, have you heard of unicorns? Alex feigned nonchalance in his inquiry. Of course. Lily's evident delight at Alex's return to form dispelled her earlier embarrassment. Now, she joyfully leaped in front of Alex, asserting, Don't underestimate us Ravenclaws. I'm merely lacking confidence in you, Alex retorted with a noticeable pout. You're the worst. Lily instantly recognized that the previously shy Alex was far more enjoyable. Stop chasing me. You'll give me nightmares. She laughed as Alex, lost in exhilaration, sprinted ahead, his laughter intertwining with the thrill of the chase. Go away. Go away. Go away. Lily exerted all her effort to pursue the fleeing Alex. For the first time, she discovered that the sheer delight of running freely, devoid of the thirst for knowledge, was utterly captivating. A melodious cascade of laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, gradually trailed behind Alex. After traversing an indeterminate distance, he leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. He had not anticipated that Lily, who appeared so frail and typically demure, could run with such vigor. Don't even think about escaping. I'm going to catch you, Lily exclaimed, charging straight towards Alex. However, the strain of her prolonged exertion took its toll, and she stumbled, collapsing into Alex's embrace. Alex felt a shiver run down his spine as he stared blankly at Lily, who had tumbled into his embrace. He noticed her nostrils slightly flushed from the exertion of their recent sprint, gently flaring with each labored breath. His trembling hands cautiously encircled her waist, captivated by the sight of her lips, which parted ever so slightly as she sought to regain her composure. Alex was nearly entranced. "Lily," he murmured with a tender softness. A blush crept across Lily's cheeks as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Alex slowly lowered his head and gently closed his eyes. "Wait, what is that?" Lily suddenly pushed Alex aside and, with a look of apocalyptic dread on his face, pointed into the distance. There, a silvery horse was slowly approaching them. Often, the curiosity of young girls is overwhelming. They tend to disrupt an otherwise perfect ambience for the most trivial of reasons. This is why unscrupulous men can easily lure them with a mere lollipop. Lightness, flexibility, and ease of topple are utterly unreliable. In contrast, I believe that mature women are less prone to such distractions, and in this moment, Alex surely felt this truth. "Look, look," Lily exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Alex's clothing. "It's a unicorn! It's a unicorn!" "Aha!" Alex replied dismissively, still caught in his last struggle, his hand gradually moving toward Lily's waist, intending to pull her closer. "Unicorns, begone!" But Lily remained oblivious to his intentions and instead leapt forward, inadvertently grasping Alex's hand as she did, causing him to stumble before she dragged him towards the unicorn. At that moment, I finally understood why Voldemort sought to slay unicorns. His actions were justified. He should have done it more. Alex, filled with frustration, was unwillingly pulled along. Alex, accompanied by Lily, or rather, Lily dragging the murderous Alex, was pursuing a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. However, despite the unicorn possessing 4 legs, and Alex and Lily collectively having 4 legs as well, it was evident that the unicorn far outpaced them. What was once a unicorn in close proximity to Alex and Lily was rapidly becoming a distant figure. Much to Alex's ecstatic delight, who felt an overwhelming urge to spin Lily around in joyous celebration. Then, unexpectedly, the unicorn collapsed. What a twist of fate. It was akin to luring a charming companion into a cinema, only to find oneself caught in a moment of embarrassment as the entire screen illuminated as brightly as day. A man's heart would shatter at such a revelation, and Alex's heart shattered particularly painfully. Witnessing this scene, Lily gasped in astonishment, eager to tug Alex along to investigate the fallen unicorn. Alex stood frozen in place, his hand being gripped so tightly that Lily could scarcely move a single step. The fear-induced dilation of his pupils reflected the distant scene, where, in the shadow of a fallen unicorn, a hooded figure emerged, crawling slowly across the ground like a beast drawing near. Even from such a distance, a chill could be felt in the air. It was Voldemort. "I am the offspring of a Death Eater, and as I approached, I said, 'Greetings, I am the child of your follower. I have seen nothing and merely came here on a date with my girlfriend. We shall take our leave.' To my astonishment, Voldemort replied, 'Ah, I did not realize you were one of his acolytes. Very well, go forth and find happiness.'" Was this a jest? How could Voldemort, that man who cohabited with Quirrell, simply let him go? Surely, he would raise his wand and utter the killing curse. One cannot hold overly high expectations of Voldemort's intellect. As Alex contemplated this, his palms were drenched in sweat. He was filled with confidence. If he were merely facing Voldemort, who was possessing Chilo, he could signal with his wand, certain that he would not succumb to the killing curse before his teacher arrived. However, Lily was behind him. Alex turned his head, exerting all his strength to gaze at Lily, and said, "Now, run towards the castle immediately, and no matter what happens, do not look back." Lily regarded Alex with a look of disbelief, her expression conveying a sense of incredulity. "Please, stop joking. We should still go." Alex firmly grasped Lily's shoulders with both hands, exclaiming, "Now?" Lily, momentarily stunned, gazed blankly at Alex, her expression one of reluctant hesitation as she uttered, "You don't." Alex suddenly pressed his lips against Lily's. A mere fleeting kiss, and then, in a gentle tone, whispered in her ear, "Hurry back and fetch the teacher. I would rather you not witness my fearful outburst." Lily's eyes widened in surprise, and with great effort, she managed to muster a smile, though tears of anxiety mingled with her laughter, choking in her throat. Ultimately, she replied to Alex with a smile, "A woman has a duty to uphold a man's dignity. You must wait for my return." Her azure eyes shimmered with glistening tears, undulating softly in the gentle moonlight, yet they never fell. Alex gazed as Lily gradually receded into the distance, then turned calmly to face the horizon. In the distance, Voldemort rose, seemingly aware, casting his gaze in this direction. "Render unto God what is God's, and unto Caesar what is Caesar's," Alex murmured, raising his right hand, wand in hand, as it shimmered with a radiant glow. In an instant, a brilliance akin to countless stars erupted from the tip of the wand. Bathed in starlight, the sovereign strode toward death with a tranquility reminiscent of a leisurely walk, driven not by the elegance of nobility, but by the unwavering dignity of a ruler. Chapter 12, A Kiss on Your Robes? Alex slowly approached Voldemort, finding the entire situation utterly absurd. How had he stumbled into this place, only to face death in such a befuddled state? As he walked toward Voldemort, the self-mocking smile on his face grew increasingly pronounced. The distance was not great. Alex hardly registered the passage of a few breaths before he stood before the shadowy figure. Before him was a pallid man, whose small eyes conveyed an illusion of timidity, further accentuated by the purple scarf draped over his shoulders, weaving an impression of a foolish, cowardly simpleton. The man was laughing, his smile imbued with a deeply ingrained humility, reminiscent of a pampered sycophant ingratiating himself with his sovereign. As he laughed, his hands were clasped within his sleeves, and if one looked closely, they could discern the silvery blood of a unicorn staining his hands. Professor Quirrell? Regardless, Alex feigned astonishment, pointing to the ground where the silvery blood of the unicorn continued to flow, inquiring about the bizarre scene. Mr. Stoker, I still remember how you subdued the troll last time. Quirrell offered a smile that bore an unsettling resemblance to flattery. I too noticed something amiss, which is why I came here. As he spoke, Quirrell gestured toward the distance, and just as Alex's gaze followed the direction of his finger, Quirrell snapped his fingers. In a heartbeat, several ropes sprang forth from thin air, aiming to ensnare Alex, who was gazing off into the distance. Armor protection. Alex's wand, which had been glowing brightly, suddenly extinguished, and a shimmering wave resembling armor enveloped him completely. The ropes, as if electrified, recoiled violently toward Quirrell. With a mere flick of his hand, Quirrell watched as the once menacing ropes ignited in the air, turning to ash, the flames illuminating his face, which now bore an expression mingling disdain with astonishment. I did not foresee your magical prowess, Mr. Stoker. Ah, no, I should have anticipated it. You effortlessly tore apart the troll. Alex remained silent, merely pointing his wand at Quirrell, his gaze fixed intently upon him. It appears I truly ought to award you a high mark in defense against the dark arts. Quirrell revealed his unsightly yellowed teeth, withdrawing his wand with his right hand to aim it at Alex, yet you must realize that no matter your skill, you cannot surpass an adult wizard, can you? Suddenly, Quirrell was struck by a beam of red light, crashing forcefully against a tree, while the wand that had been firmly clutched in his right hand arced gracefully through the air, landing in Alex's grasp. You are unaware of the silencing charm? Alex remarked disdainfully, wielding the wand that had soared towards him, clearly indicating that the educational standards at Hogwarts were indeed lacking. From within Quirrell's body emerged a chilling voice. No, master, your body, you still. Quirrell's face turned ashen. I wasn't as accomplished as you in my first year either. The voice emanated once more from Quirrell, laced with a hint of icy mirth. Yet another member of the Stock family, master. I can do this, please. Quirrell was on the verge of tears. Yet before Quirrell could finish his plea, his entire body convulsed violently, as if struck by electricity. Alex observed the scene, finding Chilo's visage, marred by a grotesque blend of mucus and tears, utterly repulsive. He grasped Chilo's wand and took a slight step back, watching as Chilo raised his hand to untie the scarf from around his head. Everything felt hauntingly familiar. The large scarf fell away, revealing Chilo's bare head, which appeared surprisingly diminutive. Then, he slowly turned around in place. Alex inhaled deeply, experiencing an indescribable tremor coursing through his being. Where there should have been Quirrell's nape, a face emerged, one that, despite Alex having envisioned it countless times, still astonished him with its grotesque visage. The pallor of the face resembled lifeless chalk, and the crimson eyes gleamed malevolently, beneath which lay two elongated nostrils reminiscent of serpents. It was hardly an appealing sight, gazing upon the unveiled countenance of Voldemort. Alex pondered if his parents had truly served such a being. This was his final moment of internal lamentation. It was a member of the Strokes family. Voldemort's snake-like red pupils suddenly widened in a fearful recognition, only to be followed by a triumphant, maniacal laughter. The Dark Lord, Alex, took another deep breath and uttered in disbelief, Voldemort. Voldemort remained silent, his scarlet serpent-like gaze fixed intently upon Alex, while his elongated nostrils quivered with excitement. An indescribable yet palpable aura of dark magic enveloped Voldemort, as Quirrell's hand contorted grotesquely, emitting a disturbing sound reminiscent of cracking bones. A slender finger, stained with the silvery blood of a unicorn, pointed directly at Alex. Fight? And? Alex remained in a state of indecision at this moment. Voldemort could be regarded as his weakest. Confronting him here could indeed prove to be a prudent choice. However, the thought of Voldemort's Horcruxes lingered in his mind, casting doubt on the potential repercussions should Voldemort rise again. Most critically, he lacked confidence in his ability to withdraw unscathed. Avada Kedavra! A sudden burst of green light erupted from Quirrell's fingertips, hurtling towards Alex with alarming speed. In a swift motion, Alex brandished his wand, summoning a small creature, akin to a squirrel, to shield him, effectively neutralizing the lethal curse. In a swift reaction, Voldemort contorted his pale visage, revealing a sinister smile that brought to mind your mother. Alex remained silent, fixated on the fingers stained with the silver blood of a unicorn. With dark hair and piercing eyes, you possess commendable lineage. Voldemort recalled a certain audacious laugh, its resonance chilling to the bone. They were all Death Eaters. Alex reminisced about the solitary photograph at home. Do you wish to meet the same fate as them? To die for me? To die for me? Voldemort intoned in a tone of unusual self-mockery that Chiaro had never encountered, abruptly turning his gaze towards Alex. So, you wish to serve me? Then you wish to serve me? Alex suddenly jolted upright from his bed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, thoroughly soaking the mattress beneath him. He turned over his right hand, staring at it vacantly, murmuring to himself, I have indeed survived. Gently caressing his face with his hand, He could not help but feel grateful for the stroke of fortune that had befallen him that day. He remained perplexed as to why Voldemort had abruptly shifted his demeanor, inquiring whether he would be willing to serve him. However, upon hearing the distant shouts of Professor Flitwick and Hagrid, everything fell into place for him. Quirrell's outstretched index finger, once tainted with the silvery blood of a unicorn, was now devoid of any trace of that luminous essence, the finger itself charred to an ashen black, as if it had been seared by flames. The finger, after all, could not compete with the might of a wand. It could not withstand the tremendous magical force of Voldemort, and it seemed that a few more incantations would shatter it completely. Alex silently rejoiced at his own silent, disarming charm. Meanwhile, Quirrell, nervously wrapping his purple scarf around himself, hurriedly proclaimed that during the upcoming Quidditch match, he would cast the killing curse at Potter. "Coordinate with me," he urged. Observing Quirrell's face, pale from the excruciating pain of his dislocated shoulder, coupled with that familiar, ingratiating smile, Alex took a deep breath, relieved to be alive. "Did you hear?" Ron said to Harry at breakfast. Alex was present the night the unicorn was slain. "Yes, that was the night we pursued him," Harry responded after taking a sip of milk. "I heard a Ravenclaw girl saw him sneaking out of the castle and into the Forbidden Forest, and then she reported it to Professor Flitwick," added Seamus, startling both Harry and Ron. "How do you know that?" they inquired. "This morning, I encountered Professor Quirrell, who was discussing the matter with Professor Flitwick. He mentioned that he had seen the injured unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, following the trail of its blood, and eventually came upon Alex," Seamus said, his chest swelling with pride at having piqued Harry's curiosity. He also noted that it was fortunate Professor Flitwick arrived when he did, as Quirrell was just about to signal for help. Seamus continued, "To be honest, I don't think Professor Quirrell is particularly adept, you know? I mean, I've heard that the defense against the dark arts teacher changes every semester. He seems somewhat unreliable." Alex sat quietly by himself, indulging in his breakfast, and upon his return, he had only encountered Lily once. The shadow that night was indeed Quirrell. Lily's keen perception was remarkable. Professor Flitwick had lied for me that day, and he evidently sensed that something was amiss. "Fear not, I merely uttered a casual incantation, and Quirrell was vanquished." Alex, standing on the steps, animatedly reassured Lily. "See, I am unscathed. However, we must refrain from meeting this semester, for Flitwick has concealed Quirrell from you. But should he discover your existence, I know. Do not fret over me. By the end of this semester, Quirrell will surely depart," Lily countered, offering solace to Alex. Observing the astonishment on Alex's face, Lily broke into a joyful laugh, her eyes narrowing into delightful crescents, revealing her charming little fangs. She waved her notebook. "Have you forgotten I possess this? Mary informed me that the defense against the dark arts class has been cursed. No one can teach for 2 consecutive semesters, thus Quirrell will be leaving next term." Harry and Ron, watching Alex consume his breakfast, couldn't help but chuckle. He truly was an oddity. Ron remarked to Harry. Alex remained oblivious to this. He merely rubbed the notebook he had in his bag with his hand, the name Margaret Valentine shimmering faintly in golden light. Chapter 13. He invited me to see the quay. Since Alex's adventure in the Forbidden Forest, it has been quite some time since he last met Lily on the steps, except during astronomy class. Recently, Hermione has been inexplicably avoiding him, plunging his life into a shadowy gloom. The culprit behind all this is none other than that stuttering fool wrapped in a purple scarf. Alex bit into his donut with frustration. "Hermione has been kinder to us lately," Ron remarked to Harry during Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. "Perhaps it is because we rescued her from the troll last time," Harry pondered, feeling uncertain, as he often sensed that he and Ron were merely props in Hermione's rescue. Yet, when he reflected on the shift in Hermione's attitude since that incident, he found some merit in Ron's words. Alex did nothing. If we hadn't burst through the door and teamed up to bring down the troll, Hermione would surely have perished. Ron insisted to Harry over several evenings. "We are the true saviors of Hermione." Harry had begun to share this sentiment, especially since Hermione had lent him her assignments to copy multiple times. He now felt as though he were living in paradise. Moreover, the Quidditch match was just days away. And with that thought, Harry swung his fist determinedly, vowing to perform splendidly and gain popularity akin to Alex's. "Mr. Potter, is there something you wish to address by raising your hand?" Professor McGonagall inquired. Professor McGonagall," Harry stammered, struggling to find his words. "Disrupting class discipline. 10 points from Gryffindor." McGonagall remarked sternly, her expectations for her students unwavering. "This is quite unacceptable, Mr. Potter. Now, let us continue observing the transformation process of this matchstick." The wrist flick is a crucial step. With a forlorn expression, Harry watched Professor McGonagall lecture passionately from the podium while covertly glancing towards Alex, where several girls were eagerly passing notes to one another. Alex now experiences a profound epiphany. No wonder Lily is so reluctant to lend him that notebook. Were it not for the incident in the Forbidden Forest, Lily might have faced peril in their encounters this semester, and thus, it would not have reached his possession. This notebook is exceptionally valuable. The mere thought of it brings him an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, as he effortlessly completes his assignments with its assistance. He vividly recalls the moment he presented his 20-inch-long paper on the history of magic, leaving the ghostly Professor Binns astonished, nearly leading him to his second demise. The paper was simply exquisite. Even more astonishing is the plethora of practical spells contained within this tome. such as pimple remedies and hair straightening charms. Daily, numerous Gryffindor girls seek his counsel on beauty spells, exchanging notes during class, which has blossomed into this delightful camaraderie. By the way, I believe that the pimple remedy merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root causes. By root causes, I mean truly resolving the issue at its foundation. Seizing the opportunity while Snape scrutinizes the potion concoctions of Gryffindor students, he swiftly passes a note to a Slytherin girl. What shall I do? I loathe acne. If it weren't for your spell last time, I would have been mocked to death by that lion-faced Parkinson. Thank goodness for you. The note quickly returns to Alex, accompanied by a small smiley face. The best remedy for acne is adventure. I tell you, even muggles understand that acne is a manifestation of hormonal imbalance. Many upperclassmen have told me that venturing into the Forbidden Forest for a thrill will prevent breakouts. Alex whimsically scribbles a response and sends it back. Humph. Who would believe you, you charming rogue? The girl replies promptly, when others seek my help, I hardly desire to oblige. Who cares? Alex deserved the scolding from Lily for his failure to remember her invitation. He had a propensity to invite nearly every girl he encountered on adventures in the Forbidden Forest, a habit that was largely influenced by an upperclassman's suggestion at the beginning of the term. A splendid date location? I believe the Forbidden Forest is quite exhilarating. By the way, that upperclassman was Angelina Johnson, a strikingly beautiful young lady, as Alex would describe her, with chestnut locks and enchanting gray eyes. Time flew by. And after a defense against the dark arts class, Quirrell mysteriously slipped Alex a note that read, There's a Quidditch match tomorrow. Remember to coordinate with me. Alex gazed at the small piece of parchment with a disdainful curl of his lips, wondering if this constituted a date with Voldemort. With a sigh, he tossed the parchment into the Gryffindor fireplace, where the roaring flames eagerly devoured it, leaving behind nothing but a nondescript dust. Quirrell's nauseating invitation thoroughly ruined Alex's appetite for dinner. He sulkily sliced into his tenderloin, the knife gliding across the meat, rendering the steak into a fragmented mess, as if it had been subjected to a disillusionment charm. Witnessing the steak's disarray further diminished Alex's appetite, prompting him to sip his milk tea intermittently. Suddenly, a sharp clap resounded as someone struck his back, causing Alex to cough violently on his drink. Remember to come watch my match tomorrow. And don't forget to cheer loudly for me. It was a senior, turning to face the one who had suggested the Forbidden Forest as the ideal date spot. Angelina Johnson. Alex's eyes were filled with an inexplicable mix of indignation and sorrow. Be a good junior. Next time, I'll introduce you to some lovely girls. She cooed, oblivious to the storm of emotions in Alex's gaze, which she misinterpreted as admiration for her beauty. With the thought that Gryffindor could indeed produce beauties, Angelina cheerfully departed. The next morning, the weather was bright yet chilly. The aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall as everyone eagerly anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match. Engaging in lively chatter. You must eat something for breakfast. I don't want anything. Just a bit of toast, Hermione urged. I'm not hungry, Harry replied, feeling utterly miserable. In just an hour, he would be taking to the pitch. Harry, you need to maintain your strength, Seamus Finnegan asserted, emphasizing that seekers were always the primary targets of the opposing team. Thanks, Seamus, Harry acknowledged, watching as Seamus slathered a thick layer of ketchup onto his sausage. Alex, aren't you having any? Seamus inquired, turning to him. No, a little water will suffice. Alex felt even more anxious than Harry. The thought of eliminating Harry right under Dumbledore's nose seemed utterly absurd. Did Death Eaters lack common sense? Feeling unwell? Ron suddenly asked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of schadenfreude. If I can't take down Harry, I might as well finish you off, Alex thought, gazing at the freckled Ron with exasperation. Are you all right? Hermione rarely expressed such tenderness, but her demeanor quickly shifted back. I warned you not to sneak into the kitchen at night for snacks. Now you're sick, and you deserve it. With that, Hermione huffed over to Alex, placing her hand on his forehead. You're not feverish. Don't think that just because I've been busy, you can misbehave. You should rest before the Quidditch match today. Despite her stern facade, Alex could see Hermione genuinely cared, and he couldn't help but flash her a mischievous grin, revealing his bright white teeth. Harry, are you still here? Angelina called out, her long brown hair tied back in a large ponytail as she emerged from behind them. And Alex, don't forget to cheer for me. Harry waved to everyone, and Ron excitedly responded. Alex let out a big yawn, turning to Hermione. Let's head out. There will be a crowd soon. No, I'm not sure what I'm avoiding, Hermione replied. I'll wait for Harry. See you later. Alex's eyebrows instantly drooped as he left the hall with a forlorn expression. Hermione observed the sorrowful Alex, and for reasons unknown, her demeanor suddenly brightened. Upon stepping out of the hall, Alex immediately regained his vivacity, cheerfully joining several Hufflepuff girls as they made their way to the Quidditch pitch. I heard Harry Potter is the seeker for Gryffindor, remarked a slightly chubby Hufflepuff girl, inquiring about Alex. I am indeed his roommate, and that is certainly true, Alex replied. Do you know why? The Hufflepuff girls gazed at Alex with curiosity. I shall not divulge, Alex said, his voice brimming with pride. A stingy Hufflepuff girl feigned disdain as she glanced at Alex. Alex and several Hufflepuff girls arrived early at the highest point of the stands, where they indulged in a game of gob's tone, a magical pastime reminiscent of marbles. In this game, the stones would emit a foul liquid, splattering the faces of the losing players. However, due to the presence of girls, the game had been modified. The liquid released was a lavender-scented floral spray that caused anyone who inhaled it to sneeze incessantly. At last, as Alex and the group of girls continued to sneeze, noon approached. To his astonishment, Alex discovered that the entire school seemed to have congregated here. Many students had even brought along binoculars. The seats felt as though they were elevated into the air, yet it remained challenging to discern the unfolding match. Fortunately, Alex had arrived early, basking in his own satisfaction, completely forgetting that his early arrival was intended to secure a strategic position for Quidditch with Chilo. Suddenly, the voice of announcer Lee Jordan resonated through the loudspeakers, announcing the entrance of Gryffindor and Slytherin, urging the crowd to welcome them. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with great fervor, and 15 flying broomsticks soared into the sky, marking the commencement of the match. Alex squinted as he watched Angelina ascend into the sky, feeling that the sunlight today was rather blinding. Instinctively, he lowered his head to shield himself from the harsh rays, and his gaze fortuitously met that of Chilo in the stands below. Chilo exaggeratedly mouthed the words, "Cooperate with me." Alex disdainfully curled his lip, feigning ignorance, and redirected his gaze to Angelina soaring gracefully above, her brown ponytail flowing freely behind her, exuberantly exuding the vitality of youth. She circled the field, expressing gratitude to the spectators who had come to watch the match. Upon spotting Alex surrounded by a throng of admirers, she erupted into joyous laughter, pumping her fist and calling out, "Remember to cheer for me, Alex." In the distance, a colossal banner fluttered in the stands, emblazoned with the words "Victory for Potter," beneath which a grand Gryffindor lion was depicted, its colors shimmering enchantingly due to a magical charm. Chapter 14. Giving it my all? I'm effortlessly breezing through it. The quaffle was swiftly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkable chaser of exceptional skill and undeniable charm. Lee Jordan's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the Quidditch stadium as he commented on her allure. Whether Angelina heard Lee's remarks remained uncertain as she soared along the pitch, deftly evading a bludger, executing a graceful maneuver on her clean sweep 5, and passing the ball to Alicia Spinette. Filled with delight, Alex waved enthusiastically at Angelina, while the Hufflepuff girls seated beside him appeared somewhat displeased, having intended to watch Harry Potter instead. "Let us cheer together," Alex exclaimed joyfully, bouncing in his seat. The Hufflepuff girls, observing Alex's exuberance, felt an innate concern for his safety, fearing he might tumble from his perch. With a broad grin revealing his perfectly white teeth, Alex's bright eyes sparkled as he smiled, instantly illuminating the surroundings with warmth. The Hufflepuff girls, captivated by his infectious smile, blushed and rose to join him in cheering. The match progressed rapidly. Just as Angelina passed the quaffle to the Slytherin half, she received a return pass from Alicia Spinette. After executing a stunning roll to evade a bludger, she was unexpectedly collided with by a towering Slytherin player, resembling a gorilla, sending her spinning helplessly through the air, the quaffle slipping from her grasp. Like Alex, the Hufflepuff girls erupted in outrage, vocally expressing their discontent towards the Slytherin player, proving that even the amiable badgers could show their teeth. The game continued, and the Weasley twins executed a masterful strike, hitting a Slytherin player and causing the quaffle to plummet. Seizing the opportunity, Angelina, on her broom, showcased her skill, not reliant on sheer speed, drawing an elegant arc as she leaned forward, expertly capturing the ball tightly against her chest. Alex and those around him held their breath, their gazes intently following Angelina's every move. With determined fervor, Angelina accelerated her sweeping flight across the field. The Slytherin goalkeeper, observing her rapid advance, insidiously approached, hoping to exploit his momentum to knock her down. However, the arc of Angelina's broom took him by surprise. He charged forward mindlessly, missing her entirely. With effortless grace, Angelina sent the quaffle soaring through the goalposts, celebrating by circling the pitch triumphantly. As she flew directly in front of Alex's stand, she provocatively glanced at him, exaggeratedly shaping her lips in a mocking manner. Alex, needing the assistance of a nearby Hufflepuff girl's binoculars to decipher her words, was left to ponder the potential wrath of Hermione. Alex chuckled lightly a couple of times and began to revel with the nearby Hufflepuff girls. Harry, now soaring above the entire arena, glided gracefully, squinting as he searched for the elusive golden snitch. "This must be your Gryffindor strategy," remarked a red-haired Hufflepuff girl to Alex. Suddenly, Harry began to dive. Look, there's the snitch, there's the snitch," the red-haired girl exclaimed, excitedly shaking Alex's body. This caused Alex to sway unsteadily. Yet Harry was also in a precarious situation, having been knocked off course by the hulking Slytherin captain, forcing him to pause once more in his quest for the snitch's trail. Just as Alex was animatedly discussing strategies for the penalty shoot with those beside him, he thought, "We should let that ponytailed girl advance through the center. She is simply too agile." A situation had arisen. Alex observed Harry's broom tremble as if in a theatrical performance. The spectators in the stands pointed in astonishment at Harry, whose enchanted broom began to tumble and roll uncontrollably, leaving him to struggle to maintain his balance. Suddenly, the broom twisted violently once more, and Harry was flung off. Now, he clutched the broomstick with but one hand, suspended in midair, Is this truly your strategy, Gryffindor? Inquired a girl with red hair. Do you not fear at all that Harry might fall? Alex gazed at the individual who bore a striking resemblance to Lindsay Lohan. As he smiled, a dazzling array of perfectly white teeth emerged, dazzling like sunlight and momentarily blinding. I thought to myself that he must be in some sort of trouble, and I felt compelled to assist him. Until we meet again. With a graceful wave, Alex bid farewell to the warm-hearted Hufflepuff girls, his hand still clutching the recently played gobstone, a rather mischievous object that, when tossed before others, would induce an incessant bout of sneezing. Alex struggled through the throng, occasionally flashing a broad, foolish grin, casting flirtatious glances at the young ladies around him. The nonchalant demeanor exhibited by Alex is a rarity that most individuals find difficult to attain. Meanwhile, Ron and Hagrid anxiously observed Harry's aerial acrobatics. It must be said that Harry's prowess was formidable. He teased the Weasley twins into assisting him, yet he always managed to soar away just as they approached, leaving the two batters circling beneath him, poised to catch him should he fall. Hermione was now exceedingly anxious, as she had been tirelessly attempting to mend the rift between Alex, Harry, and Ron. The young girl was increasingly concerned about Alex's reckless use of Harry and Ron as mere tools, and the thought of Harry's multitude of admirers in the wizarding world filled her with dread for Alex's future. It must be noted that while Hermione's thoughts were often meticulous, at times, they could be overly so. As for someone like Alex, perhaps as long as there were women willing to converse with him, he would remain unfazed. Even if the sky were to fall, Hermione helplessly nudged Ron and, with a look of exasperation, gestured towards Snape's direction, her frustration mounting as she observed Ron's bewildered expression. Taking a deep breath, she sought to temper her irritation at his lack of understanding. He was currently casting a spell towards Harry's broom. Look, she exclaimed. Ron, foolishly peering through his binoculars at Snape's stand, suddenly drew in a sharp breath. What should we do? He asked Hermione, his face a picture of despair. Go do something. Interrupt him. I am trying to thwart the spell's execution, Hermione urged, but before she could finish, Ron had vanished into the crowd of Gryffindors. Sighing softly, Hermione pondered whether Ron even comprehended the concept of interruption, questioning why such a person had not been sorted into Hufflepuff. Ron navigated through the throng towards Snape's stand, observing Snape fixated on Harry, muttering incessantly. The thought of thwarting Snape sent a wave of anxiety coursing through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form. Taking a deep breath, Ron, relying on his ample experience with door crashing, closed his eyes and charged towards Snape. Alex stood by, watching Harry's heartfelt performance on the flying broom, clapping encouragingly. However, a louder commotion nearby seized his attention. He witnessed Ron collide forcefully with a tall Hufflepuff boy, and he couldn't help but think, clearly. He has brawn, but lacks brains. As he observed the two boys entangled in their mishap, Quirrell's small eyes, scanning the surroundings, suddenly locked onto Alex. His eyes widened in alarm, and he gestured fervently for Alex to eliminate Snape, who was reciting a counter-curse ahead. Alex responded with an okay gesture. As fate would have it, Ron managed to escape the impending doom of being pummeled by the towering Hufflepuff. Turning around, he spotted Alex, and his eyes immediately welled with tears. Save Harry, Alex, Ron lamented, regretting for the first time that he hadn't fully grasped Hermione's earlier words. He now found himself utterly at a loss about how to interrupt Snape's incantation, as Snape was casting spells upon Harry. Alex casually retrieved the recently played gobstone and placed it into Ron's hand, his gaze unwavering as he patted Ron on the shoulder before sauntering away. Ron, clutching the gobstone, felt an overwhelming surge of courage enveloping him. He resolved to save the savior, Harry Potter. Lost in thought, Ron approached Snape and hurled the stone forcefully at his face. A resounding thud echoed, followed by a thick cloud of smoke enveloping the stands. Snape sneezed, doubling over abruptly, while Harry's broom began to shake violently, its movements intensifying, ultimately dislodging him. Now, hanging onto the broomstick with merely one hand, he found himself suspended in midair. Quirrell, witnessing the unfolding chaos, eagerly intensified his incantations. Yet, the smoke from the gobstone did not discriminate between those casting spells and those countering them. Soon after Snape, Quirrell too succumbed to sneezing, his body bending in discomfort. However, Quirrell, having cast spells longer than Snape, inadvertently caused Harry to lose his grip, plummeting from his broom, as he flailed helplessly in the air. The Nimbus 2000 spiraled out of control, leading him to descend rapidly. The spectators gasped in disbelief at this scene. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed upwards, prompting many girls to cover their mouths in concern. Ron could hardly fathom the sight before him, his eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. Yet, the anticipated event Quirrell hoped for did not materialize. Harry was saved by Dumbledore's levitation charm, gently lowered back to safety. On solid ground, Harry frantically waved his tightly clenched right fist towards Madame Hooch, exclaiming, "I caught the snitch," as he raised the ball high above his head, concluding the match amidst the chaos. He had not truly captured the snitch, having fallen directly from his broom. 20 minutes later, the Slytherin captain raged in indignation. Yet it bore no fruit as Harry had violated no rules. Lee Jordan jubilantly announced the final score. Gryffindor triumphed with a score of 170-60. However, Harry remained oblivious to the commotion as Ron stood beside him, excitedly recounting how he had just saved him, his face flushed with exhilaration. I thwarted Snape's spell. Alex gazed at Chilo's sorrowful expression, unable to restrain himself as he covered his face with his hand. Why are villains always so foolish? Alex, what are you doing? The red-haired Hufflepuff girl found Alex amidst the crowd. You must come to watch our next Hufflepuff match. Alex cheerfully waved goodbye as he promised, easily bringing Harry down from the air. Chapter 15. A Christmas for one. Hogwarts awoke from its blanket of pristine snow, and as was customary, Alex would yawn in bed. Donning his Gryffindor robes and casting a refreshing spell upon himself with his wand, preparing to embrace the day with a revitalized demeanor. However, today was unlike any other. It marked the commencement of the Christmas holiday. Alex had always found it perplexing that the wizarding world celebrated the birth of Jesus, as the two systems seemed worlds apart. Was it truly, as Marguerite's notebook suggested, that the celebration of Christmas stemmed from the absence of witch-hunting activities on this day? The mere thought struck Alex as a testament to the optimistic nature of those in the wizarding realm. With a profound yawn, Alex reclined against the cushions. Nestled within the warmth of his blankets, perusing the book Harness Your Magic, which had been recommended by Marguerite. He felt this tome to be far more practical and valuable than Professor Quirrell's Guide to Defense Against the Dark Arts. For the fourth time, Alex turned back to the beginning of the book, feeling an undeniable weariness from prolonged reading. He rubbed his slightly sore eyes and blinked to dispel the tears that had pooled from the strain, gazing out the window. The landscape was blanketed in pristine white snow, and Hogwarts appeared as if enchanted, with even the Olery-S roof transformed into a sea of pure white. However, the familiar sight of students strolling on the grounds under the sun had largely vanished. Few had chosen to remain at school, as Christmas was a cherished opportunity to reunite with family. Yet for Alex, the only memory of his parents here was encapsulated in a photograph he had tucked away in a cabinet after glancing at it once. The thought of serving Voldemort left him distinctly discontented. A good job, after all, necessitates a commendable superior and amiable colleagues. Observing the current situation, he reflected on Quirrell's audacity to attempt to eliminate Harry Potter in front of at least 1,000 wizards. Voldemort, who couldn't even manage the simplest of tasks, rendered the prospect of revolution utterly devoid of hope. As Alex continued to gaze outside, lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly captivated by the sounds of laughter drifting through the window. Harry and Ron, two mischievous friends, were playfully chasing one another across the grounds, hurling snowballs that burst with a satisfying pop against each other's collars, coats, or hair, sending clouds of snowflakes into the air. Alex scoffed at the scene. During his middle school years, snow was a rarity in his region, and he had engaged in far more sophisticated games with his friends than this childish snowball fight. They would scoop up handfuls of snow and shove them down each other's necks, and even engage in snowball duels with the girls, returning to class drenched and shivering, wishing desperately for a heater to warm the classroom. A heater? Suddenly, Alex felt a wave of warmth wash over him as he realized this was not some ancient capital of 6 dynasties, but rather Hogwarts, situated far across the distance. Alex withdrew his gaze from the window and let out a sigh. He was profoundly despondent. Even a conversation with a girl would scarcely lift his spirits. The once vibrant individual now appeared as though he were enduring the apocalypse, his vitality waning. The loneliness in his eyes was unmistakable, reminiscent of a traveler stranded at a train station on New Year's Eve, unable to return home, or a solitary wanderer in a foreign land, with friends fading into obscurity. He suddenly recalled a collection of essays titled Who Will Drink With Me by a writer named Gulong from a past life. Sitting idly, he absently traced the surface of Margaret's notebook, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of solitude. What has become of our dashing playboy? Are you pining for a little lover? Angelina suddenly perched herself at the edge of Alex's bed. Senior, how could you enter the boys' dormitory? Alex exclaimed, startled. Ha, you didn't know? Girls are allowed in the boys' lounge, Angelina replied, her spirits buoyed by the holiday season. With Christmas break upon them, even the boys' dormitory was open to her. Oh, Alex, having recovered from the shock of Angelina's unexpected appearance, fell silent once more. Hey, my little lover, don't wear your sadness on your face, Angelina teased. Observing Alex's sullen expression, her laughter ringing out joyfully. I'm not, Alex retorted, turning his head away, refusing to meet Angelina's gaze. Let me guess. Is it because Hermione has gone home for the holidays? Angelina said, fixing Alex with a knowing stare, reminiscent of someone who had been there before. I felt the same when I started dating. A single day apart felt utterly unbearable. Alex turned his head away, completely unable to focus on Angelina's words. He could only faintly catch snippets about love. Love? Was she referring to the girl he secretly admired? The one who, in a huff, complained that the snowball he threw had dirtied her clothes, insisting that he treat her to milk tea every day as an apology? Now, all he could recall were those sparkling, laughing eyes, and the delight he felt each day as he bought her milk tea. Watching her lips purse in a smile that flushed her cheeks a rosy hue. Are you even listening to me? Angelina asked, observing Alex's dazed expression. She playfully tapped his forehead. You silly boy, who, when upset, wishes the whole world to know. By the way, the senior Hermione asked me just a few days ago if she should get you a Christmas gift. I bet you haven't even thought about a gift for her. You, who completely disregard the feelings of others, you big-hearted fool. As she spoke, Angelina couldn't help but chuckle. Don't interrupt me. I have already spoken to Wood about getting you on the Quidditch team next year. Angelina patted Alex's head, then ruffled his hair with gentle force, offering him a broad smile. Just remember not to embarrass your sister, all right? What a meddlesome senior. After Angelina exited, Alex reclined once more, resting his head on the soft pillow, covering his face with a book. It felt as if it were just yesterday when Hermione and the others left for the holidays. Alex, I'm spending Christmas with my parents this year. Remember to write to me with an owl. Actually, forget it. Your terrible memory will surely let me down and end up making me angry. Hermione and Alex walked together toward the Hogwarts Express station, greeting the Patil sisters they encountered along the way. By the way, Harry and Ron are looking for someone named Nicodemus Melee. If you know anything, send me a letter with an owl. Since when did you become so close with them? Alex was clearly taken aback by Hermione's statement. Don't make things so awkward. Just because you don't like Harry doesn't mean the entire school needs to know, right? Aren't you afraid that his admirers will come after you later? Unconsciously, Alex let out a yawn, then continued to see Hermione off to the train incessantly. After Christmas, a series of urgent knocks on the window jolted Alex from his reverie. Outside was an owl adorned with gray feathers, its large yellow eyes wide open, swiveling in tandem with Alex's movements. Alex unrolled a lengthy parchment brought by the owl. The letter read, "Oh, deceitful Alex. I presume you are once again engaged in conversation with other girls. Do not deny it. You always boast about your charm and how you are perpetually surrounded by admirers." Upon reading this, Alex couldn't help but envision Lily, her mouth agape, revealing her tiny canine teeth, playfully pretending to devour him, which made him chuckle heartily. We are currently en route to Greenland to spend our Christmas holiday. Oh, I haven't mentioned this before, but my mother is a muggle, albeit a remarkably beautiful one. At one point, she even believed my father to be a magician. By the way, have you been using the notebook I gave you? Don't tell me you still can't figure it out. I dare say my intelligence is beyond your grasp, but perhaps you will become a tad wiser from my company. And remember, when I return, you must help me with my spell work. That scoundrel of a father had the audacity to mock my levitation charm, claiming that the feather floated solely because I shouted the spell too loudly, causing the wind to lift it. The scenery in Greenland is truly breathtaking. The wizards there have cast spells to create vast expanses of greenery, leading muggles to believe that 5/6 of the island is blanketed in snow. I shall pause here as we are off to see the seals. Do not forget to think of me. Oh. And under no circumstances are you to inquire with Mary about what I have written. I doubt she would divulge it to you anyway. Alex read the letters several times. Normally shy in front of others, Lily was always so talkative in his presence. However, after reading the letter for an extended period, Alex felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping him. Alex stretched languidly, placing the letter upon the cabinet, before once again retrieving Margaret's notebook. As he pondered, a thought struck him. The Philosopher's Stone was hidden within a mirror. What was its name again? Alex scratched his chin and muttered to himself. Mary, is there a mirror that can conceal objects? He inscribed in the notebook. The Mirror of Erist? A line of elegantly cursive text emerged on the page. Yes, that's it. Alex excitedly wrote, inquiring how to extract something from it. It's quite simple. A mere incantation will suffice, but I shan't reveal it to you. The notebook, in addition to that line, displayed a large, cheerful smiley face. Don't keep me in suspense. Alex lamented, feeling utterly despondent. A solitary Christmas? Alex was now left with nothing but a deep-seated frustration towards a heartless notebook. Loneliness seemed utterly insignificant to someone who lived life without a care, finding joy in the mundane. Chapter 16. The Mirror of Eris, 300 additional words, at last. Christmas Eve had arrived, enveloping Hogwarts in a profound silence. Most students had returned home to celebrate this cherished holiday. The remaining students either lounged in soft armchairs like Alex, relishing the holiday leisure, or engaged in grand snowball fights alongside the Weasley twins. 3 days had passed since Angelina had comforted Alex, and he appeared considerably more cheerful. Perhaps it was the prospect of receiving a Christmas gift from Hermione or the arrival of a letter from Lily. In any case, he now found each day to be exceedingly delightful. Christmas here resembled the Chinese New Year, as Alex observed the festive decorations adorning every corner. Professor Flitwick had even enchanted the pine tree that Hagrid had brought, causing it to emit golden bubbles from its summit. Alex found himself growing fond of Hogwarts' Christmas vacation. Barring the two lively characters in his dormitory, Ron and Harry had recently taken to discussing various schemes to ensure Draco Malfoy's expulsion, and during moments of excitement, the pair would even perform theatrics atop their beds. I, Dumbledore, hereby approve Draco Malfoy's request for expulsion, Ron proclaimed joyfully from his perch. No, sir, please don't. I don't want to leave. Harry reveled in his portrayal of the hapless Malfoy. Every time Alex witnessed the antics of these two foolish boys, he felt an irresistible urge to cast a spell upon them. Alas, their luck was remarkably fortuitous, as they had become enamored with wizard's chess. Or perhaps Ron had simply discovered a new means to showcase his prowess. Let him go. His demise is inconsequential, Ron declared. You imbecile, I am the knight. I cannot simply exit like that. Harry, one must not be too rigid with the horse. Indeed, the horse is also referred to as the knight. As the pieces berated Harry and Ron offered his playful admonishments, Alex finally rose from his cozy armchair. as he passed by the two engrossed in their game. He stole a glance at Ron's chess skills. Afterward, Alex maliciously speculated that all of Ron's intellect must have been diverted to wizard's chess. Otherwise, how could he possibly have been sorted into Hufflepuff? With this thought, Alex erupted into a hearty laugh and made his way toward the Ollery, leaving Ron and Harry exchanging puzzled glances. He must have found a new girl. Ron confidently asserted to Harry, "Don't send me there. Do you have no sense? Look at his knight. Send him. His sacrifice is of no consequence." Harry paid no heed to Ron's words, as his pieces had once again scolded him vehemently. Alex meandered his way to the Ollery, producing a brief note, delicate and pink, adorned with whimsical illustrations of fairy tale castles, perfectly sized to serve as a bookmark. The note read, "In the future, do not test my intellect with such simplistic inquiries about who Nicholas Flamel is. I am the exceedingly clever Lord Alex. Furthermore, Harry and Ron, those two imbeciles, have been bickering incessantly in the dormitory, yet I have refrained from casting any spells upon them. Come, marvel at my magnanimity. Ah, I nearly forgot. You can find information on Nicholas Flamel in the Compendium of Great Wizards of Antiquity. I borrowed the book from the library. So do not commend me for my thoughtfulness, or I shall feel quite embarrassed." After mischievously fastening the brief note along with a hefty tome to the owl, Alex watched as it soared from the tower, plummeting a considerable distance before laboriously ascending towards the horizon. Alex gazed at the distant owl, embarking on a leisurely stroll through Hogwarts. During the Christmas season, the esteemed Filch was not on duty, in the words of the Weasley twins. He was currently preoccupied with bathing his cat, grooming its fur, and then seeking a robust tomcat for companionship. As Alex traversed the corridor on the 4th floor, he leaned in to catch a glimpse inside. He found himself pondering whether Dumbledore had indeed placed the Mirror of Eris in this location. If so, he could stealthily abscond with the Philosopher's Stone, transmute it into gold, embark on a journey around the world, and indulge in a life of unparalleled leisure. The mere thought of such whimsical aspirations filled Alex with a sense of wonder at the beauty of the world. These simple yet profound desires lingered in his mind until, with a resounding thud, he collided with the wall of the 4th floor. The portrait of a noblewoman let out a shriek, lifting her skirts as she scampered to another frame, pressing her hands to her chest and casting a disapproving glare at Alex, akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Alex, in utter disbelief, turned on his heel and made his way towards the Gryffindor dormitory, while behind him echoed a cacophony of shouts resembling the clamor of a broken gong. "Duel me, you wretched scoundrel!" Alex turned around, exclaiming, "Come down if you dare, coward!" Behind him, Card and the others immediately erupted in furious shouts. However, this time, Alex walked away without looking back, his steps light and carefree, whistling as he went. "Honestly, I'm not just trying to fill space, Harry. Let us have a snowball fight with Fred and the others tomorrow," Ron said to Harry before bed. "All right," Harry replied drowsily, already sinking into slumber. Alex, with his eyes shut, listened intently to the sounds permeating the dormitory. On Christmas Eve, children must retire early, allowing Santa Claus to place gifts beneath the Christmas tree, bestowing upon them a delightful surprise the following day. Alex was also waiting, initially hearing the faint crackling sounds, followed by the delicate rustling of firewood, reminiscent of someone tending to a fireplace. Soon after, the gentle flapping of an owl's wings echoed from outside, and the window creaked open. Alex could discern the sound of packages being removed, though faint, each landing with a rhythmic precision, likely placing gifts beneath the Christmas tree. After a few more crackles, Alex could hear nothing but the soft crackle of the burning wood. Just as he prepared to lift the covers and sneak to the corner of the 4th floor to steal the Philosopher's Stone, the sudden sound of footsteps interrupted him. It was the gait of an elderly person, slow and soft, yet distinctly following a steady rhythm, exuding a remarkable stability. It was Dumbledore. Suddenly, Alex felt an overwhelming surge of magic. Although Dumbledore had managed to suppress it remarkably well, it was akin to an innate intuition. Alex was once again reminded of that encounter with Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, though this time it was devoid of the chilling atmosphere. In this school, aside from Dumbledore, it was unlikely that anyone else could evoke such a sensation within Alex. Dumbledore seemed particularly intrigued by the slumbering children, pausing momentarily by each bed, especially lingering longer in front of Harry and Alex's. Under Dumbledore's gaze, Alex felt as though he were being completely scanned by another's eyes. With his eyes closed, he experienced a peculiar dizziness, reminiscent of the sensation one feels after swinging for an entire day and then lying in bed, still swaying. However, this time it was as if he were gradually spinning around a single point. This discomfort gave Alex the illusion that he might drift away with the very gaze that scrutinized him. Gradually, a sharp pain began to throb in his forehead, accompanied by a faint voice whispering in his ear, urging him to open his heart, to relax, and to trust. Alex dared not acknowledge these thoughts, desperately recalling the self-taught mental defense techniques he had learned. The effort was excruciating, to the point where he could feel beads of sweat forming on his back. Fortunately, Ron suddenly mumbled in his sleep something about being the head of the student council, which startled the peacefully slumbering Harry, prompting Dumbledore to realize it was time to leave. It was only when the sound of Dumbledore's footsteps gradually faded that Alex gently lifted the covers, wiping the sweat from his forehead, which had been dampened moments before. Thank goodness Dumbledore was not there for a midnight visit. He had to protect himself. Relieved, Alex found it remarkable that he still had the presence of mind to jest about his situation. He picked up his wand, recalling the spell he had threatened to use on his notebook to erase ketchup stains, and made his way to the corridor on the 4th floor. This corridor, situated to the right, was devoid of any portraits, illuminated by torches that flickered along the path ahead. At long last, Alex arrived at the end of the corridor. With utmost caution, he raised his wand, fixating intently on its tip, which instantly emitted a faint twinkle of starlight. Silently, he waved the wand back and forth, meticulously scanning the empty space at the corridor's terminus. In disbelief, Alex scratched his chin and made a grimace, then lifted his wand once more, beginning a careful examination of the walls. For the promise of infinite galleons, he encouraged himself inwardly. After gently tapping each corner of the wall with his wand, the corridor finally revealed its hidden secret. To the left, a partially ajar door barely cracked open, presenting a narrow slit. Holding his breath, he cautiously stepped through the threshold, the thrill of stealth invigorating him. Once inside, Alex took several deep breaths, gradually calming his heavy panting. At last, he had the leisure to observe the mysterious chamber housing the Eris mirror. It bore the semblance of a forsaken classroom, with numerous desks and chairs huddled against the walls, casting dark, looming shadows. Additionally, an overturned wastebasket lay nearby, yet on the wall directly facing him stood an object that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it there due to a lack of space. It was an imposing mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported by 2 claw-like feet. Inscribed at the top were the words, Aristelli Hruit Ubicaferate Angwos. Alex's anxiety, triggered by Dumbledore's unexpected visit during the night, gradually dissipated. He approached the familiar mirror, memories of Margaret's elegant cursive notes flooding his mind. The mirror of Ariste, in essence, is a crystallized vessel for soul-searching, capable of probing the depths of a person's thoughts to reveal their innermost desires. The secrets surrounding its creation have remained closely guarded, even to this day. However, I have unearthed this mystery. Margaret's notebook bore an inscription accompanied by an exaggerated smiley face. Secrets? Alex felt a tumultuous blend of affection and frustration towards this tantalizing notebook. Have you not noticed how the revealing mechanism of this mirror bears a striking resemblance to that of a boggart? Ah, indeed, I am a genius. Let me enlighten you. Navi boy, each mirror of Ariste contains a boggart sealed within. And what of the incantation? Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Alex took a deep breath and began to write. Is there truly no cure for foolishness? Simply stand boldly before the mirror and declare ridiculous. Is the educational standard at Hogwarts truly at such a low ebb? Ridiculous, Alex murmured to himself, inhaling deeply as he positioned himself before the mirror of Ariste, shedding the mental defenses he had long maintained, fully opening his heart before the glass. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he clamped his hand over his mouth, stifling an uncontrollable sob. I shouldn't have gone out singing yesterday. My backlog is in dire straits. Now, he was fervently typing away, pondering that it was no easy feat to sing a note out of tune. Chapter 17. Warmth. The room was approximately 20 square meters, featuring a rectangular dining table at its center, upon which rested a hot pot heated by an induction cooker. At the head of the table sat an elderly man, his hair entirely white, joyfully raising a wine glass, his wrinkled face lighting up with delight. To his right sat a silver-haired woman, glaring at him with an air of disapproval, seemingly admonishing him for consuming too much wine. At the lower end of the table was a middle-aged man in his 50s, his hair thinning, a bald patch visible on his crown. He was animatedly persuading the elderly woman, his face flushed with excitement. Opposite him sat a slightly younger man, appearing even more jovial, clinking glasses with the elder. To the left of the old man was a round-faced man, grinning as he raised his glass. 3 vessels colliding in a cheerful toast. 3 women were also present at the table. 2 were engrossed in conversation while the third turned to shout loudly. Just then, 3 boys emerged from another room. 2 were in their 20s, one slightly plump and amiable, the other sharp-featured and exuding a sense of vigor. As they entered the living room, the hot pot began to bubble, steam wafting through the entire space. Alex's eyes widened in an attempt to see more clearly. However, his vision was entirely obscured by a thick mist. He rubbed at his eyes desperately, his knuckles becoming thoroughly damp, until he finally discerned the silhouette of a figure in the mirror. The reflection revealed a boy with dark hair and eyes, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, tall in stature, and sporting unkempt hair. Though he appeared somewhat mature, a closer inspection revealed a distinctly youthful college student demeanor. The boy was curiously fixated on Alex, his eyes reflecting Alex's own image. Alex cried out in anguish. It was indeed his own voice. The boy seemed to hear his mother's call from behind and turned to approach her. His elder brother affectionately ruffled his disheveled hair, while an older relative admonished him gently, seemingly reproaching him for bullying his younger sibling. In the end, the entire family stood up, raising their glasses in a toast. Seizing the moment, the boy glanced back at Alex. Alex gazed vacantly into the boy's eyes, and in that moment, he felt as though he were the boy himself. The boy smiled and made a playful grimace before turning back to glance at his family, a home enveloped in a warm, comforting haze. Alex abruptly turned his head back, finding himself in a dimly lit, abandoned classroom. where only a few dilapidated desks were faintly visible. He quickly turned his head again to glance at the mirror, where the boy stared back at him. Alex swore he could feel the gaze of his family behind him. The two elderly figures, beaming with satisfaction and well into their twilight years, were his grandparents. His mother, scolding him for not focusing on his meal, and his jovial, portly father, alongside his brother who was diligently serving in the military and aspiring to be an artist, overwhelmed Alex to the brink of madness. That was his home, his family. Alex turned his head incessantly, as if each glance could reveal his family gathered around the New Year's Eve feast, his mother scolding him for not focusing on his meal, his father playfully enticing him with a drink, his jovial grandparents, and his brother teasing him. The dimly lit, desolate classroom contrasted starkly with the vibrant celebration of the New Year's banquet, flickering back and forth in Alex's vision. Each time, he felt the presence of his family behind him, yet when he turned to look, there was nothing, no breeze, not even a whisper of sound. Tears had long since overflowed, cascading down his cheeks. His mouth hung slightly open, emitting an incredulous whimper, as he crumbled beneath the weight of despair, collapsing onto the floor in silence. His eyes vacant yet streaming with tears. The moisture clouding his vision rendered the reflection in the mirror a blur. He sat there sobbing for a while, before wiping his eyes dry, blinking vigorously several times, and tremblingly assuring himself, "It isn't real, it isn't real." Alex sat on the ground, panting heavily as he endeavored to calm his racing heart. He cast another glance at the magic mirror. Reflected within it was a sun-drenched afternoon, where a boy with raven hair and dark eyes gazed back at Alex, dressed in a t-shirt soaked with perspiration. He appeared to be catching his breath after an intense exertion. Suddenly, a hand rested upon the boy's shoulder. Before he could react, a chilled bottle of mineral water was pressed against his face. The boy shivered from the cold and turned around in annoyance, only to find a group of peers of similar age engaged in a game of basketball under the blazing sun, occasionally beckoning him to join them. Alex slowly turned his head, stealing glances at the scene reflected in the mirror. That group of individuals were his lifelong friends, companions with whom he had shared countless adventures since childhood. They had once huddled together in a narrow alley, furtively gathering around a single phone to watch adult films. They had passionately debated their unrequited crushes over beers, convinced of their youthful wisdom. They had exuberantly shed sweat under the scorching sun, each succumbing to heat exhaustion upon returning home. They had exchanged answers in the examination hall, communicating through furtive glances and subtle gestures. They had once. Alex slowly turned his head, and what lay before him was no longer a dark, desolate classroom. His eyes, brimming with tears, could perceive only a hazy landscape. He dared not wipe away the tears, fearful that he would still behold the emptiness of the abandoned classroom. Nor could he turn away, for he was reluctant to relive the haunting image reflected in the mirror, as he struggled to distinguish between reality and illusion. "It's all a lie. It's all a lie," Alex muttered repeatedly, unsteadily making his way towards the dormitory. The stronger a person is, the more fragile they become when their defenses are shattered. Thrust inexplicably into this magical realm, inexplicably becoming the child of a Death Eater, and inheriting a legacy of hatred. Everything was utterly bewildering. He had no desire to be here at all. There were no family, no friends. This place was devoid of everything. Alex lay heavily upon his bed, the significance of the magical stone having faded into irrelevance. All he yearned for was the solace of sleep, a tranquil slumber devoid of dreams. He wished no longer to encounter the faces of the past within his dreams, nor to find laughter in their fleeting moments. The dawn arrived swiftly. "Merry Christmas." The sound of Harry's voice roused Alex from his restless state as he tossed and turned in bed. Turning onto his side, he beheld Harry and Ron eagerly unwrapping their gifts, and it seemed that the wounds of yesterday had vanished with the night. Alex observed with amusement as Harry and Ron exuberantly donned the sweaters knitted by Mrs. Weasley. Shortly thereafter, Harry and Ron became animated around a Muggle coin, shouting and laughing. To be precise, it was Ron who was peppering Harry with questions about the considerable differences between Muggle currency and their own. "My dad is quite fond of Muggle things," Ron remarked. "Does your mom always ask him if he wants a piece of chocolate?" Harry retrieved a chocolate shaped like a horseshoe from a box. "Who sent this?" Ron inquired with curiosity. "It's from Hermione. She attached a card to the box," Harry replied, presenting the box to Ron. "Hermione is truly kind to us, clearly. She has received any splendid gifts herself, has she?" Ron, oblivious to Alex's awakening presence, whispered to Harry, "Hermione must know who our true friends are." Harry regarded Ron with astonishment, but Ron seemed unaware of the oddity in Harry's expression. "That's precisely what I mean," he continued, his voice rising. "He only brags to girls. He is utterly useless and has no friends." Suddenly, with a loud thud, Ron, who had been facing away from Alex, received a sharp kick and fell face first to the ground. "Once again, imbeciles should not obstruct the way," Alex declared, evidently in a foul mood. Perhaps we had overestimated this man's emotional resilience, or perhaps it was simply the absence of females that contributed to his temperament. Ron bellowed, ready to retaliate against Alex, while Harry stood frozen in a state of confusion. Before he could formulate a response, the dormitory doors swung open violently, startling Ron, who was poised for confrontations, as Fred and George Weasley burst in. "Merry Christmas." "Hey, look," Harry received a Weasley sweater too. Fred and George were clad in blue sweaters, one emblazoned with a large yellow F and the other with a prominent yellow G. Harry's is better than ours, Fred stated, lifting Harry's sweater, clearly suggesting that their mother had put extra care into gifts for those not part of the family. Why aren't you wearing yours, Ron? Why are you just standing there? George inquired. Come on, put it on. It's both beautiful and warm. I don't like dark crimson, Ron half-heartedly complained, evidently reluctant to let his brothers see his embarrassment over having been kicked to the ground, all while he pulled the sweater over his head. Your sweater doesn't have a letter on it, George commented. She probably thinks you forget your name. What's all this racket? Percy Weasley peered in through the door with a disgruntled expression. He too was evidently unwrapping his Christmas gift, a bulky sweater draped over his arm. Fred snatched it away. The stands for prefect. Hurry up and put it on. Percy, we've all donned ours, even Harry. I don't want to wear it, he mumbled, but the twins, disregarding his protests, shoved the sweater over Percy's head, knocking his glasses askew. And you're not allowed to sit with the prefects today, George added. Christmas is a day for family togetherness. They lifted Percy and carried him out of the room, his arms ensnared in the sweater, rendering him immobile. Alex felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy upon hearing the joyous reunion of families. He had lost all desire to unwrap the gifts before him. All he longed for was to nestle into the warmth of his blankets as a sudden chill enveloped him. That's our roommate. He is quite the oddball, he contemplated, intending to share this with his mother upon returning home. Ron's voice echoed intermittently from the staircase, gradually fading until Alex succumbed to slumber. Chapter 18, The Chill for 100 bonus. What a delightful nap it was. When Alex finally roused himself, it was nearly noon. Stifling a yawn, he had just given Wesley a gentle kick, which somewhat lifted his spirits. With a flick of his wand and the incantation Scourgify, he donned the Gryffindor robe and made his way toward the banquet, deciding to postpone the unwrapping of gifts until later. This marked Alex's inaugural experience at a Christmas feast. Back in China, holidays like Christmas were typically spent in the company of friends, but in the magical realm, one could hardly expect a minor wizard to host a grand celebration, especially without any funds. This thought plunged Alex's mood into further gloom. Since the previous night, he had been as capricious as a child, leaving others at a loss for words. As he entered the hall, Alex was taken aback by the sight before him. 100 plump roasted turkeys, mounds of succulent meats and boiled potatoes, vast platters of delectable sausages, bowls of peas drenched in butter, and dishes of rich, thick gravies and cranberry sauce adorned the tables. Every few steps along the dining table, one would encounter heaps of magical festive crackers. Unlike the meager muggle ones typically found in ordinary households, which contained only flimsy plastic toys and fragile paper hats, Alex witnessed Harry and Fred simultaneously igniting a colorful firecracker. Rather than a mere pop, it erupted with a thunderous blast reminiscent of cannon fire, enveloping them in a cloud of blue smoke. From within, it expelled a naval captain's hat along with several lively little white mice. At the main guest table, Dumbledore exchanged his pointed wizard hat for a floral-adorned lady's hat, chuckling heartily at a joke just shared by Professor Flitwick. Upon noticing Alex's arrival, Dumbledore cast a gaze filled with admiration and curiosity, leaving Alex feeling utterly flustered. As if the best was yet to come, Hagrid, increasingly flushed, downed drink after drink, culminating in an unexpected kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek. To Alex's astonishment, McGonagall giggled. Her face flushed, her tall black hat askew. Were they truly a couple? Alex thought to himself, incredulous. Would you care for some pudding? A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Angelina. Senior? Alex exclaimed in disbelief, turning to face the Angelina who had appeared before him. Among all the Christmas puddings, my favorite is the sherry-soaked fruit pudding, she remarked casually as she settled beside him. The tarts are delightful too, but the turkey sandwich is just too tough. Aren't you going to try it? Alex replied weakly, feeling utterly despondent. Hey, what's wrong with you? Angelina said, playfully pinching his cheek. Alex struggled to articulate his feelings. He couldn't possibly share that traversing to Hogwarts made him feel so isolated. Harry received a new wizard chess set. Perhaps I could gift it to you next Christmas? Angelina suggested gently, noticing Alex's melancholy demeanor. I'm just not in a good mood, Alex replied, idly prodding at a sandwich with his fork. Not in a good mood? Angelina seemed to have just realized the depth of Alex's despondency. Did Hermione truly not gift you anything? I heard she even gave Ron a box of Birdie Bots every flavor beans. Alex was clearly sulking now. The more attention he received, the more he reveled in his misery. Suddenly, a snowball struck the window with a thud, accompanied by the laughter of the Weasley twins and Harry outside. Sport! Sport! Angelina exclaimed, her spirits suddenly lifted. Without allowing Alex a moment to protest, she seized him and dragged him away, leaving him in bewilderment. The Quidditch pitch, devoid of any spectators, was the most considerate commentary on Christmas. What are we doing here? Alex asked, glancing at the clean sweep four in his grasp. Its bristles frayed from excessive use. Are you already starting to forget things before reaching old age? Angelina remarked, exasperated, as she fixed a penetrating stare upon him. Have you forgotten I mentioned wanting you to join the Quidditch team next year? Alex felt that Angelina's voice was nearly deafening, and indeed, the Forbidden Forest, adjacent to the Quidditch pitch, echoed with the resounding ma 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 ma, reverberating throughout the skies of Hogwarts. Alex was astounded to discover just how terrifying women could be. He was so frightened that his teeth chattered incessantly. What are you still standing there for? Get on the broom. I am going to put you through rigorous training. The sight of that dilapidated broom, slightly skewed to the left, filled Alex with an overwhelming sense of displeasure, causing his lips to pout dramatically. Relax a bit. Posture is not everything. Angelina, too, was mounted on a school broom, yet it was evidently far more obedient than Alex's. I heard from Hermione that you barely managed to fly during the flying lessons. Alex remained silent. I heard Hermione mention that you have acrophobia. Alex remained silent. I overheard Hermione mention that your true intention was to catch a glimpse of the girls below. Alex did not emit a sound, instead. He was startled and shot upwards in an instant. You have never flown like this before, have you? Angelina remarked, closely following him. Alex widened his eyes in astonishment. Indeed, he had never flown before arriving at Hogwarts. After all, how could a house elf possibly afford a broomstick? Do you truly believe that Voldemort would timely provide compensation to the families of fallen Death Eaters? With her weight shifted forward, Angelina soared alongside Alex and declared, I'm going to give you special training. Let me tell you, once we're graduates, I will be the captain. Do remember not to tarnish the reputation of your future captain? Following Angelina's guidance, Alex slightly bent forward, and his speed suddenly surged. My dear boy, there is still much for you to learn. With a look of astonishment on his face, Alex watched as Angelina effortlessly surpassed him and came to a halt before him. Her long ponytail dancing gently in the breeze like a flowing wave. I am uncertain of the position you will ultimately occupy, but regardless of what it may be, the ability to execute agile turns is of paramount importance. As Angelina gracefully traced elegant arcs in front of Alex, he was reminded of the moment during the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin when she skillfully maneuvered past the Slytherin goalkeeper. Indeed, when making a turn, there is no need to exert excessive force. Imagine being propelled by an unseen force, guiding you in your direction, akin to the subtle movement of your wrist. Relax, relax. Angelina advised, demonstrating as she spoke. Like this? Alex suddenly leaned forward, accelerating straight towards Angelina. Angelina had just executed a sharp stop followed by a turn, allowing her broom to drift gently in midair due to inertia. The sight of the rushing Alex startled her considerably. Applying what he had learned, Alex swiftly veered past Angelina, creating a truly magnificent arc. However, he was not the only one honing his skills. Across the Quidditch training field, another Comet 260 soared into the sky at a remarkably high speed. Little did Alex know, he had just elegantly surpassed Angelina and was now joyfully accelerating his broomstick in a spirited dash. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Alex pressed down on his broom and executed a graceful drift, deftly maneuvering around the unforeseen Comet 260. This drifting action caused the tip of his broom to remain pointed at the Comet 260, where he caught sight of a girl clad in a blue Ravenclaw robe, bearing a striking resemblance to Lily, her face reflecting sheer surprise. In response, Alex beamed at the frightened girl with a radiant smile, as bright as the sun. And with laughter echoing in the air, he soared higher on his enchanted broomstick. Alex had never experienced such exhilaration. The wind rushed past his ears. Despite it being the cold of December, this refreshing chill invigorated him immensely. In that moment, he felt utterly unrestrained, joyfully twisting and turning in the air, then suddenly accelerating before abruptly changing direction, like an omnipotent spirit dancing with the wind, finally returning to the freedom of the breeze. Alex felt as if he had suddenly shed his shackles, embracing the wind with a resounding laughter that echoed throughout the skies of Hogwarts. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Angelina watched in awe as Alex, a genius in pursuit of perfection, maneuvered with unparalleled agility. The Ravenclaw girl, who had recently been startled by Alex's impressive display, now sat upon her broomstick, suspended in midair, gazing in astonishment at the Gryffindor boy soaring through the sky. She had never witnessed anyone fly with such remarkable skill. Just as Alex reveled in the exhilarating freedom of flight, a series of honks interrupted his bliss. Curiosity piqued, he halted and glanced towards the Hogwarts Express, puzzled by the early return of someone from the holiday. Soon, a girl with chestnut hair emerged from the train, adorned in the crimson robes he knew all too well. Hermione, Alex exclaimed joyfully, diving towards the station from the heights. Hermione. The girl appeared to respond instinctively, her hand waving gleefully at the approaching figure. Angelina observed Alex's descent towards Hermione, reflecting on how unmatched he was when swooping down towards a girl. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly burst into laughter. Is he truly a dandy? Who? The one diving down as if in pursuit of a golden snitch? Oh, that? He is merely a joyous little boy, is he not? Our dear Alex, who could ever bring you sorrow? Remain forever blissful like a child. Chapter 19. Relics. Gifts. Do you still like the gift I sent you? Hermione's first words upon seeing Alex were just that. Alex's eyes began to dart around. What about my gift? Did you like it? I absolutely adore what you sent me. But how on earth did you manage to acquire that restricted book? Hermione had long since grown accustomed to Alex's tendency to divert the conversation. Restricted books can indeed be obtained through certain means. Hogwarts harbors numerous secret repositories of texts we are unaware of. I once came across references to this in a historical account of Hogwarts. I cannot believe you truly found it. Had it not been for your letter, I might have spent the entire holiday sleepless over Nicholas Malfoy. Alex gazed at Hermione's somewhat serious countenance and suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What does that even mean? Let us not forget, I am a genius." Hermione, unable to contain herself any longer, posed the question that nearly everyone was pondering. "Alex, do you know how to write self-awareness?" Alex responded with remarkable clarity and decisiveness. With a joyful heart, Alex returned to his dormitory, eagerly preparing to unveil his gifts. Embracing the spirit of Christmas, he resolved to open every single present without leaving any behind on this festive day. Alex eagerly unwrapped Lily's gift, revealing a doll. If one were to tap its head with a wand, it would exuberantly perform an energetic dance. Furthermore, if one cast the spell Big Fool Alex at the doll, it would nod approvingly, praising the caster's intelligence. However, Alex had never attempted this feature. Instead, he discovered Lily's note tucked within the doll's instruction manual. "I know you must be feeling rather glum about the doll, hee. Out of pity for you, I've decided to give you Mary. Just remember, if you have her, don't come looking for me, or else I shall bite you." The brief note conjured an image of Lily grinning mischievously with her little tiger teeth. Just as Alex prepared to unwrap Hermione's gift, Harry and Ron returned, drenched from their snowball fight, visibly shivering as they settled by the fireplace to warm up. "Harry, you still have a gift left to unwrap," Ron remarked, recalling something. Harry, bubbling with excitement, reached for the unopened parcel, glancing politely at Alex to see if he wished to join. After Alex smiled and shook his head, Harry turned to Ron and together they began to unravel it. The parcel was wrapped in paper, and Harry picked it up, noting its lightness. As he tore away the wrapping, a silvery, liquid-like substance cascaded onto the floor, shimmering as it formed a glistening pile. Ron gasped in astonishment. "I've heard of this," he whispered, casting aside the box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that Hermione had given him. "If I'm not mistaken, this is exceedingly rare and valuable." "What is it?" Harry inquired, picking up the shimmering fabric from the floor. It felt peculiar in his hands, as if woven from water. "It's an invisibility cloak," Ron replied, his face alight with awe. "I must try it on." Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders, prompting Ron to exclaim excitedly. "Look down." Harry glanced at his feet, bewildered to find them vanished. He dashed to the mirror, and indeed, only his head floated in the reflection, his body entirely invisible. Pulling the cloak over his head, he disappeared completely from view. "A note," Ron suddenly exclaimed, as a piece of paper slipped from the cloak. Harry removed his robe and snatched the letter. Written in an elegant, swirling script he had never seen before were the words, "Your father left this for me before he died. It now rightfully belongs to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." "Well," Ron gasped, unable to contain his awe. "Harry, this is a gift from your father." "I believe so," Harry replied, feeling a swell of pride. "Cool. Your dad was truly wonderful. I suppose some people's parents leave them nothing, forcing them to rely on mere conversations with girls for a paltry doll," Ron teased, winking at Harry. Harry felt a twinge of awkwardness. Ever since he learned that Alex's parents were no longer alive, unbeknownst to him that it was his own parents who had caused the demise of the unfortunate Death Eater couple, he felt an unspoken bond of shared sorrow. Unsure of how to articulate his feelings, he merely smiled at Ron. Alex unwrapped Hermione's gift with effortless ease, while Ron's presence seemed inconsequential. To Alex's astonishment, the gift was far from the anticipated tome of the British Encyclopedia, which he had expected to aid his understanding of Muggle life. Instead, what lay before him was a meticulously crafted celestial model. The 12 zodiac signs were arranged in sequence, performing a harmonious rotation around a central point. A simple tap of his wand on any constellation would cause its corresponding sign to magnify and attach itself to the wand's tip, spinning gracefully. In that moment, Alex felt an overwhelming sense of beauty, captivated by Hermione's thoughtful gift. He continued to unwrap the remaining presents, while Ron watched with envious eyes. This Christmas, Alex received a dozen festive greeting cards, a surprise testament to his unexpected popularity. However, the majority of these cards expressed gratitude for the acne remedy he had provided. Meanwhile, Ron appeared oblivious to all of this. He merely circled around Harry, eager to borrow the invisibility cloak for himself. Among the gifts received by Alex, there was a particularly special one, a miniature model of a Quidditch pitch. This delightful artifact lay hidden amidst the stack of greeting cards, only revealing itself after he had meticulously cleared them away. The model depicted a meticulously crafted, scaled-down Quidditch field, complete with 14 players soaring gracefully across its surface. As Alex gazed upon them, they paused to wave in his direction, with one player, a charming girl with a ponytail, blowing him a kiss. What was initially intended to be fluttering banners above the pitch transformed into a note instead. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Watch more matches. Next year I will ensure you join the Quidditch team. Make sure to perform well." Upon reading this note from Angelina, Alex recalled the day's intense training and mused that perhaps he need not concern himself with watching more matches. This thought elicited a joyful, hearty laugh from him. Ron, witnessing Alex place his Christmas gifts one by one on the bedside, felt a pang of jealousy that reddened his eyes, particularly at the sight of the miniature Quidditch pitch model and Angelina's note. The thought that he was not yet a member of the Quidditch team, while Alex, who spent his days merely chatting with girls, would soon join the ranks alongside Harry, basking in the cheers of the crowd, filled him with profound discontent. Before drifting off to sleep, Ron continued to drone on about how some of their peers received nothing from their parents, lamenting how the unfortunate ones had to rely on charming girls to receive any semblance of Christmas gifts. His grievances flowed incessantly from his lips. Alex paid no heed to Ron's words. His focus was entirely devoted to inscribing his thoughts in a notebook that belonged solely to him. It was an unremarkable volume, adorned only by a line of gilded text on the cover reading Margaret Valentine. Must one truly bare their soul before the mirror of Eris to uncover its secrets? Certainly not. As soon as Alex penned those words, he was taken aback by the flourish that appeared on the page. You didn't inform me last time. Alex seethed through clenched teeth. Of course, who dared to threaten me? Alex let out a deep sigh, sketching a figure in supplication on his notebook, accompanied by the words, "A kind-hearted girl remains forever young," and adorned it with a large, cheerful smiley face. You need not say it. I too shall remain eternally youthful. Indeed, Alex filled an entire page with such musings. Humph, truly, as long as one possesses a formidable mental fortification, one can easily convince others that it is indeed one's memory. Why should I have to elucidate such a simple matter? Ah, but hold on. Do not rush to lament. You have yet to reveal to me how to transmute stone into gold with the Philosopher's Stone, have you? The Philosopher's Stone? That is simply not feasible. Alex was momentarily petrified in the wind. Ron, upon witnessing Alex's state of shock, assumed that his words had delivered a devastating blow to Alex, and could not help but display a triumphant smile. Alex silently regarded Ron, pointing to his own head, and remarked, "At least my parents left me with a brain. Unlike yours." Ron, wearing a perplexed expression, gazed at Harry. Indeed, it seems you were not gifted with any intellect. Alex sighed with a tinge of malice, relishing the pleasure of venting his frustrations on Ron. He then lay down and drifted into slumber. Ron, alone and flushed with anger, unleashed a tirade at Harry until he finally acquiesced that Alex was indeed peculiar, allowing him to retire to sleep with a sense of satisfaction. Noticing that everyone in the dormitory had succumbed to sleep, Harry quietly rose, caressing the invisibility cloak left to him by his father, embarking on his inaugural nighttime adventure. Chapter 20. Harry's invitation. Utilizing the invisibility cloak at his disposal, Harry, as Alex had anticipated, stumbled upon the mirror of Eris. However, Alex found himself devoid of any interest in the mirror now. The Philosopher's Stone? It cannot be. The echoes of Mary's words resonated in Alex's mind, and he suddenly felt a profound sense of aimlessness. What use is a stone that cannot transmute base metal into gold? Alex? Alex was taken aback, staring at Harry, who had spoken to him for the first time. What is it? Whenever he found himself in the boys' dormitory, Alex's mood soured, for there were no girls. How could he possibly feel at ease? By the way, has anyone ever entered the girls' dormitory? The author raises a hand. I discovered a mirror, Harry exclaimed excitedly. It shows my family. He danced before Alex. Aren't you like me? Let us go together. We can surely see your parents too. You can point them out to me. No need. Alex rarely waved off Harry. I have photographs. It's not necessary. What are you two doing? Ron exclaimed as he entered, astonished. He could hardly fathom that Harry would be associating with that peculiar individual named Alex. Harry, feeling embarrassed at Ron's sudden intrusion, recounted the events of the previous day. You should have woken me up, Ron said, visibly irked. You can come tonight, Harry explained. I want you to see that mirror. I want to see your parents, Ron eagerly replied. I also wish to see your entire family, all the Weasley clan. You could point out your other brothers and all your relatives. Alex, aren't you coming along? Harry and Ron donned the invisibility cloak, leaving only their heads exposed. Alex waved his hand dismissively, naturally declining Harry's invitation. Am I supposed to spy on that gay Dumbledore? What a ridiculous notion. Ron observed Harry's expression, as he seemed intent on persuading Alex further, fearing that Alex might actually join them. The thought of possibly losing his unique status as Harry Potter's friend due to the addition of Alex was disconcerting, especially since he was already quite popular. Ron reassured himself with this notion, and feeling justified, he pulled Harry away, exclaiming as they walked, He's just a weirdo. He will never think like us. Alex gazed at the receding figures of Harry and Ron, and took out a book titled Harness Your Magic to read. He contemplated the necessity of mastering his formidable powers. Without proper control, his strength would not flourish. He mused that when next confronted with the nocturnal assaults of the elusive Dumbledore and the intimate encounters with Voldemort, he could no longer rely on the fickle winds of fortune. The following morning, as the snow remained unthawed, Alex overheard Ron and Harry embroiled in a heated debate over the enchanted mirror. Care for a game of chess? Ron inquired. Not interested, came the reply. Why don't we go visit Hagrid? I'm not going. You go ahead. I know what you're thinking, Harry. It's about that mirror. Don't go back tonight. Ron's voice suddenly escalated. Why not? I don't know. I just have a dreadful feeling, and you've been lucky too many times. Filch, Snape, and Madame Pomfrey are patrolling everywhere. What if they catch you? What if you run into them? You sound just like Hermione. I'm not jesting, Harry, truly. Do not go. What if Filch catches you wandering around the castle at night? Hermione? Hermione. Harry and Ron exclaimed in fright as the door swung open with a resounding crash, revealing Hermione. There are still several days left in the Christmas holiday. You've returned early? Harry asked curiously, lacking the deftness of Alex and diverting the conversation. Harry, Hermione suddenly lowered her voice, her demeanor turning grave, silencing even Ron. I know who Nicholas Flamel is. Ron frantically gestured toward Hermione, desperate to keep Alex out of the matter. It's Alex who told me, Hermione stated seriously, casting a few glances at Alex, who was propped up in bed with a book. Ron and Harry were left speechless, astonished that a boy who only engaged in flirtations with girls could possess knowledge of Nicholas Flamel. Weavy scoured every book, Ron whispered to Harry. Could it be he asked another girl? Alex overheard Ron's quiet muttering and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It was a woman who told me. Her name is J.K. Rowling. Go ahead and bite me. Humph. Hermione had clearly caught wind of Ron's words, and she found it utterly perplexing why Ron harbored such disdain for Alex, which thwarted her plans to unite Harry and Alex in friendship. With a burst of excitement, she sprang to her feet. It had been a long time since she felt this exhilarated since their first homework results were released. She was evidently thrilled at the prospect of delivering a resounding slap to Ron's face in front of Alex, whom he looked down upon. Wait, she exclaimed before dashing upstairs to the girls' dormitory. Before Harry and Ron could exchange bewildered glances, she returned, cradling a large, old book in her arms. This is the Christmas gift Alex gave me, she said excitedly. It contains detailed information about Nicholas Flamel. This book is truly invaluable. Valuable? Ron retorted, but Hermione silenced him, urging her to search for something. She began to flip through the pages rapidly, muttering to herself. Finally, she exclaimed, I've got it. I know. Can we talk now? Ron grumbled. You'd better not speak, Alex interjected unexpectedly. Observing Ron's astonished expression, he continued gleefully, otherwise, everyone will be misled by your foolish thoughts. They say women have long hair and short knowledge. I'd say your understanding is even shorter than your hair. Alex. Ron shot up in anger, turning to Hermione, seeking a change of scenery, as he had no desire to engage with Alex. However, Hermione paid him no mind. Nicholas Flamel, she whispered dramatically, is the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Her words did not elicit the anticipated reaction. What stone? Harry and Ron inquired. Meanwhile, Alex, disinterested, fiddled with the zodiac model Hermione gifted him, watching the constellation of Sagittarius revolve atop his wand. Oh, what is wrong with you two? Don't you ever read? She chided, pushing the book towards them, casting a glance at Alex, who was engrossed in his own gift, and felt a surge of happiness. Harry and Ron leaned in together to read. Alchemy in ancient times involved the crafting of the Philosopher's Stone, a wondrous substance with astonishing properties. The Philosopher's Stone could transform any metal into pure gold and create the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consumed it. For centuries, there have been many accounts of the Philosopher's Stone, but the only existing stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in Devonshire with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658. Understand? Hermione asked after they finished reading. That massive dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I bet Flamel asked Dumbledore to keep it safe for him since they are friends. And he knows someone is after the stone. That's why he moved it from Gringotts. By the way, do you know about the big dog? Hermione turned to Alex. Seeing Alex shake his head, Ron proudly recounted to Alex their adventurous escapade, from evading Filch to breaking into the dog's chamber. I doubt you could muster that kind of courage. I certainly don't, Alex replied nonchalantly. I knew it. Ron seized the rare opportunity to belittle Alex, his voice unusually loud. Charging at a door? Even a Hufflepuff wouldn't do that, Alex retorted curtly. A stone that can turn into gold and grant you immortality. Harry, noticing Ron was about to argue with Alex again, quickly changed the subject. No wonder Snape is interested in it too. Anyone would want it. In truth, the Philosopher's Stone cannot simply turn stone into gold, Alex remarked casually. You should speak on matters you don't understand, Ron scoffed. You just can't stand Alex outshining you. Hermione's words left Ron sputtering. The following morning in defense against the dark arts class, while taking notes on various remedies for werewolf bites, Harry and Ron discussed what they would do if they obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Ron remained steadfast in his belief that the stone could indeed turn stone into gold. It was only when Ron mentioned he wanted to buy his own Quidditch team that Harry remembered the upcoming Quidditch match. He saw this as a splendid opportunity to befriend Alex. Alex, in a few days, we have a match against Hufflepuff. You should come watch. Harry called out as he caught up with Alex, who was walking alone towards the dining hall. Huh? Alex looked at Harry, puzzled. Have you been tainted by that gay Dumbledore? No. I have other plans that day, Alex replied curtly. Go bother Ron. Who has the time to watch a match with you? Suddenly, Alex thought of the red-haired Hufflepuff girl he had a date with, who bore a striking resemblance to Lindsay Lohan, and he burst into laughter, leaving Harry standing there in a daze. Chapter 21. Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff. A few days after Alex declined Harry's invitation, Harry suddenly shared with him and Ron the news what had informed him about. Snape is going to be the referee, Harry whispered, slightly trembling. They can't do that, Ron exclaimed, his nose reddening with excitement. I stopped him last time. He tried to cast a spell on you. We all saw it. Alex glanced at Harry with a sense of curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, and chuckled softly. Offering his first piece of advice, then you should refrain from participating in the competition. Refrain from the competition. Upon hearing the news the following day, Hermione echoed Alex's suggestion word for word. Just say you are unwell, Ron proposed. Pretend you've broken your leg, Hermione suggested. Actually break your leg, Ron added. I cannot do that, Harry replied. What are you all up to? Severus Snape was not so benevolent as to tolerate whispered discussions during his class. Are you dreaming? 10 points from Gryffindor. You must learn to respect others. After class, Harry confided in Ron and Hermione. I must participate in the competition. If I withdraw, the Slytherins will think I am afraid to face Snape. I need to show them, and if we win, we will wipe that smug smile off their faces. As long as we do not remove you from the field, Hermione remarked. As the competition drew near, Harry, though dismissive of Ron and Hermione's suggestions, felt an increasing sense of anxiety, which was mirrored by the other team members. For instance, Angelina. You must cheer for me that day. Angelina cornered Alex in the dining hall. No, I have plans that day, Alex replied, no longer wishing to partner with the foolish Quirrell, who might very well attempt to use the killing curse against Harry on the Quidditch pitch. Angelina narrowed her eyes, resembling a great cat, fixated on Alex. Alex instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet Angelina's eyes. I truly have something significant to share, Hermione, he thought. Suddenly, Angelina turned her head, whispering in a voice only Alex could discern. Hey, senior, how can you act this way? Alex felt on the verge of tears. If you wish to play both sides, you must be prepared for the consequences. Hurry and fetch the cheering supplies. In Alex's eyes, Angelina had transformed into the very embodiment of royalty. Out of the blue, Angelina gently stroked Alex's head and, with an unimaginable softness in her tone, remarked, This is our greatest opportunity. If we can secure a substantial victory in this match, the house cup will be ours. As she spoke, Angelina closed her eyes and softly planted a kiss on Alex's cheek, adding, You must come and support me. Alex touched the spot on his face where Angelina had kissed him, feeling somewhat incredulous. The following afternoon, Harry felt utterly despondent. The weather was slightly chilly, but that was not the primary concern. Wood spent the entire afternoon discussing tactics with them, emphasizing the need for swift resolution. This time, Snape would be the referee, and he was likely to target them. Wood paced back and forth before the Quidditch board, then turned his gaze toward Angelina and Alicia, his expression grave. I must trouble you to undertake the defensive role. Try to slow down the pace of the game, so that Snape cannot find fault with us. He then turned to Harry, his eyes glinting with intensity. You must catch the golden snitch as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, if time drags on, we are certain to lose. For the first time, Harry felt the weight of such immense pressure, unable to confide in Wood about his persistent fear that Snape might kill him, leaving him to wear a forlorn expression until the conclusion of the meeting. Alex now stands at the door of the lounge, his expression one of helplessness. He was forcibly brought here by Hermione, as we need to offer Harry some encouragement, to embolden him to bravely confront death. Alex could only bid farewell with tears to the girl reminiscent of Lindsay Lohan, as he sat with Hermione in the stands of Gryffindor. Alex could not comprehend why both Hermione and Ron held their wands tightly, their gazes fixed intently upon Snape. He smirked slightly and turned his attention to the players making their rounds. As per usual, he waved to Angelina, the stunning senior. Remember, do not forget, it is Leglock or curse. As Ron ultimately decided to tuck his wand into his sleeve, Hermione whispered, Do you truly wish to cast a spell on Snape in such a scenario? It was the first time Alex realized that Hermione, too, could experience cognitive overload. We must save Harry, Ron stated earnestly to Alex. Alex gazed at the two individuals with a perplexed expression, incredulous that they could possibly believe Snape would attempt to eliminate Harry here, amidst a gathering of no fewer than 2,000 wizards. It seemed that Ron and Hermione were only just beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation, reluctantly sheathing their wands. In that moment, Alex raised his hands to his head, pondering how one could be so foolish. Just the day before, he had received a note suggesting that Quirrell intended to use the killing curse to dispatch Harry. Such a person truly existed. As Alex observed Quirrell draw his wand, aiming it menacingly at Harry, he sighed, Merlin, this revolution is doomed. It is not that the Order of the Phoenix is too cunning, but rather that the Death Eaters are utterly incompetent. I avada kedavra your entire family, Quirrell. As Alex cautiously averted his gaze from Quirrell, he was adamant about not wanting to partake in a public farce involving the killing curse. Suddenly, Harry executed a magnificent dive, eliciting gasps and cheers from the audience. Alex's heart raced as he anxiously watched Quirrell. Surely he had not begun to chant the incantation. When he witnessed Quirrell being toppled to the ground by an excited crowd member, tears of joy welled in Alex's eyes. May the heavens crush this fool. Hermione also sprang to her feet, her fingers crossed over her mouth, as she observed Harry hurtling towards the ground like a bullet. Hurry, Harry, Hermione cried, leaping onto her seat, her gaze fixed on Harry as he charged directly at Snape, completely oblivious to the fact that her animated gestures had inadvertently struck Ron, leaving his right cheek swollen. At that moment, Alex rose to his feet, urging for a swift conclusion. Otherwise, that imbecile Chilo would soon rise as well. In the air, Snape had just activated his flying broomstick when a golden object whizzed past his ear, mere inches away. Shortly thereafter, Harry halted his dive, triumphantly raising his arm as he clutched the golden snitch tightly in his grasp. The stands erupted in jubilation. This was destined to be a new record. For no one could recall a match where the snitch had been captured so swiftly. Alex? Alex? Where are you? The match is over. Harry has won. We have triumphed. Gryffindor leads, Hermione exclaimed, bouncing on her seat and warmly embracing a girl in the front row. Where is Alex? He is struggling through the crowd, making his way towards the jubilant team members. We won. We won. The Weasley twins are gleefully bouncing around, and then, with a playful flourish, they hoist Wood into the air. Well, before Wood has a chance to revel in the moment, he discovers that the mischievous twins have darted away, leaving him to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Don't run away. Wood waves his broom, momentarily shedding the demeanor of a captain to join in the festivities. Alex, filled with excitement, embraces Angelina, who is overwhelmed with emotion. Oh, come on. Alex feels a tinge of embarrassment as he attempts to break free, realizing that although he is among the taller boys at 11, he still only reaches Angelina's chest. Without granting Alex a moment to protest, Angelina plants a fervent kiss on him, causing his face to flush crimson. The match was splendidly won. Upon returning to the locker room, Alex discovers that the twins have pilfered an abundance of food from the kitchen, along with an entire barrel of butterbeer. Cheers. Harry caught the golden snitch. Cheers. Gryffindor is the champion. Cheers. We are destined to win the House Cup. Similar toasts resonate throughout the locker room, creating an atmosphere as if enchanted with an amplification spell. Until Professor McGonagall arrives, insisting they all return to their dormitories. How can you behave like this? Yes, Mr. Weasley, we are on the brink of winning the House Cup. No, Angelina, I don't drink butterbeer. You all ought to hurry back to bed. Well done, Harry. Before sleeping, Alex reflects on Hermione's and Angelina's radiant smiles. And for the first time, he initiates a conversation with Harry. Harry beams with delight upon hearing this, feeling as though the day was crafted just for him. Having assisted the house in securing victory, the House Cup is within their grasp. All this is due to his capture of the golden snitch. For the first time, he is revered and welcomed not for his deceased parents, but for his own merit, and perhaps Alex will become a true friend. Harry experiences unparalleled joy. His lips curled into an unerasable smile, even as the gentle sounds of his snores emerge. Chapter 22. Dragons and Tears. Every history of magic class feels like a hypnotic feast. Alex often speculates that Hogwarts instituted this course to train students in resisting the spell of drowsiness. After rubbing his eyes and confirming that his enchanted quill is functioning properly, Alex stifles a great yawn and reclines once more, indifferent to Hermione's evident frustration as she nearly hurls her notebook at him. It must be said, after Alex recognized Hermione's benevolence, he has grown increasingly audacious. You can't keep doing this. Upon hearing the class bell, Alex awakens to find Hermione standing before him, visibly irate. I was using the shorthand quill. Alex, still groggy, forgets his steadfast principle of never engaging in debate with Hermione. A shorthand quill? That thing can turn a pixie rebellion into a cauldron meeting. How can you trust such an instrument? There are only 10 weeks until the exams. And if you don't start studying, you will surely fail. Hermione's eyes widen with exasperation. She cannot tolerate Alex's indolence, especially given his remarkable potential. Relax, relax. There are still 10 weeks to go, Alex retorts, evidently still half asleep. This book is invaluable, Hermione asserts, and with a resounding thud, she drops a tome nearly 20 centimeters thick onto Alex's desk, the noise drawing the attention of the entire library. Be quiet. The librarian admonishes. Hermione buries her face in embarrassment while Alex greets the librarian with a silly grin and a wave. Enough. That smile is too foolish. Be careful not to provoke her into tossing you out. Hermione anxiously tugs at Alex's robe beneath the table. Alex feigns innocence, nodding obediently while continuing to peruse the book Hermione found for him, Magical Herbs and Fungi. Hermione, who is that? Alex cannot contain his curiosity after reading a third of a page, pointing towards Hagrid. That is Hagrid. How could you not know? Don't try to slack off. Hurry up and study. No, look at the pile of books he is carrying. Didn't you mention that Harry said the Philosopher's Stone was taken from Gringotts by Hagrid? Could it be related? Alex is now eager to delve deeper into the discussion with Hermione. Not at all. There is no chance of that. Hermione has already seen through Alex's ruse, recalling that he previously remarked on Snape's unusual hairstyle today, speculating he might be plotting something, and whimsically commenting that Professor McGonagall had changed her robes. She knows Alex too well. He is adept at employing clever tricks, and she fears he might resort to cheating during the exams. Alex had spent an entire day immersed in his studies at the library, returning to his dormitory utterly fatigued. Harry was engaged in a discussion with Ron, and it was evident that Hermione had not insisted upon them following her revision schedule today. Hermione had devoted her fervor entirely to preventing Alex from resorting to the temptation of cheating, thus urging him to intensify his preparations. As Alex entered the room, he overheard Harry informing him that Hagrid had acquired a dragon. Alex appeared utterly perplexed. Since the last Quidditch match, Harry's demeanor towards him had inexplicably improved. It was quite a surprise indeed. Harry flashed a benevolent smile at the bewildered Alex. I was the one who discovered this, Ron exclaimed with unusual elation, perhaps eager to finally showcase himself before Alex. I found Hagrid poring over something in the library, but he was reluctant to share it with me, as you know. So I sought out the books he had borrowed. At this, Ron joyfully leaped onto his bed. I discovered that Hagrid had borrowed several tomes on dragon care. After class, I went with Harry to his hut. Hagrid had long harbored the desire to possess a dragon. He had mentioned it to me the very first time we met. Harry remarked that when we visited Hagrid, he was indeed hatching a dragon. Tomorrow, I must tell Hermione, we shall go see Hagrid's dragon together. Ron immediately interjected. I think we should not allow her to drown in her studies. Alex nodded in rare agreement. Aren't you coming along? Harry asked eagerly. No, Alex replied, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to sleep. A dragon. Do you think you would have any interest in such a creature? Time passed swiftly. And in the following days, Ron returned to the dormitory each evening, bubbling with excitement as he regaled Harry and Alex with tales of dragons, particularly about his brother Charlie, who was studying them in Romania. He spoke for 2 consecutive nights, just as Alex found himself tempted to cast a spell on Ron to ensure a peaceful night's sleep. Ron was hospitalized. His right hand had been bitten by a creature and was heavily bandaged. If not treated promptly, it would ooze green pus. During one lunch, Harry informed Alex that Ron had sustained the injury while teasing Hagrid's dragon with a turkey soaked in brandy. The dragon had grown at least 3 times larger since its birth, and soon it would fill Hagrid's hut to capacity. They planned to have Ron's brother Charlie take the dragon away. However, with Ron's injury, they were uncertain of his recovery. Would you care to assist? Assist? Although Alex had been in a relatively good mood lately, he felt that growing too close to Harry was not a favorable situation. What if Dumbledore turned him into a Snape of sorts? The primary reason, however, was his aversion to Ron. No, Alex declined decisively. Alex now harbors a profound sense of regret. He had not anticipated that Harry would seek Hermione's assistance instead of Ron's. To make matters worse, they were discovered by Filch and subsequently summoned to Professor McGonagall's office. Just days prior, Professor McGonagall had been exuberant in anticipation of the impending House Cup, yet now, she was so enraged that she could barely articulate her thoughts. As if that were not enough, the worst was still to come. Neville, in an attempt to remind Harry, inadvertently exacerbated the situation. The mere thought of this left Alex in an unusual state of despondency. He had not seen Neville that evening and presumed he had merely forgotten the password, only to discover that he too had been apprehended. What a predicament this was. Professor McGonagall deducted 50 points from each of them, causing Gryffindor to plummet from its leading position against Slytherin to the very bottom of the standings. From that day forth, Harry lamented in their dormitory more than once, bemoaning that everyone in the school was whispering and pointing at him behind his back. However, Alex felt that Harry was somewhat overreacting and had become overly sensitive to the opinions of the entire school. Alex, while he may not place great importance on the House Cup, is aware that most others do. Are we going to lose the House Cup, Alex? It was the first time he had witnessed Angelina so distraught, especially since their Quidditch team had amassed such a significant score. It will be all right, Alex reassured her. We can regain it through Quidditch. Indeed, Angelina seemed to suddenly regain her spirited demeanor. You must come and cheer for us. We will defeat Ravenclaw by a whole 150 points. 150 points. If Gryffindor could achieve such a score against Ravenclaw, they would still secure the House Cup. It seemed a formidable task, didn't it? Yet, as long as Harry seizes the opportunity, anything remains possible. They never mention my name. Harry lamented more than once in the dormitory. When they were left with no choice but to call for me, they referred to me as the Seeker. Alex perceived Harry as quite fragile during this period, yet he too had his own matters to attend to. Hermione, listen to me. None of this is your fault. Alex consistently reassured her. However, each time they passed the scoring hourglass that measured the points of the various houses, Hermione would suddenly cover her face and run away. And in those moments, Alex could always hear her soft sobs. The Seeker from Ravenclaw was remarkably swift. Lee Jordan's commentary resonated loudly as Harry soared through the air. Oh, Angelina has scored again. She elegantly maneuvered past the Ravenclaw keeper. Hermione, do not fret. As long as we maintain a lead of 150 points over Ravenclaw, the House Cup will surely be ours. Alex was becoming increasingly adept at offering comfort. Hermione nodded with a smile, though she had been rather listless lately, struggling to summon her spirits. Gryffindor was currently ahead by a full 150 points. Lee Jordan shouted in excitement, his voice echoing throughout the Quidditch stadium. At that moment, Hermione lifted her head high, her eyes rekindling their former brilliance. Look, Harry has spotted the golden snitch. The entire Gryffindor crowd leapt to their feet, fixated on Harry. If he were to catch the snitch, Gryffindor would still have a chance at the House Cup, and indeed the Quidditch Cup as well. He was diving. Lee Jordan's voice trembled with excitement. Suddenly, the entire Gryffindor stand erupted in cheers. It was Ravenclaw's Seeker. Lee Jordan's voice quivered with disbelief as she executed a graceful arc and caught the snitch. The thunderous cheers from the Ravenclaw stands confirmed this astonishing feat. Upon hearing the results of the competition, Alex immediately rushed towards the arena. Angelina embraced him, her entire being trembling with quiet sobs. Surely it cannot be that severe, Alex thought, feeling somewhat at a loss. He awkwardly patted Angelina's back in a feeble attempt at comfort, saying, we'll have another chance next year. Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that Angelina's chin was resting against his forehead, and she was weeping. Her tears dampened his hair, and the cool sensation evoked memories of that winter when she had taught him Quidditch. Suddenly, Alex broke free from her embrace, exclaiming, "We will win the House Cup this year, just believe me." His beloved Angelina looked at him, her eyes reflecting a facade of seriousness. And couldn't he help but let out a small laugh. Yet, as thoughts of the House Cup resurfaced, sorrow washed over her once more, and she wept. The stronger a girl is, the more profoundly her tears can pierce the heart. Hermione was like this, and so was Angelina. How could one allow a girl to weep? Is it not a travesty? Alex, Chapter 23. Overcoming 5 Obstacles and Slaying 6 Generals, Part 1. 700 Alex once again felt the overwhelming sensation of preparing for the crucial examination. A stifling heat that was maddening, yet one he had no choice but to endure, filling his chest with a sense of helplessness. Hermione was diligently answering questions, squinting as she recalled details about the Goblin Rebellion, occasionally glancing up at Alex, who was tugging at his hair in frustration. She smiled slightly at his predicament before returning her focus to her work. Ah, finally finished. Alex stretched, easing his body, and looked at his completed history of magic examination paper, filled with queries about automatic stirring cauldrons. He vaguely remembered Hermione discussing their connection to the Goblin Rebellion. But at this moment, even writing one more word felt like a Herculean task. Alex was resolute in avoiding actions that would prove detrimental to himself. As the bell rang, Alex, along with all the first-year wizards, erupted in joyful cheers upon submitting their papers. This was far easier than I initially anticipated. Hermione remarked as they stepped into the sunlit courtyard with the throng. I really don't need to memorize the regulations on werewolves from 1637 or the details of the House Elf Rebellion. Then why do you expect me to remember so many names? Alex lay back on the grass, shielding his eyes from the direct sunlight, peering through his fingers at the azure sky. Suddenly, a face appeared before him. Hermione. You'll need to know it eventually. Hermione's brown eyes pierced through his fingers, locking onto his gaze. Wasn't your review effective this time? All the quills for this exam were enchanted with anti-cheating spells. Anti-cheating spells? The mere thought sent a wave of dread through Alex. That had been a week prior. In their final transfiguration class of the semester, Professor McGonagall had just guided them through the process of transforming a matchstick into a box. To transform it into a box, regardless of the object, you must first wield your wand rhythmically. Remember the wrist movements I have trained you in. You must regulate your magical power with precision. Professor McGonagall approached Harry and continued. Next week, we will have our final examination. Gasps of surprise filled the room. For students like Hermione, who started reviewing for finals a full 10 weeks in advance, were a rarity in Gryffindor. If you have been attentive in class and completed your assignments independently, Professor McGonagall paused, casting a glance at Alex rather than suggesting any sourced answers. Then truly, if you possess such high standards, I would be delighted to witness a genius emerge from my house. Hermione shot Alex a fierce glare, perpetually puzzled by his refusal to borrow her assignments. Yet he consistently submitted his work on time. Alex raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his expression one of resignation. Before he could muster a defense, he was startled by Professor McGonagall. I absolutely will not tolerate any Gryffindor cheating in my examination hall, she exclaimed, vigorously brandishing her wand, her fervent emotions causing sparks to erupt from its tip. Alex swallowed hard, and before he could form a silent "I won't" gesture towards Hermione, Professor McGonagall's voice resonated once more. A few days ago, we lost the Quidditch match, and it is evident that the House Cup will not be ours this year. Several members of Gryffindor hung their heads in sorrow, particularly Harry and Hermione, who could scarcely meet anyone's gaze, even for a fleeting second. However, I do not wish to see anyone expelled from Hogwarts due to cheating by this time next year. A collective intake of breath filled the room. Professor McGonagall's words clearly struck a chord. No one wished to leave Hogwarts. Seamus resolved to discard the prepared snacks upon returning, and as for Alex, he found himself ensnared in the dilemma of whether Margaret's magic was formidable or if the professors at Hogwarts were simply superior in skill. Mary, do you have confidence in countering Hogwarts' anti-cheating spell? Alex urgently sought help as soon as he entered the common room. Indeed, no challenge can daunt me. Margaret's bold proclamation appeared exceptionally gentle and beautiful in Alex's eyes at that moment. Oh, ha 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 ha. Alex chuckled to himself, beginning to chant a spell directed at a quill. Alex, did you not hear Professor McGonagall say that cheating on exams would result in expulsion from Hogwarts? Hermione interjected, suddenly grasping Alex's wand. I knew you would attempt to enchant your quill. Such a scheme would not deceive Dumbledore. I have complete confidence in my abilities, Hermione. Aren't you concerned about Harry and the others? They are likely crafting cheat sheets. Impossible. Harry and Ron would certainly discard any cheat sheets as soon as they returned today. I know them. Harry would never jeopardize his position at Hogwarts for the sake of an exam. The pressure of the impending test had caused Alex's ability to maintain the conversation to plummet. We still have a weekend ahead. I shall keep you up studying all night. Hermione insisted, pulling him towards the library without allowing a moment for him to argue. Study, study, and more study, Alex lamented, never before having felt life so dismal. Reminiscent of his senior year. The painful consequence of sleepless weekends of cramming resulted in Alex entering the examination hall with two prominent dark circles under his eyes. Professor Quirrell's exam was straightforward. Each student merely needed to successfully cast a spell on a small white mouse, a topic they had covered at the start of the term. A form of trivial magic. Hermione excelled, successfully growing a pair of antlers on the mouse. Quirrell was so excited he began to stutter. Alex, witnessing the folly of Chilo, could only sigh in resignation. Had he truly gone mad from cohabiting with Voldemort? He harbored unkind thoughts in his mind. After successfully transforming a mouse into a spider with 8 legs, Alex finally arrived at the examination venue for his most proficient subject, spellcasting. When it came to wielding a wand to cast spells, Alex was confident that no one could surpass him. However, reality often proves to be merciless. A pristine sheet of A4 paper lay before Alex, presenting itself as a blank canvas awaiting his command. Taking a deep breath, he was taken aback to discover that the spell exam included a written component. Fortunately, Alex patted his chest in relief, grateful that he had prepared an answering quill in advance. What? You say Hermione constantly kept an eye on Alex? One must not underestimate the heart of a youth who has endured the trials of the Chinese education system. We Chinese youths have long been trained to be capable of anything for the sake of examinations. To prevent cheating, Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books and declared, "We shall use the quills provided by the school." Alex's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief, his teeth grinding in frustration. Tears streamed down his face as he watched Flitwick, with a flick of his wand, conjure nearly 100 quills that gracefully floated to each student's desk. Alex's heart shattered. How long would the spell concussion typically last? Measured by standard magical power? Alex picked up his pen, yet he found himself at a loss. What constitutes the standard measure of magical prowess? And why is it necessary to establish such criteria? Uncertain, Alex felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Please elucidate the 3 standard gestures characterized by wrist tremors when casting a spell. In his confusion, Alex succumbed to despair. Alex rambled on with a long string of nonsense before tremblingly submitting his examination paper. Next, we proceeded to the practical examination. Professor Flitwick ushered the students into the charms classroom, where he retrieved a lengthy list and began to call out names one by one. Those whose names were called stepped aside into an adjacent room, where Professor McGonagall awaited them. Alex effortlessly guided his pineapple through a tap dance across the desk, then, with remarkable elegance, bowed to Professor McGonagall. After successfully completing the practical portion of the charms class, Alex triumphantly passed the transfiguration exam, transforming a mouse into a box. He executed this feat flawlessly, the box adorned with an image of a prancing mouse on its lid. During the potions exam, Snape circled Ron menacingly, his prominent hooked nose nearly brushing against Ron's neck. It was evident that Snape was seeking retribution for the last Quidditch match, where Ron had struck him with a bludger, leaving him in a fit of sneezing. Nevertheless, the other Gryffindors were grateful to Ron. His sacrifice allowed others to complete their concoction of the forgetfulness potion with ease, particularly Alex, who vividly recalled that the recipe was from a tome on magical herbs and fungi, a book Hermione had insisted he study until he knew it by heart. Alex, are you asleep on the grass? Hermione's hands waved in front of him. Alex rubbed his eyes and replied, "Indeed, I am utterly exhausted from endless revision. I must take a brief rest. Do not disturb me when the results are announced." With that, Alex stood up, squinting as he made his way to the common room. Yearning for a good night's sleep, sunlight cascaded upon Alex's back, creating a golden silhouette that gradually faded under Hermione's watchful gaze. On the first night following the exams, the moon shone brightly and the wind rustled the flags. However, none of this disturbed Alex's peaceful slumber. He was simply too fatigued. "Alex, wake up. Get up." "Hermione?" Alex exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in surprise. "What are you doing here? Are the results out today?" "No." Hermione ceased her shaking of Alex. "It's we." Alex was entirely unresponsive, rolling back onto his bed and playfully covering his head with a blanket. Hermione sighed in exasperation as she observed him. "Fine, Hermione. Don't wake him," Ron interjected cheerfully. "We are going to steal, no, protect, the Philosopher's Stone." "What use is he?" "Snape isn't a girl." "Ron, how can you say that?" "Alex saved me from the troll. He is far more capable than you." "That was me and Harry who rescued you," Ron retorted angrily. "You cannot stand to see Alex surpass you." Hermione's words struck sharply. "I say, regardless of anything, we must hasten our pace. Moreover, my invisibility cloak cannot cover 3 people." Harry stated, secretly preferring to bring Alex along rather than Ron. "Very well." Hermione reluctantly turned back, casting a glance at Alex. She felt an inexplicable sense of trust in him. "What are you planning to do?" Alex remained oblivious, while Harry and Ron stirred Neville awake. He sat bolt upright in bed, gazing at Harry. "Are you planning to go out at night?" Neville exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "You'll get Gryffindor more points deducted." "We won tea," Harry anxiously explained to Neville. "We're going to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Snape is after it." "No. You cannot keep making excuses. I want to believe you." Neville stood, his adorable sleeping cap contrasting with his serious demeanor. "Neville, listen to me," Harry pleaded, glancing at the old clock by the door, which was nearing midnight. "You must let us go." "Stop." Before Harry could finish, Neville stiffened, swayed slightly, and then collapsed. Hermione? Harry looked at her in disbelief. What did you do to him? It's the full body bind curse, Hermione said regretfully. Regardless, we have no time. Well done, Neville. Ron was visibly excited about the impending adventure. Harry, the invisibility cloak. The three of them slipped beneath the cloak, nervously making their way to the door. Suddenly, a loud thump echoed behind them, causing the cloak to tumble to the ground. I say, Alex rubbed his head. You needn't have used Neville to wake me. Alex, Hermione whispered excitedly. Yes, I'll join you, Alex remarked as he donned his wizarding robes, glancing at the troubled Harry. What's the matter? Is my company unwelcome? No, it's not that, Harry stammered awkwardly. But fitting 4 under the invisibility cloak is already a challenge. You should stay here with Neville, Ron said gleefully. The cloak, 1T cover for people. Who told you I needed an invisibility cloak for my nocturnal escapades? Ron, is your brain as muddled as a troll's? Unfortunately for them, they hadn't ventured far when they encountered the fat lady. Ron, in a whisper of excitement beneath the cloak, growled. We shouldn't have brought Alex along. Just then, a series of squeaks erupted as a mouse scurried away, prompting the fat lady to turn and chase after it. How did you manage that? Hermione's voice came from beneath the cloak. I rely on my intellect for nighttime excursions, not on invisibility cloaks. Alex replied just as a derisive snort echoed from under the cloak. What are you doing here? A voice emerged just as Alex finished speaking. Alex stared in astonishment at the oil painting before him, depicting a balding knight atop a stout steed. The knight brandished his rusted sword, shouting towards Alex. No. Alex desperately gestured to the knight to calm down, urging him not to be agitated. The knight, however, smirked with a prideful grin that resembled a sinister delight. Meanwhile, Ron, hidden beneath an invisibility cloak, murmured to Harry, Leave Alex behind, leave Alex behind. The knight in the painting evidently overheard Ron's whispers and immediately erupted with fury. You wretched scoundrels! You dare to ambush me, the noble Sir Quidditch? No. Alex exclaimed in frustration, for what transpired next could only be described as entirely predictable. I challenge you to a duel. Sir Quidditch's raucous voice echoed throughout Hogwarts. This was soon accompanied by the distant footsteps of Filch, Mrs. Norris's meows, and the complaints of many awakened students. Run, Alex shouted, taking the lead. Quickly, Harry yanked off the invisibility cloak, clutching it to his chest as he dashed forward. We shouldn't have brought Alex with us. Ron called out as they ran. Now is not the time for that. Hermione exclaimed, sprinting alongside them. If Filch catches us now, it will all be over. Ahaha. Alex evidently found this thrilling, laughing joyously. This way, it's this way. Alex had taken a wrong turn. And he deserved it. After a flurry of chaos, Harry and his companions finally arrived outside the corridor on the 4th floor. The door was ajar. Gasping for breath, Alex admitted that he had just taken a misguided route. Well, you see, Harry, equally exhausted, replied between breaths. Snape has successfully passed through the barrier. If any of you wish to retreat now, I shall not hold it against you, Harry remarked. While Alex had always felt that Harry possessed a touch of the tragic hero, foolishly yearning to sacrifice himself to save the world. Although Alex relished the idea of others sacrificing themselves for his benefit, he interjected, so we should turn back and be caught by Filch? Don't be foolish. Just open the door. Alex urged impatiently. Thanks to you, Ron grumbled, clearly displeased, as Alex had caused him to run such a considerable distance. No need. I anticipated your cowardice, hence I sealed the exit in advance, Alex chuckled. Ron, my dear, you are far from capable of undermining me. Quit the nonsense, Hermione decisively stated. Harry stepped forward and pushed the door open. With a creaking sound, they were immediately met with low, menacing growls. What manner of dog was this? It filled the space from ceiling to floor, a colossal creature with 3 heads, each possessing a pair of swirling, vicious eyes. 3 noses quivered in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths dripped with saliva, resembling sticky ropes cascading from its yellowed teeth. Quite an ugly sight, isn't it? Alex quipped, still finding humor in the situation. Harry and Hermione looked at him expectantly. Tell me you have a way to get past this. Harry suddenly became flustered. Ron, oblivious to the tension, excitedly informed Hermione. Hagrid gave Harry a flute. Looking at Harry, he urged, Harry, play the flute. Harry stared blankly at Ron. I mean it. We should play the flute now. Hagrid said this thing falls asleep to music. Ron leaned closer to Harry. Yet Harry remained unmoved. Alex suspected he hadn't even heard. Harry, I insist. We must play the flute, Ron urged, animatedly gesturing. Ron, Harry stammered at that moment. Are you unable to play it? Let me do it, I can. Ron eagerly reached out his right hand. I didn't bring it. Harry suddenly crouched down, clutching his head in despair. Hey, Harry, don't joke around, Ron nervously chuckled. But before he could finish, a howl erupted. The dog awakened. It stood upright, shaking its massive heads, mouths agape, drool spilling forth, its sharp paws clawing eagerly, as if to scratch Harry and his friends. Ron and Harry exchanged looks of utter despair, completely petrified. Hermione was no better off, sitting helplessly on the ground, unsure of what to do. Turning back would surely result in capture, and she dreaded expulsion, yet in front of her. Suddenly, a flash of crimson robes appeared before Hermione's eyes, familiar Gryffindor attire. Alex stood before her, his robes billowing as if in a breeze. turning to reveal a broad smile reminiscent of the afternoon sun. Let me handle this, Hermione. Alex was undoubtedly putting on a show. I swear by the author's pigheadedness. Chapter 25. Overcoming Trials and Slaying Adversaries, Part 3. As July waned, heralding the approach of Leo in August, Alex sang passionately. When we first met, it seemed a mere coincidence. Yet, at our parting, the unexpected sorrow lingered. Enough, Hermione shouted, covering her ears. This must be a Chinese song. I never anticipated it would sound so dreadful. Indeed, even the dog has been rendered senseless by your singing. Ron pointed to the three-headed dog collapsed on the ground. The great beast howled in a state of rapture upon hearing the melody, its 6 eyes drooping, before it crumpled to its knees and fell heavily onto the floor, slipping into a deep slumber. Let us hurry. I fear Snape may have arrived. Harry, who had been sulking on the ground for forgetting his flute, now urged them forward with an air of nonchalance. I say, Alex, who will venture down first? I shall. Ron, feeling overshadowed by Alex's bravado, slowly slid down the opening, precariously gripping the edge with his fingers. If anything happens down there, you must pull me back up. Very well, Alex cheerfully said, giving Ron a gentle push. A chorus of startled cries immediately erupted from the opening. Ron, what is wrong? Harry inquired anxiously, leaning into the hole. Alex, how could you? Hermione scolded him. Slippery feet, Alex admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ron's position had indeed been too upright, provoking an uncontrollable urge to act. Just as Hermione's eyes brimmed with tears of concern, Ron's voice suddenly boomed from the depths below. No problem. Ron, are you all right? Harry called excitedly into the darkness. Absolutely. It's a soft landing. You can jump. Hermione, Alex, and Harry all leaped into the abyss. What is this? Upon landing, Alex felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. He instinctively raised his wand, its tip glowing like liquid mercury, illuminating the subterranean expanse. Vines sprawled everywhere, seemingly hesitant in the presence of Alex's wand light. However, the unfortunate Ron, who had descended first, found himself ensnared by the tendrils. Think of something, Harry shouted in desperation. Watch me, Alex replied calmly, directing his wand toward the entangled Ron. Stop, you'll endanger Ron. Hermione interjected immediately. I can control it precisely, Alex began to explain, but he was interrupted by Hermione, who stood resolutely, murmuring an incantation. Lightiverse, she declared, her voice filled with urgency. Hurry, Ron's face is turning purple. He can barely speak. Professor Sprout mentioned a plant that thrives in darkness and dampness, Hermione suddenly exclaimed. This is the devil's snare. Forget the name. Save Ron first, Harry implored. Panic etched across his face. All right, no, don't worry. Hermione brandished her wand, from which a blue flame akin to a bluebell sprouted. Within mere moments, Ron felt the vines retreating from the warmth and light, loosening their grip on him. The plants writhed and recoiled, uncoiling from around him, and Ron finally broke free. Thank goodness you paid attention in herbology, Hermione, Alex remarked, lowering his wand, the flickering spell proving a substantial strain on his arm. And thank you for kicking me down. Ron coughed several times, his tone filled with resentment. Don't mention it, Alex replied nonchalantly. Shall we proceed? Follow me. They traversed a stone corridor, the only path available to them. Aside from their footsteps, the sound of water droplets cascading down the walls filled the air. This corridor sloped downward, evoking memories of Gringotts. Alex's heart raced. Aside from the immense mirrors in the vault left by his parents, nothing remained. Damn it, why can't the philosopher's stone transmute stone into gold? As Alex pondered, he angrily kicked at the small pebbles scattered along the corridor, which rolled forward reluctantly, producing a series of soft clinks. Did you hear that sound? Harry suddenly inquired. Are you referring to Alex kicking the stones? Hermione replied. No, the sound I heard was a gentle rustling mixed with a tinkling sound. Harry shook his head. What could it be? It resembles the sound of wings, akin to what I heard when I caught the golden snitch. The golden snitch? Ron and Hermione whispered, bowing their heads in contemplation. There's a light ahead. I see something moving. At that moment, Alex's voice echoed from the front, interrupting their thoughts. They arrived at the end of the corridor, where a brightly lit room awaited them, adorned with a lofty vaulted ceiling. Countless birds, shimmering like jewels, flitted about the room, their wings fluttering. On the opposite side of the room stood a heavy wooden door. Do you think if we cross the room, they will attack us? Ron asked. It's possible, Harry replied, observing the seemingly harmless creatures. However, if they all rush at once, it could be perilous, but there is no other option I'll run across. He took a deep breath, shielding his face with his arm, and dashed to the far side of the room, bracing for sharp beaks and claws, yet he emerged unscathed. Arriving at the door, he tugged at the handle, only to find it locked. Ron and Hermione joined him, and despite their combined efforts to pull and push, the door remained immovable. Hermione attempted the Alohomora spell again, but to no avail. Alex, what should we do? Think of something. Hermione anxiously turned back. I believe these birds are not merely for decoration. Alex squinted at the creatures in flight, struggling to adapt to the rapid movements, much like the golden snitch. So what now? Can't you cast a spell to break down the door? Or make these birds stop? Hermione watched as the birds glittered above her, flitting to and fro. shining above? Harry suddenly exclaimed. They aren't birds at all. They are keys. Wing keys. Look closely. This revelation suggested Harry surveyed every corner of the room, while Ron gazed upward at the swirling mass of keys. There, a flying broomstick. We must catch the key for that door. Then Harry, you need to find an antique key, Ron remarked, eyeing the ancient-looking door. True to his title as the youngest seeker in history, Harry mounted his broom and soared towards a bronze key. After a series of twists and turns, he grasped the bronze key triumphantly. I've got it, Harry shouted. Unlock the door. Alex had somehow positioned himself at the door. Good point, Harry agreed. Inserting the key into the lock, he turned the bronze key with all his might, yet the door remained unyielding. Let me try. Ron stepped forward, exerting all his strength to turn the key, his face reddening with effort. Suddenly, a loud snap echoed through the air. The key had broken. Oh, Hermione exclaimed in dismay, smacking her forehead. Ron, you broke the key. What now? Stop blaming me, Ron retorted, infuriated by Hermione's accusations. Why don't you ask Alex? I suspect Alex should tap the doorknob with his wand. It must be the silver key, considering the knob is silver, right, Harry? Harry lifted his gaze, squinting into the air for a moment. Is it the one with blue wings? Indeed, Alex nodded. With a swift whoosh, Harry mounted his broom and soared into the sky. Alex could only watch as Harry performed several aerial somersaults, then forcefully pressed the silver key with blue wings against the wall. I've got it, Harry exclaimed, leaping off his broom and excitedly waving to Alex and the others. Give it a try. Ron observed the door with anxious eyes. I'm on it. I'm on it. Harry hastily inserted the key and gently turned it, causing the door to swing open. What a challenge. Ron couldn't help but exclaim after Harry pushed the door ajar. Alex remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the pristine key in his hand. As the key danced gently within his palm, he murmured softly, Harry truly treats you with such tenderness, does he not? Chapter 26, Success, 900 additional updates. Alex and his companions pressed onward, entering the second chamber. The room was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. However, as they stepped inside, the lights suddenly flared to life, illuminating a startling tableau. They found themselves beside a colossal chessboard, where black pieces towered above them, seemingly sculpted from black stone. Opposite them, at the far end of the room, stood a series of white pieces. Harry, Ron, and Hermione trembled in fear, for the towering white pieces bore no facial features. What do we do now? Harry whispered. Isn't it obvious? Ron replied. We have to play chess to reach the other side of the room. They noticed a door behind the white pieces. But how do we play? Hermione asked anxiously. In my opinion, Ron suggested, we must act as the pieces. Act as pieces? I vehemently opposed that, Alex retorted, for he detested being controlled. What then? Ron shot a disdainful look at Alex. This is our only option. With that, Ron approached a black knight and reached out to touch its steed. Instantly, the stone came to life, the horse pawed the ground, and the knight turned its helmeted head to gaze at Ron. Must we accompany you to pass? The black knight nodded. See, Ron said triumphantly, glancing at Alex. If you're scared, you can go back alone. You laugh rather unpleasantly, Ron. Alex suddenly burst into laughter. You ought to learn to use your brain. With that, he drew his wand and proclaimed loudly, Broomstick, come forth. With a resounding pop, 4 broomsticks appeared before Harry and the others. We'll fly over, Alex declared as he mounted his broomstick. Let's go? Fly over? Ron appeared somewhat incredulous, as he had just prepared to showcase his chess skills. Oh, a moment of silence for your pitiful imagination, Alex remarked. The group mounted their broomsticks, effortlessly soaring over the heads of the chess pieces. Alex? Come down. Hermione called from the other side, watching Alex still airborne. Wait a moment, Alex said, executing a graceful turn in midair, flying above the white king, and with a laugh. He snatched the king's crown and casually tossed it to the other side of the door. Let us go, Hermione. Alex jumped off his broomstick, wearing a broad smile. That's right. We've no time to waste, Harry said anxiously from the side. We've already passed Sprout's challenge, and the enchanted keys were certainly manipulated by Professor McGonagall to animate the pieces. Now, we only have to overcome Quirrell's magic and Snape's. Hermione countered with a serious expression while comforting Harry. We only need to get through 2 more challenges. Don't worry. Even if Snape has stolen the Philosopher's Stone, we will intercept him here. Indeed, Ron added, rubbing his nose. We'll give him a good thrashing. He nearly made me fail my potions exam. Alex let out an involuntary chuckle while Ron continued his lamentations, until he pushed open the door. How foul! Ron immediately halted his incessant chatter, for a troll loomed within. His mouth agape in astonishment, Ron crouched down, gagging from the overwhelming stench emitted by the troll. Alex. Harry looked at Alex in a daze, realizing that this troll was even larger than the one they had previously encountered in the girls' restroom. He doubted that a reckless charge from himself and Ron would suffice to topple the creature. Do you want me to clear a path for a running start? Alex inquired, eyeing Harry, who seemed somewhat petty. How can you say that? Hermione, visibly upset, stepped in front of everyone, fixing her gaze on the troll. Let me handle this. Hermione? Alex exclaimed in disbelief. How can you possibly? Before Alex could finish his words, the colossal creature staggered towards them, releasing its most formidable weapon, a foul stench. I had read about it in books. Hermione, however, appeared remarkably composed, asserting, "I can handle it." "Don't be ridiculous," Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with anxiety. "It will kill you." Alex uttered not a word, merely raising his wand and beginning to chant softly. "Please, let there be no trouble," he thought. Yet, someone stepped boldly in front of him. It was Hermione, who approached the troll without hesitation. The troll, lacking any sense of compassion, certainly did not regard Hermione's appearance at that moment, which, alas, was not particularly flattering. Suddenly, the troll let out a deafening roar, swinging the wooden club it wielded towards Hermione. With a flicker of mischief, Hermione's long hair danced in the wind stirred up by the troll's movements, and a faint blue light emanated from the tip of her wand. The troll screamed in agony, dropping its club with a resounding clang, and began to roll on the ground, clutching its head in torment. Alex and Harry were utterly astonished. "Hermione, how on earth did you manage that?" Ron's mouth hung agape, his curiosity evident. "It's the troll spell that Professor Quirrell taught us. Don't you remember?" Hermione replied, stowing away her wand and bravely kicking the unconscious troll a few times. "The troll is out cold. Let us move." "We all remember, but what about you?" Ron asked, his wide eyes brimming with questions. "The spell makes little bumps grow on someone, doesn't it?" Hermione smiled over her shoulder, and in that moment, Alex found her to be remarkably cool. What do little bumps have to do with a troll? Ron was still trying to comprehend. "True," Harry chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Let us hurry. We can discuss this later. The stench is unbearable." Alex pinched his nose with one hand while pulling Hermione towards the next room with the other, eager to escape the foul atmosphere. Hermione and Ron were poised to ask more questions, but as they saw Harry also covering his nose and sprinting towards the next room, they realized the stench was indeed overwhelming. "Ugh," Ron groaned, bending over as he fought the urge to vomit. After managing to suppress his nausea, he lifted his head to breathe fresh air, only to be met once again with the troll's rancid odor, sending him back to the ground. "Ron," Harry called from a distance. Ultimately, Ron approached, his complexion pale. "Are you okay?" Hermione asked with concern. "You haven't explained how you managed to take down the troll so effortlessly," Ron said, clearly still troubled. "I made a growth on the troll's head using the troll spell." Hermione replied, a hint of guilt in her voice as she looked at Ron. "On its head? A growth? You two really worked well together," Alex remarked. "No. Think about it," Harry exclaimed excitedly. "What if Snape were over there, and we all cast the troll spell, making his head sprout lumps? We'd be victorious." "Exactly. Alex, you really don't grasp the concept," Ron added cheerfully. "I fear it's not possible," Hermione said, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. "This spell was originally used by the fairies to subdue trolls." "In other words?" "What?" Ron asked, tensing up. "In other words, this spell is only effective against trolls. Otherwise, it would merely cause small growths to appear, like in our exams," Hermione concluded with a sigh, clearly a bit disheartened. "Let us not dwell on that," Alex suggested. "Let us see what's behind the next door." He opened the next door, and for a moment, the four of them were hesitant to see what awaited them. However, there was nothing terrifying, just a table with 7 distinctly shaped bottles arranged upon it. "Snape's magic," Harry remarked. "What should we do?" As the four crossed the threshold, a burst of flames erupted behind them, sealing the doorway. This fire was unusual. It was purple. Simultaneously, black flames leapt up at the entrance to the next room, trapping them in between. "Look!" Hermione exclaimed, grabbing a parchment placed beside the bottles. Alex stood behind her, catching a whiff of the lavender-scented shampoo in her hair. Hermione read aloud, "Danger is ahead. Safety is behind. 2 among us can assist you. Drink them. 1 will lead you forward, the other will return you to your original place. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are killers, lined up waiting. Choose wisely, unless you wish to be delayed here forever. We provide 4 clues to aid your choice. First, no matter how cunningly the poison hides, they all stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends are not useful if you wish to advance. Third, you will notice the bottles vary in size. Among the giants and dwarfs, the Grim Reaper is not hidden. Fourth, the second from the left and the second from the right, though different in appearance, share the same taste." Hermione let out a long sigh, and Harry was astonished to see her smile. He himself found no reason to smile at all. "This is brilliant," Hermione declared. "This isn't magic, it's logical reasoning, a riddle. Many of the greatest wizards lack even a modicum of logical reasoning, and thus remain trapped here forever. What about us? We can't escape, can we?" Harry asked anxiously. "Of course we can," Hermione replied. "Everything we need to know is written on this parchment. 7 bottles. 3 are poison, 2 are wine. 1 will allow us to safely pass through the black flames. The other will return us through the purple flames. But how do we know which to drink?" "Give me a moment." Hermione read the parchment a few more times. She paced before the row of bottles, muttering to herself, pointing at this or that bottle. Finally, she clapped her hands in delight. "I've got it. This smallest bottle will help us pass through the black flames and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. This one." Harry lifted the smallest bottle. "There's only enough for 2 of us, and there are 4. Before Ron could say anything, Harry unscrewed the cap, declaring, "I have to go, regardless. This is something I must face." He pointed to the scar on his forehead. "Isn't it Voldemort?" Ron shivered. And by the time he steadied himself, Harry had already crossed through the purple flames and reached the other side of the door. "What do we do now?" Hermione looked at the remaining potion. "Alex, could you help? Save Harry? Or be gently gazed upon by Dumbledore? Or face the boss Voldemort, who neither pays nor provides benefits?" Alex wished to do none of these. Just as he was preparing to find the words to urge Ron forward, an unexpected figure appeared. "Quirrell?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "Professor Quirrell, Hermione was suddenly tense, completely losing the cool demeanor she had in front of the troll. How did you end up here?" Quirrell struggled to articulate. "It's Snape. He has already gone in. Harry is inside trying to stop him." Ron spoke excitedly, nearly incoherent. "Snape?" Quirrell's face was a mask of surprise. "Professor Quirrell, you must go in." Alex thrust the potion into Quirrell's hands. "Help Harry. We'll go back and get a teacher." Quirrell, rather brazenly, gulped down the potion and then stepped through the flames. Alex gazed at Quirrell's nape, that enormous purple scarf, feeling utterly repulsed. "Damn it, you foolish and incompetent colleague," Alex thought with a hint of amusement. "Hermione, let us go summon help," he declared. Chapter 27. The celebration kiss. "You deceitful charlatan. I distinctly said I would refrain from contact during this period, and yet you dare to ignore my wishes." Alex awkwardly rubbed his nose as he beheld the letter sent by Owl. "The last time we ventured into the Forbidden Forest, it was indeed Professor Quirrell who posed a threat. I suspect this was a trap laid by Professors Flitwick and Dumbledore to lure Quirrell out. However, I never anticipated that you would resort to stealing the Philosopher's Stone. The entire Hogwarts is abuzz with this news. Did you not always profess your disdain for Harry?" As Alex observed the somewhat juvenile handwriting, he was reminded of Lily's adorable little canine teeth, reminiscent of a child. Yet, what irked him most was that you did not invite me along. With a resigned roll of his eyes, he acknowledged that he himself had little desire to join. Had it not been for Neville's clumsiness, which was quite substantial, he might have been caught up in the fray. Nevertheless, thank goodness you emerged unscathed. That day in the Forbidden Forest, I sensed you had no control over the situation, and now I hear you faced Quirrell alone. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore was present." Stretching lazily, Alex turned his gaze toward the bright sunlight streaming through the window. He mused that whether Dumbledore was gay or not made little difference, for I, Alex, was here. Oh, how delightful. In a moment of joy, Alex burst into laughter. Throwing off the covers, he sprang out of bed. The well-worn letter lay on his bedside table, and sunlight illuminated the final line of the text. In the stillness of the night within the Forbidden Forest, time had seemed to halt. "Your most astute Lily." As Lily noted, the incident surrounding the Philosopher's Stone was meant to remain confidential, yet for reasons unknown, it had become common knowledge. Since Quirrell entered the fire door, 3 days had elapsed, during which Alex received numerous letters of consolation. Most were ordinary greeting cards, yet they filled his heart with joy. Conversely, Hermione and Ron had been consumed by guilt. More accurately, Hermione was chastising herself for failing to notice that the smallest potion vial was full. The vial was full. "I should have deduced that," which indicates Snape. No, Quirrell never truly entered, did he? Every time Dumbledore mentioned this, Hermione could not help but collapse against Alex, weeping uncontrollably. At this moment, Alex would often curl his lip and lament, "Hermione is such a flat-chested, flat-bottomed little child. The notion of a lowly truly vexes me." However, in contrast to Hermione's mere quest for solace from Alex, Ron's behavior was significantly more excessive. "Alex, it's all your fault. Why did you let Quirrell in?" Ron had become quite accustomed to posing this question to Alex. Nevertheless, the instant Alex brandished his wand, Ron's volume would diminish considerably, muttering reproachfully, "It's all your fault. Why did you let him in?" Alex now reflects on that day, and a shiver of dread still courses through him. When Dumbledore emerged from that door, cradling Harry, the trust and tenderness in his gaze towards Alex made him feel as though he might perish. In his mind, he incessantly chanted, "Spare me, gay dong, spare me." Such is the nature of retribution. "Alex, will you not even glance at Harry?" Upon entering the common room, Alex encountered Angelina. "Senior?" "Indeed. I just saw Hermione and Ron heading to the hospital wing," Angelina replied with a smile. "I won't go," Alex coolly declined. "Be cautious, lest your little admirer be enchanted by Harry," Angelina teased, playfully tapping Alex's head with her finger. "By the way, Senior, are you not disheartened about the House Cup?" Although Alex was delighted to see the cheerful Senior, a sense of confusion lingered. "Well, next year, I intend to have you join the Gryffindor team. You must perform admirably, and together we shall hoist the House Cup, which aligns perfectly with my style," she said, gradually making her way out of the common room. Turning back to give Alex a thumbs up. "I have faith in you, Junior." Alex spotted Hermione at the staircase, who joyfully waved at him. "You finally woke up. I must tell you, Harry has regained consciousness." "Oh, really?" Alex replied, crossing his arms. "Shall we head to the Great Hall together?" "Yes," Hermione smiled at Alex. "This year we may have lost the House Cup, but next year it shall surely be ours." Suddenly, Alex burst into laughter as he dashed towards the Great Hall. I am Alex, the genius. Foolish genius, Hermione chuckled to herself as she watched the exuberant Alex sprint away. The true genius is none other than me. Miss Hermione Granger. Next year, I shall secure the top spot. The Great Hall was resplendently adorned in green and silver, the colors of Slytherin. To celebrate their 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup, a massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the guest seats. As Alex entered, he noticed the lively chatter of the hall, with many pointing and whispering about him. He approached the Gryffindor table, seating himself between Angelina and Hermione. Beaming his radiant smile at those who glanced his way. Under the scrutiny of many, Alex consistently managed to shine, did he not? Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, and the din in the hall gradually subsided. Another year has passed, he exclaimed cheerfully. Before we indulge in these exquisite delicacies, I must trouble you all to listen to the klitsch of an old man. Alex made a face at Lavanda across the table, prompting her to glare at him in irritation. What a splendid year it has been. Before Dumbledore could finish his musings, Alex was already in tears, overwhelmed with gratitude, which elicited a stifled giggle from Lavanda as she covered her mouth. I suggest you tone it down a bit, Professor Dumbledore interjected, his voice cutting through as he continued. Your minds have surely become richer than before. There lies an entire summer ahead for you to digest all that knowledge and make room for more. Alex resumed, tapping his head, feigning exasperation, which made even Hermione join in the effort to suppress her laughter. Now, as I am aware, we must first conduct the awarding ceremony for the House Cup, and the scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 352 points, Ravenclaw with 426 points, and Slytherin with 472 points. Despite Hermione's efforts to focus on Alex's antics, he caught a glimpse of her wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, and Alex heard Angelina scoff disdainfully, as if commenting on Snape's favoritism. Indeed, commendable performance, Dumbledore remarked. However, recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell silent, and the Slytherin smiles dimmed slightly. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore continued, I still have a few points to distribute. Let's see. First up, Mr. Alexander Valentine Stokes. With a beaming smile, Alex waved to those around him as he performed the most magnificent summoning charm ever witnessed. I believe Professor Flitwick would be proud of him. Thus, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The cheers from Gryffindor nearly shook the enchanted ceiling, and the stars above seemed to quiver in response. Seizing the moment, Alex stood up and waved at the girls from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, his smile particularly radiant when Lily's gaze fell upon him. You really have no idea what modesty is. Hermione, attempting to remain inconspicuous, tugged at Alex's robe, urging him to rein it in. However, before she could finish her sentence, Dumbledore's voice rang out again. Next, Miss Hermione Granger. She faced the flames with calm logic, and thus, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione froze momentarily, and upon realizing what had transpired, buried her face in her arms. Alex suspected she might be secretly crying. Around them, Gryffindor students erupted in joy, leaping up and down as they collectively gained 100 points. Lavanda joyously embraced Seamus, whose face was flushed with excitement. Third, Harry Potter, Dumbledore announced. The hall fell into an extraordinary silence. He displayed remarkable bravery and exceptional courage, hence I award Gryffindor 60 points. The ensuing uproar was deafening. Alex, we tied with Slytherin. We tied. Angelina exclaimed excitedly in Alex's ear. We can win. Angelina, we can win. Caught up in the exuberance, Alex shouted across the long table. We can win. We can win. The table resounded with the chant, albeit uncoordinated, yet every voice was vibrant, and the excitement was palpable. Courage manifests in many forms, Dumbledore proclaimed, raising his wand to amplify his voice above the tumult. To confront adversaries demands extraordinary bravery, and to stand firm before friends requires equal fortitude. Therefore, I award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. Neville. Alex leapt up in exhilaration, leading Gryffindor in a chorus of cheers. If one were at platform 9, they might still hear the thunderous applause from Gryffindor. This cacophony startled Neville, turning him pale. Alex, leading the charge, called out, Neville looks like he might cry. Guiding a group of Gryffindors, they lifted him high into the air. Gryffindor. Before Neville could even let out a terrified cry, he was tossed again. Neville, we won. Laughter erupted from every Gryffindor, and even the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs raised their goblets in celebration of Gryffindor. Let's get hyped. Alex stood atop the long table, wand raised, exclaiming, Gryffindor. The entire house echoed the chant, with even the airborne Neville shaking his chubby fist in triumph. Suddenly, a burst of red light erupted from the tip of Alex's wand, flooding the entire hall. The green hanging streamers transformed into vibrant red, the silver into gold. The enormous Slytherin serpent vanished, leaving only the lion roaring freely within the hall. Victory! In that moment, the roar reverberated through the skies. Chapter 1. Peter Pan. It has been some time since the first term at Hogwarts concluded, yet Alex still struggled to readjust to solitary life, feeling somewhat bored. The Philosopher's Stone, transmuting stone into gold. No, Margaret's words lingered in Alex's mind, swirling like a malevolent spirit. My money. The mere thought of the vault he had not set foot in for nearly a year, a desolate place, devoid of anything but a mirror, sent a chill down his spine. Alex vividly recalls the moment he first stepped into that place, the underground vault of the Stokes family. The fairy door respectfully swung open, and at just 8 years old, he was instantly dazzled by the shimmering gold that surrounded him. How much gold must there be to emit such brilliance? However, the enchantment was short-lived. Upon entering, Alex discovered that the glimmering splendor was merely a facade of mirrors, with the actual gold amounting to no more than 5 bags. It was a disheartening realization, indeed. I must earn money, he thought. Next year, Alex, I shall have you join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The memory of his senior, Angelina, pressing down on his head, proclaiming, I have the highest hopes for you, echoed in his mind. Now, Alex grappled with an inexplicable bitterness. I cannot afford a broom. Alex, it's time to work. Huh, already? Lost in his thoughts, Alex was roused by his current employer. He was now working at an amusement park. Little girl, yes. Extend your hand. Dressed in a tailcoat, Alex stood before a small girl, radiating a smile akin to sunshine. Mom, the little girl, clearly distrustful of this boy dressed like an adult, turned to her mother without a hint of courtesy. Then please, give me your hand, Alex said with a grin. Addressing the lady. Oh, I'm all right. The woman, in her 40s, hesitated before extending her hand. Behold, Alex gently placed a 10-penny coin in her palm. With the visage of Queen Elizabeth facing upward, seemingly smiling at the girl and her mother, he waved his hand, then courteously placed it behind his back. Suddenly, the coin stood upright, bowing like a gentleman to the woman, then performing a deep bow while removing an imaginary hat. The woman gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, while the little girl gazed in wide-eyed wonder. Even more enchantment followed as Alex placed a 5-penny coin, waved his hand again, and the coin, like a lady, lifted its skirt and executed a perfect noble curtsy. The 2 coins then began to waltz gracefully, a sight so unbelievable it left the onlookers spellbound. The woman squinted, attempting to decipher the secret behind the dancing coins in her palm. She speculated that a fine thread was orchestrating their movements, a common trick among magicians. Yet, her hopes were dashed. Even as she pretended to casually wave her hand to draw her overly curious daughter closer, she felt no obstruction from the gloved hand. The coins even showcased an impressive high toss, leaving her utterly amazed. Time became indistinct. Was it 5 minutes or 10? Under the enchanting spectacle, the coins bowed to the 2 spectators before reverting to their ordinary state, lying quietly in her palm. How did you do that? The little girl rushed forward, peering around Alex with intrigue. This boy, 5 or 6 years her senior, now seemed shrouded in mystery in her eyes. Alex smiled warmly at the little girl. Now, dear lady, please recall your happiest memory. Perhaps these 2 coins will soar into the air, sharing in your joy. The woman hesitated but eventually closed her eyes, reminiscing about the elation she felt when she first gave birth to the little girl. Mommy, they really are flying, the little girl exclaimed excitedly, tugging at the woman's dress. The woman opened her eyes to see the coins dancing like fairies, swirling around the little girl before soaring into the air, waving at the 2 of them. Oh, the woman gasped in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you Peter Pan? The little girl suddenly inquired. Can you take me to Neverland? No, I fear he cannot. A hand suddenly encircled the little girl from behind. It belonged to a well-dressed man, approximately in his 40s, who turned to the woman and said, we must dine at the Dursleys this evening. Although I am not particularly keen on going, we cannot afford to be late. Sweetheart, it seems we must return early, the woman said affectionately, kissing the girl's cheek. We shall come back another time. Now, say goodbye to your brother. Will you come to fetch me? The little girl asked, her face clouded with disappointment at the early departure. You must be Peter Pan, to say goodbye, Wendy. Alex stood still, watching the family gradually recede into the distance, suddenly reminded of Hogwarts. He beamed a broad smile towards the sky, exclaiming to himself, I must strive for my flying broom. After stretching lazily, Alex once again immersed himself in his part-time job. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Harry was feeling despondent for having received not a single letter all summer long, especially today, which marked his birthday. The thought of the day's events made Harry feel utterly unwell, were it not for the prohibition against magic outside of school. He would have eagerly cast a spell to teach his aunt and uncle a lesson. During breakfast, Uncle Vernon cleared his throat with exaggerated seriousness and proclaimed, We all know today is a very important day. Harry lifted his head, scarcely believing his ears. Did the Dursleys truly intend to celebrate his birthday? I might be making the biggest deal of my life today, Uncle Vernon announced. Harry lowered his gaze and continued munching on his toast. Of course, he thought bitterly. Uncle Vernon was referring to that ridiculous dinner he had been incessantly discussing for the past fortnight. A wealthy builder and his wife were coming for dinner, and Uncle Vernon hoped the man would place a substantial order with his drilling company. I think we should go over the evening's arrangements once more, Uncle Vernon said. At 8 o'clock, everyone should be in position. Petunia, you should. In the living room, Aunt Petunia responded in kind, eagerly anticipating their guest arrival. Very good, Dudley. I'm ready to open the door for them. Dudley donned a sickly sweet smile. Shall I hold your coats, Mr. and Mrs. Mason? They will love them. And Petunia exclaimed joyfully. Excellent, Dudley, Uncle Vernon said, then abruptly turned to Harry. And you? I shall remain in my bedroom, making no sound. Pretending I am not home, Harry flatly replied. Good, Uncle Vernon growled. I will bring them into the living room, introduce you to Petunia, and pour them drinks. At 8 o'clock sharp, I shall announce dinner, Aunt Petunia declared. Dudley, you should say, shall I escort you to the dining room, Mrs. Mason? Dudley said, extending his plump arm to an invisible lady. Such a proper young gentleman. Aunt Petunia sniffled with pride. And you? Uncle Vernon glared at Harry. I shall remain in my bedroom, making no sound, pretending I am not home, Harry said listlessly. Right. Now, we should say some complimentary things at the dinner table. Petunia, do you have any suggestions? Mr. Mason, Vernon will say you excel at golf. Mrs. Mason, please tell me where you bought your dress. Very well. Dudley, how about this? Mr. Mason, our teacher asked us to write about someone we admire. And I wrote about you. This was too much for both Aunt Petunia and Harry to bear. Petunia was so overcome with joy that tears streamed down her face as she embraced her son, while Harry buried his head beneath the table, fearing they might see him laughing. And you, Harry? Harry straightened up, struggling to maintain a straight face. I shall remain in my bedroom, making no sound, pretending I am not home. That's right, Uncle Vernon insisted. The Masons don't even know you. Let us keep it that way. Petunia, after dinner, you take Mrs. Mason back to the living room for coffee, and I will steer the conversation towards drilling machinery. If luck is on my side, I might secure the signed contract before the 10 o'clock news. By this time tomorrow, we could be selecting a villa in Majorca. As he contemplated this, Majorca villa? Harry furiously pruned the roses and watered the plants, repainting the garden bench. Despite possessing a fortune in Gringotts, he still had to endure living with the loathsome Dursleys. He wished they could witness the renowned Harry Potter in his current predicament. While scattering fertilizer in the flower bed, he thought with fierce determination. Come in. After a long day. Harry finally heard his Aunt's voice as she stepped onto the newspaper-covered floor. Alone in his room, Harry listened to the laughter echoing from downstairs, where Mrs. Mason was regaling the Dursleys with tales of the little magician they encountered at the amusement park, exclaiming, it was simply magical. Harry was certain the Dursleys would feel uncomfortable at the mention of magic, yet they had to maintain their smiles. This thought brought Harry immense satisfaction. Just as Harry was reveling in this delightful moment, a sudden crackling sound erupted in his bedroom. Someone was standing on his bed. Chapter 2, My Flying Broomstick, Part 1. In homage to overpriced books, you nearly dashed Alex's dreams. Alex had just concluded his stint as a street magician in a Muggle amusement park. Much akin to the staff clad in Mickey Mouse attire, he always managed to find his own delight amidst the frivolities. For instance, he would charmingly request, Miss, may I have your hand? If you find joy in this, the coin shall dance in the air. His touch was undeniably captivating. This summer, if one could speak of any advancement in Alex's skills, it would be that his levitation and dance spells had reached an extraordinary level. Even without a wand, he could effortlessly execute a plethora of intricate maneuvers. As Alex reminisced fondly about his summer job, he calculated that after deducting the tuition fees for Hogwarts, he still had at least £150 remaining. This translates, good sir, to approximately 30 galleons, based on the current exchange rate. The old goblin at the exchange counter, with his beard long gone and a bald head devoid of any adornment, was a testament to the common saying about goblins being notoriously miserly. Would you like assistance in depositing your galleons into the vault? The goblin inquired, his tone warm and inviting. No, thank you, Alex replied, feeling no need to endure the roller coaster-like experience of saving for merely 30 galleons. Such a pity, the goblin lamented as Alex stepped outside the doors of Gringotts, glancing at the flyer that had been handed to him. Introducing the Nimbus 2001. The Nimbus Company, established in 1967, proudly presents its latest masterpiece, the Nimbus 2001. This product features our patented braking spell, ensuring instantaneous acceleration to speeds of 140 miles per hour at any altitude. Rest assured, the entire broom is crafted from oak, boasting a flawless linear design, with reinforced tail for optimal stability, eliminating any concerns of drift from prolonged flight. The Nimbus 2001 surpasses its predecessor, the Nimbus 2000, and is now available for the remarkable price of merely 30 galleons. Alex stared blankly at the promotional flyer, his heart swelling with excitement, particularly at the sight of the woman depicted on the poster. She was the celebrated catcher of the Tateshire tornadoes, currently in the limelight, boasting a cascade of black hair. Many speculated that she possessed Asian heritage, with some even suggesting she was the backup catcher for the Toyohashi Tengu in Japan, who had ventured alone into England due to a lack of opportunities for practice. A legendary figure accompanied by a legendary price. What could be more enticing than that? Alex approached the Quidditch shop, nearly trembling with anticipation, completely disregarding the astronomy shop he usually adored. Suddenly, an owl swooped gracefully from the sky, landing directly in front of him. My letter? Alex pondered, pointing at himself in confusion. Could it be that the Ministry of Magic had caught wind of his summer escapades? The owl turned its head, its amber eyes regarding Alex with a sideways glance, before emitting a sound that resembled a confirming hoot. Indeed, it is my letter, Alex murmured with a hint of dismay as he retrieved the message from the owl's grasp. However, upon opening it, his spirits lifted considerably. It was a reading list. The second-year students were required to read Standard Spells, Level 2, by Miranda Goshawk, Breaking Up with the Banshee, by Gilderoy Lockhart, Traveling with Ghouls, by Gilderoy Lockhart, Vacationing with the Banshee, by Gilderoy Lockhart, Journeying with Trolls, by Gilderoy Lockhart, Cruising with Vampires, by Gilderoy Lockhart, Wandering with Werewolves, by Gilderoy Lockhart, and A Year with the Yeti, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Realizing that this was not a reprimand for his unauthorized use of magic, Alex sighed in relief and sauntered towards the leaky cauldron. Rather than splurging on expensive new books, Alex preferred the wisdom contained within well-worn tomes, especially when the margins were filled with notes. Such annotations could elevate his understanding, particularly after a semester of neglecting his studies. With a creak, he made his way to the used book section. Ordinarily, he wouldn't need to purchase new textbooks. The shelves of his home were already brimming with enough material to support his 7-year journey at Hogwarts. However, today was different. Breaking Up with the Banshee, he read aloud, lifting a tattered green book. The Banshee's not too shabby. Traveling with Ghouls, Vacationing with the Banshee, he noted, Lockhart's personal life is rather pathetic. It seems writers have no luck with women. As he diligently sifted through a pile of old books in search of the latest Lockhart novel, he muttered to himself in frustration. Suddenly, a man's voice called out, startling Alex and sending a chill down his spine. Alex turned around tremulously, only to discover that it was none other than Navi standing behind him. Are you Alex? A woman clad in a green robe, adorned with a fox fur scarf and a tall hat embellished with an eagle specimen, gazed at Alex with a twinkle in her eye. Navi often spoke of you at home. I never imagined that Navi could bring such honor to Gryffindor, she exclaimed, her excitement evident as she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with her hand. Alex awkwardly observed an elderly woman before him, dabbing at her tears. He noticed her large red handbag was brimming with Lockhart's new books. As Neville's grandmother turned to settle the bill, he confided in Alex. My grandmother is an ardent Lockhart fan. She always hopes I could be like him. A look of resignation adorned Neville's round face as he glanced at the book Alex was holding, and he curiously inquired, why don't you purchase Standard Spells Level 2 and Where to find magical creatures? You could have my house elf deliver them at the start of term. Alex smiled at Neville, then bent down to continue his search for books, still missing the one about spending a year with the Yeti in Tibet. Neville, we must be on our way. Neville's grandmother approached, admonishing, don't forget to take the books. She sternly handed the volumes to Neville, who had inadvertently left his Standard Spells Level 2 at the checkout. Your forgetfulness must have caused you both a great deal of trouble, Neville's grandmother remarked, prompting him to lower his head in embarrassment. With a resigned pout, Alex recalled the times when he and Lily would meet at the tower in the evenings, only to find Neville dozing in the corridor upon their return. However, it seemed Neville was reluctant to remember, having scored a commendable 120 in herbology. Indeed, Alex's own score was a mere 61. Oh, how he wished he could possess the same talents as his father. Before Neville's grandmother could muster a smile, she began to complain again, urging, come on, Neville. We still need to buy you a new wizarding robe. You're growing so fast. Goodbye, Alex. Neville waved cheerfully, a blush of happiness gracing his cheeks. Rare praise from his grandmother lifting his spirits. Goodbye, Alex replied dully, feeling a pang of discomfort as he watched Neville, accompanied by a loved one. It was time to pay. Grabbing a hefty stack of books, Alex winced as he clutched his pouch of coins and made his way to the counter. Chapter 3, My Flying Broomstick. Part 2, Are you joking? How on earth can these few books cost 5 galleons? Alex exclaimed at the cashier, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. That's our standard price. The owner of Lehan Bookstore remained remarkably calm. But I'm buying secondhand books. Alex flipped open the volume on Wandering with Werewolves and pointed to a page. Look here. There are handprints. How can you charge me 13 sickles for this? You might as well rob me. Sir, this is a book by Mr. Lockhart. The bookstore owner adjusted his glasses. His books always sell very well. And he will be here this afternoon for a new book launch. Whether they sell well or not is of no concern to me. Alex seethed, contemplating storming out. He firmly believed that his defense against the dark arts skills did not rely on classroom instruction. Having Mary as his tutor was more than sufficient. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? The owner called after Alex kindly. Many Hogwarts students have been purchasing these books lately. ISNT the exam approaching? Exams. Alex suddenly froze, realizing he had not mentioned his exam grades. In every subject requiring a quill, he barely scraped a score of 60, particularly in charms. His practical scores were high enough to save him from inevitable failure. For the sake of passing, Alex gritted his teeth and resolutely turned back. Look again. This book on vacationing with the Banshee is missing several pages. You must lower the price for me. I still need to buy a flying broomstick. I am a Quidditch player for Gryffindor, after all. You're from Gryffindor too? Alex's remark sent the owner into a reverie. He squinted his small eyes in nostalgia. Back in the day, I was a Gryffindor as well. Before Alex could finish his thought, the owner interrupted. But business is business. The lowest I can go is 4 galleons and 15 sickles. 12 sickles. 14 sickles. 12. 13. Fine, 13 it is. As Alex painfully extracted his only pouch of coins, he meticulously counted out 4 galleons and 13 sickles, placing them on the counter. Safe travels. Knowledge will always illuminate your path. The bookstore owner, clad in a brown waistcoat, waved goodbye to Alex. Just as Alex stepped outside, he nearly shouted, "Return my money. I'll follow you every day." Having spent nearly 5 galleons for a few of Lockhart's worthless books, Alex sat disheartened in an ice cream shop, indulging in a lavish red bean sundae for 10 sickles, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling Diagon Alley. The lively atmosphere and delectable ice cream failed to lift Alex's spirits because of that fool Lockhart. Obtaining a Firebolt 2001 was now an impossibility. "Mary, do you know of any other places to buy a decent broomstick?" Alex wrote, not wishing to settle for a clean sweep or comet, too lacking in personality. "What do you think I am? A travel shopping guide? You are the all-powerful Lady Margaret." Alex had spent the entire summer flattering Margaret, his skills nearing perfection. "I believe you would be better off focusing your energy on mastering spells and honing your wandless magic rather than wasting your innate, extraordinary magical prowess." Margaret's writing remained as elegant as ever, adorned with flourishes that entwined like delicate circles. Alex curled his lips upon hearing this, the tone resembling that of Hermione. However, based on his experience, he felt that this was sufficient. "I assure you, I shall heed your words from now on. Just look at how I have been practicing throughout this summer." Alex sketched a vividly animated figure in his notebook, striking a pose of supplication. His words were eloquent. Yet in Diagon Alley, there existed a shop exclusively dedicated to selling enchanted brooms, all meticulously handcrafted. Margaret appeared exceedingly pleased with Alex's diligent practice over the summer, providing her answers with remarkable clarity. "For heaven's sake, Diagon Alley is quite lengthy. How could I possibly know which shop you mean? Are you truly a Ravenclaw?" "Indeed. Such a hasty temperament belonged to a Gryffindor. If anyone had a child like you, it would be nothing short of a calamity." Margaret added a sighing expression, with the swirling lines of her sigh extending to the edge of the page. "The shop is adjacent to Boking's, if it still exists, and boasts a sign reading Oak 97. But," Alex pondered, "will that shop offer me a decent broom? I currently possess only 25 galleons, and I must reserve some for Christmas gifts." "Welcome." As Alex stepped inside, he noticed a short man standing behind the counter. Surveying the surroundings, disappointment washed over him. The place was filled with antiquated broom designs. While it would be the perfect choice for a collector, when it came to soaring through the skies at breakneck speed, Alex longed to return to the sunlit Diagon Alley, where the Quidditch specialty store appeared far more professional. "Are you suggesting my store lacks professionalism?" The short man suddenly leapt in front of Alex, his eyes bulging. Startled, Alex nearly instinctively cast a spell. "I am looking to purchase a broom with superior performance. Every broom here boasts the finest performance," the proprietor exclaimed nervously, gesticulating wildly while pacing back and forth, his long beard billowing in the air. "Try this." Without waiting for a response, he thrust an oak broom into Alex's hands. "Are you selling wands?" Alex gazed down at the broom shoved into his grasp, utterly speechless. "This is an Oak 97, the earliest broom of this century." "I wish to exchange it," Alex promptly declared, pondering whether this broom might disintegrate mid-flight. "Do you not possess a competition-grade broom? Every broom here is suitable for the Quidditch World Cup," the proprietor bellowed, extracting a silver broom from a barrel with his robust arms and pressing it firmly against Alex's face. "Boy, take a good look. This broom can achieve speeds of 150 miles per hour. I am not jesting. Do not regard me with such skepticism. But this is the Silver Arrow, is it not?" Alex questioned, casting a doubtful glance at the broom while attempting to push it away with both hands. "Are you buying or not?" the proprietor shouted. "This broom is the Silver Arrow too." "Zero. How on earth did you come across this information?" Before Alex had the chance to speak, the boss, in a fit of anger, thrust the Silver Arrow 2.0 back into the wooden barrel. As he walked towards the counter, he wiped away his tears with a heavy heart. Alex could intermittently hear phrases like the world's #1 company and unrecognizable echoing around him. He reflected on the once impossible Light Wheel 2001, alongside the sweeping popularity of Comet. With determination, Alex declared, "Boss, I want this." "All right, good job, young man." Before he could finish his thought, Alex was left astounded as his boss skillfully retrieved the only pouch of coins from his person, weighing it in his hand marked with fine lines. "Consider this a discount. This Silver Arrow 2.0 is yours." Without further ado, the Silver Arrow was thrust into Alex's embrace, and he was promptly ushered out the door. Still reeling from the encounter, Alex gazed at the old witch in front of him, who was peddling an array of dismal wares. He sighed and let out a faint whistle, then sauntered away. Regardless of the circumstances, the ability to fly was paramount. Chapter 4, Lockhart's book signing? Hermione? Alex exclaimed upon spotting the girl standing at the entrance of Gringotts as he emerged from Nocturnal Alley. "Alex?" Hermione replied in astonishment. "You've cut your hair." Alex beamed with a broad smile. "What do you think? I look more handsome now, don't I?" Hermione's father emerged from inside, inquiring about Alex's identity. He was quite noticeable, dressed in a typical white shirt, his hair impeccably groomed. Before Alex could respond, Hermione interjected, "He is from the same house as I am, Dad. And his spell work is fantastic." "Spell work? I recall yours scored 120 points," Hermione's father replied proudly, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "Yet, you never mentioned him before. Dear, what are you two up to? Come inside." Just then, a woman with brown hair stepped outside. "If we don't hurry, we'll miss that signing event with Lockhart," Hermione exclaimed. "Lockhart? What was it again?" "Lockhart, Mom. By the way, this is my classmate, Alex," Hermione said, tilting her head towards her mother, who was tall and towered over 12-year-old Hermione. "Oh, splendid. Would you like to join us?" Hermione's father kindly asked Alex, sensing his slight shyness in their presence. "Yes, of course," Alex replied, following Hermione's family inside. "Sir, the current exchange rate is 5 pounds for 1 galleon," an elderly goblin, whose beard had nearly vanished, animatedly discussed with Hermione's father. "Well, we wish to exchange 40 galleons," Hermione's father stated, producing 200-pound notes and handing them to the goblin. As the goblin turned to fetch the money, his gaze fell upon the Nimbus 2000 that Alex held in his hand. "Is this a flying broom?" Hermione's father queried with curiosity. "You mean to say you can actually ride this and soar into the sky?" "I believe so," Alex replied, lifting his broom. "If one were to ascend to great heights, a warming charm would be necessary." "Don't be so reserved," Hermione's mother chuckled. "I've heard from Hermione that wizards seldom interact with people like us. By the way, is your broom a birthday gift? I earned it through my own labor," Alex explained as they made their way to the entrance with Hermione's family. "Labor?" Hermione's father adjusted his glasses excitedly. "I have yet to hear Hermione speak of employment in the wizarding world. Could you enlighten me?" "Dad," Hermione felt uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Yet she glanced at Alex, who seemed equally unfamiliar with the topic. "I worked at an amusement park," Alex replied politely, bowing slightly. "It is a pleasure to meet you." "Ma'am, I am a street magician." Alex extended his hand, and 2 silver coins danced gracefully upon his palm. It was truly astonishing. Hermione's mother gasped in disbelief, her mouth agape, while her father was equally taken aback, eagerly inquiring, "Are magicians truly wizards? Otherwise, why are they so reluctant to unveil the secrets of their craft?" "Mom, Dad, we've been lingering at the doorway for quite some time," Hermione's voice chimed in from the side. "The signing event with Lockhart is about to commence. Alex, you must be a fan of Lockhart as well. He is simply remarkable." Alex listened to Hermione's words, scratching his head helplessly as he observed her bouncing with excitement. This truly reminded him of a time in his youth when Hermione's father remarked, "Back then, I was enamored with the Beatles, and she resembles them so much." As he spoke, Hermione's father winked at Alex. "The Beatles?" Alex was not particularly familiar with them. "Oh, I forgot you were a wizard," he continued. At that moment, while Hermione's father and Alex were engaged in a pleasant discussion within Gringotts, Harry was being led out of Nocturnal Alley by Hagrid, his face covered in dust. Hermione. Harry, though wearing his glasses askew, immediately recognized Hermione and rushed over, exclaiming, "You won't believe who I ran into in Nocturnal Alley." "Alex?" Before Hermione could respond, Harry was astonished to see Alex walking out of Gringotts alongside a man nearing 40. "Harry, who did you just say you saw?" Hermione inquired. Before Harry could finish his sentence, Mr. Weasley pushed through the crowd to stand before him, followed by a throng of people. "Harry," Mr. Weasley gasped. "We hope you only missed one fireplace." He wiped his shiny bald head. "Molly is frantic. She'll be here any moment." "Where did you come out from?" Ron asked. "Nocturnal Alley," Hagrid replied sternly. "That's brilliant!" Fred and George exclaimed in unison. "Our parents never let us go there," Ron said enviously. "I think it's best if you don't," Hagrid grumbled. Mrs. Weasley hurried towards them, her handbag swinging wildly in one hand as Ginny struggled to keep pace behind her. "Oh, Harry, dear, you could have been anywhere," she gasped, pulling out a large brush from her bag to sweep off the soot that Hagrid had failed to remove. Mr. Weasley took Harry's glasses, waved his wand, and returned them looking brand new. "Well, I must be off," Hagrid said, his hand being tightly grasped by Mrs. Weasley. "Nocturnal Alley. Thank you for finding him, Hagrid." He strode away, towering over everyone on the street. "Guess who I saw at Borgin and Burke's?" Harry asked Ron and Hermione as they climbed the steps of Gringotts. "Malfoy and his father." Turning to Alex, he asked, "Did you run into them when you came out?" "Kid, you went to Nocturnal Alley?" Mr. Weasley asked, astonished as he turned to Alex. "To buy my Nimbus 2.0, Alex replied, waving the silver broomstick in front of the curious Hermione. "That is not a place you should visit. By the way, Harry, did you say you saw Lucius Malfoy? What was he there for?" Mr. Weasley suddenly asked, alert. "He was there to sell something," Harry replied. "He is frightened," Mr. Weasley said, both serious and satisfied. "Oh, how I wish to catch Lucius Malfoy in the act." "Be careful, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley warned, as a goblin bent down to guide them into the bank. "That family is not to be trifled with. Don't bite off more than you can chew." "You think I can't handle Malfoy?" Mr. Weasley retorted indignantly. But his attention was quickly diverted when he noticed Hermione's parents awkwardly standing by the counter that spanned the marble hall. "Ah, you are muggles," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, oblivious to their discomfort. "We must have a drink together. What is that in your hand?" "Oh, you're exchanging muggle currency. Molly, look," he said excitedly, pointing to Mr. Granger's 10-pound note. We'll see you later, Ron said to Hermione as the Weasleys and Harry were led away by another goblin towards their underground vault. Watching the Weasley family and Harry descend into the vault, Hermione's parents visibly relaxed. Her father turned to Alex and said, "They seem much more approachable than you. By the way, would you like to hear more about the Beatles? I believe they are a legendary band." Chapter 5, The King of Tardiness? Master Alex, it is time to rise. Otherwise, you shall miss the Hogwarts Express, a house elf said, bowing low beside the large bed. Be quiet. I need to sleep a bit more. Alex mumbled without opening his eyes. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. House elves were known for their unquestioning obedience. Harry had never experienced such a delightful holiday, having spent an entire month at the Weasley home since meeting Hermione in Diagon Alley. Although Gilderoy Lockhart's signing made Harry feel awkward, Alex's sudden departure that day puzzled him even more. When they parted at Gringotts, Alex had mentioned going with Hermione to buy ink and parchment, only to vanish without a trace. The most entertaining pastime for Harry and Ron throughout the summer had been speculating why the Malfoys visited Nocturnal Alley and the altercation between Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy at Flourish and Blots. My dad, Harry, not just you, I never expected him to be so. How should I put it, bold? Ron said from his bed. Harry nodded, equally surprised by Mr. Weasley's audacity. Get some sleep, Ron. We're off to Hogwarts tomorrow, Harry said, removing his glasses. He yearned to return to Hogwarts. Even though he enjoyed the burrow, Hogwarts held a special allure for him. The next morning, their departure took quite some time. They awoke at the crack of dawn, yet there seemed to be many tasks remaining. Mrs. Weasley dashed about, searching for spare socks and blankets, her mood frayed. Everyone collided on the stairs, half-dressed and clutching remnants of bread. While carrying Ginny's trunk to the car, Mr. Weasley stumbled over a chicken in the yard, nearly breaking his neck. Harry marveled at how 8 people, 6 large trunks, 2 owls, and a rat could possibly fit into a small Ford Anglia. Naturally, he had not considered the magical enhancements Mr. Weasley had made. Don't tell Molly, he said, opening the trunk to reveal how it had been magically expanded to accommodate the luggage. When they finally settled into the car, Mrs. Weasley glanced back at the rear seat where Harry, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy sat comfortably side by side. She and Ginny occupied the front, which had also been magically enlarged to resemble a park bench. Muggles are smarter than we give them credit for, she remarked. You can't tell from the outside how spacious it is, can you? Mr. Weasley started the engine, and the car pulled out of the yard. Harry took one last look at the house. Just as he began to ponder when he would see it again, they returned. George had forgotten his trick wand at home. 5 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt in the yard again for Fred to dash back to retrieve his broomstick. Just as they were about to hit the highway, Ginny screeched again, exclaiming she had forgotten her diary. As she clambered into the car, the hour was already late, and tempers flared among the crowd. Mr. Weasley glanced at his watch before turning to his wife. Molly dear, no Arthur. No one will see us. There's a small button I installed for the invisible booster. It can whisk us into the skies, and we'll soar above the clouds, arriving in 10 minutes without a soul the wiser. I said no, Arthur. Not in broad daylight. They arrived at King's Cross Station just a minute shy of 11. Mr. Weasley dashed across the street in search of a luggage trolley, while everyone hurried into the station. Harry had ridden the Hogwarts Express the previous year. The trick was to board Platform 9, a platform invisible to Muggles. One must pass through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. It's painless. Yet one must be cautious not to let Muggles witness the vanishing act. Percy was the first to go. Mrs. Weasley anxiously watched the clock, proclaiming they must feign nonchalance while passing through the wall within 5 minutes. Percy strode forward and vanished. Mr. Weasley followed suit. Then came Fred and George. I'll take Ginny. You two stay close behind, Mrs. Weasley instructed Harry and Ron, grasping Ginny's hand as she moved forward, disappearing in an instant. Let us go together. There's only a minute left, Ron urged. Meanwhile, Alex hurriedly dressed, a corned beef sandwich clutched in his mouth. Once dressed, he pushed his trolley towards King's Cross Station. After a long wait for the delayed subway, upon arriving at Platform 9, he witnessed the unfolding scene. Harry and Ron leaned against the trolley, feigning casual conversation. Then Alex observed as they gradually quickened their pace, running faster, the wheels of the trolley emitting a clattering sound. Alex vaguely recalled the platform being jolted by a resounding crash as 2 trains collided with the partition, bouncing back violently. Ron's suitcase thudded heavily onto the ground, causing Harry to be knocked over. Hedwig's cage tumbled onto the gleaming floor, rolling aside, while Hedwig screeched in fury. A multitude of onlookers gathered around them, observing the commotion. Alex feigned ignorance of the 2 individuals, propping himself against his cart as he surveyed the surroundings. His gaze fell upon a girl with flowing golden hair, who too stood in place, observing Harry and Ron. Alex's gaze instantly conveyed a message as he noticed a wand tucked behind the girl's left ear, filled with exuberance. He eagerly sought to meet her eyes. Remarkably, as if by telepathy, the girl seemed to connect with Alex's gaze. Hogwarts? Alex exaggeratedly formed the words with his lips, silently gesturing towards the girl. Initially taken aback, she paused for a moment. However, after observing Alex's repeated silent articulation, she nodded and pointed towards the wall. Alex shrugged and pushed the car forward, noting that the wall seemed to be sealed off. By the way, I'm Alex, a Gryffindor. The girl gazed at Alex's dazzling smile, which could easily disorient anyone, leaving her at a loss for words. She had never encountered such an exuberant man before. What about your parents? Alex leaned against the car and inquired. My father mentioned something about photographing the Bowtruckle. Someone claimed to have spotted them near the pyramids in Egypt. The girl tucked her light golden hair behind her ear, and Alex was surprised to notice her faintly colored eyebrows. So, there's no one to assist us? Alex lamented, regretting his late rising which caused him to miss the train. I have a magic carpet. Shall we take that instead? The Gryffindor girl did not protest much, merely sighing deeply after her remark, reminiscent of Mary. Alex thought helplessly, observing the sighing girl. You must be a Ravenclaw. That is not entirely accurate, she replied, seemingly more at ease, smiling at Alex. I'll go fetch the magic carpet. You should come along. Chapter 6. No Takeoff. Sunlight poured into the ice cream shop on Diagon Alley as Alex watched the passers-by, feeling as though time had reversed. Over a month ago, he had been here, persistently seeking Mary's guidance on acquiring a new broomstick. Although the silver arrow 2.0 now belonged entirely to him, it still resided in his large black suitcase. He could hardly contain his excitement at the thought of trying it out at Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, soaring through the sky for the entire afternoon. Alex, lost in thought, leaned against the awning and gazed up at the azure sky, suddenly reminiscing about that afternoon spent soaring through the air. The wind brushed past his ears, soothing enough that he could almost hear the distant song of a golden oriole perched atop the trees. I shall circle the area, gliding over Hermione's head, only to suddenly appear before Lily. No, that would be too conspicuous, detrimental to my interactions with other girls. Excuse me, are you Alex? The girl raised her gently arched brows, wearing an expression that suggested skepticism. Your ice cream has completely melted. Alex watched a witch outside, fervently arguing with a vendor selling dragon liver, her wand gesticulating in the air, igniting sparks with every flourish. He lowered his gaze to his own straw, contemplating the necessity of finding a gentle partner to be his wife. Otherwise, what if he were to face domestic violence? Imagine Alex, who survived Voldemort's Avada Kedavra, ultimately perishing beneath the cauldron of his spouse. It seemed that Hermione had a rather fierce demeanor. Ice cream had begun to drip onto his trousers. The girl, for the first time, realized there was someone capable of drifting even further into daydreams than herself. Cautiously, she waved her small hand in front of Alex, testing his awareness. If he remained unresponsive, perhaps she would need to send another letter to Hogwarts, or perhaps to St. Mungo's Hospital. Alex has always believed that the most enchanting aspect of a girl lies in her hands. On a summer afternoon, he imagines resting his head upon her lap, basking in the dappled sunlight filtering through the grapevines, casting elongated shadows of her delicate fingers. He revels in the gentle caress of her touch, captivated by the exquisite beauty of her hands. Alex joyfully stroked his chin, as if the hands before him were in motion. Is something the matter? He finally snapped back from his lengthy reverie, yet his demeanor remained languid. Shouldn't we be seated in the ice cream parlor, awaiting Professor McGonagall to collect us? Upon voicing this, before the girl could respond, Alex reclined lazily in his chair and stretched widely. He was still irked that the girl could accompany him on a flying carpet to school. He would have preferred to travel alone on the carpet. The mere thought deflated him, akin to a punctured balloon. We cannot take a flying carpet, the girl said, adjusting her golden locks that shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting a spectrum of colors. My father mentioned that the UK prohibits carpet travel due to the existence of a peculiar sprite found nowhere else. Forget about the sprite, Alex exclaimed, rummaging through his belongings, casting aside his silver arrow broomstick. Let's fly to Hogwarts on the carpet. Before the girl could interject, he unearthed a vibrant red carpet, adorned with white, crusty patches. Producing his wand, he declared, I acquired this from the Quidditch proprietor at Nocturnal Alley. I merely had to agree to a few minor conditions. A bright idea struck him, and he grinned at the girl. Wait a moment, let me tidy it up with my wand. I am quite adept at spells. Indeed. You scored 61 in charms. With a flourish of his wand, Alex cast the cleansing charm, and as if carried by a gentle breeze, the crimson carpet floated 20 centimeters above the ground, slowly rotating to reveal its intricate fibers, eventually settling as pristine as new, radiating warmth at first glance. I still prefer not to. The girl hesitated, reluctant to interrupt Alex's exuberance. His expression resembled that of a child under 10, eagerly donning new sneakers while seated in the back seat of his father's car, ready for an exhilarating afternoon at the zoo. She worried that interrupting him might provoke a sudden outburst of tears. The girl shyly observed as Alex sprawled on the carpet, rolling around playfully with his rear in the air, his face pressed against the fabric. He flipped over, beckoning to himself, then bounced up and down with unrestrained joy. Come on, come on. Alex laughed like a child. In that moment, the girl pondered whether he was indeed a child, merely projecting an air of maturity when they first met, making it difficult for her to ascertain his true age. By the way, she said, her pale hands clasped behind her back, I sent a letter to Professor McGonagall via owl. Owl? Where did you get an owl? Alex's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean just now? Yes, just a moment ago. When you mentioned the flying carpet, I visited the Ollery, she confessed, her gaze dropping to the ground. Apprehensive about the possibility of Alex crying. Her slender fingers intertwined nervously. I mentioned we would wait for her reply in Diagon Alley. That's all right, Alex reassured her, dragging his suitcase onto the carpet and peering beneath to ensure it bore no weighty burden. We simply missed the message. Reclining once more on the carpet, he urged. Hurry. Hurry. Time waits for no one. I still wish to witness the Sorting Hat. The girl hesitated, torn by the desire to see the sprites her father spoke of. Come on, Alex urged, leaping off the carpet to hoist her suitcase aboard before joining her. He extended his right hand, grinning widely. The Alex Express is about to set sail, madam. We must board swiftly. What does board mean? The girl felt a bit shy as she placed her hand in his, allowing him to pull her onto the carpet. At that moment, an owl swooped down, creating a whirlwind above them before gracefully landing in front of Alex and the girl. Caught off guard, she instinctively took the letter from the owl, which then soared into the sky with a swift whoosh. As Alex's words hung unspoken in the air, it became evident that his ambitions had dissipated like a fragile bubble, akin to a roller coaster halted mid-ascent. He seemed to deflate entirely, prompting the girls to prepare for the eventuality of his tears, ready to feign ignorance of his presence. Fortunately, all men exhibit a veneer of strength in the presence of enchanting women, particularly Alex. Thus, he remained alone in his despondency upon the flying carpet, which, as if attuned to his sorrow, gently descended towards the ground. Observing this emotionally charged young boy, the girl sighed and raised the letter in her hand, suggesting, let us first await Professor McGonagall at the ice cream shop. She shall arrive shortly. Alex, reflecting on this, leaned back in his chair, lifting the two front legs off the ground, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes in a state of deep contemplation. He truly felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. Alex tumbled to the ground along with his chair, landing with a resounding thud that nearly shattered his posterior. At that moment, a girl's voice lazily drifted over, informing him that his ice cream had already melted onto the floor. Serves you right, Alex. While the author diligently penned words at home during the Lantern Festival, you still hope to use the convenience of a flying carpet to charm girls. Perhaps in your next life. I assure you, it is not out of jealousy. Chapter 7. The scenery by the fireplace was breathtaking. I would like a scoop of chocolate ice cream, Alex said, expertly removing the vanilla ice cream that had splattered all over him. I shall never again indulge in vanilla. I think it would be wise for you to attend to the one atop your head as well, the girl remarked, gesturing to the perfectly intact scoop perched there. Eh? Alex felt the chill and slight stickiness on his head. I painstakingly decided to shorten my hair. I cannot allow my image to be ruined like this. With that, he picked up a transparent glass to use as a mirror. The girl could no longer tolerate this narcissist. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you know how to write self-awareness, Alex? His dazzling white teeth were dazzling enough to make one dizzy. I truly cannot endure you, she said, fanning her flushed face with her hand, irritated by Alex's presence. Do you really know how to write narcissist? Time seemed to freeze at that moment as Alex suddenly leaned in closer. His gaze slowly traveled from the girl's delicate hands to her youthful shoulders, then to the collarbone that could stir desire, albeit it was not yet fully visible. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to deepen the blush on her cheeks. Moreover, Alex's gaze continued its advance, gliding past her slender lips, over her finely shaped nostrils, until it reached her gray eyes. In her dark pupils, mirroring Alex's, there was a hint of fear, a measure of tension, and a final trace of anticipation. Some men's eyes can speak volumes, like Tony Leung, like Dickie Chung, like Alex. His gaze, though wide and simple, held an infinite depth of unspoken words. In that moment, gentleness, curiosity, and kindness coalesced within those dark irises, subtly conveyed. What is your name? Alex inquired. As evening descended, the sun cast its golden rays across the cobblestoned alleyway diagonally opposite. The clamor of voices gradually faded into silence. Thank heavens you sent me a letter via owl. Professor McGonagall emerged from the ice cream shop's fireplace, her wizarding hat perched atop her head, its pointed tip slightly dusted with soot. Professor McGonagall? Alex shifted his focus from his third cup of red bean-flavored ice cream to meet her gaze. Today, for reasons unknown, Professor McGonagall had not taken the time to brush off the ash that clung to her formal wizarding robes, which were now speckled with dust. The platform 9 3/4 had inexplicably become impassable today. Many from the Ministry of Magic had arrived to resolve this issue, and you have wisely sent me this letter. My dear child, I must say, had the school year commenced, I would certainly award your house an extra point. That is quite all right. You may award me the points once the term begins, Alex replied. Professor McGonagall smiled at him, then regretfully shook her finger. For the first time, Alex noticed that she too could exhibit warmth. Alex consumed his ice cream in a single gulp, for the wait for Professor McGonagall had stretched excessively long, rendering the treat a mere puddle. With a mischievous smile directed towards the girl across from him, he turned to Professor McGonagall and inquired, might you assist us in covering the cost of the ice cream? Perhaps you could discuss this matter with Professor Dumbledore. To his surprise, Professor McGonagall responded with a rare touch of humor. Now, let us check your belongings, for we shall be departing through the fireplace via the Flu network directly to Hogwarts. Alex was astonished to discover that there was indeed a connection to the Hogwarts Flu network here. Perhaps next time. He could also travel directly from home to Hogwarts using the Flu network? It must be a privilege granted to Professor Dumbledore by the Ministry of Magic on short notice. The girl, alongside Alex, let their belongings float towards the fireplace and remarked to him. Alex gazed at the girl with an expression of astonishment. You possess the ability to read minds? We must act swiftly, Alex. You should go first. Professor McGonagall did not afford Alex a moment to ponder, promptly pushing him towards the flames. How brusque, Alex mused inwardly. No wonder she remains unaccompanied. Hogwarts. The voice amidst the fire brimmed with anticipation. I speak of anticipation. Do you truly believe it? Are you aware of what Hogwarts signifies for Alex? Oh, how amusing. Do you think it's about the beauty? To Alex. It undoubtedly pertains to Dumbledore. Reclining on his bed, with his right hand cradling his head, Alex reflected on Dumbledore's words from earlier that day. In truth, there was nothing particularly extraordinary. He reiterated the age-old warning against entering the Forbidden Forest. Some upperclassmen dare to trespass into the Forbidden Forest, which is strictly prohibited. In that moment, Alex instinctively glanced towards the Ravenclaw table, locking eyes with Lily. He noticed her defiantly revealing her small canine teeth. Seemingly irked by Alex's disappearance throughout the entire summer, having not received a single letter from him, Alex, with a carefree demeanor, flashed a brilliant smile at Lily, embodying the essence of a shameless rogue. Do you comprehend the meaning of moderation? Greetings, everyone. Just as Alex was lost in the delightful reverie of shared moments with Lily, a man with slick-back hair and a strikingly handsome visage stood up. He bowed gracefully, revealing a smile that shone even more brightly than Alex's. Squinting slightly, Alex noted the man's teeth gleamed almost blindingly. His thoughts turned somewhat malicious. I am Lockhart, indeed, Gilderoy Lockhart, the newly appointed professor of defense against the dark arts. Lockhart declared, his smile capable of melting the ice of the polar regions. You shall be graced by the presence of a true wizard. Instantaneously, a thunderous applause erupted, as all the girls clapped fervently, and Alex could feel Hermione beside him gasping in excitement. She had been incessantly inquiring how he had arrived, having not encountered him on the train, yet she had searched tirelessly until the train reached Hogwarts. However, Lockhart's appointment merely sent a ripple of excitement through the female contingent. For Alex, it was hardly of any significance. With this thought, he stifled a yawn. Harry, stirred by Alex's yawn, turned over, chuckling softly. He had arrived at Hogwarts today with Ron in a flying car, stealing the spotlight, yet had not contributed a single point to Gryffindor. Alex vividly recalled the scene from that time, paying homage to the quintessential adventurer, Harry Potter. The Gryffindors orchestrated a grand celebration in the common room, reveling in the exuberance that accompanied the beginning of the school year. A unanimous sentiment filled the air, promising a delightful year ahead. I drove straight into the Whomping Willow, Ron exuberantly boasted to others, while Alex, along with a group of girls, feigned a courtly demeanor, exclaiming, "Oh, Weasley." Ron's sister, Ginny, bashfully bestowed a kiss upon Harry, the ensuing whistles echoing through the rafters. Ron's exuberant shouts filled the room. "Can I have one too?" Alex called to Hermione. "Sure," a voice chimed from behind him. "But only when you grow as tall as I am." "How can you say that?" Alex's cries mingled with Hermione's soft laughter and Angelina's raucous guffaws, creating a symphony that resonated throughout the night. "Celebrating, Harry?" "No, we are celebrating ourselves, haha." As Alex pondered this, a smile crept across his face, and he shifted positions on his bed for greater comfort. He gazed at the pale golden ceiling and found his thoughts drifting to that girl. Her golden hair playfully escaped from beneath the tattered sorting hat. She appeared a bit peculiar, as Seamus had remarked during the sorting. "Peculiar?" Alex murmured to himself, chuckling softly as he closed his eyes. He could not forget the scene he beheld after using the Flu powder. A girl emerged from the flickering green flames of the staff room's fireplace. Her golden locks cascaded down to her shoulders, framed by delicate lips and a dainty nose, while her gray eyes seemed to converse with you, always appearing to smile. "Luna Lovegood, Ravenclaw." The voice of the sorting hat lingered in Alex's ears. Her porcelain face bore traces of soot, reminiscent of the moonlight, which seemed to shine even more brightly when cast in shadow. Her laughter resembled the moonlight filtered through clouds, ethereal as water. If one's gaze could pierce through the clouds like Alex's, one would discover the gentle caress of moonlight at night, the most exquisite sensation in the world. Indeed, much like the upward curve of Alex's lips as he succumbed to slumber, it was a dreamlike wonder. Chapter 8, Roar. 200 words revised, the following morning. Upon waking, Alex sensed that Harry and Ron were in exceptionally high spirits. "Alex, we didn't lose a single point," Harry exclaimed as he opened his eyes. "Indeed," Alex replied, donning his wizarding robe in agreement, though the summer's warmth had yet to fully reach Hogwarts, perched atop the mountain, where the morning chill lingered. As Alex made his way to the Great Hall, he could still hear Ron chattering incessantly behind him. "Did you know? Did you know? I drove the car last night. I drove the car." As Alex sat at the dining table, he could still hear Ron incessantly boasting about how the brakes on his car had malfunctioned at that time. "You see, I distinctly remember witnessing the incessantly twitching willow that was being struck." Alex was about to savor his favorite French baguette, the saccharine sprinkled by the house elf glimmering like diamonds under the halo of light, perfectly complemented by a delicate meat porridge. which reminded him of the soy milk and deep-fried dough sticks from his past life. Today, Neville sat beside Alex, his face alight with curiosity as he inquired, "I didn't see you on the train yesterday. Where were you?" Setting down a spoon, Alex replied, "I came by the fireplace yesterday. But the platform was closed when I arrived." "Closed?" Neville exclaimed in disbelief. Who would be so bored? Who knows? Ron's voice suddenly interjected. "I had no other choice but to drive over that day." All right, Hermione interrupted, not allowing Ron to continue his boast. "You should be grateful that you didn't harm yourself or Harry. Such an act was certainly unwise. Why couldn't you have written to Professor McGonagall first? You ought to take a leaf out of Alex's book." "Why should I learn from Alex?" Ron erupted, his voice rising. "Just because he can attract girls?" "Yes, I can't. But do you even know what kind of person he is?" "You know nothing." His outburst startled Harry, who sat beside him, and Hermione was rendered speechless by shock. Meanwhile, Hermione was engaged in a re-education session with Ron and Harry, although it appeared that Ron's retort had stymied any significant progress. On the other side, Neville looked at Alex with envy, exclaiming, "How wonderful it would be if I had a house elf at home. Then I wouldn't need to have my grandmother send things over." With a glum expression, Neville gazed at his empty bowl of porridge, mindlessly twirling his silver spoon. Before squinting towards the entrance of the Great Hall, "The postman should be arriving soon. I think my grandmother will send a few things I forgot. She has always hoped I would excel in my defense against the dark arts class. Or else you wouldn't be like your father." Alex chuckled, shaking his half-eaten bread. "Come on, even if I grew a brain, I still couldn't match your herbology grades." As Alex's words faded, a cacophony erupted overhead. Hundreds of owls swooped into the hall, swirling about and dropping letters and parcels into the midst of the conversing crowd. A hefty package landed squarely on Neville's head, followed closely by a grayish creature plummeting into Ron's cauldron, splattering milk and feathers all over Ron and Harry. "Errol," Ron exclaimed, tugging at the drenched owl that had collapsed onto the table. Its legs flopped in the air, a soggy red envelope clutched in its beak. "I never imagined your family could afford an owl. Your dad must have sold his trousers to get this one. It looks quite sprightly." Draco Malfoy sauntered past Ron, followed by Crabbe and Goyle, who erupted into raucous laughter. "Oh no," Ron gasped. "Don't take Malfoy's words to heart," Hermione reassured him. "I suspect he is simply envious. I've never seen his parents send him anything." Gently prodding Errol with her fingertip, she inquired, "Are you sure is it still alive?" "Not that." Ron pointed at the red envelope, which appeared rather unremarkable, yet both Ron and Neville seemed convinced it would explode. "What's the matter?" Alex tilted his head towards Neville. Before Neville could respond, Ron stammered, as if his trembling voice might alleviate his anxiety. "My mother sent me a howler." Ron's voice was weak, seemingly preempting any comfort. "You'd best open it, Ron," Neville said quietly, almost shyly. "Not opening it is worse. My grandmother sent me one once, and I ignored it." He inhaled sharply. It was terrifying. Harry observed their expressions of dread and glanced at the red envelope. "What's a howler?" he asked. "I read about it in Magical Living 101. Hermione replied, closing the book on the table, the cover adorned with Gilderoy Lockhart's ever-smiling visage. "A howler is..." Before Hermione could finish, smoke began to curl from the corners of the envelope. "Stop talking, Hermione. Open it quickly," Neville interjected, breaking his usual habit of idolizing Hermione and instead displaying a sense of urgency. Ron extended a trembling hand, carefully extracting the envelope from Errol's beak and tearing it open. Neville stuffed his fingers in his ears. Initially, some thought it had exploded and even drew their wands. A thunderous noise reverberated through the hall, shaking dust from the ceiling. "You stole the car. If you get expelled, I won't be surprised. Just wait until I deal with you. You probably never even considered how we felt when your father and I discovered the car was missing." Mrs. Weasley's voice boomed, 100 times louder than usual, rattling the plates and spoons on the table, the echoes against the stone walls deafening. Everyone in the hall turned to see who had received the howler, while Ron shrank into his chair, revealing only a crimson forehead. "Last night, we received a letter from Dumbledore. Your father was nearly mortified. We raised you with such care, only to have you pull a stunt like this. You and Harry nearly lost your lives." Alex looked almost as if he might faint, the volume threatening to burst his eardrums. "It's infuriating. Your father will face scrutiny at work. This is all your fault. If you don't start behaving, we'll bring you home at once." The yelling ceased, leaving a buzzing in their ears. The red envelope that had fallen to the floor ignited, curling into ash. Harry and Ron sat dumbfounded, as though swept away by a tidal wave. "How touching." Malfoy's voice cut through the silence. "My mother never did anything like that. A howler must have cost your family a fortune. Should I lend you some of my pocket money to prevent you from having to sell your house?" With a string of cruel laughter, Malfoy and his cohorts sauntered away. A few chuckles emerged from the crowd, and conversations gradually resumed. Ron exchanged glances with Hermione, who looked at him expectantly, ready to launch into a lecture. "Tell me I'm deserving of this. Don't you dare suggest I follow Alex's example. You don't understand anything." Ron snapped at Hermione. Chapter 9. Neville. Professor Longbottom. After breakfast, Alex made a concerted effort to console Hermione, who had completely unraveled since Ron had dragged Harry from the hall. How could he do this? Hermione's head rested against Alex's arm, tears streaming down her face. "I always considered him a good friend. How could he?" Before she could finish her thought, a sudden cough overtook her, rendering her face pale with discomfort. Unbeknownst to them, Neville approached Hermione, gesturing towards Alex while softly whispering about herbology. Yet before Alex could respond, Hermione abruptly ceased her crying. Our first class is herbology. I can't let Gryffindor lose points for tardiness. She repeatedly wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand. Alex, if you think, enough chatter. Alex interjected, taking her hand and leading her out of the hall. You've already said Ron is jealous. Thus, Alex and Hermione exited the castle, traversing the vegetable patch towards the greenhouse, where an array of magical plants flourished. Along the way, Alex sang Hermione's praises, and as they reached the greenhouse entrance, several classmates stood waiting outside. Look, even Professor Sprout is waiting for you to arrive before starting class. Alex teased. Without you, who could answer her questions? No problem is too challenging for the top student. Hermione's expression shifted as she listened to his words, her demeanor lightening until the title of top student escaped Alex's lips, prompting genuine laughter. Just as she was about to protest that she was not that sort of person, Ron brushed past her with a disdainful huff, instantly reddening her eyes. Sorry, Harry, Ron stammered awkwardly before standing beside Ron. His words a jumbled mess even he could scarcely comprehend. Hermione, Neville ventured timidly, I think you're right. Ron shouldn't have acted that way. To his surprise, he felt emboldened, his cheeks flushing with shyness. Thank you, Hermione murmured, her silent sobs easing slightly as she expressed her gratitude to Neville. You've helped me immensely. And what about me? Alex chimed in. Did I only assist you in wiping your nose? Hermione burst into laughter. You know that's not it. Before Alex could respond further, Professor Sprout strode confidently across the lawn, accompanied by Gilderoy Lockhart, her arms adorned with numerous bandages. Look, she must have been injured by the Whomping Willow, Alex noted, following Hermione's pointed finger towards the tree, its branches suspended by bandages. However, Alex also discovered another matter. Due to the morning's weeping, Hermione's voice had been rendered completely hoarse. Professor Sprout was a stout witch, adorned with a patched hat atop her flowing hair, and her clothes were perpetually smudged with soil, resembling a kindly neighbor who often tended to her garden, which made Alex feel an unexpected warmth. In stark contrast, Gilderoy Lockhart was immaculate from head to toe, donning a flowing green robe and a perfectly placed green and gold-trimmed top hat atop his gleaming blonde hair. Oh, greetings. Lockhart beamed at the students, having just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to deal with a venomous tentacula. But I do not wish for you to think I am more knowledgeable in herbology than she is. I merely happened upon a few of these peculiar plants during my travels. Today, we shall visit the third greenhouse, Professor Sprout declared, her expression decidedly sour, a stark departure from her usual cheerful demeanor. The third greenhouse is unlike the first, Hermione whispered to Alex and Neville. The plants there are far more intriguing, yet also more perilous. I heard that. Hermione, please stop, Alex interjected. Your throat is hoarse. If you continue, it will become even more difficult to recover. Hermione gazed at Alex, her eyes brimming with concern. Then who will answer the questions? Alex exclaimed, frustration mounting as he thumped his head in annoyance, suddenly noticing Neville to his left. Neville can answer the questions. He pulled Neville forward to stand alongside Hermione. He excels in herbology. Last year, he scored 120 points, didn't you, Neville? Neville had never encountered such a situation. Beads of sweat formed on his anxious nose. At that moment, Professor Sprout stood behind a bench in the middle of the greenhouse, where 20 pairs of ear protectors of various colors lay scattered. After Alex and his companions settled down, they waited for a while until Harry slipped in through the back door and took a seat beside Alex, while Ron sat next to Harry, deliberately avoiding a glance in Alex's direction. Professor Sprout announced, today we shall be repotting the mandrake. Now, who can tell me about the characteristics of the mandrake? Not a single student stirred, let alone raised a hand. The greenhouse was enveloped in an eerie silence, where even Hermione's soft cough resonated clearly. Professor Sprout gazed disappointedly at the students in the greenhouse, particularly at Hermione, and let out a faint sigh. Alex observed Hermione coughing several times, her eyes brimming with longing. Professor Sprout, Neville claims he can answer all questions. Alex's voice suddenly erupted, drawing the attention of everyone present. Is that so? Professor Sprout inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, Professor, Neville replied, trembling to the point of tears, his ears flushed crimson. This is mandrake. Neville's quavering words were cut short by a faint snicker from the crowd. Indeed, we are all aware this is mandrake, Professor Sprout said, displaying an encouraging smile. Well done. But is there more, Mr. Longbottom? Mandrake, also known as mandrake root? It is a potent restorative, Neville said, somewhat uncertainly, his voice barely above a whisper. Excellent. Professor Sprout replied with a smile, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Is there anything else? Yes, Neville hastily continued, his round face taut with concentration. It is used to restore those who have been transformed or cursed to their original state. However, it is also quite dangerous. That was splendid, Mr. Longbottom. Can you tell me why? Professor Sprout applauded, her enthusiasm palpable. The cry of a mandrake can be lethal, Neville replied with newfound confidence, as if the suffocating weight that had engulfed him was suddenly lifted, allowing air to flow freely. However, the mandrakes here are still quite young. And their cries are not fatal, they merely induce a faint for several hours. The young mandrake resembles an exceedingly unattractive infant, with leaves sprouting from its head. Its skin is a pale green, adorned with spots. Once uprooted, it will scream loudly. Yet, if we cover its eyes with soil, it will cease its wailing. Generally, to ensure safety, we bury it completely. When it grows too large to be fully covered, it must be transferred to a larger pot, both for safety and to promote its growth. Neville spoke at length for almost 10 minutes, leaving everyone, including Professor Sprout, in awe. A scattered applause began, gradually swelling into a unified chorus of admiration. Next time, I shall have to call you Professor Neville Longbottom, Alex remarked, patting his back as he sat down. Neville smiled shyly, his face radiant with pride, especially as Professor Sprout announced 10 points for Gryffindor. You were perfect today, Mr. Longbottom. Chapter 10, Eden College? When I instruct you to don your earmuffs, ensure they cover your ears completely, Professor Sprout said. When it is safe to remove them, I will signal with 2 thumbs up. Now, put on your earmuffs. Alex promptly obeyed, instantly rendering the external clamor inaudible. Yet, he maintained a jovial demeanor, playfully making faces at Hermione. Can you not act so childish, Alex? Professor Sprout herself donned a pair of pink, fluffy earmuffs, rolled up her sleeves, and firmly grasped a cluster of grass, exerting considerable effort to uproot it. Hermione emitted a silent gasp, unheard by anyone. What emerged from the soil was not a mere root of grass, but rather an exceedingly unattractive infant, with leaves sprouting from its head. Its skin was a pale green, mottled with spots. The little creature was evidently wailing at the top of its lungs. Professor Sprout retrieved a large flower pot from beneath the table and placed the mandrake doll inside, covering it with damp, dark compost until only the leafy cluster remained visible. She dusted off the soil from her hands, offered them a double thumbs up, and then removed her earmuffs. The 4 of them stood by a tray, surrounded by numerous pots and bags of compost, wary of the poisonous tentacles, which were beginning to emerge. She delivered a sharp slap to a deep red plant adorned with thorns, causing its tentacles, which had been silently reaching towards her shoulder, to retract. Alex, Neville, Hermione, and a curly-haired Hufflepuff boy stood beside a tray. Alex felt a sense of familiarity, though he had never exchanged words with him. I'm Justin Finch Fletchley. He cheerfully introduced himself, vigorously shaking Alex's hand. Of course, I know you, the charmer of all the girls. Alex, somewhat disheartened, withdrew his hand and replied, Are you not aware that they all refer to me as the Angel of Joy? Indeed. Hermione quickly interjected, not allowing Justin a moment to respond. You ought to tuck away those wings, Angel. You could learn a thing or two from Professor Lockhart, who is so renowned yet remarkably unassuming. Alex stared in astonishment at Hermione, who, despite her hoarse voice, continued to extol the virtues of Lockhart with unrestrained enthusiasm. He exchanged a knowing glance with Neville, pondering whether Hermione had truly lost her senses. The usually composed Professor Longbottom, displaying an uncommon sense of humor, handed Alex a pink earmuff and nodded affirmatively. Just as Hermione was about to continue, Justin interjected, I was originally supposed to attend Eton, but I ended up here, and I couldn't be happier. Of course, my mother was a bit disappointed, but after reading Lockhart's books, I believe she has begun to appreciate the advantages of having a well-trained wizard at home. Eton. Hermione gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. What is the matter? Alex thought it peculiar to see Hermione so flabbergasted. After all, wasn't it just a secondary school? Suddenly, Hermione fell silent, her previously hoarse voice now resonating with an enchanting gravitas as she whispered, Eton is the most prestigious institution for noble progeny in the world. Hogwarts is still the finest school of magic, Alex kindly reassured her. In the realm of wizards, muggles are but a fleeting concern. Shelley also graduated from this school. Hermione replied, her voice still raspy, yet Alex could detect a hint of elation in her tone. Who is Shelley? Neville inquired candidly. Well done, you've made a contribution. Chubby. Who cares where Shelley graduated from when we're wielding wands? Hermione paused momentarily before continuing, not just Shelley, but also Wellington. I know that one, Neville exclaimed. Surprisingly proactive. He fell in love with a muggle named Napoleon, only to abandon him at a place called Waterloo. Neville, you are not alone. At that moment, tears brimmed in the eyes of the gay Dumbledore. Hermione took a deep breath, feeling a wave of despair wash over her regarding the magical world. Yet, she endeavored to share with Alex the merits of Eton, a school that had produced 19 British prime ministers. Muggle prime ministers? Alex raised an eyebrow, sensing an unsettling aura surrounding this institution. Hermione, while piling on the compliments, spoke with an air of longing. The heir to the British throne attended here. Not to mention the heirs of foreign royal families and the children of global magnates. Alex swallowed hard, gazing at the somewhat bashful Justin, who shyly offered a slight smile in Alex's direction. The tuition for a year requires no less than £30,000, Hermione concluded her statement. Alex immediately patted Justin on the shoulder and exclaimed, You should have been sorted into Ravenclaw. The sorting hat truly never errs. After that, opportunities for conversation became scarce. Professor Sprout instructed them to don their ear protection once more, urging them to focus on handling the mandrakes. Observing Professor Sprout's seemingly effortless demonstration was deceiving. In reality, The mandrakes resisted being uprooted, yet they seemed equally unwilling to return to the soil. They writhed, kicking their feet wildly and shaking their tiny fists in frustration. However, Neville excelled, effortlessly returning the mandrake to the ground. As for Alex, he too performed admirably. The grotesque creature wept incessantly before him. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly brought the mandrake's face into intimate contact with the earth. Instantly, the mandrake ceased its cries, having fainted. Hermione shot an exasperated glare at Alex, yet he felt a sense of triumph as he waved the mandrake, only for it to faint again upon regaining consciousness. By the end of the class, Justin, brimming with remorse, apologized to Neville, stating, "I didn't realize how adept you were in herbology during the lesson." Neville remained oblivious to Justin's apology until their transfiguration class, still processing the earlier events. It became clear that the mocking sound had emanated from him. Meanwhile, Alex was transforming a beetle into a button with a flourish of his wand, the square button gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Just then, Hermione fell into a rare moment of contemplation regarding attending Eton. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs erupted as Ron's desk nearby emitted a thick, gray smoke that carried the foul odor of rotten eggs, enveloping the entire classroom. Unable to see clearly, Ron inadvertently crushed his beetle. Left with no choice, he approached Professor McGonagall once more to request another beetle, only to receive a stern reprimand for his clumsiness. He deserved it, Hermione remarked indignantly as class concluded. Are you referring to Justin? Choosing to attend Hogwarts and be sorted into Hufflepuff instead of Eton, it's a disservice to your intellect. Alex mused inwardly as he and Hermione made their way to the Great Hall. Chapter 11. Gilderoy Lockhart's interests. Alex and Hermione arrived at the classroom for defense against the dark arts. Which book would we be studying today? Alex gazed at the pile of books stacked before him, feeling a sense of dread. He certainly did not wish to lug around such an assortment daily, as it would hinder his growth. I believe it shall be this one, Hermione cheerfully declared, placing Traveling with Vampires upon the table. Alex's keen eyes spotted a pink note tucked within the book's front page. What is this? Without the slightest regard for the silly grin plastered on Lockhart's cover, Alex swiftly extracted the note. It was an ordinary class schedule, except that you have marked all of Lockhart's classes with hearts. Before Alex could finish his sentence, he was unable to contain a burst of laughter. With a thud, Hermione snapped the book shut. Is there a problem? Alex observed that Hermione, at that moment, resembled a fierce lioness. Indeed, he remarked with a serious demeanor, you ought to draw a heart whenever you accompany me. Does your lack of self-admiration threaten your existence? Hermione could hardly endure Alex's shamelessness. In a swift motion, she seized the book titled Traveling with Vampires, ready to hurl it at the scoundrel's head, disregarding any consideration for the author. Well done, Hermione. They say that good people do not live long, while calamities endure for millennia. Just as Hermione was about to strike, Professor Lockhart entered, escorting Harry Potter, adorned with a charming smile. With a snap, Hermione instantly set the book down, her legs neatly together, hands resting on her knees, and a composed smile gracing her face, embodying the epitome of a refined lady. Alex was utterly mesmerized, murmuring words related to women. Lockhart, however, paid little heed to this. Upon entering, he radiated a dazzling smile akin to that of a young girl, his long wizarding robe swaying gently. Once all the students were settled, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly to command silence. He reached for Neville Longbottom's Travels with Trolls, holding it aloft to showcase the cover featuring his own winking visage. Several girls emitted soft gasps of admiration, while many boys expressed their annoyance with heavy huffs of disdain. Alex curled his lip in disdain, likening it to a girlfriend's infatuation with a pop star, asserting that such preferences were mere hobbies, devoid of any real affection. If she were to pledge her undying love, declaring that she adored only him and had no interest in the likes of J. Cho or Fahrenheit, would that not be a triviality? He pointed to his own picture, also winking, am Gilderoy Lockhart, third-class member of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and a 5-time recipient of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. However, I do not boast of this. I do not rely on my smile to ward off the ghosts of the past. Could it be your physique then? Alex couldn't help but think to himself. Lockhart appeared quite pleased with the situation, noticing Alex's conspicuous laughter, and felt optimistic about his teaching career at Hogwarts. I see that you have all purchased my complete works. Splendid. Today, let us begin with a small quiz. Do not fear. It is merely to gauge your reading comprehension and understanding. After distributing the papers, he returned to the podium and announced, you have 30 minutes. Begin now. Alex unfolded the exam paper. The first question read, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Alex was unaware. The second question, what are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? Alex remains uncertain. The third question, what do you believe is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Alex was, of course, unaware. The initial 3 questions had thoroughly undermined Alex's confidence, prompting him to flip straight to the final query. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What is his ideal birthday gift? Do you believe Alex would know? At that moment, a flood of memories from countless past lives rushed back, each one filled with weekly tests, monthly assessments, midterms, finals, quizzes, and major examinations. Gratitude to the diligent educators who tirelessly cultivated the minds of each student for 12 long years, enabling Alex to recall that the answer to the first question was lilac. Do you know what the second question is? Hermione obscured her view, making it impossible for me to see the narrow slip of paper that conveyed the profound friendship between Alex and the girls in his class. Why not ask her then? Watching the note being passed, Alex nearly gasped, feeling as if he might perish in the defense against the dark arts classroom. A girl from behind poked Alex in the back, stating, for the fifth question, I only know the third. Hermione writes too swiftly for me to keep up. Lavender, Lavender. Alex leaned over the desk to inquire of the girl to his right. Lavender joyfully made a face at Alex and waved her hand, sending the paper directly from beneath the table. Oh, ha ha ha. Upon receiving the paper, Alex could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, my character is truly commendable. Indeed, it is splendid. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the test papers and perused them before the entire class. Wow, so many remember my favorite color, lilac. My year spent with the Yeti in Tibet seems quite amusing, does it not? Lockhart winked at the students. It appeared that the classmates had diligently read about the weekend spent with werewolves. In Chapter 12 of my book, I mentioned that my ideal birthday gift is the harmonious coexistence of both magical and non-magical beings. I am proud of you. You were truly exceptional. Lockhart was even moved to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye, proclaiming, you are the finest students, the best of fans. Upon finishing his speech, Lockhart turned the papers over, picked up a substantial stack, and observed, look at so many perfect scores. I shall award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Meanwhile, the ever-present Proctor's ghostly presence caused many who were failing to shed tears. Now be cautious. My task is to teach you to defend against the most malevolent entities known in the wizarding world. You shall confront the most terrifying things within this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you shall not come to harm. I only ask that you remain composed. Hermione gazed at the creature in the cage, her grip tightening around her wand. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover, causing Dean and Seamus to cease their laughter, while Neville in the front row shrank back. I must ask you not to scream, Lockhart said in a lowered voice, for that would provoke them. The entire class held their breath as Lockhart lifted the cover. Indeed, he proclaimed theatrically, a freshly caught Cornish pixie. Alex gazed at the lively little creatures confined within the cage. These sprites, a striking shade of iron blue and approximately 8 inches tall, possessed sharp, pointed faces and emitted a piercingly shrill sound, akin to a multitude of budgerigars embroiled in a heated dispute. As soon as the cover was lifted, they began to chatter incessantly, leaping about energetically, shaking the bars of their cage and making an array of bizarre grimaces at the nearby onlookers. Well then, Lockhart proclaimed loudly, let's see how you deal with them. He swung open the cage door, unleashing a delightful chaos. The sprites erupted like rockets, 2 of them seizing Neville by the ears and hoisting him into the air. Several others darted straight out of the window, shattering glass across the back row of the classroom. The remaining sprites wreaked havoc within, their rampage surpassing that of a rampaging rhinoceros. They seized ink bottles and splattered ink across the classroom, tore books and paper into shreds, ripped down pictures from the walls, upended the wastebasket, and hurled bags and textbooks out of the broken window. Within minutes, half the class had taken refuge beneath their desks, while Neville swung precariously from the chandelier. Come on, gather them up, gather them up. They're merely pixies, Lockhart shouted, rolling up his sleeves and brandishing his wand, exclaiming, Pesca pixie pesternemy. To no avail, as one sprite snatched Lockhart's wand and flung it out of the window. Lockhart gasped, diving beneath the podium just in time to avoid being struck by Neville, as the chandelier came crashing down almost simultaneously. At that moment, the bell rang for the end of class. Alex grabbed his bag and, pulling Hermione's hand, dashed out of the classroom. Lockhart, who cares about him? Practically everyone fled the room, save for Harry and Ron. Those who had distanced themselves could still hear the intermittent screams of Ron and Harry, coupled with Lockhart's frantic shouts. Who has the interest to check? Chapter 12. Wishing to dance in the air, I traversed thousands of mountains to find my way home, Alex. We have Quidditch practice this afternoon. A sharp clap on his back jolted Alex as he enjoyed his breakfast. Angelina? Alex turned to see the upperclassman standing behind him, a hint of surprise in his voice. But today is the weekend. What's this, young man? Are you daring to slack off? Angelina, unfazed, took a seat beside Alex, snatching the bagel he had been eyeing and dipping it into borscht. Be careful not to choke, Alex grumbled inwardly. Am I truly destined to wield that silver arrow? As Alex contemplated the prospect of utilizing that antiquated broom model from the last century, soaring through the skies, he lamented that he should have opted for a conventional sweeping broom or perhaps a comet model. However, reflecting on the subsequent letter from his employer, Alex now yearned for his flying broom to be the classic silver arrow from the previous century, rather than the silver arrow 2.0 that his boss had mentioned. Ah, and how could he forget? When Angelina departed, she turned back and remarked to Alex, I mentioned your capabilities yesterday. Ensure you perform admirably, or I shall remind you of your little affection. Alex gazed at Angelina, who was gradually drifting away, her laughter fading into silence. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry out to the heavens. Mary, are you certain that the flying broomstick sold at that shop are without issue? Alex now holds his silver arrow too. Zero, which is entirely silver with a sleek design that evokes a sense of timeless classicism. However, at this moment, Alex is more preoccupied with the possibility of soaring into the sky only to vanish, leaving him to descend slowly using a levitation spell. What do you think? Margaret's response is unexpectedly brief. As Alex contemplated the upcoming summer, the necessity of mastering wandless magic loomed large. Inspired by a remark from Mary, Alex dedicated the entirety of the summer to perfecting the levitation charm without a wand. One must believe that a woman of my foresight and perfection has meticulously considered every aspect. A brazen figure, hands firmly on her hips, gradually emerged from the pages of a notebook. With flowing, lustrous hair, striking eyes, and a smile as radiant as the sun, she embodied confidence. Indeed, how delightful it would be to float gracefully back into the air should I happen to fall. Alex yearned for the beloved broomsticks of the masses. Given another chance by fate, Alex vowed, swearing with the hand that penned these words, not to heed Margaret's counsel again. Is that truly you? Do you still resemble your former self? Alex questioned in disbelief. How did you end up in Gryffindor? No, it's astonishing to see you truly embodying Gryffindor. As a senior, Alex stood somewhat awkwardly in the Gryffindor players' lounge, broomstick in hand. Alex? Harry exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? Noticing a tall, ruggedly handsome boy, Angelina inquired, what about the Quidditch prodigy you mentioned? It's him. Angelina joyfully patted Alex's shoulder. This is Alex. It's absolutely splendid. Indeed, George suddenly interjected. We could all learn how to engage with the ladies, Fred chimed in, playfully nudging Wood's shoulder. Then, we'll send Alex to charm them away. And we shall emerge victorious. Wood, he replied, exasperated. This is our team. We must assess his abilities first. Afterward, I'll discuss the new tactics with you. New tactics? Someone teased. Is it to have Alex seduce the bludgers? No, I could simply enchant the golden snitch instead. That wouldn't end well. Harry might weep. Laughter erupted as Alex and the Gryffindor players made their way to the training grounds. Are you ready? Wood questioned Alex. I'm ready, she affirmed, mounting her broom. If I were to perish because of this broom, Margaret, I would curse you to the ends of time. Alex sincerely prayed, her thoughts directed toward Margaret. Go, Alex. Just as she prepared to take flight, a voice echoed from a distance. Lily? Angelina, how could you allow students from other houses to spy on our tactics? Wood exclaimed excitedly to Angelina. Clearly, it's motivation. The Weasley twins soared into the air, laughing and shouting. Wood, are you jealous? Wood, in a huff, averted his gaze, addressing the box containing the Quidditch balls. Now, I shall release the bludgers and the quaffle. As the keeper, I must focus on performing well. Understood, senior, Alex replied shyly. Do you believe this is possible? Lily, where shall we go after the tryouts? Alex asked, soaring beside Lily, unperturbed by Wood's earlier remarks. You didn't send me a single letter all summer. Lily protested, revealing her small, pointed teeth, her eyes brimming with discontent. Last semester, you vanished entirely. I was always occupied, Alex began, but Angelina interrupted. Save your sweet talk for your little crush. All right, I shall join you shortly. Before Lily could respond, Alex propelled herself into the sky. Upon ascending, Alex quickly discerned something extraordinary about her broom. When did the silver arrow gain such speed? Wood pondered as Alex zipped past him, his mind filled with questions. Not only Wood, but anyone familiar with broomstick models was equally perplexed. Ha ha ha. Alex reveled in the attention of onlookers, exhilarated beyond measure. She deftly maneuvered around a bludger, executed a flawless 360-degree turn to evade the approaching Alicia, and effortlessly tossed the quaffle through the central hoop. You truly are a genius, Wood exclaimed, landing with delight. Come down, I still need to discuss tactics with you. Excellent work. Alex noticed Angelina below, enthusiastically waving at her, conjuring words in the air with her wand. Alex swooped down low, darting over Lily's head, playfully tapping her on the crown, which incited her to shout in frustration, Get down here, Alex. Meanwhile, Alex soared through the air like a silver arrow, blissfully closing his eyes to savor the gentle breeze caressing his face. No one could bring Alex down from the sky. It was his domain, a realm of eternal freedom. Chapter 13. The Balance Beam, Part 1. Alex sat on the bed, his head resting on a thick stack of documents. That day, upon witnessing his remarkable skills, Wood immediately consented to Alex's joining the Gryffindor team. In Angelina's words, Alex, you are a genius. The thought of being a genius, however, left Alex a bit despondent. Angelina always insisted that if he did not diligently practice, he would squander his exceptional Quidditch talent. God knows, Alex merely enjoyed the sensation of soaring through the air. Furthermore, Alex, after graduation, could undoubtedly pursue a career as a professional Quidditch player. As soon as training concluded, Wood leapt off his broomstick and mentioned this to Alex. Gazing at the Christmas gift Hermione had given him last year, a slowly rotating Sagittarius constellation atop a wand, Alex pondered his aspirations. Perhaps becoming a writer would be more fulfilling? He envisioned himself as a globe-trotting author, delighted by the thought of sharing the stories that resided within his heart. There may be no profession lonelier than that of a writer. A cigarette, a glass of wine, and a pen could sustain a lifetime. Yet, nothing could surpass the joy of friendship. With a piece of paper, a minute, and the act of writing for someone to read, who could possess such an unspoken understanding? Understanding? He dismissed the thought with a flick of his wand, causing the spinning constellation to vanish like an extinguished flame. Alex, are you going out? Harry pushed open the door and entered. Alex gazed at Harry and was reminded of the scene after the tryouts. Harry, broom in hand, had caught up with Alex in the corridor leading to the common room, saying, "You know, Ron and Hermione." Alex jumped off his broom. Squinting as he recalled the feeling of flying moments ago, the broom always tended to veer to the left. Can you think of a way? Harry, covered in dirt and soaked through, was splattered with mud, which continued to drip down. Alex, appearing as if he had just awakened, furrowed his brow. Of course, have the makeup. Harry looked at Alex, speaking matter-of-factly. You know, Ron isn't that kind of person. Alex, hearing this, chose not to engage further and continued walking. What Ron was like was none of his concern. The thought of returning to read about precise magical control practice filled Alex with displeasure. They are, after all, friends, aren't they? Then it's settled. Harry exclaimed suddenly. I'll find a way and let you know right away. Alex remained oblivious throughout, his mind entirely consumed by that silver arrow too. 0. I must first send a letter from the Ollery, he remarked, waving the object in his hand towards Harry before stepping outside. It's Halloween today. Won't you join us for nearly Headless Nick's death day party? Harry called after him, with Hermione also agreeing to attend. All that remained for Harry was the silhouette of Alex waving goodbye. Indeed, Halloween had arrived. Alex was making his way to the Great Hall, while the other students in the school were eagerly preparing to partake in the festive celebrations. The hall had been transformed, no longer adorned with live bats as usual. The enormous pumpkins cultivated by Hagrid had been carved into lanterns, large enough to accommodate 3 people seated within. It was rumored that Dumbledore had arranged for a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. Alex recalled the words Luna had spoken to him in the Owl House. My father once said that the eyes reveal one's thoughts. No matter how sophisticated the mental defenses may be, they cannot prevent a person's thoughts from shining through. What can you see? Alex suddenly inquired. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at Luna's face. Alex's gaze drifted from Luna's golden locks, traversing her porcelain complexion, until it settled upon a pair of gray eyes. I perceive a glimmer of confusion within your eyes, playboy. Luna's voice held an ethereal quality. Are you jesting, Alex? He chuckled awkwardly, stating, I have a date tonight. I must take my leave. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, Luna articulated in a whisper that only she could hear. Alex, you have finally arrived. Lily, nestled within a quaint abode fashioned from pumpkins, addressed the tardy Alex. He chuckled sheepishly. You know I've always been eager to. But Lily promptly interrupted. No excuses. As a consequence, I shall embark on an adventure to the castle today. Ever since our astronomy class tasked us with observing the celestial bodies, you have not been by my side. Alex gazed at Lily's 2 tiny canines and couldn't help but chuckle. An adventure? He took a sip of the thick pumpkin juice. How dare you laugh at me? Lily shot back, her small fangs sinking into the air as she confronted Alex. Will you agree or not? I shall not, Alex replied, rubbing his hand and observing the disappointment that began to surface on Lily's face. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, as if, Go away, go away, go away, Lily exclaimed, hurling an apple pie that splattered against Alex's face. As the evening gathering concluded, Alex watched Lily stride in front of him, and together they ventured into the castle for their promised adventure. However, it was less of an adventure and more akin to a leisurely stroll within the castle grounds. Lily, leading the way, extended her arms outward and stepped carefully along the seams of the cobblestones, wobbling slightly as she endeavored to maintain her balance. It resembled walking a tightrope. Alex mused as he observed her. Occasionally, Lily would falter, her left foot grazing her right, causing her to stumble several steps. She would then feign anger and dash backward, until she stood before Alex, extending her right hand to poke him incessantly, all the while exclaiming, It's all your fault, all your fault. Alex cradled his head in his hands, leaning back as he gazed at Lily, who stood a head shorter than him, and let out a silly laugh. As Alex chuckled, he caught the attention of Lily. At that moment, she would lift her chin, emit a brief hum, and in a playful display, reveal her 2 tiny canine teeth, laughing as she scampered ahead to resume her balancing act. The castle at dusk resembled a slumbering giant, and only within its walls could one hear the laughter that danced in the realm of dreams. Alex squinted his eyes, reveling in the ambience that enveloped him. He perceived a delightful atmosphere swirling around him. With his eyes closed, he could envision Lily, her small canine teeth visible, smiling warmly before him. Alex had never wished for this road to be endless as he did today. Chapter 13. The Balance Beam. Part 2. This was the happiest Halloween that Harry had ever experienced, and his steps felt lighter than usual. To understand this, we must go back a few days. Hermione was intercepted by Harry in the corridor. Is something the matter? Hermione, still irked by Ron's actions, had extended her ire towards Harry, making his assignments far more burdensome than they had been in their first year. Hermione no longer lent them her homework, and she completely ignored Ron. I know you were looking out for Ron that day, Harry said nervously, tugging at the hem of his robe, his palms slick with sweat. At the very least, he needed to persuade Hermione before Alex returned. Otherwise, he truly feared that Hermione would never forgive Ron. Especially since Alex seemed utterly indifferent to the situation, Harry found it increasingly difficult to convince Hermione. He often pondered how the four of them, who had protected the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort just the previous year, had suddenly become so fractured. I appreciate that, Hermione replied slowly, but I must go to the library. Unless you have something to suggest? No, Harry stammered, stepping in front of her. I accepted nearly headless Nick's invitation. Hermione let out a dry laugh. What does that have to do with me? I still need to. No, Harry interjected, suddenly animated. Ron really wants to apologize to you. I know. Hermione appeared slightly unsettled, as Harry's voice had become rather loud, attracting the attention of several students in the common room, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Then it settled. Harry, oblivious to the awkwardness, continued. I mean, on Halloween, Ron wants to apologize to you. He truly realizes his mistake. Halloween? Hermione seemed intrigued. She had never attended a ghostly feast, and Alex had informed her that he would be otherwise occupied that day. All right, but I hope Ron won't upset me again. He won't. Harry exclaimed, sprinting off, as he felt that nothing could be more delightful than mending the friendship between the two. Fast forward to Halloween night. The feast had concluded, and Alex was strolling through the castle with Lily. She wobbled ahead as if walking on a balance beam, which made Alex yearn for a kiss from her, something he had been longing for all night. With that thought, Alex shook his head. He was uncertain whether his affections leaned more towards Lily or Hermione. The long corridor on the third floor was dimly lit, the flickering lights barely illuminating the path. Alex felt as though he were precariously balancing between Lily and Hermione, striving to find equilibrium that would allow him to effortlessly win Lily's affection. Alas, for the many men still in the throes of singlehood, such as Ron and the author, those contemplating romance must choose their ships wisely. Just as Alex found himself lost in thought, pondering a scenario where Lily might suddenly express her willingness to share a man with Hermione, a piercing scream erupted from ahead. This was the most bizarre feast Harry and his friends had ever attended. The place was filled with moldy and rancid food, with nothing edible in sight. It was only when 12 headless ghosts entered in a procession that Harry and his companions could no longer endure it. Harry was already feeling quite cold, and his stomach growled hungrily. I can't take this anymore, Ron muttered, his teeth chattering. Reluctantly, he had approached Hermione today, but his demeanor was so poor that Harry doubted Hermione would ever forgive him. At that moment, the band began to play again, and the ghosts drifted back to the dance floor. Let's go, Hermione agreed, having long since let go of her anger towards Ron. Or perhaps she had never truly held it against him. The clever witch even suspected that Alex had orchestrated this delightful event to lift her spirits. They made their way towards the door, nodding and smiling at everyone who looked their way. A minute later, they hurried down the dimly lit corridor lined with black candles. The pudding must still be unfinished, Ron said hopefully, leading the way towards the staircase that led to the entrance hall. Suddenly, Harry heard it. Rip you apart, kill you. That cold, menacing voice echoed again, the same voice Harry had heard in Lockhart's office. He stumbled to a halt, gripping the stone wall, straining to listen while scanning the dim corridor with narrowed eyes. Harry, what are you? Don't speak. Harry urged. I'm starving. Have been for so long. Listen. Ron and Hermione froze, staring at him. It's time to kill. The voice grew fainter. Harry was certain it was moving upwards. He gazed at the dark ceiling, feeling an exhilarating blend of fear and excitement. How could it be moving upward? Was it a ghost? Surely, the stone ceiling could not contain it? Over here, he shouted, bolting up the stairs and into the entrance hall, where the sounds of laughter from the Halloween feast echoed, drowning out any other noise. Harry raced up the marble staircase to the second floor, with Ron and Hermione trailing behind, panting. Harry, what are we doing? Shoo, Harry urged, listening intently. From above, that voice returned, growing ever weaker. I smell blood. I smell blood. Harry's stomach lurched. It wants to kill, he yelled. Disregarding the confusion on Ron and Hermione's faces as he leaped up the staircase, his heavy footsteps echoing in the stillness, Harry dashed through the third floor, with Ron and Hermione struggling to keep pace. The three of them pressed on, finally turning a corner into a deserted corridor. Harry, what is going on? Ron asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. I can't hear anything. Suddenly, Hermione gasped, pointing down the corridor. There, flickering with a wand's signature glow, was a faint light. Alex? 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 Chapter 14. A joyous reunion, a fortunate encounter. Alex held his wand aloft, its tip radiating a gentle luminescence that flowed across the corridor's floor like water, illuminating the entire space. The soft glow draped over Lily's shoulders like a delicate cloak. The girl, who had just moments ago shrieked in fright, now found her trembling subsiding, reassured by the strong and warm hand resting upon her shoulder. With one arm wrapped around Lily, Alex waved the wand back and forth, striving to discern the circumstances ahead through its ethereal light. I fear this is an ominous sign. Lily's voice emerged softly from the front. Alex could detect the faint fragrance of her hair, and though it might be considered impolite to think so, he relished this sensation, wishing to remain in this moment for eternity. Are you listening to me? Lily gently shifted her body, having initially leaned into Alex's embrace. And now they were even closer together. With each subtle quiver of her nostrils, she inhaled Alex's scent, feeling a warmth enveloping her. Alex, uncertain of what exactly Lily had said, felt his ears flush crimson. Lowering his gaze revealed her brown hair, along with a small head nestled against his chest. He even found himself enjoying the moment so much that he closed his eyes. Lily tugged at Alex's clothing with her left hand, directing his attention to the wall where words were inscribed. Yes, do not be afraid, Alex reassured, guiding Lily forward. Having initially sought comfort in his embrace due to her fright, she had now grown accustomed to his protective hold. Should we attribute this to Alex's adeptness or Lily's naivety? There are words on the wall. Lily pointed ahead, directing his gaze towards the surface before them. Alex listened attentively, perceiving that Lily's voice had taken on a somewhat doll-like quality. It is often said that a collaboration between men and women enhances efficiency in work. However, I must assert that this holds true only if they are not a couple. Otherwise, one would need to seek out this pair in the thicket. Alex sauntered over, his movements leisurely. Before them, something glimmered upon the wall. They approached cautiously, squinting in the dimness to discern the details. Between the two windows, a foot above the ground, inscriptions adorned the wall, shimmering faintly in the light cast by the flickering torch. Lily's voice broke the silence as she softly read, "The secret chamber has been unveiled. Beware of those who oppose the heir." Alex seemed to have a faint recollection of having witnessed this scene before, yet the details eluded him. "What is that hanging below?" Lily inquired, her voice trembling slightly. They cautiously approached, and Alex squinted as a puddle on the ground reflected a blinding light directly into his eyes. Lily, anxiously clutching Alex's arm, internally urged herself to flee this place of uncertainty, yet her curiosity compelled her to investigate further. They advanced gradually towards the slogan, their eyes fixated on a dark shape beneath. Simultaneously, they discerned what it was. Lily gasped in shock and instinctively turned away, burying her face deep into Alex's embrace. In that moment, the entire space fell into a profound silence, the only sound breaking the stillness being the splashing of water as Lily's footsteps disturbed the puddle. With his left hand, Alex drew Lily behind him, while his right hand brandished his wand, emitting a more intense light. To protect the woman. Though oftentimes we may be reluctant, there are always compelling reasons that compel us to act. Before them stood Mrs. Loris, the caretaker's cat. Its tail ensnared in the torch bracket, its body rigid as a plank, eyes wide and fixated. "We must hurry," Lily's voice emerged from Alex's embrace, her usual doll-like tone now tinged with tremor. "If we linger any longer, trouble awaits. Every time I take you out, we encounter peril," Alex remarked, lowering his wand slightly for a clearer view. "After all, no matter how frightening, it pales in comparison to last year's forbidden forest, does it not?" "It must be a petrification curse," Alex said, nudging the immobile cat with his foot, its body hardened like stone. "A countercharm? I am yet to master that. Did you not claim to be a genius in spellcasting?" "Even a genius cannot possibly know everything at this moment. I am merely a second-year student, you know." Lily and Alex gazed at the petrified cat, exchanging banter, when suddenly a gasp pierced the air. "Alex?" Alex lifted his head and gazed at Hermione, who stood before him. She had just ascended the staircase, followed closely by Ron and Harry. A surprise? Alex was at a loss for words, cradling one girl in his arms while another, whom he admired, stood before him. He exchanged a despondent glance with Harry, who had asserted that Hermione would attend the ghost's birthday feast with him tonight. What had transpired here? Harry adjusted his glasses, breaking the silence. If he remained mute, it was likely that the two girls would begin casting spells at one another. "We've just arrived," Lily suddenly spoke, startling all the boys. The events unfolding were surely connected to the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione strode confidently to Alex's side, casting a glance at him before gesturing towards the shimmering words on the wall. "The chamber must have been enchanted with a spell that petrifies people," she asserted. Unwilling to be outdone, Lily chimed in, resembling a fierce little tiger. "Perhaps it's not about petrification," Alex suddenly recalled. "The chamber, the basilisk." Upon hearing Alex's words, the two girls turned to him in unison, their eyes harboring an inscrutable intensity that sent a chill through the air. The only one unaffected by this palpable tension was Ron, who looked at Alex and Lily with skepticism, demanding, "How did you both end up here?" Alex had not seen Ron, but what of Lily? She was beaming as she clasped hands with Hermione. "Lisa Dupin, Ravenclaw, it's a pleasure to meet you." Hermione Granger, undeterred, replied, "You truly are a Ravenclaw. But you are always number one," Lily said with a smile. Alex and Harry stood there, observing as Mrs. Loris was petrified, hanging upside down on the wall, with the words regarding the chamber gleaming faintly. Meanwhile, the two young ladies were engaged in a cordial conversation. Initially, Ron was as stunned as Harry, his gaze oscillating between the inscriptions on the wall and Alex. Suddenly, he surged forward, seizing Hermione by the shoulder, pulling her behind him, and raising his wand, which was bound with magical tape, directed at Alex, whispering fiercely, "It's you." Before Hermione could extricate herself from Ron's grasp, Alex heard a distant, rumbling commotion, akin to thunder, indicating that the feast had just concluded. From both ends of the corridor, the sound of hundreds of footsteps ascending the stairs resonated. accompanied by the cheerful chatter of individuals who had just finished their meals. Subsequently, students began to jostle and push their way into the aisle from both sides. When the individuals at the forefront spotted the upside-down cat, the lively, chattering noise abruptly ceased. Behind Alex stood Lily, while Ron held Hermione back, blocking the corridor as if ready for a duel. The students fell silent, crowding forward to witness the horrifying scene. Chapter 15. A Wish for Peace. Alex unconsciously toyed with his wand in his left hand, his gaze wandering intermittently around Lockhart's office. The portrait of Lockhart on the wall incessantly winked at him with its right eye, compelling him to squint in order to prevent his vision from becoming obscured by the glare of Lockhart's dazzling teeth. Alex could feel Lily's hand incessantly prodding him. She must be quite anxious, he mused, as calamity seemed to follow them on every date. At that moment, Lockhart ignited the candle on the table and stepped back. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on the polished surface and began to inspect her meticulously. The tip of Dumbledore's long, hooked nose nearly brushed against the fur of Mrs. Norris. As he scrutinized her through the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses, his slender fingers gently poking and prodding in various places. Professor McGonagall bent down, her face almost touching the cat, squinting to observe closely. Snape loomed behind them, half concealed in shadow, exuding an air of foreboding. His expression was peculiar, as if he were straining to suppress a laugh. Lockhart meandered around them, incessantly offering suggestions. Alex awkwardly touched his nose, feeling an intense discomfort, particularly as Dumbledore occasionally cast glances in his direction, his eyes brimming with warmth, trust, and affection. At that moment, Alex heard Lockhart's voice approach, tinged with a slight nasal tone. "I recall a remarkably similar incident in Ouagadougou," Lockhart proclaimed, "a series of attack events, meticulously documented in my autobiography. At that time, I provided the populace with an array of protective charms, which promptly resolved the issue." As he spoke, the photographs of Lockhart adorning the wall seemed to nod in agreement, one of them having forgotten to remove his hairnet. Alex observed Hermione gasping silently, her mouth agape, gazing at him with a look of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Filch, brimming with agitation, approached Harry with a menacing glare. Alex sensed that at a mere command from Dumbledore, Filch would eagerly suspend Harry from the ceiling, mercilessly whipping him with a salt-water-drenched strap until his demise. As if attuned to Filch's fervent desire to inflict torment upon Harry, Dumbledore finally spoke. "He is not dead, Filch," he murmured softly. "Very well, Headmaster," Filch replied with a sinister tone, having scarcely comprehended the words. Alex watched as he advanced towards Harry, poised to twist Harry's elbow and drag him off to the detention chamber. "I said he is not dead." Dumbledore was compelled to raise his voice, halting Filch's advance. "Not dead." Filch suddenly erupted into tears, his voice breaking as he glanced at Madame Pomfrey through his fingers. "Then why is he completely stiff, as if frozen?" "He has been petrified," Dumbledore explained, "but the precise circumstances elude me." Alex overheard Lily standing beside him, murmuring something about being petrified. He offered her a comforting smile, but she turned away, leaving him only with the swaying tips of her brown hair and a barely audible huff. "Ask him," Filch screamed, turning his tear-streaked, mottled face towards Harry. "A second-year student could not possibly accomplish this," Dumbledore asserted firmly. "It requires the most profound dark magic." It was him. Filch spat, his plump, sagging face turning a deep shade of crimson. "You saw the words he wrote on the wall. He discovered it in my office. He knows I am." Filch's face contorted in horror. "He knows I am a squib. It's Alexander." Ron's voice suddenly interjected, startling everyone. Alex had to turn his head away, for Ron's finger was pointed directly at him, accompanied by the tremulous quality of Ron's distinctive voice. By the time we arrived, it was already like this. "I saw him. It was him. He was holding a wand, pointing it at that cat." "No, I believe Mr. Stokes merely stumbled upon this incident," Dumbledore replied in a tone that remained calm, as if discussing the pleasant weather during a stroll in the park. "As I have mentioned, this requires a profound understanding of dark magic. I do not think a second-year student is capable of mastering it." "You killed my cat," Filch exclaimed, his demeanor bordering on madness, and Alex could perceive the twitching of Filch's eyes, a manifestation of his frayed nerves. Alex felt Lily's small hand pressed tightly against him, prompting him to gently pat it a few times while offering her a broad smile to comfort the frightened girl. "It's him," Ron exclaimed unusually, causing Professor McGonagall to furrow her brow in concern. "You know." Before Ron could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Dumbledore. "Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore spoke with unexpected seriousness, "I do not believe Mr. Stock would act in such a manner. At the very least, none of us have witnessed him casting a spell. It could have been a memory charm." Lily's voice was soft yet resolute. "I was with Alex the entire time. The question is, why were you both there?" Snape sneered, relishing the misfortune of anyone outside Slytherin. "You should have been in the Great Hall. The school rules do not stipulate that we cannot even use the restroom." Alex retorted disdainfully. Snape immediately retaliated with a fierce glare, reminiscent of a vulture eyeing decaying flesh, which made Alex feel nauseated at the sight of Snape's prominent nose. "They are not telling the truth." Snape turned to Dumbledore, his tone ominously low, akin to a vulture beginning to feast. Dumbledore regarded Alex with a probing gaze, Under the scrutiny of Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes, Alex felt as though he were being subjected to a soul-searching inquiry, instinctively avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. As long as one is not proven guilty, they are innocent. Severus, he asserted firmly. Snape appeared exceedingly irate, as did Filch. My cat has been petrified, he shrieked, his eyes bulging. I demand to see someone punished. We can heal her, Filch, Dumbledore said patiently. Madam Sprout recently acquired some mandrakes. Once they mature, I have a potion that can restore Mrs. Norris to life. I'll brew it, Lockhart interjected. I brewed it surely 100 times. I can concoct the mandrake revival potion in my sleep. Excuse me, Snape coldly replied, but I am the potions master of this school. An awkward silence ensued. You may leave, Dumbledore finally said. Alex and his companions endeavored to tread lightly as they made their exit. Just as Alex stepped through the door, he sensed a tug at the corner of his garment. Turning around, he saw Lily. Alex slowed his pace, falling behind Harry and Hermione. Lily first cast a serious glance at Alex, then gently tapped his palm with her wand. Alex felt a warmth spread through his palm, as if something had been branded onto it. Before he could discern what had appeared there, he caught sight of Lily's playful smile, revealing 2 small canine teeth. And in an instant, she turned and dashed toward the Ravenclaw Tower. Perhaps he should be grateful for the Chamber of Secrets? As he walked alone on the path to the Gryffindor common room, Alex pondered, for otherwise, he truly would not know how to navigate the complexities of interacting with 2 girls simultaneously. Perhaps he should consult Mary? Chapter 16. The Water Clock. Whose home is this? Second update. Alex lay in bed, contemplating the events of the day, feeling as though he had been struck by an unforeseen calamity from which there was no escape. He pondered the meeting of 2 women. Was it in 2012? With a heavy sigh, Alex felt that this day marked the unluckiest moment of his life. Fortunately, the conclusion was favorable, thanks to the serpent creature. My parents did not sacrifice themselves in vain for you, Voldemort. Everything began upon his return from Lockhart's office. I await your explanation, Hermione said to Alex as soon as she entered the common room. Alex gazed into Hermione's brown eyes, which seemed clouded with tears, obscuring his understanding of her thoughts. She and I are friends, he asserted, feeling an intense dryness in his throat, hesitant to meet Hermione's gaze. Hermione, what brought you there today? Alex's voice was somewhat husky, yet Hermione paid no heed to his recent remarks. Instead, she gazed at him with an even more intense focus. Alex gazed into the fireplace for an extended period, and at last, Hermione spoke again. I am not someone significant to you, her voice gradually softened. Yet, Hermione suddenly turned to Alex and offered a faint smile, albeit somewhat strained. Alex could see tears welling in the corners of her eyes. I believe you are not someone who takes matters of the heart lightly. Hermione abruptly faltered, uttering not another word, and turned away. Alex felt as though the author had been kicked in the head by a mule today. He gazed at Hermione in astonishment as she uttered those few words and then turned to leave, without seeking any explanation from him whatsoever. In any case, Alex managed to evade the situation, didn't he? Alex, pondering this thought, couldn't help but break into a joyful laugh. Could it be that I, Alex, might one day revel in the embrace of 2, akin to a harem? As he chuckled, Alex opened Mary's notebook, where Lily had inscribed merely 3 words. Inquiring about Mary. This represented a little secret shared between Alex and Lily. If you possess certain secrets exclusive to just the 2 of you with a girl, your bond will undoubtedly deepen. At the very least, you need not worry about a lack of conversation topics. The ever-capable elder sister, Alex, bit his quill and wrote in the notebook. Do you know what a secret chamber is? Why do you ask that? Margaret's response was swift, surprising Alex. How is your practice in controlling magical power coming along? No. I asked first. You cannot divert the topic. Alex felt utterly despondent at the mere thought of that book, Harness Your Magic. The wretched tome demanded that he first acclimatize to wandless spellcasting before he could adeptly control the subtle release of his magical energy. This was quite an adjustment for someone like him, who was accustomed to wielding immense magical power. Would you quibble over the price of a newspaper when your monthly salary is $300,000? It felt as though someone were toying with him. In the confines of the secret chamber, Alex stubbornly filled an entire page with his scrawl. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Mary's response came with astonishing swiftness. If you continue in this manner, do not expect to glean any information regarding assignments from me in the future. I mean any word at all. As if that were not enough, Mary cheerfully illustrated a large figure clapping enthusiastically. Alex gazed at the text, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. That wretched professor of magical history had assigned them a 9-inch essay on the evolution of wands. What was Alex to do without Mary? I know I was wrong, Alex wrote in frustration, fully aware that Mary was merely a book. Yet, this diminutive volume had an uncanny ability to provoke his ire. If apologies were of any value, what purpose would the police serve? Mary remained unyielding, even depicting a large, mocking face. Oh, esteemed Mary, your grace is truly boundless. Alex muttered as he defiantly gestured at his notebook with a middle finger, knowing she could not see. I am but a humble girl, Mary retorted, sticking out her tongue in a scornful expression, thoroughly disdainful of Alex. Alex, infuriated, hurled the book to the ground, preparing to stomp on it in frustration, for after all, if he did not inscribe anything upon it, Marguerite would remain oblivious. With a creak, the bedroom door swung open. Neville stood agape, gazing at Alex perched upon the bed. Alex, are you all right? Suddenly, Alex bent down, flexing his arms in a pose reminiscent of a bodybuilder, exclaiming, "Splendid." "No, I mean." Neville's round face suddenly radiated determination. "Alex, I support you in that matter." "Support me in what?" Alex, retrieving his notebook from the floor, looked at Neville with bewilderment. "I know," Neville said, donning his blue checkered pajamas and a nightcap. "The entire academy is abuzz with the news that you and Ron both fancy Hermione." "You must be joking." Alex nearly toppled off the bed in astonishment. "No." Neville slowly pulled the blanket over himself, turning to face Alex. "They're all saying that you and Ron were dueling in the corridor, which inadvertently involved Filch's cat." Alex gazed intently at the serious-faced Neville, feeling as though the world had gone mad. "You see, you must have acknowledged it too." Neville chuckled even more heartily. "What else did they say?" Alex muffled his head beneath the blanket, wishing to avoid any further sight of Neville. He had never realized before how incredibly gossipy Neville could be. "In your attempt to dodge trouble, you concocted a secret chamber to deceive Dumbledore." Neville closed his eyes, his voice dwindling. "Simo said you were simply remarkable." "Simo?" Alex's voice emerged from beneath the covers. "What does this have to do with him?" "I don't know," Neville replied. "I just saw Ron and Harry outside. I intended to ask them what was going on, but Ron shouted me away. He must be discussing Hermione with Harry. So he felt I was getting too close to you." Upon hearing this, Alex chuckled and lifted the blanket. "I never realized your thoughts were so meticulous, Professor Lombardin," he remarked. "Hee." Neville laughed heartily, his voice slightly interrupted. "Regardless, I fully support you, as I am your devoted student." Alex closed his eyes, smiling as he inquired, "Professor Lombardin?" Neville, too, shut his eyes and responded, "You are my friend." "Friend?" Alex lay with his eyes shut, yet slumber eluded him. The smiles of friends from a past life flickered before him. Mischievous companions, how fare thee? The night enveloped him in an eerie stillness. Before long, the entire dormitory was filled with the gentle sounds of Navi's soft snoring. Alex remained awake throughout the night, listening to Neville's rhythmic snores as he pondered for an extended period. He heard Harry and Ron return to the dormitory in the varied, sporadic hoots of owls outside. The night deepened. Who amongst us sleeps soundly? Who can claim to be without friends? Is it not so, Alex? Chapter 17. I soar through the skies. Observing the untamed beast below, Alex and Ron engaged in a duel for Hermione. This incident swiftly circulated throughout the entire school overnight. The girls are now predominantly discussing how their current or future boyfriends should possess the courage to draw their wands in their defense. Sir Cadogan, that infuriating portrait, now greets Alex by unsheathing his sword, saluting him as a valiant knight, and expressing his chivalrous respect. Alex couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Yet this incident caused Hermione to disregard him and Ron entirely. He gloomily prodded his mashed potatoes, feeling unusually perturbed that day. Occasionally, girls would stroll by, wishing him luck before bashfully walking away. Alex was remarkably different from usual. He neither wore a relaxed smile typical of a girl, nor approached with joyful conversation. A red-haired girl had arrived before Alex. Alex gazed at the girl who appeared before him, her fiery red curls cascading around a pair of striking blue eyes. Strikingly familiar yet elusive in his memory. Could he really not recall? She was clad in the Hufflepuff uniform, and they had previously agreed to attend a Quidditch match together. Had he truly forgotten? A charming smile blossomed on the girl's face, revealing two delightful dimples. Alex squinted as though trying to extract her name from her visage, but alas, his efforts proved futile. With a sudden clap, someone patted Alex on the shoulder, startling him. "Senior?" he exclaimed, taken aback by Angelina's presence, her hair neatly gathered in a ponytail. "Who else could it be?" she replied, wrapping her arms around Alex and offering an apologetic smile to the girl across from them. "I'm afraid this man is mine now," she said, playfully tousling Alex's hair. He caught a faint fragrance, reminiscent of clove pinks. "Senior, it's Saturday," Alex remarked, reluctant to join the Quidditch practice. "Don't play coy with me," Angelina retorted, tugging at the collar of his shirt as she led him outside. "Today is the Quidditch match, but I'm merely a substitute," Alex lamented, a sense of dread washing over him as he realized his fears had come to pass. He had envisioned a joyful day spent in the stands, watching girls soar above him, and then turning to converse with them about the game, a delightful prospect, now seemingly lost to him forever. Reluctantly, Alex followed Angelina towards the Gryffindor players' lounge. The match was not set to commence until 11 o'clock, and as he discreetly stole glances at Angelina's expression, he remarked, "I shall go grab a bite to eat. I will join you when the time comes." "Absolutely not," Angelina replied with resolute firmness. Even if Alex were to writhe on the ground in protest, she would remain unwavering in her refusal. "What has a pre-match meeting? Your presence is imperative. We must discuss our tactics." "Tactics?" The mere thought of Wood's prematurely aged visage sent a shiver down Alex's spine. Alex idly toyed with his fingers, inspecting the crevices of his nails for any traces of dirt. The Weasley twins sat back to back, squinting their eyes, on the verge of dozing off. Angelina, feeling rather bored, meticulously examined the texture of her braids. Everyone was weary of Wood's incessant ramblings, yet he continued unabated. "Our brooms are not as swift as Slytherin's." Wood paced back and forth in the changing room, and our chasers might be at a disadvantage. At this, Wood paused, gazing at Alex and the others. Therefore, it is imperative to remember the tactics. While we may not be as fast as Slytherin, we are certainly more agile. Then, we must focus on maintaining our formation. Aaliyah yawned, waving her hand at Wood. She turned to Alex and instructed, stay behind us, in a triangular formation, and pass the ball frequently. Aaliyah's words prompted Angelina to lean towards Alex, reminding him, maintain the formation. We need to maximize our possession time until Harry catches the golden snitch. That way, victory is assured. Fred exclaimed. Indeed, George chimed in. Alex contemplated his broomstick, the silver arrow 2-0, inhaling deeply before resolutely nodding his head. As 11 o'clock approached, students and faculty began making their way to the Quidditch pitch. The weather was oppressively humid, with distant rumbles of thunder echoing in the air. Upon exiting the changing room, Alex noticed Hermione and Lily standing at the doorway, waving at him. Hermione appeared slightly bashful, silently wishing him good luck with a gesture. Recognizing her intent, Alex responded with a cheerful wave of his hand. Alex observed Lily making a face at the departing Hermione before she mischievously scampered over. Lily brandished her wand and pointed it at Alex's left hand, watching him with a half-threatening grin as he revealed his small fangs, declaring, only after soaring into the sky can one behold it. Alex watched as Lily walked away, feeling a warmth in his left hand that piqued his curiosity, compelling him to open his palm and investigate. However, at that moment, Wood had already commenced his customary pre-match rallying. Alex was obliged to set aside his intrigue and turn his attention to Wood alongside his teammates. The Slytherin team possesses superior brooms, a fact that cannot be denied. Wood declared. Yet, our flyers are stronger than theirs. We have trained harder, enduring various weather conditions in our flights. Absolutely right, George Weasley chimed in. My clothes haven't dried since August. We shall make them regret allowing that little fiend Malfoy to squander his money infiltrating their team. Wood's chest heaved with excitement as he turned to Harry. It's up to you, Harry, to demonstrate that being a seeker requires more than just a wealthy father. You must either seize the golden snitch before Malfoy does or perish on the field, for we must triumph today. We simply must. So don't feel pressured, Harry. Fred winked at him, adding. Suddenly, Alex felt a warmth on his forehead. It was Angelina. She bestowed a gentle kiss upon his brow, her full crimson lips exuding a hint of lilac fragrance. Don't overthink it, Angelina said, cradling Alex's face in her hands. You are important too. I have faith in you. Senior? Alex was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. It was Elia. With her golden hair styled in a fluffy ponytail, she quietly leaned in and whispered into Alex's ear, I believe in you as well. Alex's face flushed deeply. He took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. The tension that had been building since morning had now vanished without a trace. As they stepped onto the pitch, they were met with a cacophony of sound. The predominant noise was one of cheers and applause, as both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were eager to witness Slytherin's defeat. Yet amidst the jubilant crowd, the hisses and jeers from the Slytherins could also be discerned. Madam Hooch, the Quidditch referee, requested Flint and Wood to shake hands. They glared at each other with threatening intensity, unnecessarily gripping each other's hands with excessive force. On my whistle, Madam Hooch announced, 3, 2, 1. The crowd erupted in a tumultuous roar, bidding them to take flight, as all 14 players soared into the leaden gray sky. Alex, Angelina, and Alia formed a triangle. Positioned at the arrow's point, Alex took a deep breath, still feeling the warmth emanating from the inscription in his left palm. Victory was imperative. Sensing the heat in his hand, Alex surged forward as the competition commenced. Chapter 18. I Soar Through the Skies. Observing your beastly disarray, the brooms of Slytherin were undeniably swifter than those of Gryffindor, and as Alex mounted his broom, he felt the situation was utterly dire. Rain poured relentlessly, driven by the wind, seeping into Alex's cloak. He turned to survey his surroundings. Angelina was drenched, her ponytail limply adhering to her back. Narrowing his eyes, Alex strained to discern Alia's figure in the distance, but the deluge was too intense, forming a curtain that obscured his vision. Beyond a few indistinct, darting red and green shapes, he could see nothing. Alia. Alex heard Angelina shout urgently to his right, and in an instant, a crimson blur shot towards him. To the left, he observed as Alia dashed fiercely to his right. The red quaffle soared by him, deftly caught in Alia's grasp. Stay focused, she exclaimed, shaking the rain from her face as she zipped past Alex. Maintain formation. Angelina's voice rang out from his left. Yet all he could discern were a few indistinct silhouettes in the distance, shrouded in mystery. As Alex pondered whether Angelina could truly see him, he was suddenly jolted by a voice fervently calling his name. The quaffle, a crimson sphere gripped tightly in his right hand. He surged forward. Angelina leaned down, her broom accelerating with fervor, droplets of water trailing from her drenched ponytail, carving a straight line through the air. Do not hesitate. Elias soared through the air, compelling a Slytherin player to alter their course. All Alex could hear was the sound of the wind whistling fiercely, while the raindrops, akin to shattered stones, struck against his face. Yet, none of this seemed to affect him. The silver arrow sliced through the curtain of rain like a sharp sword. Darting straight towards the Slytherin half, Alex stared intently ahead, summoning all his strength to focus on the path before him. He heard the sound of his drenched robe striking the tail of the broom, and as he lifted his gaze, two green figures came hurtling towards him. Leaning forward, Alex pressed his body against the broom, its top saturated with icy rainwater. He needed to veer left, gripping the broom tightly. He shouted to himself and turned sharply in that direction. Escape them. This singular thought consumed Alex's mind. The two Slytherins closed in, attempting to sandwich him between them. Intent on bringing him down to the ground, he decided to dive down. Gently lifting the broomstick, he feigned an ascent, hoping to deceive the Slytherin players. It worked. The two green figures failed to react, soaring rapidly upwards. A splendid escape. Lee Jordan's commentary seemed to pierce through the curtain of rain, accompanied by the thunderous cheers from the stands, echoing towards Alex. Block him. As Alex charged forward, he barely caught the shout, but it did nothing to deter him. He felt as though the antiquated broom from the last century still held untapped potential. I can go faster. Alex's mouth agape. The rain mixed with wind rushed brutally into his throat, making him feel as if it were about to tear his throat apart. The Slytherin captain, the goalkeeper, shouted as he flew towards Alex, ready to pin him down. Alex found himself cornered, with the goalkeeper ahead of him blocking his path to ascend, while two relentless pursuers from Slytherin were closing in from behind. Collide with him. The chants from the Slytherin supporters echoed menacingly around him. Suddenly, Lee Jordan's commentary surged in volume, clear even amidst the rain-soaked chaos. Alexander is trapped below. He is cornered. A pincer movement. He was caught in a vice. Pass the ball. The entire stand erupted in a frenzy. Alex exerted himself, hurling the ball skyward, and they were deceived. Now it's an open goal. Lee Jordan shouted hoarsely. As Angelina seized the ball, with Slytherin players at least 1,000 meters away from her, Alex successfully garnered the attention of three opponents. Angelina effortlessly caught the ball. But suddenly, with a resounding thud, she tumbled through the air several times, struck by a robe bludger. Alex, hearing Lee Jordan's cry, saw the red projectile plummeting from the sky, sent towards Gryffindor's half by a Slytherin chaser. The Slytherin broom was far swifter than Elias. She could not keep up. And Alex was too distant, helplessly watching as the adversary raced towards his team's goal. The torrential rain obscured his vision and muffled his hearing. A piercing whistle sliced through the arena, and Alex, disheartened, descended on his broom, landing in the muddy field, where Lee Jordan vociferously announced the score. Slytherin scores. Now 60-30. What is happening? Wood inquired, as the Gryffindor players huddled together, while Slytherin players jeered from the crowd. George, Angelina exclaimed, shaking the water from her face. Where were you when I was attacked by that bludger? We were 20 feet above you, preventing another bludger from endangering Harry. George retorted angrily. Angelina, that bludger is relentless. It has no interest in chasing anyone else throughout the match. Slytherin must have tampered with it. Listen, Harry interjected. Madam Hooch is approaching. You two are circling around me incessantly. I have no hope of catching the golden snitch unless it dives into my sleeve. You should return to the other players and let me handle that robe ball, Harry insisted. Don't be foolish, Fred cautioned. It could knock your head off. Wood glanced at Harry, then at the Weasley twins. Oliver, this is irrational. Elia's voice sounded extremely stern. You cannot leave Harry to confront that creature alone. We must request an investigation. Alex gazed at Elia's face, rain cascading down it incessantly. He found it hard to believe that Elia, even when struck by a rogue ball during training, would shed tears. Let us concede. Angelina's voice trembled. We cannot allow Harry to perish. You and Elia should return to defend. Alex suddenly laughed, his smile radiant as the sun. I can handle them all by myself. Don't be foolish. Before Wesley could finish his sentence, Alex interjected. Don't let Harry be taken down. I shall win by 150 points before it concludes. You're insane. Alex could not discern who uttered those words. He had already ascended into the sky on his silver broom, resembling the brightest star suspended in the night. I have never felt as lucid as I do now, as rain falls. Alex, are you truly prepared to take on an entire team? Chapter 19. Glory in the heavens. With Mrs. Hodge's sharp whistle piercing the air, all the players ascended once more into the sky. The match resumed. Alex Elia, filled with concern, soared forward and inquired, are you truly capable of facing them alone? Alex gazed at the rain cascading down Elia's cheeks, suddenly realizing that she might not be as resilient as he had once believed. Trust me, Alex urged as he soared forward on his silver arrow. The rain continued to pour, soaking his hands gripping the broomstick, yet never before had he felt such an intense fire coursing through him. Even his heart throbbed vigorously. In a moment of reverie, Alex could hear the rhythmic beating of his heart resonating within his chest. Slytherin had kicked off. Lee Jordan's commentary pierced through the rain, reaching Alex's ears. He stood quietly to the side, poised for the moment of attack. Alex wiped his face, striving for clarity of vision. The ball was intercepted. At that moment, a resounding cheer erupted from the stands. Alex. Angelina's voice pierced through the air like a blade, directly reaching Alex's ears. The crimson ball was firmly gripped in his right hand, and he had never felt such tension before. Let me see who the true protagonist is, Alex grinned. Rain cascading down his face, its salty taste mingling with his lips. Whose world this belonged to, he could not tell. But he was determined to embrace the challenge with courage. Alex maintained a quintessential posture, charging forward with precision. No one could discern any flaws in his stance. Kid, you're moving too slowly. The Slytherin batsman sneered, striking the ball towards Alex, who was valiantly advancing alone through the rain. Bang! He was hit. The Gryffindor chaser was struck. What on earth is George doing? Lee Jordan's voice faltered, as if he were squinting to ascertain the current situation. Alex's left rib was struck squarely by the moving ball, sending him spiraling through the air, tumbling uncontrollably to the right under the immense force. The rain, caught in Alex's frantic rotation, sprayed outward, forming a continuously spinning circle. With his center of gravity leaning forward, Alex found himself momentarily lost in thought, transported back to that Christmas afternoon when Angelina, under the clear blue sky, had him engaged in special training, her brown ponytail flowing behind her. He recalled being utterly mesmerized by the sight. As his momentum waned, Alex halted his roll, softly murmuring, "Ah, the Gryffindor ball is intact." He hovered in midair, exhilaration ringing in his ears from Lee Jordan's voice, brimming with joy. Of course. Alex clenched the elusive ball tightly in his right hand, whispering, "Unleash your might, brain." Two Slytherin beaters stood poised, perfectly aligned, creating an impeccable ambush formation against a slower opponent. Go ahead with your grand dreams. Alex initiated his charge, like a meteor streaking across the sky. He blazed through the field. Stop him. He heard the two Slytherins shout from behind. Alex tilted his head back and laughed heartily, rain cascading into his mouth. He didn't care. Charge ahead, keep going, push through. Take him down. The three Slytherin chasers formed a tight triangular formation. His warnings are futile. We hold the advantage. Quickly accelerate. The cacophony of voices ahead, muffled by the layers of rain, transformed into delicate whispers in Alex's ears, reminiscent of Angelina's gentle words close to him. Relax. Posture isn't everything. Angelina soared gracefully on her broom under the sunlight, encouraging him to trust in his broom. Relax, Alex chanted to himself. Relax. Damn it. He suddenly burst into laughter. I'm about to crash into three people. What nonsense. Lift your broom. I am the fastest. He nearly imprinted his hands onto the broomstick. Breakthrough. Lee Jordan's voice pierced through as he shot between the three players. The crowd erupted, their cheers nearly compelling the rain to retreat to the heavens. Alex now faces the goalkeeper alone. His speed is astonishing. How can he maneuver? There is no one to assist him. Angelina, Lee Jordan shouted. The Slytherin goalkeeper, his hair drenched by the rain, clung to his face like withered leaves, his eyes glaring fiercely, eager to witness Alex's imminent collision. I am uncertain what position you will assume in the future, but regardless of it, agile turns are of utmost importance. Angelina continuously traced beautiful arcs in front of Alex. Yes, when turning, there is no need to exert too much force. Envision yourself being gently propelled in that direction, akin to a subtle rotation of your wrist. Relax, relax. Angelina instructed while demonstrating in front of Alex, imparting her wisdom. Is it like this? Suddenly, Alex leaned forward, accelerating straight towards the goalkeeper. Get past him. He could hear his heart roaring. With a deft swish to the left, then to the right, he raised his broom, which trembled violently, feeling as if it might splinter apart. He laughed, feeling utterly exhilarated. Driven by an unseen force, he pivoted. The subtle twist of his wrist sent the broom quaking. And with a sudden jolt to the right, Alex's hand gently veered, tracing a beautiful arc across the post-rain sky, like a magnificent rainbow, unimpeded until it reached the goal. As if it were destined to be. He is a genius, Angelina whispered, rain still kissing her cheeks. Lee Jordan's commentary echoed from the heavens. Alex has outmaneuvered everyone. His tone brimmed with disbelief. He had witnessed a miracle. The goal was wide open, and the ball sailed in. A swift left turn, evading yet another opponent. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was far from over. Alex soared across half the field, the rain trailing behind him like a dutiful servant following its gallant master. A Slytherin player struck his broom's handle, having been unable to sleep the night before. So excited was he about this very broom. The unparalleled speed. He had believed wholeheartedly that they would triumph today. Please, Merlin, let someone stop him. The ball was in. It was now a tie. Lee Jordan's voice struggled to contain the deafening cheer that threatened to pierce the heavens. Let us counterattack. The Slytherin captain endeavored to rally the spirits. It's just a tie, just a tie. P.S. But one person. Counterattack. The Slytherin players shouted. Offense. The Slytherins hurled the red quaffle far afield. Now was their chance while he was out of reach. Watch out. The ball. Here it comes. Quick. The ball was seized. Defense. Quick, defend. Fall back. Fall back. Under the torrential downpour, silver lightning danced across the sky. Alex grasped the quaffle in his right hand, soaring towards Slytherin. Beneath this vast expanse, no one could fly faster than he could. No one. With a swift left and right, he left the Slytherin goalkeeper, rooted in astonishment. Alex could tell you where he was headed, but you could never stop him. The rain continued, and Alex's stage persisted. I hope the golden snitch is never caught. Lee Jordan croaked, his voice hoarse. Alone, Alex had vanquished an entire team. 170, 60, 180, 60, 290, 60, 300, 60. Each time he scored, cheers erupted from the stands, drowning out the sound of the rain. No one noticed when Madam Hooch blew the whistle to signal the end. Malfoy, clutching the struggling golden snitch, stood dazed on the muddy ground, breathless alongside all the dejected Slytherins, unable to utter a word. The Gryffindor players felt as though they had just awoken from a dream. Everything was simply unfathomable to them. Only Alex remained, hovering in the air, drawing his wand, pointing it towards the sky, shouting with abandon. The rain parted around him, flowing past like a slowly drawn curtain, revealing the true visage of the king seated in the heavens. Glory in the sky, my king. Chapter 20. Ron's speculation. Alex has been shamefully afflicted with a cold these past few days, languishing in bed with a runny nose and feigning illness. He has yet to recover from his exhilarating performance on the Quidditch pitch, as each time he closes his eyes, he finds himself transported back to that rainy day. Soaring on his broomstick, wand raised high like a king, basking in the adoration of the crowd. Lost in thought, he shut his eyes, yearning to relive that moment once more. The art of dream manipulation is truly magnificent, he mused joyfully, as it allows him to wield control over his dreams. Alex faintly heard someone calling his name. He turned over, preparing to drift back into slumber. Alex, the voice had lowered significantly, and he sensed a tone reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. Let me score, just one more goal, he murmured beneath his blanket, emitting a series of muffled sounds. I'll talk to you later. With that, Alex let out a great yawn beneath the covers. Hermione looked at the bedridden Alex in frustration, unable to comprehend why the dazzling player from the Quidditch field would be reduced to this state in private. Stop pretending to sleep. We still need to visit Harry, she implored. Harry? Alex continued to mumble in his stupor. What? Hasn't he caught the golden snitch yet? Alex, Hermione exclaimed, her face reddening with exasperation. Get up this instant. Alex peeked out from under the covers, revealing a pair of dark eyes that surveyed Hermione, standing before him. He retreated back under the blankets, murmuring about his illness. Didn't we agree last time? Hermione appeared quite irate, her head held high as if she were reprimanding Alex directly. Honesty and integrity are fundamental virtues of a person. Even if your skills on the pitch. Before Hermione could finish her sentence, Alex swiftly threw off the covers, casting them aside, and with a flick of his wand, he effortlessly tidied the room. This is the Alex I know, Hermione exclaimed with delight. I still have a letter to send, Alex said, skillfully donning his sweater. For it was Sunday, and there was no need for wizarding robes. Let us visit Harry, and then I think it would be wise to head to the library. Professor Flitwick mentioned a pop quiz next week, and we still haven't completed Professor McGonagall's essay on transfiguration. Hermione was so absorbed in her thoughts that she failed to notice Alex's words until she saw him grasping an envelope. What are you doing? She asked, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Sending a letter, Alex replied, preparing to make his way towards the Orrery. To whom are you sending the letter? Hermione inquired, bewilderment evident in her gaze. To Diagon Alley, Alex said, waving the envelope in the air behind him. It's a product report. You go ahead. I will catch up with you shortly. Hermione was about to say something more, but she realized Alex had already dashed away, leaving no trace behind. As Alex strolled along, he glanced at the letter in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle. He had never anticipated that the Silver Arrow 2.0 would possess such a remarkable lineage. He had assumed it was merely a product of a small workshop, a notion dating back to before Halloween. He had received a letter. Dear Mr. Alex, it is with great honor that we extend an invitation for you to serve as a test pilot for our esteemed company, Glimmering Broomsticks. Our latest innovation is a flying broom developed from the foundation of the Silver Arrow, and under our team's rigorous testing, its speed and maneuverability have significantly surpassed those of the Glimmering 2001. However, due to a lack of data, there may be challenges during high-speed flights and inclement weather. We kindly request that you provide feedback on any issues encountered during your flights to our headquarters in Flipover Lane. In return, we will compensate you with 500 galleons. Yours sincerely, Glimmering Broomsticks. Alex grew increasingly elated, feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace his notebook and plant several kisses upon it. He had not anticipated Mary's meticulous consideration. Truly, she was a sage of profound foresight. Alex found merit in Mary's self-praise. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the Orrery, where he entrusted a letter to the owl. He lingered for a moment, watching the arrow ascend higher and higher until it vanished from view. He still needed to see Harry, Alex thought, feeling rather disheartened. The competition had concluded. Yet he had been struck by a rogue bludger and had suffered the misfortune of a careless spell from Lockhart, resulting in the loss of half his bones. His luck certainly did not seem as resilient as that of Alex. Meanwhile, Hermione was fervently expressing her ire towards Harry and Ron. What are you discussing? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Am I not your friend? Why are you speaking about Alex behind his back? It's not as you perceive, Harry promptly interjected. Then what is it like? Hermione pondered, crossing her arms and gazing at Harry with an intensity that seemed to penetrate his very soul. The illustrious Harry Potter. That is not what Harry meant, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Just hear me out. Fine, Hermione turned her attention to Ron. You just can't bear to see Alex thrive. Can you? Ron's ears flushed crimson, and he glanced at Harry, who returned his gaze with skepticism. He felt a sudden surge of indignation. It's south your close relationship with Alex that makes you dismiss anything I say. Who knows? Hermione scoffed, her laughter ringing out, causing Ron's face to redden even further, creeping down to his neck. You must promise not to divulge this. Ron glared at Hermione, as if trying to convey his fervor through his gaze. Well, go on then. Hermione appeared impatient. Ahem. Ron cleared his throat, glancing at Harry before speaking with a hint of pride. Harry and I discovered that it was Alex who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Huh. Hermione chuckled incredulously. What a jest. I am not jesting, Ron insisted. Harry encountered a house elf during the summer. Harry nodded in affirmation. What does that have to do with Alex? Listen, the elf warned that someone intended to harm Harry. Linked to the mysterious figure. And then? Hermione raised an eyebrow, her interest waning. Then, Harry saw the Malfoys delivering items to a shop in Nocturnal Alley, and upon leaving, he spotted Alex. What does that prove? The house elf came to warn Harry last night, urging him to leave. That doesn't mean Alex has a house elf, Hermione retorted. Harry and I have heard Neville mention that Alex often has his house elf deliver items. Harry nodded again. That is merely a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Ron raised his voice. How do you explain that we encountered Alex that night? He petrified that cat. Coincidence, just coincidence. Hermione's gaze wavered, but then she resolutely stated. We were there that night too. No, he received a letter the day before, but didn't show it to us. Someone must have informed him to act. Just coincidence. Hermione's voice faltered. Then how do you explain this? Ron exclaimed, lifting a cloth to reveal a first-year student lying there, petrified like Mrs. Norris. Hermione recognized the individual as one of Harry's fervent supporters, who had been brought in last night while Harry was present. And you just mentioned that Alex sent a letter to Nocturnal Alley. What could he possibly do? Feedback product. Hermione suddenly raised her voice. He is a feedback product. He didn't let you follow him, did he? Why not? He is not feedback, absolutely not. He reported the situation regarding the opening of the chamber. He's the one who opened it. He is. Hermione's mouth fell open, unable to respond before Ron's words cut through again. Furthermore, both of his parents are Death Eaters. A profound silence enveloped the hospital wing. After a considerable pause, Hermione finally spoke. I must confront him. Confront who? The door swung open, and Alex, curious, gazed at the red-eyed Hermione. Has someone been bullying you? I'll take care of it. Alex. Hermione gasped in astonishment. What brings you here? Didn't I say I would come after sending a letter? Alex approached Harry's bedside and pointed at the petrified individual. Who is this? He looks somewhat familiar, yet I can't quite place him. Colin. Harry struggled to sit up, while Ron hurried to his side, eyeing Alex. Ah, Alex remarked slowly. He is the one who refused to take my photograph during the Quidditch match. Alex began to saunter toward the door. Are you leaving so soon? Alex heard Ron let out a sigh, as if some tension had suddenly released, igniting a curiosity within him about what Hermione and the others had just discussed. Who were you just talking about? Alex inquired, stepping towards the door and abruptly turning to gaze at the trio, who appeared startled by his presence. Alex, Hermione instinctively uttered. We weren't talking about you, Ron interjected, casting furtive glances at Harry. Harry, reclining to the right and occasionally glancing at the petrified Colin, took a deep breath. Alex, we were discussing who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Harry, Ron suddenly exclaimed, his ears flushed crimson. Ron and Hermione initially paused, but Hermione earnestly continued. I believe Alex should know. Harry immediately followed up, and Alex noticed Ron standing frozen, realizing that Ron's tension with Hermione was indeed evident. We suspect Malfoy. Malfoy? Alex chuckled. I thought you were suspecting me. Suspect you? Ron chuckled nervously, his hands fidgeting with his robes. How could that be? Yes, Harry said. Lifting a chocolate from the bedside and smiling at Alex, would you like some chocolate, Hermione? Alex disregarded the offer and turned directly to Hermione. Is that truly the case? Since visiting Harry that day, Alex had observed that Hermione had become inseparably close to him. Save for trips to the restroom, Hermione was always at his side, which reignited rumors within the school. Well done. Neville excitedly remarked to Alex one evening, his round face flushed. You've completely overshadowed Ron. What nonsense is that? Alex buried his head under the covers. It had been several days since he last saw Lily, and reflecting on it felt disheartening. That was still before Christmas. When Alex had just signed up to stay at school, unexpectedly discovering that both Lily and Hermione had decided to remain this year. Let us not forget. Tonight Lily has truly mastered the art of leaving messages with her wand, Alex recalled, as in a mere moment of interaction, words had been left on his hand. The entire night, Alex had feigned sleep. It was unusually peaceful, he thought as Ron and Harry quickly succumbed to slumber, Ron even muttering in his dreams. Dressed? Alex gently pushed the door open. Though it was not his first time, he still yearned to see Lily. For some reason, no matter how desolate he felt before, the mere sight of Lily standing before him would evoke a smile from deep within, and Alex had become enamored with that feeling. Entering the Gryffindor common room on tiptoe, Alex found it as quiet as on any other night, with nothing audible but the faint crackling of the fire. Except Hermione, Alex exclaimed, astonished to see the girl before him, clad in pink pajamas, her tousled hair cascading over her shoulders. Alex's eyes darted around. He couldn't very well admit he was off to meet a secret crush. Never mention another woman in front of a woman, lest you wish to ignite her jealousy. Alex knew this all too well. Hermione settled down, and Alex noticed she wasn't even wearing shoes, leaning against the fireplace for warmth. The period around Christmas was indeed the coldest at Hogwarts. Hermione shifted slightly closer to the fire, shivering slightly, yet her tone remained strong. "Mr. Alexander, might you tell me where you have been?" Of course," Alex replied with a broad smile directed at Hermione, his gaze fixed on her. "I'm hungry. I plan to fetch something from the kitchen." "Wonderful," Hermione exclaimed. "I would like to join you." "With me?" Alex looked at Hermione, his breath quickening. Could he truly not escape? Were Lily and Hermione destined to collide? He struggled to believe it, making one last effort. "How about this?" Alex said. Pacing before Hermione with a smile, "I shall bring back what you desire. The corridor is rather cold. You are dressed too lightly. Then wait for me to change." Hermione replied, "Stay here. I shall return shortly." Alex discerned an unusual expression on Hermione's face. He noticed her eyes were slightly reddened. With a sigh, Alex made a decision. He would tell a second lie. "Never mind, I am not going to the kitchen." Hermione suddenly looked at Alex in astonishment, as if her dreams had shattered. Her face filled with disbelief. "What?" Alex's tone softened, tinged with a hint of melancholy. "I had initially intended to seek the Chamber of Secrets, but you insisted on accompanying me," he continued, his voice laced with despondence, as if without this endeavor, his life would lose its significance. "If this puts you in danger, I would rather not go at all." Alex noticed the tears glistening on Hermione's eyelashes and was suddenly overcome with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Alex, contemplating this, emerged from his cocoon of blankets and gazed at Neville, remarking, "Perhaps it is true that Hermione has recognized my amiable nature." As he spoke, Alex gradually closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back to that fateful evening. The echoes of his words still lingered in the air when Hermione suddenly rushed towards him, enveloping him in an embrace while weeping profusely. "I knew it," she cried, holding on to Alex with fervent intensity. "You would never deceive me. I knew it all along." Alex looked down at Hermione, who was weeping on his chest. He felt somewhat at a loss and instinctively wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back in a mechanical manner. Gradually, Hermione's cries softened, giving way to faint sobs. Alex felt his feet going numb as Hermione stood barefoot atop them. She lifted her head from the damp fabric of Alex's front, her eyes pleading as she choked out, "You would never deceive me, would you, Alex?" Before she could finish her thought, tears began to well up in her eyes once more. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief, gazing ahead, while her tears gently rippled. Her nostrils flared slightly with tension, and a flush crept onto her tear-streaked face, culminating in her closing her eyes, her expression pure like that of an angel, yet brimming with joy. "Indeed," Alex sighed and touched his face, recalling that night when Hermione's tears traced a delicate arc across his cheek. Was that her first kiss? He chuckled to himself. "I would never deceive you, Hermione." Men often accompany their words with lies, yet they would never intend to break a girl's heart, would they, Alex? Chapter 22. Control yourself. In recent days, Alex has been somewhat absent-minded, particularly when he encounters Lily. This occurred on the day following his kiss with Hermione. "It's all right," Lily said, leaning against the wall and addressing Alex. Alex, upon witnessing Lily's state, lowered his head in sorrow. He could not bear to look at her any longer. The prominent dark circles under her eyes revealed that she must have waited for him throughout the night. A wave of guilt washed over Alex. In truth, Lily had also bowed her head, her voice barely audible as she said, "That night, I intended to tell you." "Tell me what?" Alex found himself yearning to engage Lily in conversation, even if it meant facing her playful threat with her small canine teeth. Go away, go away." Suddenly, Lily stepped on Alex's foot, startling him, before she dashed out. Left standing alone, Alex felt as though this moment was unlike any other he had experienced before. Alex, lost in thought, shook his head in frustration, attempting to banish the perplexity that had plagued him since that day. In the past, during his dates with Lily, he had been late on multiple occasions and had even missed some due to unforeseen circumstances. Yet, the following day, Lily would invariably express her displeasure, either by playfully threatening him with her little tiger teeth or by incessantly poking his stomach while muttering about the naughty Alex. Today seemed different, however. "Is something wrong?" Hermione inquired, sitting beside Alex. Alex sensed an unusual tension in Hermione lately. Everything felt awry. "Are you unwell?" Hermione suddenly grew agitated, as though his condition were a personal affront to her. "How can you be so neglectful of your health?" she chided, reaching to touch his forehead. "I'm fine," Alex reassured her. "Then why did you fall asleep again during History of Magic class?" Hermione continued as they walked side by side. Alex abruptly pointed into the distance, where a large crowd had gathered. "Don't change the subject," Hermione exclaimed, but before she could finish, Alex had seized her hand, and they ran forward together. He noticed Hermione's cheeks had flushed a deep crimson. As Alex and Hermione traversed the hallway, they were suddenly drawn to a small assembly of individuals gathered around the notice board, engrossed in the text affixed to a freshly tacked piece of parchment. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas appeared exuberant, beckoning them over. "Well done," Seamus exclaimed, joyfully patting Alex on the shoulder, while Dean stood by, chuckling silently. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she lifted her chin to regard the two with a curious gaze. "What are you doing here?" "They're starting a dueling club," Neville exclaimed, emerging from the front row. "The first meeting is tonight. I wouldn't mind learning a few dueling techniques. They may prove useful one day." What? Do you think the Death Eaters will engage in a duel? Ron retorted, glaring at Neville as if he had just revealed some grand secret. He then huffed and walked away. What has got into him? Alex inquired. Because I spilled his secret, Neville replied, his round face beaming with delight. He lost to you that night. Suddenly, Neville fell silent, along with Seamus and Dean, who all turned to observe Alex and Hermione before bursting into laughter. Give Ron a run for his money during the duel. Seamus's voice echoed even as Alex walked away. What do you think? Alex suddenly leaned closer, whispering into Hermione's ear. Hermione remained silent, her face turning as red as the sunset that painted the evening sky. Alone in the dormitory, Maria Alex stared blankly at her notebook, pondering the extent of her abilities. Am I truly mediocre? In response, Maria swiftly sketched a face with a tongue stuck out, instantly causing Alex's expression to falter. You're teasing me, aren't you? Alex murmured, biting the tip of her quill, the feather having been gnawed down to a stub. In my first year, I single-handedly defeated a troll. Alex's excitement manifested in deep, fervent strokes upon the pages of his notebook, the ink seeping through the paper to the layer beneath. Do not soil the pages, he exclaimed as the original words vanished entirely. Are you really going to tell me that you faced Voldemort alone last year? With a hearty laugh, Alex bent closer, inscribing, with my prowess, could I possibly be considered mediocre? I could easily vanquish Quirrell. A large, bold word filled the entire page, lingering for quite some time before fading away. If strength equates to magical power, what then? He eagerly wrote, wishing to ascertain his own capabilities. Surely Quirrell's might could not be on par with that of a troll, despite his persistent belief that the intellect of both was rather comparable. Magical prowess manifested in the unique, circular script of Mary, appearing on the notebook, declaring, you have far surpassed the average wizard. This gave Alex a nostalgic sentiment akin to chatting on QQ, reminiscing about his past life. Am I a genius? What genius? Mary's writing appeared swiftly this time, adding, you ought to be grateful to your parents. Parents? Alex recalled the solitary photograph he possessed of them, which he had only glimpsed once. The longer he resided at Hogwarts, the more he resented the thoughts of his Death Eater parents, particularly when considering the notion of serving that lunatic devoid of a nose. It was completely unnecessary. According to my research, Mary illustrated a figure laughing heartily with hands on hips, stating, a person's magical capacity is inherently linked to that of their parents. What about the mute? He retorted, that is beyond your comprehension. With your Gryffindor intellect, grasping the far-reaching vision and profound foresight of Ravenclaw is utterly unattainable. Alex felt an impulse to hurl the notebook out of the window. This is rather complicated. I earned the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award thanks to this. To simplify, you possess an innate and immense magical power, which you surely must perceive, far exceeding that of your peers and even many adult wizards. Thus, Alex rubbed his eyes only to find that the words had not materialized. Truly the impulsive Gryffindor, Mary continued to write. This is likely due to your mother, who supplemented her pregnancy with certain herbs and magical enhancements, an exceptionally advanced form of magic, quite arduous, which would have depleted much of her own power. Yet, I must admit, your mother is truly a paragon of beauty and wisdom, unparalleled in the world. Alex took out the wand and played with the celestial model, a birthday gift from Hermione, which spun endlessly atop the wand. After a considerable time, he returned his gaze to the notebook, where Mary continued to write. However, your lack of physical exercise since childhood is not due to an insufficiency of spells at your disposal, but rather your inability to control your magical power effortlessly. Who can blame you? Alex felt utterly disheartened. Could it be that he was inferior to that fool Ron? Others didn't require it. They did not possess such vast magical energy. Yet you are different. During moments of emotional upheaval, your magic can erupt uncontrollably, unleashing tremendous force, only to be completely depleted in an instant. This predicament will only intensify as you grow older. As Alex gazed at Mary, he couldn't help but recall that Halloween when, in an effort to rescue Hermione, he had shattered a troll with a fractured spell. Would he, after using a levitation charm, find himself rendered powerless? Alex swallowed hard and shifted his gaze back to the tome that Mary had insisted he study since the summer, now encrusted with layers of dust. Control your magic. Chapter 23. Let the Duel Begin, Part 1. Gilderoy Lockhart ascended the stage, adorned in a resplendent crimson robe, while beside him stood none other than Severus Snape. Clad in his customary black attire, Alex gazed upon the hall, noting its remarkable transformation. The long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage that adorned one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles, while the ceiling returned to its velvety blackness. Neville Longbottom held his wand tightly, his face slick with perspiration. Alex considered Gilderoy Lockhart's dueling instruction rather inadequate, while Neville frequently sidestepped the throng of people pressing in. The hall buzzed with excitement, punctuated by the sounds of wands sparking with magical energy. And Professor Snape, Hermione remarked, feigning ignorance of Alex's presence. Neville, you ought to focus more in potions class, just as you do in herbology. Alex patted Neville on the shoulder, grinning broadly. Thank you, Neville replied, looking exceedingly embarrassed. Since arriving at Hogwarts, only Alex had encouraged him, rather than viewing him as a burden to Gryffindor like others did. At that moment, Lockhart waved for silence, interrupting Neville's words. All attention turned to him. Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? He proclaimed. Splendid. Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this modest dueling club to adequately train you all. In case you ever need to defend yourselves, employing the techniques I have utilized countless times. For further details, please refer to my published works. Are you suggesting we use books to bludgeon Death Eaters? Ron suddenly interjected with a loud scoff. His unexpected remark elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd, particularly from the Weasley twins, who clapped enthusiastically. Many turned to Ron, who was now basking in pride. Lockhart pretended as if nothing had happened. Glancing at the chuckling crowd before continuing, allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. With a broad grin, Lockhart attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Yet Alex observed that Snape's expression had darkened considerably. He has informed me that he possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding dueling, and he has generously agreed to assist me with a small demonstration before class begins. I assure you, there is no need to worry once our demonstration concludes. I shall return your potions instructor to you in one piece. I truly hope, Neville muttered under his breath, Snape could take a tumble. Indeed, with all that homework. It takes me ages to copy, Alex remarked, only to receive a sharp glare from Hermione. Snape's upper lip curled in disdain. Alex was perplexed by Lockhart's continued jovial demeanor. If Snape had regarded him with such intensity, he would have fled in terror. That expression was reminiscent of ravenous hunger, sending shivers down Alex's spine. Lockhart and Snape turned to face one another and bowed. At least Lockhart bowed, his hands gesticulating extravagantly, while Snape merely shook his head in impatience. They raised their wands before them like arrows. As you can see, we hold our wands in the standard dueling position, Lockhart announced to the now silent crowd. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spell. Rest assured, neither of us intends to take the other's life. With a glint in his eye, Snape whispered, baring his teeth. 1, 2, 3. The two men simultaneously thrust their wands over their shoulders. Expelliarmus! Snape shouted. A dazzling red light flashed, and Lockhart stumbled, thrown backward off the stage, crashing against the wall before crumpling to the floor. Malfoy and several other Slytherin students erupted into applause. Hermione leapt onto her toes, anxiously bouncing. Do you think he's all right? She squealed, covering her mouth with her hand. With a resigned gesture, Alex spread his hands, harboring a wish for Snape's downfall. Despite knowing the absurdity of such a thought. Well, as you can see, he exclaimed, staggering back onto the stage. This is a disarming spell, as you can observe. I have lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown. He continued, addressing Professor Snape. Demonstrate this trick to them. What a brilliant idea. However, do not take offense, for your intent to showcase this earlier was quite evident. If I wished to thwart you, it would require not the slightest effort on my part. I believe, for the sake of their enlightenment, we ought to allow them to witness. Alex observed Snape, his demeanor brimming with malevolence. Gilderoy Lockhart, seemingly aware of the tension, declared, the demonstration concludes here. Now I shall mingle among you to pair you off into duos. With that, Lockhart and Snape commenced their search for pairs within the crowd. Ron glanced at Harry, and they exchanged a resolute nod, signaling a significant decision had been made. Ron boldly stepped forward, his entire frame trembling with nerves, as sparks erupted from the seams bound with magical tape, crackling incessantly. I watched as Ron swallowed hard, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall, including Lockhart, who halted to regard him. I demand, Ron proclaimed, stepping forward, his voice resonating as if to expel all his trepidation, to duel Alexander Valentinestock. The hall erupted in an uproar. The Weasley twins rallied the crowd, applause echoing throughout, as Ron's face flushed crimson, excitement radiating from him as he glanced at Harry, then fixed a martyr-like gaze upon Alex, raising his trembling right hand, wand aimed directly at him. Well done. The crowd cheered, reveling in the spectacle of rivals confronting one another. I, however, did not share this sentiment. Snape suddenly emerged, a malicious grin adorning his face. Discontented murmurs arose from the assembly. How dare you? We do not agree. The chorus of dissent threatened to topple Snape. He scanned the room, delighting in the scene, meticulously etching the contours of every visage in his mind. The hall fell silent, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Satisfied with this atmosphere, Snape continued, his voice coldly triumphant, Malfoy, come forth. Let us see what you can make of the illustrious Potter. No, rather, Potter's companion, the hormonally charged Mr. Weasley. As for you, Alexander, no. Ron, seemingly choked, cast a desperate glance toward Harry. As for you, Mr. Alexander Stock, Snape glided ominously to Harry's side. His movements reminiscent of a bat soaring through the night sky. You may consult the renowned Potter. Snape, now seemingly unhinged, closed his eyes, inhaling the tension-laden air, and declared, draw your wands, and let us duel. Chapter 24, Let the Duel Commence, Part 2. Bowing, Snape stood upon the stage, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he addressed Ron and Harry. Bow to your opponent. Ron, facing his adversary Malfoy, who regarded him with disdain, felt utterly defeated. Our plan. Harry, Ron muttered, casting a resentful glance at Alex, then reluctantly inclining his head toward Malfoy. Do you require a reward? Malfoy smirked, offering a slight bow in return, addressing him mockingly as Mr. Weasley. Alex could not help but chuckle at the scene. Harry immediately shot a furious glare at Alex, thinking to himself, Indeed. He is a Death Eater. Even if it means sacrificing myself, I must expose his flaws before everyone. Alex, Harry said, addressing him, it is our turn. Alex seemed to just realize, turning his head to look at Harry. What? Are we not waiting for Ron's results? How can you be like this? Harry exclaimed with anguish. His disappointment in Alex palpable. He clenched his teeth, his voice hissing through the gaps. You know Ron's wand is defective. It is broken. How can you act this way? We are Gryffindor. Alex remained silent, intently observing the impending duel between Malfoy and Ron, merely sneering. He felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Did you ever consider, while whispering about me behind my back with Hermione, that you are a Gryffindor? Now that I have crossed your mind, you expect me to sacrifice myself for Ron? What a joke. Do you regard me as an imbecile, mindlessly boasting? Everything seems to unfold precisely as you anticipated. Who do you think you are? Harry Potter. Do you perceive yourself as the protagonist? Very well, Snape retreated, watching the two who had bowed in deference. Mr. Potter, there is no need to rush, he chuckled. Your turn will come soon. We all have confidence in Mr. Weasley. The Slytherins below erupted into laughter. Indeed, Malfoy doubled over in mirth, for Weasley never failed to astonish. And there was no better jester than Ron. Ron, Harry exclaimed excitedly. Ron, noticing Malfoy's laughter, unhesitatingly raised his wand and pronounced, gape wide, hurrah, with a resounding bang. A plume of green smoke erupted from Ron's wand, and he was sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding vehicle. Ha ha ha. Ron lay on the ground, chuckling. Ron, are you all right? Harry asked, his voice brimming with excitement. I'm fine, ha ha ha. Ron replied, still laughing, his mouth agape. I ha ha ha. Malfoy looked up at Ron, twirling his wand. Why doesn't he or Mr. Weasley perform a little dance? Perhaps someone might be inclined to toss you some change. Malfoy threw a silver sickle at Ron's feet. Then you could buy a finer stick, couldn't you? Malfoy, Harry shouted, but few paid heed. All eyes were on Ron. Ron stood up, laughing heartily, his legs moving uncontrollably as if performing a lively jig. He danced and chuckled, gazing at Alex, tears of laughter brimming in his eyes. Clap, clap, clap. Malfoy led the applause, and the Slytherins joined in, the clapping continuing for quite some time. This commotion thoroughly vexed Professor Lockhart, who did not wish for his dueling club to descend into chaos. Stop, stop. Lockhart shrieked, I said, merely disarm. All right, all right. Snape clapped his hands before retrieving his wand, directing it at Ron. Spell, halt. Snape approached Malfoy, whispering a few words before returning to observe the two. I have stated. Only disarm. Understand, Mr. Weasley? Do not injure yourself further. Ha. The Slytherins echoed in laughter. I shall be cautious, Malfoy replied with a grin, bowing mockingly to Ron. Now. Ron's face was devoid of color, desperately suppressing his tears as he bowed to Malfoy, feeling utterly humiliated. Go ahead, laugh at me. Ron wished to shout at the crowd, this is how worthless I am. Yet, he lacked the courage to voice it, fearing another round of ridicule. But time was pressing. Malfoy swiftly raised his wand and bellowed, Serpent's emergence. The tip of Malfoy's wand erupted in a flash. Ron stared in horror as a long black serpent suddenly sprang forth, landing heavily on the ground between them, rearing its head, poised to attack. The crowd screamed, retreating swiftly to clear space. Do not move, Weasley, Snape drawled lazily, clearly relishing the sight of Ron frozen in place, locked in a fierce gaze with the enraged serpent. Ron, frightened, stumbled back, sitting abruptly on the floor, watching as the snake slithered towards him. The serpent raised its head, baring its venomous fangs, preparing to strike, its tongue flicking menacingly. Suddenly, the serpent collapsed onto the floor, limp as a thick, dark hose. Fixating its gaze on Harry. Not only the snake but everyone present turned their attention to Harry, particularly Hermione, who gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Harry, unaware of the commotion, was fixated on the serpent, emitting a series of hissing sounds. Malfoy stood frozen, watching as the serpent slowly returned to him, lifting its neck, rhythmically flicking its tongue. Go back. Return. Malfoy shouted, waving his wand. The serpent halted, writhing in agony before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Just then, a green light shot through the smoke, striking Malfoy. He staggered back, collapsing to the ground. Draco! Draco! A Slytherin girl screamed. Malfoy opened his mouth to respond, but only managed a loud belch, several snotty worms tumbling from his lips onto his thigh. Snape's brow furrowed tightly, as if he were the one to have expelled the worms, waving his wand to stop Malfoy's retching. A brilliant tactic, Mr. Potter, he clapped lightly, and Mr. Weasley. Your synergy is truly commendable. Now, the entire hall was silent save for Snape's applause, all eyes fixed on Ron and Harry. Ron seemed to remember something suddenly, gazing at Alex in fear, his face ashen. Now it is your turn, Snape's voice echoed, Mr. Potter and Alex. As Alex advanced, the hem of his robe billowed behind him. Standing on the stage, he gazed at Harry, who was positioned opposite him. In that moment, Alex felt as though he were not confronting a mere 13-year-old boy, but rather a wild beast ensnared in a cage, baring its fangs menacingly at him. Was it an illusion? Alex narrowed his eyes, resolved to test it for himself. Chapter 25. Let the duel commence. Part 3. Bow. Alex instructed Harry. However, Harry remained silent. fixated on Alex with an intensity that spoke volumes. "I will not," he declared stubbornly, for to submit to a Death Eater was a notion he found utterly intolerable. "Raise your wands and prepare," Lockhart announced loudly. "When I count to 3, cast your spells. But remember, we merely wish to disarm our opponent. We seek to avoid any unfortunate incidents. 1, 2, 3. In a sudden motion, Harry lifted his wand above his shoulder. Before Lockhart could finish counting to 2, Harry sprang into action, pointing his wand directly at Alex and shouting, "Expelliarmus!" A streak of silver light shot forth like a thin thread, aimed squarely at Alex. Alex had to squint to perceive the radiant beams emanating from Harry's spell. If one were to quantify an adult wizard's magical prowess as 10, Alex mused, then the force of my own magic must surely be 20. Alex's wand traced an arc from top to bottom, emitting silvery threads that cascaded down from his head, enveloping him like a cocoon spun by silkworms. "And your magic, Harry, can barely be considered a 5 armored protection," Alex exclaimed loudly. The silvery cocoon began to melt away beneath the blazing sun, revealing the contours of a Western-style armor starting from his chest. It was the classic Maximilian armor. Its sleek structure infused with the unique artistic essence of the Italian Renaissance, with the iconic grooves and engravings distinctly visible. "Is this magic?" Everyone stood in stunned silence, captivated by Alex's enchantment. They had never witnessed such sorcery before. The potency of magic largely depends on one's will, as Mary had once articulated. Yet Alex remained comfortably observant of the spell Harry launched, even as it appeared that Harry was teetering on the brink of madness. Just as the Maximilian armor was designed to allow bullets to glide past through its grooves, Harry's spell proved utterly ineffective, despite its velocity akin to that of a bullet. It could not escape the fate that befell its predecessors, gliding past as it always had. Alex waved his wand, causing the protective armor to dissipate. He smiled at Harry, tauntingly remarking, "You are far weaker than a troll, and considerably more foolish. I shall force your true nature to reveal itself." Harry gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. "I have stated that Gilderoy Lockhart has stepped forward," he said, positioning himself between them. "It is merely a disarming charm. All that is required is to utter disarm. Remember to adhere to the rules, Harry." Harry remained silent, determined to provoke Alex into using dark magic, thereby unveiling the spells he had acquired from the Chamber of Secrets. "Ron and I were indeed correct, Hermione." "Toothpick." Harry gasped as he raised his wand, panting heavily. "Petrificus totalis." 2 spells, one trailing the other, shot forth in vibrant green and red, resembling twin beams of light directed at Alex. Obstacles arose. Alex swept his wand from top to bottom, conjuring a visible silver waterfall that hung before him, slowly drifting toward Harry's side. The red and green lights appeared ensnared by invisible threads, gradually losing their momentum. What began as a swift arrow now resembled an elderly woman shuffling along. "Are you jesting?" Alex laughed, audaciously resembling a villain. "Go back." With a flick of his wand, the protective armor reappeared, enveloping him entirely. This time, the 2 sluggish beams of light did not merely pass by. Instead, they struck him squarely in the chest, resulting in a thunderous explosion that propelled them back toward Harry with increased speed. Harry, in a frantic attempt to evade, rolled on the ground, the spells grazing his scalp and leaving 2 bare streaks. "What a lovely new hairstyle." Draco Malfoy clapped his hands, reveling in delight. "Scarhead." "Scarhead?" Harry felt as though his own scar had been struck, reminiscent of his encounter with Voldemort the previous year, igniting a searing pain that felt as though it might explode from his forehead. Alex must have delved into the dark arts. Otherwise, such effects would be inconceivable. Harry now felt an unwavering certainty that a visage was concealed at the back of his head. Will he not strike? Alex was relishing the sensation of being in the spotlight, akin to a knight brandishing his lance in a tournament, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Such a feeling was utterly exhilarating. Raising his wand towards Harry, Alex declared, "You have been eliminated." "Eliminate him." Harry sensed that Alex was poised to take his life. An instinctive feeling surged within him. Kill him, eliminate Alex, and thereby ensure the safety of all, everyone. You would once again save the world. You are right. A voice inexplicably resonated in Harry's mind, akin to the hissing whispers of a serpent, subtle yet persistent, burrowing desperately into his consciousness. Harry knelt, his lips moving soundlessly. Alex's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially intended to give Harry a thorough scolding. However, he was suddenly struck by the foul stench of decaying serpents. A green light, resembling a slender thread yet exceedingly dim, emanated from the tip of Harry's wand. It was Voldemort. The figure before him was not Harry, but Voldemort himself. Alex felt every hair on his body stand on end, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the incoming curse, a beam infused with the essence of death. "Disarm!" He instinctively shouted, his mind devoid of all magical control teachings, merely sending forth all his magical energy in a panic towards Harry, though he did not voice it. The memories of his encounter with Voldemort haunted him. He vividly recalled every detail of that fateful night, gripped by an overwhelming fear of the Dark Wizard. A crimson light erupted from the tip of Alex's wand, as if it were being squeezed from a small orifice. "Is that the disarming charm?" gasped the onlookers, rendered speechless by the sight of the red light emanating from Alex's wand. First, a lion's head materialized, jaws agape, revealing ferocious fangs. Followed by the majestic creature galloping forth on powerful limbs, its mane whipped by the wind as it struck against its back. The audience stood transfixed, as though they could hear the lion's roar echoing in the air. The green light struck the lion, but it vanished without a sound, as if it had never existed. The red lion remained unscathed, charging fiercely towards Harry. With a resounding thud, Harry was sent soaring through the air, his wand slipping from his grasp. The lion leaped, seizing the wand in its jaws, and sprinted back to Alex, tossing its head violently, sending the wand soaring in a graceful arc, landing in Alex's sweating palm. The hall fell into an eerie silence, as if the lion's roar still lingered in the atmosphere. On stage, nothing remained but Alex, standing alone. Chapter 26. Relentless pursuit. If you cannot control your magical power, even a single spell may leave you faint. Alex felt dazed, the swirling letters reminiscent of Mary's handwriting resurfacing in his mind. Do not claim your magic lacks strength. He seemed to relive that night, hiding beneath his covers as he and Mary vehemently argued. If the magical output were excessive, Mary's words would gradually reveal the true nature of the curse. True nature? That was not a concern for you. Alex caught sight of Mary's handwriting and awkwardly touched his nose. If one cannot manage their emotions effectively, there will inevitably come a day when they are utterly unable to control them. Unable to control? A haze enveloped Alex's consciousness. He seemed to perceive someone rushing towards him. Had he begun to experience illusions? He wished to utter to that shadow, "You may leave now," but his lips remained sealed, for he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Alex chuckled self-deprecatingly, instinctively glancing down at the stage. Soon, he would find himself collapsing into the embrace of a beautiful girl. Don't laugh. Mary's words lingered vividly in his mind. I am not laughing, he thought, feeling unsteady on his feet as he noticed someone approaching him. Bowing. Bow, he wished silently. He longed to hear someone utter those words. In response, he instinctively bent at the waist. I have faith in you, despite having never met Mary in person. Alex felt as though he could perceive her smiling at him through her tender script. I believe in you, Alex. No longer merely circular letters. The words transformed into a sensation akin to clouds gently unfurling. Alex swore he could scent the delicate fragrance of Mary's hair. Control your magic, he mused, struggling to suppress a smile. You shouldn't believe in me so unconditionally. His right hand trembled as he grasped his wand, and it seemed he heard someone calling his name. The voice was clear and sweet, somewhat familiar. Habitually, Alex waved in the direction of the sound. To his surprise, someone was helping him keep the rhythm. 1, 2, 3. Joyfully, he thought of the stage below and waved 3 times, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in his waist, as if he had been struck by a vehicle. Alex! Came the startled cries from below. He plopped down onto the ground, gazing ahead at a crimson glow. Was it on fire? He wondered, dazed. Instinctively, Alex waved his right hand, wishing to extinguish the flames, determined to protect the beauty from harm. Yet, nothing materialized. My wand. Alex gripped his wand tightly, sensing a powerful force attempting to wrest it from his grasp moments ago. Suddenly, Alex sensed that something was amiss. Straining his eyes, he endeavored to discern what had transpired ahead. Before Alex could fully awaken to the situation, he realized that his feet were moving uncontrollably, rhythmically tapping forward. As he progressed, the scene before him became increasingly vivid. A fiery red hue materialized with growing clarity, resembling hair. With each step, Alex continued to advance, buoyed by a delightful realization. This person was not taller than him. A broad smile spread across Alex's face, his steps becoming even more exuberant. Are you satisfied now? Alex faintly heard Ron's voice drifting over, somewhat sporadic. He instinctively responded, You and Malfoy have indeed conspired together. As Alex beheld the object ahead, a black hole pulsating with flashes, he realized that you and Malfoy had orchestrated a scheme to frame Harry. Frame what? Alex continued to sway, still a bit dazed. Yet he seemed to recognize the figure before him. Open the chamber. The individual waved their hands excitedly, proclaiming that you had devised a plan to make Harry speak Parseltongue, asserting that you were the Death Eater. Ron? At last, Alex discerned who stood before him. Your weapon. Ron raised his hand, casting a spell, and a beam of red light struck Alex once more. Come on, Ron whispered provocatively to Alex. Use your dark magic. Black Alex felt as though his ribs might shatter. He suspected that if he attempted to cast any spell, he would collapse to the ground. Use dark magic. Ron anxiously observed Alex, noticing that Lockhart was approaching. Determined not to allow Alex to escape so easily, Ron lifted Harry's wand, aiming it at Alex's head. Alex was jolted awake by pain, his lips instinctively murmuring, Black, yes. Hurry up, let me see what you have learned in the chamber. Ron remained oblivious to Alex's distress, lost in the thrill of orchestrating Alex's dark magic, proclaiming to himself, I am the best. Ron bit down hard on his own lip. Suddenly, Alex's right hand relaxed, and his wand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Damn you, he spat. With a loud thud, Ron's nose crumpled as if struck by a hammer. Instantly, Ron shouted in excitement. He used it. In an instant, Ron was sent sprawling to the ground by a kick from Alex, his head colliding with the floor with a resounding thump, rendering him silent. Speak, Alex commanded. His left fist clenched as he aimed a punch at Ron's face. With a crack, a bloody tooth flew out. I used it. Alex raised his right hand high, once more targeting Ron's bleeding nose. What? Ron thought his vision was engulfed by a dying room, crimson fabric saturating his face. Still, Ron stubbornly attempted to shout. What the hell? Alex seized Ron by the hair, lifting his head with force. Speak. What the hell? He continued to strike, demanding, say something. Ron felt as if sounds were erupting in his ears, akin to the Hogwarts Express's whistle, barreling towards the back of his head. Let him go. Let him go. Alex staggered as he approached, witnessing Professor Lockhart rushing to assist Ron. You are a wizard. How can you behave like a muggle? Lockhart waved his wand at Alex, admonishing him. Alex merely ignored him, fixating on Ron like a wounded lion, bleeding and gazing at its prey, before gradually approaching. Alex spoke in a low voice. Yet his words resonated clearly throughout the auditorium. Do you think I am easy to bully, redhead? Chapter 27. Confinement, Part 1. Alex had been hospitalized. The following day, as he opened his eyes, he found Colin lying beside him on the bed. The memories of the duel echoed in Alex's mind. He had never experienced such a satisfying victory over Ron. This feeling was simply exhilarating, prompting Alex to smile. However, soon after, Mrs. Pomfrey emerged with a notebook in hand. She glanced at the medical records and addressed Alex, stating, I do not support the establishment of a gladiatorial club at school. Alex observed Madame Pomfrey bending down to scrutinize him closely. You still cannot fully control your magical abilities, she remarked, gently touching Alex's forehead. It seems you are fine now. You may proceed to Professor Lockhart's office. With a perplexed expression, Alex gazed at Madame Pomfrey and inquired, what am I supposed to do over there? Of course. It's for detention, he added, observing Lockhart pace before him, the edges of his purple wizarding robe occasionally fluttering. Alex was compelled to cast his gaze downward, as the portrait of Lockhart on the wall perpetually winked at him, causing him considerable discomfort. Your confinement will commence next week. Alex listened with a sense of dejection, never anticipating that he would soon experience the same treatment as Harry Potter, assisting Lockhart in replying to letters. Rest assured, Alex cheerfully mused, I shall respond to each lady, proclaiming my exclusive affection for her. Fear not, Mr. Lockhart. Lockhart, observing Alex lost in his daydreams, felt a deep sense of satisfaction, evidently. You have begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. He rose, gazing at the letters sent by readers in the flickering candlelight. You see, one must duel with a wand, just as I do. You performed admirably with Harry, Lockhart remarked as he paced, yet your performance concerning Ron was far from commendable. Alex beheld Lockhart with a gleam in his eyes, realizing that among the entire Hogwarts, only the girls still indulged in his incessant chatter. I shall speak plainly, he thought, curling his lip in disdain. To rectify your muggle-like dueling methods, Lockhart took a seat, scribbled a note, and handed it to Alex, declaring, I must impose upon you a detention. Is it merely to assist you in replying? Alex took the note, stunned into silence. It read, Zigadiro Lockhart orders Alexander Valentine Stock to cleanse the trophies in Hufflepuff's trophy room next week. As recompense for winning a duel in a muggle manner and for his misconduct towards a teacher. Misconduct? Alex exited the office, gazing at the wounded note in confusion. Over the next few days, the thought of being subjected to detention and polishing countless trophies filled him with reluctance. Finally, the evening of detention arrived. As Alex stepped out of the Gryffindor common room, he heard someone calling his name. Lily? Alex was taken aback to see the girl standing in the corridor, her two little canine teeth playfully protruding, smiling as if in defiance. What brings you here? He inquired, astonished. Guess. Lily joyfully twirled around him, eventually playfully positioning herself before Alex. I can't guess. I'm utterly hopeless, she exclaimed, extending her delicate hand to gesture above her head and at Alex's chest. I still haven't grown taller. Alex gazed at Lily, who was pouting, and helplessly remarked, I'm growing taller too. You know. Humph. Lily playfully stepped on Alex's foot, throwing a small tantrum. What is it to you? Where are you going? Alex watched as Lily walked away and inquired, Of course, I'm headed to the Hufflepuff trophy room. Lily waved the note in her hand at Alex, teasingly adding, Like a muggle, you big idiot. Before Alex could finish his sentence, Lily, rushing back, pushed him forward. Hurry. Hurry, hurry. She chanted, The Hogwarts Express is departing. In the Hufflepuff trophy room, Lily sat beside Alex and startled him with a sudden revelation. I know about the Chamber of Secrets. A rare, mischievous glimmer appeared in her eyes as she looked at Alex with pride. What? Alex exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Humph. Although Mary gave you a warning, Lily teased, tapping Alex's head with her finger, you mustn't underestimate the wisdom of a Ravenclaw mind. Indeed, Alex chuckled, patting Lily's head. Please guide me, oh wise Lily. That tickles, Lily protested, swatting Alex's hand away before continuing. Long ago, they told us it was merely a legend. Something that didn't exist. But that was a lie. Alex noticed the spark in Lily's eyes as she narrated, approximately 50 years ago, the chamber was opened, and a monster attacked several students, ultimately leading to one tragic death. Alex gazed at Lily in astonishment, rendered speechless. But there is even more remarkable news ahead, Lily proclaimed with pride, playfully sticking out her tongue at Alex. They had apprehended the individual who had opened the secret chamber, and he had been expelled. Lowering her voice suddenly, Lily leaned in mysteriously towards Alex and whispered, "It was Rubius Hagrid, our keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Don't you wish to inquire who met their demise?" "Who?" "I shan't tell you." Lily laughed joyfully. Alex called out loudly, chasing after Lily. The dimly lit trophy room was filled with bright laughter. Chapter 28. Blue Lavender. Alex's raucous laughter echoed through the display room of awards. "What are you laughing at?" Lily exclaimed, sitting on the floor and revealing her little tiger teeth. "Oh," Alex replied, clutching his stomach, "I absolutely am not laughing." He squatted down and pointed at Lily, saying, "Left foot, right foot, Mississippi." Suddenly, a bronze trophy came crashing down towards Alex. I am not. Lily sprang up from the ground, rubbing her backside. Her face flushed with anger as she retorted, "It's all your fault." Yes. Alex picked up the trophy that Lily had thrown. "It's all my fault." "Of course it is." Lily ran over, poking Alex. "You must have planned this all along." "Indeed," Alex boasted with a hearty laugh. "I am the far-sighted Alex." "You narcissistic fool." Lily yanked the trophy from Alex's grasp and pouted as she placed it back in the glass cabinet. After examining it closely for a moment, she suddenly turned to Alex and shouted, "You are such a big dummy." Yes, the big dummy has already tidied up the trophy room." Alex surveyed the display room, noting that every trophy was now gleaming. "Shall we depart, the clever and astute Miss Lily? Don't forget the beautiful and graceful Lily," she chimed, skipping over to Alex, standing on tiptoe and playfully splashing water from her damp hands onto his face. "Let us go." Alex remained motionless, gazing at Lily who stood before him. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon her figure. Her smile radiated from her round eyes, spreading to the corners of her mouth, causing her petite nose to crinkle slightly, ultimately culminating in two tiny, mischievous canine teeth, playfully directed at him. "You are truly beautiful," she exclaimed, as she playfully placed her hand over Alex's face, striving with all her might to cover the grinning visage that seemed almost impish, yet ultimately, she found herself unsuccessful. Alex gazed at Lily's flushed face and chuckled softly. No laughing. Lily playfully rubbed her hands across Alex's face, attempting to shield those infuriatingly mischievous eyes that twinkled with a teasing glimmer. Alex grasped Lily's hand tightly, pulling her out into the night. "The villain, Alex," the moon whispered. That evening she overheard Lily murmuring, "Why do you not inquire about the girl who met her fate?" Lily suddenly turned to ask Alex. Alex gazed at Lily, who had turned back, his left hand absently brushing against his nose, lost in thought. "What is the matter?" Lily playfully stomped on Alex's foot. "I put in quite a bit of effort." "Then sing a song for me," Alex replied with a mischievous grin. "If it's pleasing to my ears, I might just ask you." "Dream on." Lily cheekily stuck out her tongue at Alex and giggled as she dashed ahead, with arms crossed behind his head. Alex watched Lily sprint away, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Lily lowered her head and ran a short distance, the echo of her shoes resonating through the corridor. The rhythmic tapping reverberated against her heart, gradually flushing her cheeks with a rosy hue that slowly crept to her ears, warming her delicate neck in a soft pink glow. She came to a halt, bowing her head to gaze at her toes, lost in contemplation. Perhaps a long while had passed, or merely a fleeting moment. Gently brushing aside the hair that fell upon her forehead, Lily turned to face Alex. Her smile seemed to illuminate the entire corridor. Alex gazed at Lily as she retreated, her face adorned with a radiant smile. The melody flowed like moonlight cascading from the lunar palace, saturating the air with its enchanting presence. Lavender bloomed abundantly all around. Lily's eyes squinted, shyly avoiding his gaze. Alex couldn't help but chuckle. He was fond of such a girl. With blue blossoms and verdant leaves, a fragrant aura enveloped them. Lily swayed gently, continuing to serenade Alex. Alex seemed to catch a whiff of the lavender scent emanating from Lily. Alex observed as Lily suddenly came to a halt, tilting her head slightly with her hands clasped behind her back. A delicate sound emanated from her cherry-like lips. "For the king, you're the queen." Alex heard Lily softly intoning, reminiscent of the gentle breeze whispering through the meadows, carrying the melodious song of the oriole. The sound continued to flow from the depths of Lily's being, akin to a nightingale returning to the night, casting a coin and making a wish. Lily quietly repeated the phrase, her voice gradually rising as she gazed intently at Alex, as if she intended to etch his likeness into her memory. Casting a coin and making a wish. Alex stood, gazing at Lily, who continued to retreat, her melodious voice drifting forward. Alas! Lily fell back in despair. Alex hurriedly ran over. Lily was sitting on the ground, pointing ahead, her once flushed face rapidly losing color, becoming pale. Alex turned his head in the direction indicated by Lily's finger, squinting to discern what had caused her distress. In that instant, he felt as if his stomach had turned to water. Justin Finley lay on the floor, his body cold and rigid, a look of sheer terror frozen on his face, his eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. But that was not all. Beside him lay a figure he had never before encountered in such a bizarre and grotesque manner. It was Nick, nearly headless, no longer pale and translucent, but instead shrouded in darkness, his form enveloped in swirling smoke, lying motionless just 6 inches above the ground. Half of his head was missing, and he bore the same expression of horror as Justin. Alex swiftly lifted Lily, their breaths quickening and hearts racing. Before they could utter a word, the voice of Papigi interrupted them. "Ah, it seems to be the dashing Alex." Papigi chuckled mischievously, bouncing past Alex with a playful leap. Alex instinctively pulled Lily behind him, aware of the playful mischief that often accompanied Papigi. Once again, the charming rogue was out on a date, always lurking in the shadows. Papigi executed a half-hearted somersault, suddenly freezing midair. His head pointed downward. He spotted Justin and the nearly headless Nick. Before Alex could intervene, Papigi let out a shrill cry. Fight! Fight! Another fight is underway. Neither man nor ghost is safe. Flee for your lives. Join the fray. The sound of clanging echoed through the corridor as door after door swung open, and people rushed out in a frenzy. In those agonizing minutes, chaos ensued. Justin was nearly crushed in the stampede, while others clambered over the nearly headless Nick, creating a scene of utter disarray. Alex concealed Lily behind himself. At that moment, the teachers were loudly calling out to maintain order. Professor McGonagall hurried over, followed closely by her students. Suddenly, Alex found himself at a loss for words as he beheld Hermione standing behind Professor McGonagall, still clad in the nightgown from that fateful evening. Her tousled brown hair framing her face as she gazed directly at him. Snap! It seemed that Alex heard the sound of someone's tears falling to the ground, shattering into pieces. Chapter 29. Explanation. Second update. I believe you should provide me with an explanation. Professor McGonagall, still adorned with her hood, addressed Alex and Lily, who were standing in the corner. Hermione stood there, intently scrutinizing something. Alex felt Hermione's gaze upon him, compelling him to lower his head and fix his eyes on the ground, devoid of any courage to meet her eyes. Caught in the act, Ron exclaimed. His ears flushed as he pointed at Alex. It is you. You are the heir of Slytherin. Professor McGonagall remained silent, and Alex sensed Lily tugging at his robe from behind. How he longed to turn around and reassure Lily that everything was fine. Just as the crowd fell into a hushed silence, a voice suddenly emerged from the throng. It was Hermione's voice. Alex continued to stare at the water stains on the floor, offering no response. Hermione boldly stepped forward, as if she were confidently answering questions in class, asserting that Alex was merely a victim of circumstance this evening. A coincidence? Professor McGonagall looked at Hermione, her expression one of confusion. Is it mere chance that one encounters such events? Ron shouted excitedly, recalling Alex's performance at the dueling club. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Yet, Alex felt he could still hear Hermione taking a deep breath, as if summoning great courage. Indeed, it is coincidence, Professor, Hermione declared, her head held high, speaking slowly and clearly as if proving a point. If Alex possessed the ability to petrify a ghost, then why had Peeves escaped? Peeves had merely witnessed the entire affair. Harry spoke up in response to Hermione's incredulous gaze, suggesting that Peeves had likely just been hiding somewhere, coincidentally observing. Furthermore, there were 2 witnesses present. As Ron mumbled from below, this reminded Professor McGonagall, who narrowed her eyes to scrutinize Lily. Miss Lisa Dupin, do you have anything to say? And no. Alex listened as Lily stammered, attempting to defend herself, but he interjected. We were just, before he could finish his sentence, Peeves grinned wickedly and began to sing. Oh, Alex. You pesky pest, look at the trouble you've caused. You've nearly killed a student, and find it all quite amusing. Ignoring Peeves, Hermione continued. You all believe Alex is responsible for this, but it's his performance during the duel that has led to these accusations. However, if that were true, Hermione shot Alex a meaningful glance. As the heir of Slytherin, why would he expose himself to public scrutiny? Would it not be wiser to remain inconspicuous? Ron tugged at Harry's sleeve, hoping he would say something, but Harry could only gape, producing meaningless sounds. You make a valid point, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Hermione persisted in her argument. She certainly did not wish for anyone to harbor doubts about her. Watching Hermione speak eloquently before the crowd, Alex mused. Moreover, Hermione seemed prepared to continue. I believe that is sufficient, Professor McGonagall interjected. Nevertheless, you must all visit Professor Dumbledore's office. You may encounter some revelations there. Justin had been carried to the hospital wing by Professor Sprout and Professor Sinistra, yet it seemed no one knew what to do about nearly headless Nick. Finally, Professor McGonagall conjured a large fan out of thin air, handing it to Ernie with instructions to fan nearly headless Nick up the stairs. Ernie complied, fanning Nick forward like a silent black hovercraft. The corridor was left with only Professor McGonagall and the 2 of them, Alex and Lily. They silently turned a corner, stopping before an exceedingly grotesque stone monster. Alex gently patted Lily's hand, feeling a twinge of frustration as he reflected on how every date seemed to encounter some mishap. Ice-cold lemonade, Professor McGonagall exclaimed. This was evidently a password, as the monster suddenly sprang to life, leaping aside, and the wall behind it split in 2. As Alex and his companions followed Professor McGonagall, a thunderous sound resonated behind them as the wall sealed shut. They ascended in a swirling motion, climbing higher and higher until Alex, feeling a slight dizziness, caught sight of a shimmering oak door ahead, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Upon entering, Professor McGonagall instructed Alex, you all wait here for a moment. I shall summon Professor Dumbledore. Left in the office, Alex and Lily exchanged glances. And Alex noticed the redness around Lily's eyes. You didn't finish your song earlier. Won't you continue? He asked with a smile. You truly are the slow-witted Gryffindor, Lily chuckled. her previously teary eyes gradually regaining their enchanting cerulean hue, though an abrupt thought caused her to lower her head in sorrow. What is it? Noticing her change in demeanor, Alex pointed at a red bird. Following his gesture, Lily looked towards a lofty, gilded perch where an elderly bird stood, resembling a half-plucked turkey. Is that a turkey? Alex continued, bemused. I never imagined Dumbledore had such a peculiar hobby. Does he often pluck turkeys for fun? Lily playfully poked Alex's side and whispered. The murals on the wall are laughing at you. I have uncovered one of Dumbledore's secrets. Alex pretended to be mysterious. Just then, the bird suddenly ignited in flames. See, I was right. Alex exclaimed with a grin. Dumbledore enjoys playing with turkeys. Look, the moment he is absent, it seizes the opportunity to end its own life. Not at all, Lily retorted, standing on her toes to whisper in Alex's ear. That is a phoenix. When a phoenix nears death, it combusts and is reborn from the ashes. Today must be its day of resurrection. Are you saying that foolish bird is a phoenix? Alex exaggeratedly pointed at the gilded perch, exclaiming. Lily, covering her mouth, erupted in laughter until tears streamed down her face. You are such a buffoon, Alex. That is merely Fox, the silly bird. Just as Alex endeavored to distract Lily from their surroundings, the sound of applause broke the moment. It was Dumbledore, accompanied by Professor Flitwick. Alex noticed Lily's eyes immediately redden with fear. Do not be afraid, Flitwick said with a smile. Professor McGonagall has already informed me of the situation. Lily, you may leave now. The girl, keenly observing the nameplate on the Fox stand, possessed such acute perception that she surely could not miss the lurking peeps. Am I not correct? Dumbledore squinted his eyes, offering a gentle smile to Lily. So, can we leave? Upon seeing Dumbledore nod, Lily joyfully grasped Alex's hand. Ready to step outside. Mr. Stokes, please wait a moment, Dumbledore said as he settled back down, addressing Alex, who was poised to exit. Lily turned to look at Alex, halting her steps. Do not worry, Dumbledore said softly to Lily. We will only be borrowing your young boyfriend for a brief while. Blushing, Lily followed Professor Flitwick out. Please take a seat, Dumbledore instructed Alex. I believe we ought to have a serious discussion. While I do not suspect you, I must inquire, Alex. Is there anything you wish to share with me? Dumbledore leaned slightly forward, his tone becoming even gentler. Anything at all? Don't you have something to drink? Alex suddenly remarked. My mouth is quite dry. Oh, what would you like? Just not chamomile tea, Professor. Go tend to your own issues, Alex muttered inwardly, cursing. Dumbledore, you old fool. Chapter 30. Confession brings leniency? A life sentence awaits. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a pile of honeybees upon the table. These are cheerful honey candies, he said, stroking his beard, gazing affectionately at Alex. Would you care for some? Alex now longs to make a swift escape. But Dumbledore tapped the table thrice with his wand. With a soft pop, 2 cups sprang forth from the surface, bowing gracefully towards Dumbledore, and then, in a similar gesture of politeness, they turned to Alexis and bowed once more. Quite amusing, I assent it. Dumbledore smiled at Alex, remarking, This is a creation of mine from my student days. Alex remained silent, merely fixating on his cup. Never lock eyes with your opponent. This is the most effective method to evade soul-sapping scrutiny. The words from that tome on mental defenses were etched clearly in Alex's memory, and he indeed adhered to them. It seems you are still somewhat apprehensive, Dumbledore remarked, gently stroking his prominent nose as he reclined in the cushioned chair. During my student days, I too had a fondness for Quidditch, though I must admit, my performance did not match yours. Alex's gaze remained fixated on the 2 cups, as he meticulously traced the intricate patterns upon them, simultaneously harboring a curiosity about the liquid contained within. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious to Alex's silence, gestured towards the perch of Fox, lamenting, It is indeed unfortunate that you must encounter him on the day of the Phoenix's rebirth. He is, for the most part, a magnificent sight, adorned in astonishing feathers of crimson and gold. The Phoenix is an extraordinarily captivating creature, capable of bearing immense burdens, its tears possessing remarkable healing properties. And it is known for its unwavering loyalty as a companion. With a solemn curiosity, Alex pondered why the contents of the cup were ablaze. Is it not worth raising a toast to its rebirth? Dumbledore flicked the cup with his fingers, producing a surprisingly clear sound. Within it lay the rare Phoenix wine, crafted from Phoenix feathers. Dumbledore spoke eloquently, yet Alex absorbed none of it, as he struggled to recall the intricacies of the mental defense technique. First, clear your mind. As if defending against a deluge, we must construct a dam of false memories to safeguard against the invasion of soul extraction. Shall we not raise our glasses? Dumbledore chuckled at Alex, lifting his cup in a toast to Fox. Alex inhaled softly, striving to remain silent. Do not meet Dumbledore's gaze, he whispered to himself. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Do you truly know nothing? Dumbledore's words floated through the air like a haunting melody in a serene forest, ethereal, yet unmistakably clear. What do you know? Alex's voice came forth in hesitant fragments. Hagrid opened the chamber. He articulated slowly, each word deliberate. Not Hagrid, Dumbledore murmured. Is there anything else, child? Nothing. Alex felt as if countless needles were piercing through him. Really? Nothing at all? Dumbledore leaned forward, seemingly unaware of his own motion. I know nothing. Alex discerned silver strands emanating from Dumbledore's eyes, spiraling gently toward him. Alex was aware that the art of soul manipulation could induce hallucinations, yet he had never encountered such repulsive visions. Dumbledore gazed intently into the eyes of Strax, his fingertips rhythmically tapping together, producing no sound. Have you ever contemplated anything that brings you discontent? Alex could sense the rhythmic pounding against his eardrums, growing increasingly louder with Dumbledore's steady tapping. Harness your magic and construct a dam. Simultaneously, he found himself captivated by two girls, and Alex felt as though he had awakened from a deep slumber, his mind becoming ever clearer. You know which aspect I am inquiring about. Dumbledore's tone turned somber. He had never encountered a student capable of resisting his soul-extracting abilities. Snape had never reached such heights. Determined to intensify his efforts, Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, his thumbs moving in a circular motion. Alex perceived that the silvery strands emanating from Dumbledore's eyes had increased in number, yet he felt markedly better than before. These threads surged rhythmically like the tides, rushing towards Alex, only to be halted by an invisible dam, shattering upon impact and dissipating into the air like a delicate mist. Dumbledore, drenched in perspiration, sensed that it was sufficient. Even Severus, under the immense strain of his magical exertion, would be compelled to speak the truth. All that remained for him was to wait. Indeed, Dumbledore's patience was rewarded as Alex finally spoke. I am solely attracted to girls, Alex stated emphatically, locking eyes with Dumbledore. You absolutely have no chance. Dumbledore let out a few forced chuckles and raised his right hand, gesturing towards the door of the office. Goodbye, Headmaster, Alex said, inclining his body slightly before departing. This left Dumbledore alone behind the desk, gasping for breath. He had expended a considerable amount of magical energy in his confrontation with Alex. He had assumed this would bear no consequences, yet he had forgotten that age had taken its toll. Alex stretched languidly, gazing dreamily at the afternoon Hogwarts. After stepping out of Dumbledore's office, he had reclined beneath a tree and dozed for quite some time. The sun cast its slanted rays upon the verdant ground. Leaning against a grand tree, Alex watched the lake, where Lee Jordan was feeding a colossal octopus. The creature leaped from the water, sending sparkling droplets glimmering in the sunlight, which captivated Alex immensely. Was it merely Dumbledore's soul-sucking charm, or could it be that my magical prowess has flourished remarkably this past year? Alex mused joyfully. After a while, feeling the dampness of his body thoroughly banished by the sun, Alex resolved to return to the common room. To be honest, he felt a twinge of trepidation at the thought of encountering Hermione. He realized that straddling two boats was far more challenging than succumbing to fleeting infatuations. But what of it? If necessary, he could cast it all aside. Alex erupted into an unrefined laugh. Go enjoy your chrysanthemum tea, he called toward the sky, chuckling as he ambled towards the Gryffindor common room. Dismissing his worries, Alex recalled his cherished tradition, whistling with flair and occasionally bestowing free smiles upon the girls he met. After all, an abundance of lice is hardly bothersome, debts are trivial, and the more ladies, the merrier the conquest. Alex now felt remarkably carefree indeed. The absurdities of the mundane world seemed laughable, and infatuation appeared tedious. The best course of action was simply to embrace it all. Alex, we have high hopes for you. Chapter 31. Which side do you stand on? Second update. Why are you helping Alex explain? Ron questioned Hermione as soon as she returned to the Gryffindor common room. Why shouldn't I? Hermione retorted, slamming her book down on the table. He is the child of a Death Eater, Ron declared, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Harry nodded in agreement from the sidelines. Is that the only reason? Hermione shot Ron a disdainful look. What about me? My parents are muggles. Should I be cast out as well? That is different. Ron couldn't help but shout back at Hermione. Different? It's all because of our parents. What is the difference? Hermione paced back and forth, agitated, like a furious lioness. She would stop occasionally to glare at Ron and Harry, only continuing when they lowered their heads. You both said something to me in the hospital, and I've thought it over. Before Ron could finish his thought, Harry interjected, I think we should let Hermione finish. He adjusted his glasses. Hermione shot Harry a knowing glance and continued. First, Harry said he saw Alex in Diagon Alley. Harry nodded. As Ron opened his mouth to speak, Hermione pressed on. So what was he doing there? You don't all believe Alex went to buy a broomstick, do you? But he has told us more than once that he went to buy a broomstick. Hermione insisted, desperately hoping to sway Harry and Ron. Do you have any proof? Ron pressed on, unconvinced. He single-handedly defeated the Slytherin team, Hermione said, looking at Ron as if it were self-evident. His broom flew so fast that everyone in the school saw it. Doesn't that imply he got a new broom, even if it might not be entirely legal? Not legal? Ron exclaimed. Every time he appears at the scene, it's impossible to explain, and the timing of the letters he sent aligns perfectly. Colin only got into trouble because he didn't take his photo. You're just jealous, Hermione said, locking eyes with Ron. Even if I dismantled your arguments, you'd conjure up new excuses. How could I be? Ron stammered. At that moment, Harry chimed in, not believing Ron was jealous of Alex. You saw how Alex performed at the dueling club. Exactly, Ron declared, emboldened by Harry's support. Look at Alex's magic. Who else possesses such power? Harry was literally thrown across the room by Alex. What are you trying to say? Hermione leaned back, incredulous at the two of them. Are you suggesting Alex found the Chamber of Secrets and learned dark magic? That's exactly what we're saying. Ron and Harry exchanged gleeful glances. Huh, what dark magic? Hermione stood up. Transforming a wand into a Gryffindor lion? Ron and Harry fell silent, but Hermione was just getting warmed up. Harry, I saw you speaking to a snake during the duel. Harry looked astonished. What is wrong with that? Speaking to snakes is a Slytherin trait, inherited through blood, Hermione said. Fixing her gaze on Harry. Think about it. What does that prove? Harry stared blankly at Hermione, trying to process her words. It indicates, Hermione enunciated carefully, that you are more likely to be the heir of Slytherin. Which side are you on? Ron shouted angrily at Hermione. Wake up. You don't understand our wizarding world. And besides, Alex has feelings for that Ravenclaw girl. Not you, Miss Know-It-All. Hermione was infuriated. Huh, I don't understand. I'm not one of you. Whether Alex is involved with the chamber or not, I will confront him directly. Don't seek me out again. After stuffing her book into her bag, she turned on her heel and stormed off. A few steps later, as if recalling something, she turned back to the two dumbfounded boys and said, Also, I like Alex. That's my business, so don't presume to know better, Ron Weasley. Ron and Harry exchanged looks and said, We should take action. I don't want to play ball with Alex, George Weasley said, seated in the Gryffindor locker room. Although Ron didn't appear particularly bright and struggled to uphold the family's tradition of humor, he was not someone to be bullied, the twins declared in unison. What shall we do? Alex chuckled. Should I withdraw? Why don't you walk out yourselves? I don't want to play with you either. What is this team called? The Weasley Club? I'm saying Wood wants to mediate, but he doesn't want the strongest Gryffindor team in history to fall apart under his watch, Alex said. Apologized to Ron. Are you joking? Alex replied, radiating confidence like a sharpened blade. What, am I supposed to kneel and watch the Weasley family now? You know that's not what I meant, Wood said, beads of sweat on his forehead. He had just remarked on the lovely weather. But now the locker room seemed to be under a storm. I'm willing, Fred clapped his hands. We're quite willing, George added. Willing. Suddenly, Alex lunged forward and delivered a kick to George's abdomen, startling everyone, including the usually silent Harry. How dare you? Fred exclaimed, raising his fist to strike Alex, only to have him deftly evade the blow. Let go of me. Fred shouted. Alexander must leave the team. Everyone, stop. Elia cried out, her voice tinged with sorrow as she surveyed the chaotic locker room, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. We shall vote. After much effort, Wood managed to restrain Fred in his chair, stating, 1 vote per person, starting with Harry. I'm in favor, Harry declared, extending his wand and averting his gaze from Alex, unable to meet his eyes. So am I. George raised his hand. I concur. Fred glared at Alex, adding, the decision rests with you, Wood. Wood glanced back and forth between Alex and the Weasley twins for a moment before saying, I'm sorry, I oppose. How can you do this? Alex protested. He can help us win the match. Wood retorted, shouting back at George, he can lead us to victory. To victory. I oppose. Elia said, her voice slightly choked. I must oppose Alex, she added with a hint of a smile. All eyes turned to Angelina, waiting for her stance. Which side will you take? Alex observed the scene, bursting into laughter. What do you think the senior will do? You still haven't figured it out, you two fools. Chapter 32, Sister and Brother Ron is your brother? Angelina glanced at the Weasley twins and remarked, Is that why you feel compelled to protect him? He is our brother. George replied, rubbing his stomach. Alex's kick was quite something. Of course, we must defend him, Fred said, wrapping his arm around George's shoulders as he addressed Angelina. It all depends on you now. Me? Angelina chuckled, her laughter reminiscent of a delightful farce, her derision unmasked. She approached Elia, saying, Don't cry, don't cry, as she raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Elia's eyes with her thumb, ultimately embracing her with a smile and softly patting her back several times. Why don't you say something? Fred urged, supporting George as he directed his words toward Angelina. Alex observed Angelina in silent contemplation, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she tenderly wiped away Elia's tears, while his own heart plummeted to despair. He couldn't help but reminisce about his past life, realizing how much his two brothers resembled the Weasley brothers before him. They had always stood up for their younger sibling. In truth, Alex felt a pang of envy towards Ron for having such remarkable brothers. Angelina approached Alex with graceful steps. Alex gazed thoughtfully at Angelina as she approached, her stride still as familiar as ever. He recalled the moment they first met. Indeed, I believe one must pay close attention in the charms class. Professor Flitwick teaches with great detail, yet the examinations tend to be quite challenging. This evening, you will also have astronomy class. Oh. Acquiring a small planetarium for this subject would certainly facilitate achieving high marks. Alex recalled a time when Angelina had yet to become accustomed to tying her hair in a ponytail, her long chestnut locks cascaded down her back, evoking a sense of warmth and familiarity within him. Alex recalled nodding with a cheerful smile, offering no response at all. As a result, Angelina, feeling irate, directly tugged at her own ear. It was only when Alex shifted the topic that Angelina finally relaxed her grip. He could still vividly remember his words from that moment. Senior, is there truly no place at school suitable for a date? Oh, let me think. I have always found the Forbidden Forest quite thrilling. Upon realizing that Angelina was approaching him, Alex felt a pang of anxiety. Knowing he was about to be expelled from the Quidditch team, future encounters with Angelina would undoubtedly be awkward. With the notion that one need not let an opportunity slip away, he thought that if he did not seize this moment to flirt, he might never have another chance. I aspire to be the captain of Gryffindor. I shall become the most exceptional captain. As he gazed at the advancing Angelina, memories of a Christmas afternoon flooded his mind, her urging him to play Quidditch. The vibrant red robes flapped in the wind, and her chestnut ponytail danced gracefully. Suspended in the air like a moon goddess poised for a hunt, articulating her dreams to the heavens. Surely, the finest captain would not allow chaos to reign for the sake of one individual. With renewed determination, Alex lifted his head, inhaled deeply, and smiled at the approaching Angelina, saying, "Let us go on a date to the Forbidden Forest." Angelina paused momentarily, and in that instant, the locker room fell utterly silent. Observing the hushed atmosphere and the bemused expressions of those present, Alex grasped his silver arrow to zero, having already made his point. He thought to himself, "I care not for the fate of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Many admirers await me in the stands." With this thought, Alex chuckled softly, the sound echoing throughout the locker room. With each step, he drew closer to the door. Suddenly, with a sharp tug, he was yanked backwards, stumbling several steps. "Senior?" Alex exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Angelina. Angelina's hand playfully ruffled Alex's hair, leaving it a disheveled mess. "Do you wish to be my boyfriend?" she teased, pressing down on Alex's head, adding, "At the very least, you should be taller than me." "Angelina?" George marveled at the scene before him as Alex found himself enveloped in Angelina's embrace. "Though I yearn to be the next captain," Angelina said, pinching Alex's head. "If one cannot act with fairness, one cannot truly claim such a title." As Alex listened to Angelina's heart racing, he closed his eyes, wishing to savor her scent one last time. The fragrance was indescribable to Alex, yet it felt remarkably familiar. Thus, Angelina released her grip on Alex's arm, cradled his face, and tenderly kissed his forehead. Alex stood there, utterly stunned. I concurred with Angelina as she lifted her gaze and addressed her teammates, declaring the dismissal of Alex. Alex inhaled deeply, as the warmth on his forehead felt like a fleeting dream. A sudden, indescribable sadness enveloped him, prompting him to pick up the broom that had fallen to the ground and walk desolately towards the door. He felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness. An unexpected desire to see the now-removed Eris mirror surge within him, along with a longing for his friends, his family, and all that he had once effortlessly possessed. As he lifted a corner of the curtain, blinding sunlight streamed in, dancing in solitude before his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "Angelina!" she exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the Weasley twins. "What about me, if you have your own little brother to care for?" Slowly, Angelina removed her Gryffindor jersey and took off her vice-captain's badge, carefully placing them on the table. After this, she turned to everyone with a gentle smile. "I apologize, but I too have a younger brother who needs me." The crowd stood in stunned silence, breathless at the poignant scene unfolding before them. Yet, Angelina remained unfazed. Striding directly towards Alex, she wrapped her left arm around him, drawing him close, and with a smile, used her right hand to wipe away his tears, saying, "A true man does not cry." Her smile radiated warmth, akin to the gentle sunlight of a spring afternoon, instinctively warming the hearts of those around her. Turning back to the astonished onlookers, she declared, "Well then, I shall withdraw." With a swift motion, Angelina pulled aside the curtain of the changing room, which billowed as if lifted by a gust of wind, allowing a flood of sunlight to cascade upon the two standing side by side. Outside, a thunderous cheer erupted. Alex. Neville led the Gryffindor supporters in a raucous celebration. Lily, adorned as a giant lion, let out a deafening roar amidst the cheers. She then raised her wand, sending streams of golden light into the sky, which burst forth, revealing golden words overhead. "Salute to our king, Alex." The crowd of Gryffindors shouted the final 4 words in unison, their voices piercing the heavens. "You will never walk alone." Angelina leaned down, whispering softly into Alex's ear. "Never walk alone." Alex closed his eyes, relishing the warmth that enveloped him in the golden sunlight. He found this sensation utterly delightful. Chapter 33. Unexpected Revelations, Breaking 5,000. One update. What shall we do? Wood whispered to Elia, reluctant to lose such an exceptional seeker as Alex, along with the next captain's heir, Angelina. Elia remained silent, calmly surveying the changing room, just as Angelina had done moments before. "What would I do?" Elia wiped her tears with the back of her hand and, casting a smile at Wood, remarked, "Can you not guess, Captain?" She bent down, cradling Angelina's robes in her right hand, then picked up the broom, a perfect replica of Angelina's, along with the sweeping charm known as the 7 stars. With a flick of the curtain, she stepped outside. The blinding sunlight illuminated the dim changing room, while the thunderous cheers from outside, waves of Alex. Gryffindor, filled the once quiet space, leaving no room for those inside to escape. Alex turned around and saw Elia emerging from the changing room. Elia, though not as tall as Angelina, was of a similar height to Alex. He noticed her glaring at him, seemingly unable to contain her emotions, before she finally broke into a smile. Hearing the laughter, Angelina couldn't help but glance back. only to be taken aback upon seeing her team uniform, staring at it in a daze. Elio approached, stood on her tiptoes, and draped the uniform over Angelina, whispering in her ear, "I told you, you will always be my idol." Sunlight cascaded down, gradually enveloping the venue, just as Alex and his companions were preparing to leave. A deep voice resonated from behind. "This year, we shall undoubtedly be champions," Wood proclaimed, emerging from the darkened lounge with a broom in hand, smiling radiantly for the first time in the sunlight. "However, without exceptional pursuit players, we cannot win a single match." Alex gazed at Wood in astonishment, unable to fathom how the typically stern and serious Wood could make such a jest. Yet, what did it matter to him? With a powerful push of his feet, Wood soared into the air on his broomstick, hovering at a low altitude, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he addressed Angelina. "Aren't you coming, Vice Captain?" Angelina remained silent, methodically slipping her arms into her team uniform and quietly donning the team emblem. Without a sound, she ascended into the sky, swiftly gliding past Wood. Coming to an abrupt halt, she turned back with a smile and replied, "Why would I not, Captain? And what about you?" Wood observed Alex, who stood alone on the ground. Just moments ago, Elia had joined Angelina, both of them rising into the heavens. "We need you," Wood declared, giving Alex a thumbs up. He then brandished his wand, and in an instant, he spun into the air, raising his voice to exclaim, "Ace." The cacophony of the stands was silenced by Wood's booming call. After a brief pause, in that moment of stillness, the lion conjured by Lily let out a roar that reverberated through the very fabric of the earth, jolting everyone from their stupor. "Alex." Everyone exerted their utmost strength to cheer at the top of their lungs. Wood, wielding his wand, momentarily discarded his solemn fade, leading the crowd of the Quidditch pitch in a resounding chant, "Ace Alex." The immense wave of sound surged like the tide during a flood, rising higher and higher with each of Wood's movements, piercing straight into the sky. Alex found himself enveloped in a cacophony of sound, witnessing Angelina soaring gracefully through the air, her ponytail flowing behind her as she smiled directly at him. Wood gave him a thumbs up, while a wave of applause erupted from behind, leaving Aaliyah's face flushed with embarrassment. Alex yearned to laugh heartily. He swore he had never felt such exuberance before. Climbing onto his familiar broom, Alex pushed off the ground with all his might. Soaring like a falling star, drawn back to the heavens by divine forces, a silver streak against the sunlight, propelled by the cheers of the crowd, he pierced through the boundless sky. The wind was remarkably obedient. With a mere touch to the broom's handle, the breeze surrounding him would urge it forward, akin to a fish swimming freely in a vast pond of the sky. Alex soared on his broomstick, circling the entire Quidditch pitch. With each lap, the cheers of the crowd grew more fervent. After flying for a considerable duration, he gradually came to a halt, gazing at the three individuals standing nearby with a joyful smile. "What are you waiting for?" Wood, leading Angelina and Aaliyah, glided past Alex, initiating Gryffindor's customary lap around the field. Indeed, Wood was an exceptional captain. Alex turned his head towards Angelina amidst the team and remarked. Angelina smiled and nodded at Alex, brushing aside the hair that floated in front of her face, confidently asserting, "I shall surpass him. 1TI? I believe in you." Alex suddenly burst into laughter as he accelerated forward, declaring, "With a genius like me on the team, we shall forever be champions." The quartet flew several laps in the air until, at last, the Weasley twins and Harry reluctantly mounted their brooms, lagging silently behind the group. Now Madame Hooch addressed the players of both teams, and the captains shook hands. "Victory is assured." Aaliyah blushed as she spoke to Alex, noting the clear division within the Gryffindor team, with the Weasleys and Harry standing together, while the three chasers formed a united front. Madame Hooch looked on with satisfaction as the two captains exchanged friendly handshakes, then opened the large black trunk. With a whoosh, the golden snitch burst forth, vanishing in an instant. Following this, two bludgers emerged, buzzing ominously, eager to knock players off their feet. "Prepare yourselves." Madame Hooch grasped the red quaffle in her right hand and raised the golden whistle to her lips with her left, blowing forcefully to produce a sharp sound as she tossed the ball into the air. "Let the game commence." As Alex surged ahead, the Hufflepuff players were still gazing at the quaffle soaring into the sky. By the time they realized, Alex had already reached the side of the quaffle, gripping it tightly with his right hand, poised to dash towards the goal. The stands erupted in cheers, but then a hoarse, muffled voice emerged from the commentary box, which was supposed to narrate the match. "The game has been cancelled. All students must return to the common room, where the head of the house will provide further details. Please leave promptly." Alex gazed in astonishment at Professor McGonagall, who had appeared on the field, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. The professor set down her enormous purple microphone and beckoned Alex and Harry to come closer. "I understand this may be difficult to accept," she said, her voice slightly choked. "Hermione has been attacked." Harry turned his head in a daze, casting a suspicious glance at Alex, lost in his thoughts. As for Alex, he stood as if carved from stone, remaining silent for a long while before finally uttering a tremulous question. "Where is she?" he inquired, his voice quaking. Chapter 34. No words for the afflicted. For the first time, Alex beheld Hermione in such a state of tranquility. She lay upon the medical bed, her entire form rigid, devoid of any signs of vitality or expression. Alex suddenly found himself nostalgic for Hermione's lectures. "Alex, How can you possibly sleep during class? If you don't pay attention, you might fail the charms class again. Professor McGonagall has been watching you closely. Why do you never seem to notice? Alex gazed at Hermione, who lay upon the bed, her chestnut curls cascading in disarray. Despite a gentle breeze wafting through, causing the sheets to flutter softly, Hermione remained utterly still, even the tips of her hair not swaying. Do not fret. A warm hand rested reassuringly on Alex's shoulder. The herbology professor had remarked on the rare occasion when Professor McGonagall displayed her comforting nature. She was not in mortal peril. Once the mandrake matured, an antidote would be concocted, and soon they would witness the vivacious Miss Granger once more. Harry looked on in astonishment at Professor McGonagall, rendering her somewhat bashful. Alex observed Professor McGonagall exhale softly and, with a smile, remarked to Harry, Miss Granger is the most accomplished witch. If she is unable to sit for the final exams, our average score will undoubtedly suffer. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall winked at Harry, reminiscent of a feminine version of Dumbledore. Harry chuckled in agreement, while Alex remained silent, his hands suspended in the air, delicately tracing the outline from Hermione's elegantly poised nose to the subtly upturned, confident curve of her lips, and her eyes, always radiant like a constellation, drawing one irresistibly closer. Alex's hand eventually came to a halt, gently resting upon Hermione's cheek, its touch akin to that of a masterfully crafted porcelain, yet devoid of its delicate sensation. Instead, it bore a quality reminiscent of unyielding stone. In Alex's eyes, Hermione appeared utterly helpless, reminiscent of the night when she had wept in his embrace, shedding the pretense of the wizarding world to reveal the fragile reality beneath the stony facade. Alex sighed, preparing to turn back to the common room. He wished to inquire with Mary if there were any means to expedite the recovery of those turned to stone. Suddenly, the door was flung open. What are you doing? Professor McGonagall said sternly, her brow furrowed. This place requires silence, Mr. Weasley. Now leave. It's you. Ron disregarded Professor McGonagall's words, sweat glistening on his forehead as he stared at Alex, akin to a famished wolf. This is all you're doing. Just as Ron was about to speak, McGonagall interrupted. I believe it is best for you all to return to the common room. Her demeanor had reverted to its usual severity. Ron attempted to protest, but Harry pulled him back. Upon regaining his composure, Ron realized that Alex had not heeded his words at all. As Ron opened his mouth to speak once more, Alex had already exited. Who would care about Ron's words? Alex was solely focused on the urgency of Hermione's recovery. In the Gryffindor common room, the only sounds were the crackling of the fire and Professor McGonagall's low, gravelly voice. All students must return to their respective common rooms by 6 o'clock. No student is permitted to leave the dormitories after this hour. Each lesson will be accompanied by a teacher. Without a teacher, no student may use the restroom. All Quidditch practices and matches have been postponed. No activities will be held in the evenings. Gryffindor students crowded in the common room, silently listening to Professor McGonagall as she rolled up the parchment she had just read. In a somewhat suffocating tone, she continued, In truth, I rarely experience such distress. The school may very well face closure unless the criminals orchestrating these attacks are apprehended. I urge anyone who possesses information to step forward. Clumsily, she climbed through the portrait hole, and Gryffindor students immediately erupted into chatter. 2 Gryffindors had already fallen, not to mention a ghost and 1 Hufflepuff. Has any teacher noticed that all the Slytherins remain unharmed? Commented Lee Jordan, the Quidditch commentator, with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't it obvious that these incidents originate from Slytherin? The heir of Slytherin, the monster of Slytherin. Why not simply expel all Slytherins? He shouted, eliciting nods of agreement and scattered applause from the audience. Perhaps what you say is not entirely accurate. Ron interjected, a sense of vengeful satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at Alex. Maybe Slytherin is a cover. Perhaps the perpetrator has deliberately crafted this illusion. As Ron prepared to speak, Harry felt the urge to rise as well. He sensed Ron's increasing instability. He recalled the conversation about ousting Alex from the Gryffindor Quidditch team and pondered whether Ron's thoughts were merely misguided conjecture, as Hermione suggested. However, Ron paid no mind to Harry's words, standing atop a table like a preacher rallying his congregation. If there is one person who has been present at each incident, Ron mysteriously proclaimed, the room fell silent. Even Percy, ever the stickler for quiet, could not find a word. And before each event, he sends a mysterious letter. Ron's excitement surged, gesticulating wildly as he reveled in the attention. He must be the culprit, whispered a first-year girl, prompting several others to nod in agreement. And Ron inhaled deeply, his face flushed. When that person's friend, still believing in him, chose to inquire further, they were petrified. Ron abruptly ceased speaking. The common room so quiet that one could count the number of times the fire crackled. Who would still befriend Slytherin? Lee Jordan laughed. Don't be ridiculous, Ron. Your 2 brothers are furious. I'm not joking, you'll see. Ron exclaimed, his ears reddening. That person is not a Slytherin. He is a Gryffindor. In an instant, as if choreographed, all eyes turned to Harry. Not Harry. Ron shouted nervously. How could it be Harry? It's Alex, Alexander. Alex watched the red-haired monkey, which resembled a lively primate, hopping about on the table, unable to suppress his laughter. At that moment, several others joined in the merriment, particularly Jordan, who playfully slapped George on the shoulder and remarked, Your brother possesses a remarkable sense of humor. You should have informed me sooner. Don't laugh, Ron shouted excitedly, startling everyone around him. Both of Alexander's parents are Death Eaters. Yes, Death Eaters. Death Eaters. The crowd gazed at Ron with puzzled expressions, believing he had been rendered senseless by the continuous onslaught. You may inquire about. Harold began, but was abruptly interrupted, as if struck by a speeding vehicle. Why don't you mention that my father is Voldemort? Alex said, walking past the fallen Ron, looking down at him. You truly are a dedicated little clown, Mr. Ron Weasley. With a flick of his wrist, Alex slipped out through the opening of the portrait, leaving a group of astonished onlookers behind. Chapter 35. Luna Lovegood. As Alex stepped out of the Gryffindor common room, a pallor enveloped his countenance. The thought that his association with that imbecile Ron and the revelation of his lineage as a Death Eater's son would inevitably dissuade numerous young ladies from approaching him weighed heavily upon his heart. Unable to restrain himself, Alex sighed deeply, releasing a long breath before lowering his gaze once more. He chided himself for the self-deception, kicking at the non-existent air. His mood further darkening. A sudden anxiety gripped him, the fear that no one would wish to acknowledge his existence any longer. Reflecting on the care shown to him by a senior today, Alex felt a wave of bitter irony wash over him. The words of Angelina, "You will never walk alone," seemed to echo around him, yet they had morphed into an inescapable curse, shadowing him like a specter and amplifying his sorrow. Alex closed his eyes, and amidst his breaths, the echoing cheers that pierced the heavens seemed ever present in his ears. The illustrious Alex appeared to hear someone calling his name. Alex. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself utterly alone. Before him stretched a long corridor, marked by puddles scattered across the floor, and an overwhelming chill enveloped him. He yearned for the warmth of the Quidditch pitch, the sun's rays enveloping him in a comforting embrace. He longed to experience that sensation once more. Yet now, all that greeted him was the dimly lit corridor, with flickering torches casting an uncertain glow. As he passed a windowsill, Alex instinctively glanced outside, and suddenly, a burst of orange light streamed through the window, illuminating his face. Was the sun still not set? It was as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure, and a satisfied smile broke across his features. He glanced around, realizing he was utterly alone. With a daring spirit, he leaned out, raised his wand high, as if embarking on an adventure, and then, without hesitation, he tumbled backward, plummeting towards the courtyard. In midair, Alex deftly waved his wand, and to his astonishment, he found himself suspended as if caught by an enchanted carpet. He performed a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground. The referee awarded him full marks. Alex mused to himself, reveling in the moment, as it was now time to present the award to the handsome Alex. Life's discontent often wraps around one like a shroud of darkness, yet joy, akin to sunlight, even if it be the setting sun, always finds a way to cast its rays upon us, does it not, Alex? Alex strolled leisurely along the shores of the Hogwarts lake, relishing the sensation of the setting sun warming his skin. Unlike the drowsy glare of the afternoon sun, this twilight glow enveloped him in an exquisite delight, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, a figure caught his eye. It was a Ravenclaw girl, crouched beneath a tree. Her light golden hair cascading down her shoulders, illuminated by the sunset and tinged with hues of red. Are you all right? Alex approached, recognizing the tree all too well. He often watched Lee Jordan feed his enormous squid beneath its branches, occasionally getting splashed in the process. The girl looked up, her eyes swollen from tears, gazing at Alex who sat beside her. I'm perfectly fine. She wiped her tears and smiled at him. I can't say the same, Alex replied, leaning against the tree, his hand resting on the cool canopy as he gazed into the distance, the sun descending gracefully. The girl regarded Alex with an air of curiosity. If you're not well, how can you still find the time to admire the sunset? And your smile seems rather radiant, don't you think? Alex gazed into the girl's gray eyes, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Aren't you still crying? He inquired gently. It's different, she replied suddenly, laughter bubbling forth as tears followed suit. I merely had a quarrel with someone. Do share the details, Alex said, stretching lazily while gazing into the distance. They simply do not believe in the snoring nose beast, the girl said candidly, tracing patterns in the grass with her hand. Abruptly, she lifted her head, her eyes glimmering with expectation as she looked at Alex. Do you believe me? Alex burst into laughter, as though he had encountered the most amusing of jokes, his mirth uncontrollable. I also believe in a certain sprite in England that always causes mischief in the air, preventing us from using flying carpets. Isn't that rather absurd? What is so funny about that? The girl sat up, joyfully proclaiming, my father told me the same thing. Indeed, no matter what, there will always be someone who believes me. Indeed, Alex concurred, lowering his gaze to the ants scuttling on the ground, murmuring to himself, but who would ever believe me? If you don't speak up, how would I know whether I should? The girl replied, her large gray eyes fixed upon Alex. For reasons unknown. Alex found himself wanting to believe in this girl before him. Some say my parents are Death Eaters, he hesitated, only to notice the girl's lack of reaction. Sighing, he continued, I accepted a job, and as a result, people deemed my movements suspicious, coinciding perfectly with the timing of an attack. Do you think my friends would still believe me? The girl remained silent. Instead, she gently cradled Alex's face in her hands, gazing into his eyes, and then offered him a radiant smile. Of course they would. Her smile resembled a moon breaking through the clouds, though not brilliantly bright. It radiated a warmth akin to home. Really? Alex felt a sudden uplift, as if a weight had been lifted. Truly, so long as you genuinely regard him as a friend. The girl's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, who would not believe in their own friend and instead heed the words of strangers. With a firm hand on the ground, Alex sprang to his feet. Lowering his gaze upon the girl seated on the ground, he extended his hand to his sister in rising. I feel as though we have met before, Alex inquired. The girl responded with a smile. I am Luna Lovegood. I am delighted that you still remember me, Playboy Alex. Are you seeking to ask me out? With a hearty laugh, Alex continued on his way towards the castle, saying, perhaps next time. Today I must return and trust in my friends. The moon ascended into the sky as the sun had long since set, yet the one constant remained, Alex's laughter. Bright and cheerful as sunlight. Trust in your friends. Chapter 36. The mockery. Are we expected to take your word that Alex is the heir of Slytherin? Neville stepped forward first, questioning Ron. Of course. Ron replied with pride. You think so too, don't you? He cast a sideways glance at Neville, whom he perceived as a timid, agreeable, and exceedingly kind chubby boy, unlikely to oppose him. Harry and I are witnesses, Ron declared, directing his gaze at Bode, who appeared awkward amid the unfolding scene, as no one was paying attention to him. The head boy, all eyes were fixed on Ron and Neville. Ron felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking to himself, I am the most outstanding, the center of everyone's attention. Harry remained silent, and it was evident that everyone assumed he was in tacit agreement, as Neville observed the silent crowd. Memories of last year's finals flooded back. How he had gained 10 points to secure Gryffindor's victory. The image of Alex standing on the table, wand drawn, cheering for him was still vivid in his mind. Neville Longbottom of Gryffindor, he seemed to hear Alex cheering for him. I don't believe it, Neville said, fixing his gaze on Ron, feeling an unprecedented courage. Even Harry can be mistaken, let alone me, Alex's roommate. Why have I never noticed anything unusual about Alex? You? Ron scoffed. Harry and I have been monitoring Alexander while you have remained oblivious. Ron, you are nothing like him, Lee Jordan teased George. I think he resembles Snape quite a bit. What is there to doubt? Ron immediately shouted at Lee. Even Neville has no objections. Do you have any other opinions? This is something Harry and I discovered together. Do you dare to mention Harry in every sentence? Angelina, seated nearby, mocked Ron. I certainly do. Ron shot a fierce glare at Angelina, but upon seeing her unmoved demeanor, he instinctively shifted his gaze elsewhere, finally turning to Neville. Neville, you agree, don't you? What about? You must be thinking that Alex's usual behavior is rather odd, given your silence, Ron pleaded anxiously. All eyes suddenly turned to Neville, causing him to feel a rush of anxiety, akin to speaking publicly in herbology class. He sensed a presence patting his back, as if Alex stood behind him, grinning and urging him to show his mettle. Go on, Neville Longbottom. Neville straightened up, exuding an inexplicable confidence. Alex is not peculiar in the slightest, he asserted. Taking a deep breath, his forehead slick with sweat. It is you and Harry, he trembled, pointing at Ron, who were always together, conspiring on how to deal with Alex. Ron was momentarily taken aback, eventually replying, that was merely Harry and me discussing how to keep an eye on Alex, right Harry? He looked to Harry for support, but Harry remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Look, Ron couldn't care less, interpreting Harry's silence as agreement. That's what Harry thinks too. Then why is it not you doing it? Neville suddenly broke the stalemate, pointing at Ron. Your actions are rather suspicious. Why aren't you the heir of Slytherin? Me? Ron exclaimed, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, his voice animated. Think about Alex's performance in the dueling club. How could a second-year student possibly display such prowess? Indeed, a voice from the back of the crowd chimed in. Would the best seeker in Gryffindor history thoroughly thrashed you? The ambusher. Gasps echoed through the room. Would you actually made a joke? Elia exclaimed, astonished, while others echoed in agreement. This is no jest, Elia continued, standing up to face Ron. You are instigating conflict between my beaters and seekers for your hypothesis? A so-called heir of Slytherin? One who single-handedly defeated the entire Quidditch team, securing victory for Gryffindor? That is not what I meant, Ron protested, but consider the magic Alex used. Yes, Wood retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The heir of Slytherin conjured a lion, truly impressive. He began to applaud himself. What a brilliant deduction, Mr. Weasley. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Ron looked desperately at Harry, hoping for support. Elia, smiling, observed Ron with amusement, as if watching a captivating performance. I heard you dueled Alex over Hermione, didn't you? The very moment when Filch's cat was petrified. That was when the Hufflepuff boy was petrified, and Alex happened to be present, Neville added. Yes, and he brought along a girl who was not Hermione. The Gryffindors erupted into a chorus of mischievous laughter, someone leading the chant. Hail, to our Casanova. Oh, long live the Casanova. After a while, the laughter subsided, and Elia's voice rang out again. You were jealous of Alex, aren't you? Jealousy is not a virtue, she said gently, like a teacher addressing Ron. Ron Weasley. Do not let us lose points for Gryffindor. The laughter intensified. I'm not jealous. Ron exclaimed helplessly, Alex is always present. Ron, Harry suddenly interjected. When Hermione was petrified today, He cast a furtive glance at the Weasley twins, who were bickering. No, no, Ron insisted. That was Alex's scheme. He was creating an alibi. All eyes turned to Ron. A great detective indeed. Gryffindors clapped sporadically. Impressive that you could think of that. Ron felt as if he were drowning, grasping at straws, desperate for something to hold on to. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes gleaming, and shouted to everyone, Alex's parents are Death Eaters. Have you all forgotten? At this, Angelina stood up, her gaze fixated on Ron. Where did you hear that? My father told me. Ron exclaimed with delight, feeling he had finally convinced everyone. Dumbledore informed me. Angelina responded with a smile. Ron is a Death Eater. What did you say? Ron cried out in disbelief. And what are you saying? Angelina approached Ron. Kicking over the table, he stood by with a thud. Who can prove that your father told you? She turned to George. George, did your father ever tell you? George glanced at Fred, and the two awkwardly shook their heads in unison. Then what about the head boy? Angelina turned her head towards Bashi, ignoring Ron who lay on the ground. Bashi cast an angry glance at Ron and said nothing, her words sharp and concise. Ginny, you must know, right? Inquired a first-year student. Ginny shyly looked at Harry, then disdainfully glanced at Ron, shaking her head. Angelina then directed her full attention to the fallen Ron. So, can you enlighten me as to who your father truly is? Mr. Ron Weasley? Chapter 36. The approaching Christmas. Did I miss something? As Alex entered the common room, he found Angelina interrogating Ron. No, nothing, Ron gasped, rising from the floor and addressing Alex. I don't need your help. Not bothering to look at Ron. Alex walked past him and turned to Angelina, asking, how can one change dormitories? Don't even think about escaping, Ron stubbornly asserted, before he could finish his sentence. A loud crash echoed as a chair toppled over, and everyone noticed Seamus stumbling in, out of breath. You won't believe it. The culprit. The culprit is right here. Isn't he? Angelina placed her hand on Alex's shoulder, declaring, this person was discovered by the great detective Ron, the heir of Slytherin. As she spoke, Angelina playfully lifted Alex's chin with her finger and looked at the silent Ron. Am I not correct, Mr. Ron, the one with the mysterious father? Laughter erupted throughout the common room. Ron's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glared at Alex, wishing to consume him whole. No, please, Seamus interjected, accepting a glass of water from someone, taking a big gulp before continuing. This time, he really has been caught. Caught doing what? I saw the Minister of Magic at our school, Seamus revealed. What on earth is the minister doing here? Bashi asked, craning her neck to hear Seamus better. Certainly not for recruitment. Bashi, George chimed in, glancing at the sulking Ron, subtly beckoning him over, but Ron deliberately averted his gaze. He took Hagrid away, Seamus continued, finally catching his breath, and Dumbledore was right beside him. Impossible. Hagrid would never do such a thing, Ron retorted, directing his gaze at Alex. Save it, great detective. Came another round of laughter. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the final dinner before Christmas. Though no attacks had occurred, the atmosphere remained tense with unease. First-year students walked in clusters, exchanging various protective charms among themselves. Alex himself had received several inexplicable charms that appeared in his bag, mostly yellow and purple crystals. Dumbledore struck a high goblet with a spoon, the melodious sound resonating throughout the hall for some time. As the hall quieted, he cleared his throat a few times before commencing his speech. Recently, there have been repeated incidents of students being attacked within the castle. Dumbledore paused, allowing the murmurs to settle. What we need now, he continued, his white beard trembling, is unity. Alex cast his gaze upon Ron, who now sat all alone at the end of the long table. The entirety of Gryffindor would glance at Ron, not out of baseless suspicion, but rather in response to Dumbledore's words, which resonated slowly yet powerfully. In an instant, all eyes in Gryffindor were directed towards Ron, with the exception of Harry and a few Weasleys, while the rest referred to him as Detective Ron. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering on Alex for a considerable moment before he continued. I believe that each member of this institution, none would harbor malevolent intentions to harm their fellow classmates. Alex overheard Simon murmuring, in essence questioning who could have harmed Colin. Many had witnessed Hagrid being taken away by the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore paused, inhaling deeply. Yet I steadfastly believe in Hagrid's innocence, just as I will forever believe in all of you. In times like these, it is imperative that we unite and forgive the rifts of our past. Alex felt as though Dumbledore's gaze was constantly fixated upon him. He despondently stared at the empty golden plate before him, his heart heavy with the thought that virtually no one would remain at school this Christmas. The silver lining, however, was Dumbledore's announcement that their mandrakes would soon be ripe in April, allowing for the preparation of the antidote. Rising to his feet and spreading his arms wide, Dumbledore proclaimed, "Feast." A sumptuous array of dishes materialized before Alex, yet he found himself devoid of appetite. For days, he had been striving to recall the storyline, only to sorrowfully realize that his memories of the Chamber of Secrets were alarmingly scant. Apart from the sight of a basilisk whose gaze could bring death, Alex could not conjure any other details. Alex, in a fit of frustration, mashed a potato repeatedly until it was transformed into a creamy puree. He let out a long sigh, reflecting on the fact that he once had an alternative path to pursue. This had occurred several days prior. Mary, do you know how to reverse the basilisk's petrification? Today, Alex's spirits were unusually high. The entire Gryffindor house had inexplicably turned against Ron, a development that greatly surprised him. Mary's response, unlike her usual round and playful script, appeared in a precise, printed typeface, methodical and exacting. Oh, no. Alex suddenly tapped his head, realization dawning upon him. I know that mandrakes can reverse petrification. I just need to discover how to hasten their maturation. He eagerly wrote, Mary, do you have any methods to expedite the growth of mandrakes? A triumphant thought crossed Alex's mind. Indeed, I am quite clever. However, Mary's reply emerged slowly. Like the sigh of a weary soul. Your notion is futile. Mandrakes alone cannot cure the basilisk as petrification. There is an essential element still missing. What is that element? He inquired. The basilisk's fangs. The venom contained within them possesses antidotal properties. Without it, the mandrakes will merely soften stone, failing to liberate anyone from petrification. Does that mean I must confront the basilisk? Alex closed his eyes, attempting to recall the plot he had seen many years ago. It had been over a decade, and much of the narrative had faded from his memory. He could only vaguely remember fragments concerning the Chamber of Secrets, particularly that Harry had slain the basilisk in a cavern, which seemed rather unchallenging. Quickly, tell me, how can I locate the chamber? You cannot enter the chamber yet. Mary's words this time came out in a disjointed manner, as if penned in a moment of agitation. Are you jesting? If you venture there, you will surely perish. Upon first encountering the crimson letters inscribed in the notebook, Alex could not help but furrow his brow. The hue bore an uncanny resemblance to that of blood, leading him to ponder whether Mary had pinned it with her own lifeblood. Mary's blood? At that moment, Alex's curiosity regarding the secret chamber intensified, partly due to the petrified Hermione, but also because he sensed a profound connection to Mary. Chapter 37. Man, you shall perish. A palpable sense of dread enveloped Hogwarts. Even the approach of Christmas could not dissipate the prevailing unease. Alex stood by the window, gazing at the enchanting sight of Hogwarts, blanketed in a pristine layer of snow. Time has flown by. As he watched the snowflakes in his palm gradually melt away, he couldn't help but reflect on his decade-long journey in this world. With this thought, Alex caught sight of the distant Hogwarts Express, its plume of white steam gracefully ascending into the sky. Who could have imagined that he would find himself here? He took out his wand, a wry smile crossing his face as he contemplated this place where one converses with wands. Alex habitually strolled to the Hogwarts grounds. Today marked the first day of the Christmas holiday, yet Alex discovered that all those who could walk had vanished, such as Lily and the other girls. Damn it. Alex had been striving to recall everything related to the Chamber of Secrets, but it was akin to being asked to remember a text from the first grade. Suddenly, nothing came to mind, leaving his mind in a complete void. Alex let out a sigh and brushed the snow aside, settling beneath the tree. He then produced his wand, shaking it gently in small motions as delicate strands of white began to emerge from the tip. These wisps, reminiscent of mature dandelions, danced and floated away on the gentle breeze. Alex gazed at the white fluff drifting further and further away, unable to suppress a disdainful curl of his lip. This all harkened back to Dumbledore's speech prior to Christmas. If you venture there, you shall surely meet your demise. Alex stared at Mary's blood-red text for a long while, unable to pen a single word. After much hesitation, he finally wrote, regardless of whether you reveal to me the location of the secret chamber, I shall ultimately uncover it myself. It seemed as though Alex could see Hermione's fair visage through the pristine white paper. This is mine. Before Alex could finish his words, he realized that he could no longer inscribe a single letter onto the page. The notebook appeared to be shrouded in a transparent veil, rendering his efforts futile, as no mark could be made on the other side. Do you comprehend that? Alex stared at the notebook for quite some time, and only then did the words finally emerge, those of Mary. If you go, you might die. Alex gazed at a series of exclamation marks, feeling as though his eyes were about to burst from their sockets. He picked up his pen, intending to write, yet found himself unable to inscribe a single word. Do not presume that your own powers are so vast that you can dismiss everything with disdain. Mary's tone was unprecedentedly stern. Do not think that slaying a giant beast is a feat of great significance. I assure you, it is utterly inconsequential. Alex gazed at the words inscribed in his notebook, instinctively touching his nose, feeling a swell of pride as he recalled how he had triumphed over Chilo in their duel. However, one cannot indefinitely bask in the glory of defeating Chilo. His eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Mary could decipher his thoughts so effortlessly. Reflect on your encounter with Voldemort. There was not a shred of opportunity for you to retaliate. Mary's writing appeared with remarkable swiftness today, and your magical prowess is burgeoning rapidly. If my predictions hold true, in no more than 3 years, there shall be no one in the world who possesses greater magical power than you. So what? Alex turned his head aside, having recently faced Dumbledore's soul-sucking charm head-on without faltering. He simply could not fathom what further concerns Mary harbored. Thus, there is no need for haste at this moment. Mary's handwriting transformed back into the swirling, interconnected cursive, perhaps believing she had succeeded in persuading him. So what? Upon realizing he could inscribe words in the notebook, Alex excitedly wrote, I cannot wait until I become the world's foremost magician to save Hermione. It would be far too late. You are still a child. Mary's script became exceedingly scrawled, conveying her anxiety that he could not adequately control his magical abilities. What if it spirals out of control? But I am a man. For the first time, Alex felt that Mary was behaving like an old woman, obstinately clinging to her views. You are impulsive and lacking in experience. I possess intellect. Alex wrote back. I am not one of those mindless Gryffindors. I mean, you lack experience in dueling. Heed my advice. Do not involve yourself in this matter. Alex was astonished to discover tear stains on the pages of the notebook. Have you been crying? He wrote in disbelief, for it was the first time he had encountered a weeping notebook. The words "this has nothing to do with you" appeared intermittently. Alex took a deep breath and wrote in his notebook, "Some matters are beyond my choice. It is a man's duty." Pausing his pen, he felt as though Hermione were weeping upon his chest. I am the charming Alex, and as such, it is my unwavering responsibility to bring a smile to every beautiful girl's face. I believe my parents would approve of my actions. Regardless, your mother would not agree. Who knows? Alex chuckled, considering that every woman's temperament shifts as unpredictably as summer weather. I have never spoken to her. Yet I sense that every mother wishes for her child to be a hero. Mary remained silent, not uttering even a single word. Perhaps I have convinced her, Alex mused, gazing at the quiet Mary, now awaiting her revelation of the chamber's location. As for the basilisk, Alex felt he had devised a strategy to confront it. However, contrary to Alex's expectations, Mary did not disclose the location of the chamber. Instead, she skillfully wrote beneath nearly 20 pages of notes, "I will immediately reveal the location of the chamber to you." Alex casually flipped through the pages, encountering various information regarding the art of spellcasting. Reflecting upon his innate talent for incantations, he felt utterly confident, deeming the task a mere trifle. With enthusiasm, he inscribed, "A promise is a promise. A promise is a promise." In a fit of frustration, Alex directed his wand at a dandelion. Pondering discontentedly about the first 19 pages of the material, which were nothing more than Quidditch techniques for releasing spells, knowledge he had completely mastered within just 2 days. However, the final page delved into the intricacies of simultaneously casting multiple spells. Alex poked the ground with his wand, creating several holes in the snow. Wasn't that absurd? It was akin to waving a wand without uttering a spell and simultaneously casting the stunning spell and disarming charm. How could that be possible? Yet, in his quest to uncover the cursed chamber, Alex found himself here, mechanically spraying dandelions. He wished for a pear blossom to emerge. That way, he could proceed to the next phase of his training, the dreaded simultaneous spellcasting practice. To Alex's astonishment, Angelina, clad in a white trench coat, approached him. "Senior, shouldn't you be heading home?" he asked. "Indeed," Angelina replied, taking a seat beside him, "but I decided to stay for a reason." "Oh," Alex mused, gazing at the pristine snow, reminiscent of Mary's notebook. He suddenly inquired, "Senior, what if what?" She interjected, "What if a man must undertake a task he is compelled to do?" Alex lowered his gaze, tracing outlines in the snow with his hand. "Then he should do it." Angelina responded with a smile. "But he knows that this might lead to his demise." Alex's voice dwindled. Ever since acquiring Mary's notebook, she had never erred in her predictions. And it was evident she did not wish for him to approach the chamber, not even a step closer. Should he proceed? He might die. At the very least. He has lived. Angelina cupped Alex's face, gazing into his eyes. "Isn't that so?" Alex remained silent, lost in the enchanting smile of Angelina against the backdrop of the white snow. "Do you not wish to accompany me on a date?" Angelina stood, smiling at Alex, who was still seated on the ground. In the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 38. Following the Spider Complete Version. "Senior," Alex said as he brushed aside branches obstructing his path. "This environment is quite intriguing, isn't it?" Angelina drew her wand and murmured an incantation, parting the thicket with a flash of red light. To Alex's astonishment, the foliage reluctantly yielded, revealing a narrow path. "It is indeed fascinating," Alex remarked, watching Angelina lead the way, feeling an eerie sense of déjà vu. "I've dedicated an entire day to accompany you." Angelina playfully tugged at Alex's ear, exclaiming, "And yet you remain so listless." "Not so," Alex retorted, sitting down. "Senior, you suddenly summoned me, claiming we would have a date in the Forbidden Forest. Surely, I deserve some time to prepare." "Prepare for what?" Angelina sat beside him, patting his back. "Do you need time to change into new clothes?" "Ah," Alex sighed, casting a glum glance at the ground. "You don't genuinely think I like you, do you?" Angelina observed Alex's silence. "I have no interest in men shorter than me. I will eventually grow taller," Alex asserted. "After all, I am only 12. Yes. Angelina looked to the sky. "One day, you will surpass me in height." "Because I am a boy," Alex declared, retrieving his wand to practice the simultaneous spellcasting that Mary had taught him. "Did you know?" Angelina observed Alex, who was engrossed in his wand play. "I have a reason for venturing into the Forbidden Forest. To seek lost treasures?" Alex speculated, watching the dandelion-like fluff emitted from the tip of his wand. "Or perhaps to find elementary school textbooks." "You have mentioned elementary school textbooks 3 times today," Angelina chuckled. "Did you attend a Muggle primary school?" Indeed. Alex waved his wand a few times. I had aspirations of becoming the Prime Minister of England when I grew up. He lamented, recalling that when he read about the chamber, he was still in elementary school, around the 4th grade. The most vivid memory of reading that book was during breakfast, when he would inadvertently spill soy milk on its pages. Now, as he attempted to recollect everything about the chamber, he found himself utterly at a loss. Alex's gaze wandered aimlessly across the ground, where the snow-covered earth was dotted with tiny black specks. Can there really be ants in such weather? He turned to Angelina and inquired. This cannot be ants. Angelina cautiously prodded one of the small black dots with her wand, and the dark speck flipped over and scurried away. With a flick of his wand, Alex deftly levitated one of the dots into the air, bringing it closer to his eyes. This must be a spider, right? I can see it has 8 legs. Indeed, Angelina exclaimed, rising and brushing the dirt from her robe. This is precisely what we came here to find. So, you came here to meet me? Alex said, somewhat dejectedly. Do you truly dare? Angelina teased, brushing her hand against Alex's face and swiftly gliding past his ear. Oh, the shy little boy, why are you blushing? Let's talk about the spider, Alex said, keeping the creature afloat as he examined it closely. Senior, this spider has 2 large pincers. Angelina leaned in closer, intentionally blowing a breath into Alex's ear. This spider is completely different from the ones we usually see. As Alex inhaled the fragrance emanating from Angelina, it resembled the enchanting scent of various flowers mingling after a fresh rainfall, rendering him utterly captivated. You feel the same, don't you? Angelina remarked, observing Alex lost in thought. This spider, it never existed in the Forbidden Forest. And then, Alex continued, noticing that the refraction of light cast a delicate softness on Angelina's profile. When I was in 1st year, Angelina prodded a spider with her wand. I recall hearing Hagrid mention it. Is it about the spider? A vague memory flickered in Alex's mind. Harry and Ron had indeed followed spiders to discover the Chamber of Secrets. Suddenly, he turned to Angelina. Could we find the chamber through the spiders? Is that what you're thinking? Angelina released the spider and traced its path, glancing back at Alex as she spoke. I was curious too, until the day Hagrid was taken away. Weren't you in the common room that day? Yes, Angelina replied, pushing a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. But I once asked Hagrid why he hadn't completed his studies at Hogwarts. I suppose you pondered that too. I heard from Lily that he was the one who opened the chamber last time. I thought so too. Which is why he was taken as a suspect. Angelina paused, looking at Alex. However, I truly don't believe Hagrid. Well, how should I put it? Appears to be the type to open a chamber. He must have been suspected for another reason. Much like myself. Alex chuckled, pointing to himself. Far more serious than you. Angelina continued on the spider's trail. At least we can regard that. George's brother. What was his name? Never mind. Let us just view it as a joke. You're really putting him down, Alex said, watching Angelina as she meticulously determined their direction. He must be thrilled with his discovery. You're not a very good roommate, honestly relishing his misfortune. After all, I'm not foolish. Alex drew his wand, stating, there are more spiders here. We should tread carefully. But you truly are quite bold, Senior. A flicker of silver light erupted from the tip of Alex's wand, cascading like water to illuminate the entirety of the Forbidden Forest. Despite it being daytime, the dense woods had begun to obscure their path. You ought to say I am clever. Angelina quickened her pace. By the way, your illumination charm is truly impressive. Alex and Angelina began to breathe heavily, indicating they had traversed at least 2 hours of terrain, their garments frequently snagged by the low-hanging branches and thorny vines. After a while, they noticed the ground seemed to slope downward, even though the trees remained as dense as before. As they navigated through a small grove, a loud clicking sound echoed around them. What could that be? Angelina drew her wand, hoping to illuminate the path ahead. The silvery light emanating from her wand made the darkness recede, albeit momentarily. Alex observed the forest floor, now teeming with spiders amidst the carpet of fallen leaves. Turning his head, he realized they had reached the edge of a vast depression where the trees had been cleared, revealing the most grotesque sight he had ever beheld under the starlit sky. Spiders. Not the tiny ones scurrying across the leaves below, but rather each one was as large as a horse, with 8 eyes, 8 legs, and a dark, hairy exterior, resembling monstrous creatures. One of the colossal spiders descended the steep slope towards a mist-laden, hemispherical web at the center of the depression, flanked by its companions. Upon noticing it, they excitedly waved their large pincers, producing a chorus of clicking sounds. Aragog. One of them called out, Aragog. From the midst of the foggy, hemispherical web emerged a spider the size of a small elephant, its body and legs a mix of black and gray. Each of its grotesque eyes was clouded with a white film. It was blind. What is happening? It inquired, clicking rapidly as its large pincers moved swiftly. Is this the Spider King? Senior, your legs are trembling, Alex said, raising his wand high as he gazed at the multitude of spiders before them. Do you require assistance? Chapter 39. Who is the king? Part 2. Alex beheld a spider of colossal proportions, roughly the size of a small elephant, before him. He instinctively narrowed his eyes and diverted his gaze, as the creature's 8 compound eyes, obscured by a milky film, filled him with revulsion. What is it? The giant spider inquired, its large pincers clicking rapidly. The dry leaves scattered on the ground as it stirred up a cloud of dust. The spider turned its head towards Angelina, its pincers opening and closing incessantly. Is it Hagrid? Aragog approached cautiously, its 8 milky eyes scanning the surroundings in bewilderment. The sight was utterly repulsive to Alex, as he noticed a viscous substance oozing from those pale eyes. Hagrid's taste. Angelina turned to Alex, forcing a smile to alleviate her tension. It's a stranger. Several spiders excitedly raised their pincers, continuously clicking, while some gleefully snapped branches, fixating their gaze on Alex. Kill them. Aragog hissed impatiently. I was napping. Listen to me. Angelina exclaimed urgently. We are friends of Hagrid. Friends? The enormous spider pivoted, its pincers bristling with white hairs, slowly orienting itself towards the source of the voice. Angelina glanced back at Aragog and gave Alex a thumbs up, continuing, Hagrid sent us. Hagrid never sends anyone here, Aragog retorted, smashing through several bushes with a sweep of its pincers, placing itself directly before Angelina. Where is Hagrid? Your weapons. Alex suddenly brandished his wand at Aragog, declaring, Expelliarmus. A magnificent red lion erupted from the tip of his wand, roaring as it charged at Aragog, causing the giant spider to stumble back a few paces. The lion then soared into the air, baring its teeth at Aragog's hairy pincers. Do not point your weapon at a lady, Aragog admonished, quaking in the shadows of the thicket. Especially not while I am on a date. The entire spider lair erupted with ominous clicking sounds. As a swarm of spiders encircled Alex, gazing at him with trepidation, their massive claws fluttering, seeking a semblance of security. You are the creature from the Chamber of Secrets, aren't you? Alex directed his wand at the cowering Aragog beneath the tree. Aragog remained silent, paralyzed with fear. On the count of 3, Alex warned, causing the surrounding spiders to retreat in alarm. If you do not utter a single word, I shall transform you all into the delicacies of Vietnam. What is that? A spider inquired. Spider meat, Alex replied, as his wand suddenly ignited with flames. And it comes at no cost. With a resounding bang, Aragog lunged forward, brandishing its pincers, prompting a collective response from the swarm of spiders. Unfazed, Alex aimed his wand squarely at Aragog. The spider, now more fervent, rose before Alex, rearing its 2 formidable pincers and 6 spiny, white-haired legs, resembling a giant ready to crush its adversary beneath the weight of 2 oak trees. Taking a deep breath, Alex's wand glowed a fiery red at its tip. Aragog unleashed a deafening roar, its mouth lined with tiny, dagger-like mandibles, reverberating through the hollow as every spider echoed the sound. Birds took flight from the trees, and the forbidden forest resonated with their cacophony. 3. Alex was interrupted by Aragog. You are Hagrid's friends, aren't you? Abruptly halting its bellowing, Aragog fixed its gaze upon Alex. Enough with the chatter, Alex insisted, his wand still trained on Aragog. Tell me what happened back then. That was many years ago. Aragog's voice trembled, its pace slow. I remember it vividly. It was because of this incident that they expelled him from school. They believed I was the monster residing in their so-called Chamber of Secrets. They thought Hagrid had opened it and set me free. Stop the nonsense. Alex recalled this spider was pivotal. He seemed to be on the brink of unearthing memories of the chamber, just a veil away from revelation. Well, Aragog began, its pincers clicking angrily in a rhythmic summoning. I was not born within the castle. I hail from a distant land. Before I hatched from my egg, a traveler gifted me to Hagrid. At that time, Hagrid was merely a child, yet he cared for me, hiding me in a cupboard within the castle and feeding me breadcrumbs from the dining table. Hagrid is my dear friend. He is a good man. When they discovered me and held me responsible for a girl's death, he protected me. Ever since, I have resided in these woods, and Hagrid often visited. He even found me a mate, Mosag. Look how our family has flourished, all thanks to Hagrid. At this, Alex felt a dissonance, as if the narrative diverged from his recollections. You didn't attack anyone? No, the elder spider retorted bitterly. I possess that instinct. But out of respect for Hagrid, I have never harmed a soul. The victim's body was discovered in a bathroom, apart from the cupboard where I was raised. I have never seen any part of the castle. We spiders prefer darkness and solitude. Wait. A flash of realization struck Alex. You said where? The cupboard, Aragog replied, suddenly igniting beneath its feet. I asked, did the girl die there? In the bathroom? Alex, filled with elation, turned his gaze towards Angelina and exclaimed, I have discovered the location of the hidden chamber. It is in the lavatory. With a quiver in her voice, Angelina drew her wand and replied, do not rush. At that moment, Alex was in high spirits, having finally recalled the chamber's whereabouts. He remembered that a particular incantation would unlock the entrance, allowing him to confront the basilisk and ultimately bask in the glory of a hero's welcome. Senior, I shall return to inform you that I have found the chamber, he proclaimed. Yet, Angelina was left speechless. I fear you may not return, Aragog's maniacal laughter echoed, as he spewed forth tiny white hairs from his mouth. My minions have just received my signal. Take a look around you. Alex suddenly realized that he was entirely surrounded by spiders, from the pink hatchlings to the large, white-haired creature before him. Not a single one was missing, and even the light was obstructed from penetrating the space. In the forbidden forest, Aragog raised his formidable pincers, proclaiming, I am the king. Who do you say is the king? Chapter 40. Flames aglow. I fear you shall not return, Aragog laughed maniacally. Tiny white hairs continuously spewing from his mouth. My subjects have just received my signal. Take a look around you. Alex suddenly realized that he was completely surrounded by spiders, ranging from the newly hatched pink ones to the long, white-haired creature before him. Not a single ray of light could penetrate this eerie gathering. In the Forbidden Forest, Aragog raised his formidable pincers and declared, I am the king. He exposed his abdomen, which bore the deep grooves of a lifetime spent crawling upon the earth, resembling the weathered visage of an elderly man chiseled from rock when viewed from a distance. Alex was curious about what tricks the old spider he had maimed could still perform, much like watching the nuclear leak in Japan from across the ocean, unperturbed. Angelina shifted uneasily, her grip tightening on her wand as she moved it back and forth, surveying the myriad of spiders surrounding them. Aragog's elderly visage on his abdomen furrowed, emitting a mournful wail akin to a death knell. In response, all the spiders illuminated their abdomens. Some, mere months old, displayed crimson abdomens, adorned with faces reminiscent of infants, their mouths opening and closing in a silent cry, while the ashen spiders raised their formidable pincers, lifting their bellies in unison. Disturbed, Alex waved his wand, intending to calm Aragog. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. As if a sharp blade had severed their throats, the once howling spiders fell silent. Before Alex could lower his wand, a deluge of white silk erupted forth. Initially, the threads spewed forth like water from their mouths, exuding green smoke into the air, gradually transforming into countless fine white hairs, resembling a bundle of elongated white yarn, surging towards Alex from all directions. Aragog's white silk threaded through the trunk of a small tree, leaving behind a gaping black hole, while the immature spiders released white threads interspersed with red strands of blood. Upon emerging, these young spiders began voraciously consuming their neighboring kin, leaving behind a grisly scene of crimson limbs swiftly devoured. The silk enveloped Alex's vision like a heavy snowfall, obscuring everything in a blinding white haze, with only fleeting glimpses of blood red visible. Just as the first snowflake settles upon the ground, Aragog's silk dissolved before making contact with Alex. One after another, the delicate threads collided, hissing ominously, eventually dissipating into a swirling gray-green mist. The relentless snowfall persisted, accumulating ever thicker. Initially, Angelina's astonished gasps could be heard amidst the chaos. But soon silence prevailed. Like the silken cocoon spun by a spring silkworm, the oval white threads completely enveloped Alex and his companion. Aragog continued to expel silk, with small spiders occasionally being consumed, leaving behind minute red fibers. After 10 minutes, the spiders ceased their silk production. Alex found himself in a cocoon-like state, suspended among the branches, resembling a larva poised to break free. Under Aragog's command, the remaining spiders raised their pincers, rhythmically striking the ground, reminiscent of a tribal ritual before feasting. With a series of crackling sounds, Aragog lifted his claws, and the forest fell into an eerie silence. All the spiders halted, their heads bowed low in reverence to Aragog. The faint sound of footsteps echoed through the forbidden forest, like the subtle rustle of leaves in the wind. Aragog shifted, attentively listening to the sounds within. At that moment, all the spiders began to converge, creating a chorus of soft scratching noises until they all ascended to the vast white cocoon, leaving a considerable space in the center, reserved for Aragog. Placing his claws atop the cocoon, Aragog prepared to extract Alex's body, which should have suffocated within the constricting silk. His massive mandibles emitted a series of eerie coughs. Suddenly, the cocoon burst forth like a scattering of petals, dispersing in all directions. The spiders recoiled immediately, and Aragog was jolted backward, his 8 legs carving deep furrows into the ground. Alex stood in the center, raising his wand high. From around him, waves emanated continuously, and it was evident that an increasing number of threads shot forth, yet all of them astonishingly hovered in midair. Alex lowered his raised wand and turned with a smile towards Angelina, saying, I did not misspeak, did I? My obstacles are numerous, yet I have mastered them. As he spoke, the suspended threads in the air seemed to lose their support, cascading one by one to the ground of the forbidden forest, emitting a faint hissing sound. Apart from that, silence reigned. Alex stood triumphantly on the ground, recently freed from the spiders, his wand aimed at Aragog, a smile playing on his lips as he proclaimed, Now, do you comprehend who the true king is? Aragog remained silent, suddenly raising its pincers, its mandibles snapping menacingly as it charged towards Alex, followed closely by a swarm of spiders. Flames blazed fiercely. With a flourish of his wand, Alex shouted at Aragog. A brilliant red light erupted from the tip of his wand. At first, a cascade of fiery red hair danced in the air, sparks flickering from the tips. The flames formed a pair of burning crimson eyes, fixated intently ahead. Witnessing this, all the spiders recoiled in dread. But this was merely the beginning. With exquisite features and lips as red as flames, she tilted her head back, swirling her long hair, crowned with a fiery diadem that emerged from the wand. Following this, her voluptuous figure was partially concealed by a veil of flames, revealing only glimpses of her splendid curves. Long legs touched the ground, igniting 2 small flames that resembled shoes. She leaned forward as if to embrace a long-lost lover. In a moment, she soared forward, her hair billowing behind her, and in what felt like an eternity yet was but an instant, she passed through Aragog's form, like a specter traversing a corporeal body. Aragog emitted not a sound, its entire being charred black, save for a solitary red heart at its forehead. The embodiment of fire did not halt. She circled around Alex, gliding through each spider, ultimately coming to a stop before him. Around Alex, the night resembled a scene illuminated by fireflies. However, these fireflies emitted not a dim green glow, but rather a vibrant red light, reminiscent of sparks from a blazing ember. Alex gazed at the woman before him, her long red hair cascading down like a fiery waterfall, adorned with red totems that danced across her visage. Her eyes, hazy and dreamlike, sparkled with a satisfied smile as she let out a soft puff, vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, the remnants of charred spider corpses, once flickering with a bright crimson glow atop their heads, extinguished silently, leaving behind only ashen remains that scattered like dust in the wind. On the journey back to the castle, Alex pondered, is your incantation truly blazing flames? I suppose so. He looked up at the moon, a triumphant grin gracing his lips, infused with an even greater sense of aesthetic beauty. Wouldn't you agree, Senior? Chapter 41. Valentine's Day Leisure Activities. Alex held his wand, practicing intermittently. He felt that mastering the technique of simultaneous spellcasting was beyond his reach. As he observed the delicate white tufts of dandelion drifting gracefully through the air, slowly vanishing into the distance, his thoughts began to wander. Nearly 2 months had passed since that incident in the Forbidden Forest, and Alex, feeling disheartened, gazed into the distance, reflecting on the fact that he had yet to enter the girls' restroom. He considered this predicament to be utterly lamentable. Alex toyed with the wand for a while before placing it beside his pillow, leaning against the headboard. He retrieved a book from beneath his pillow. With his left hand raised, he held the wand and softly murmured, Lumos. The tip of the wand emitted a gentle glow. Alex positioned the wand at the bedside and diligently read the book in his right hand, Mastering Your Magical Powers. In contrast to the handwritten spells of that girl Mary, Alex found this tome, its pages entirely yellowed and filled with annotations, to be exceedingly reliable. He carefully scrutinized the first line. Powerful wizards must confront the issue that when their emotions are stirred, they can instantaneously unleash vast amounts of magical energy. As Alex read, the thoughts of this century's 2 most renowned wizards, Dumbledore and Voldemort, inevitably surfaced in his mind. Alex's impression of Dumbledore stems from a report written by a Harry Potter enthusiast, which claimed that Dumbledore was homosexual. Intrigued, Alex managed to find an interview with Rowling, which made him feel a chill every time he encountered Dumbledore, particularly during that occasion in the office, when Dumbledore cast the Patronus charm in front of him. Alex took immense pride in his exceptional mental defenses and magical prowess. This realization made him feel uneasy at the thought of confiding in Dumbledore about his discovery of the Chamber of Secrets, especially since he had already devised a method to confront the basilisk within. As for Voldemort, Alex turned over, closed the book, resting his head on his arm while gazing at the ceiling. Each time he recalled their face-to-face encounter in the Forbidden Forest, he felt a lingering trepidation. He had never encountered a being like Voldemort, who could evoke such a visceral sense of fear, having only read the first 5 installments of Harry Potter. He had merely listened to friends recount the final 2 and browsed snippets online. Nonetheless, Alex distinctly remembered that Voldemort was ultimately vanquished. Alex stretched lazily, pulling the blanket up, and gazed at Harry Potter in the adjacent bed, chuckling to himself at the thought. Could this individual truly be the one to vanquish Voldemort? What a jest. Since Christmas, there had been no further incidents of attacks within the castle. Furthermore, Alex had noticed that Professor Lockhart had been acting rather mysteriously of late, dazzling the girls with his brilliant, pearly smile. This morning, as Alex entered the Great Hall of Hogwarts, he was taken aback by the transformation of the space. The walls were adorned with magnificent, radiant pink flowers, and to make matters worse, multicolored heart-shaped confetti was incessantly cascading from the pale blue ceiling. What could possibly be the reason for this? He caught sight of Angelina, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression, and he shrugged helplessly, equally bewildered by the spectacle. Lockhart, clad in a vibrant pink robe that matched the decorations, waved his hands to silence the crowd. The teachers seated opposite him wore stern expressions. From his vantage point, Alex could see a muscle twitching in Professor McGonagall's cheek. Snape appeared as though he had just been forced to consume a large glass of potent liquor. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone, Lockhart proclaimed loudly. So far, I have received 46 cards, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to those who sent them. Yes, I took the liberty of arranging this little surprise for all of you. And there is more to come. Alex, in a state of dismay, scratched his head, realizing that today was, in fact, Valentine's Day, a celebration he did not recall being observed at Hogwarts. Many were astonished, exchanging glances filled with bewilderment. Gilderoy Lockhart, however, appeared quite pleased with himself. With a beaming smile, he clapped his hands and strode in through several doors leading to the entrance hall, accompanied by 12 dwarfs, each wearing a gloomy expression. Unlike typical dwarfs, these were adorned with golden wings and carried harps upon their backs. My delightful little cherubs, complete with greeting cards, Lockhart exclaimed joyfully. They shall wander throughout the school today, delivering Valentine's cards to you all. But the fun does not end there. I am certain my esteemed colleagues will be eager to join in. Why not invite Professor Snape to teach you how to brew a love potion? If you are intrigued, Professor Flitwick possesses a mastery of enchanting magic that surpasses any wizard I have ever encountered. That cunning old dog. Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands. Observing Snape's demeanor, it seemed that should anyone dare to inquire about the crafting of love potions, they would likely be compelled to imbibe a dose of poison instead. Alex watched the grotesquely ugly little figure darting through the crowd and let out a sigh, wishing fervently that no one would send him a love card today. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him, one that would allow him to brazenly enter the girls' restroom, and he couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Lily. Alex called out to the Ravenclaw girl in the corridor. Alex? Lily replied. Her face flushed as she gazed at him amidst the catcalls and whistles from a group of Ravenclaws. Just then, a diminutive figure abruptly approached Alex. Hey you, Alexander Stokes, shouted a particularly sullen little man, elbowing his way through the crowd towards Alex. I have a musical message to deliver to Alexander Stokes. Everyone stared in astonishment at the 3-foot-tall figure, who, with a voice akin to a broken instrument, began to sing. Oh, flying in the sky, little boy. Alex observed that the Ravenclaws around him did not shoo him away. Instead, they gathered closer, some even chuckling, including Lily. Though you may be small in stature, your antics are anything but clumsy. Alex stealthily drew forth his wand. Like a foolish fool in a side restroom, he pondered silently. What was that silent spell? Narrowing his eyes, he strained to recall. His behavior was reckless, frivolous, and his front teeth collided with the wand. Unable to endure any longer, Alex turned to the incessantly chattering dwarf. Suddenly, the little dwarf found himself at a loss for words, his oversized front teeth filling his mouth to the brim, leaving him to glare at Alex in fury, gesticulating wildly, intent on rushing over to teach Alex a lesson. Run. Seizing Lily's hand, Alex dashed away amidst the clamor of the crowd, escaping just in time before the dwarf could reach him. Chapter 42. Hello, Myrtle Lily, Alex whispered furtively. Is anyone inside? Lily emerged, her cheeks flushed. How is it? Alex excitedly grasped Lily's hand. There's no one, she shyly replied, concealing her hand behind her back. Shall we go in? Yes. Let us enter, Alex said as he stepped inside, casting cautious glances around. Lily, he heard her tugging at his shirt, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. How did you think to hide in the ladies' restroom? She glanced anxiously at the entrance. It's a secret chamber. Alex squinted around, as if he could discern the hidden entrance. Did I mention it to you? No, Lily replied, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Pouting, you haven't told me anything, so I don't wish to share either. Do you possess new information? Habitually, Alex produced his wand, unleashing a flurry of dandelion-like fluff that drifted languidly through the air, landing delicately on Lily's nose. Achoo. Lily rubbed her petite nose several times. You did that on purpose, you naughty boy. Alex chuckled, sneezing consecutively, the sound echoing, achoo, achoo. Hee, Alex grinned. This is a special skill imparted to me by Mary. Is it to enhance intelligence? It's the first time I've seen you smile. Alex suddenly fell silent. Captivated by the sight of Lily's eyes narrowing into crescent moons, her lips curving into an adorable arc, revealing 2 tiny canine teeth. How do I look when I smile? Lily playfully trotted to Alex's side, extending her small hand and poking him repeatedly. Alex feigned deep contemplation, scrutinizing Lily intently. Lily's hands were clasped behind her, fingers intertwined, her head initially held high as she met Alex's dark gaze, gradually lowering in shyness, her blue eyes chasing the reflection of Alex on the tiled floor. Alex remained silent, his gaze sweeping over Lily's exquisite features before drifting to her delicate neck. Like a swan, the graceful curve was perfectly formed, warm and refined like jade. Just by looking, Alex felt as though he could sense that gentle touch. Suddenly, Lily stomped her foot hard onto the back of Alex's, causing him to yelp in surprise. Lily quickly leaped back, the blue trim of her wizarding robe fluttering softly, echoing the sound of her voice. Why don't you speak up? You are utterly beautiful. Alex found himself reaching out involuntarily. Lily pouted playfully. I already know that without you saying it. Indeed, Alex echoed, as he began to search around the washroom. What are you looking for? Lily asked, observing Alex as he moved about the washroom. I have already discovered the secret of the chamber. I don't believe you. Alex replied, focusing intently on a faucet. With a sudden splash, water erupted from the faucet, drenching Alex's face. Just listen to me, Lily said, watching him. Do you remember? Remember what? Alex inquired. Don't interrupt me, Lily admonished, pacing back and forth in the washroom. When we first encountered something related to the chamber, there was a puddle of water, and then, I remember the nearly headless Nick, she chuckled, glancing at Alex. That's what you all call him, right? After receiving a nod from Alex, she continued, and that Hufflepuff, when we collided, there was still a pool of water on the ground. I know about that, Alex said quietly, listening to Lily with rapt attention. Her earnestness carried a unique charm. And I have seen, Lily's voice lowered, that 50 years ago, students were attacked. And the culprit then was Hagrid. No, I think it wasn't Hagrid, Lily interjected, contemplating for a moment before stating, Dumbledore trusts him immensely. And he certainly does not resemble a Slytherin. Moreover, the girl who was attacked still remains at Hogwarts. Are you even listening to me? Lily glared at Alex, who was still engrossed with the faucet, poking at it with his wand. Yes, yes. Alex quickly tucked his wand behind his back. Humph. Lily grasped Alex's hand and led him outside, continuing, there are only 2 places in this school that always have water. One is the lake in front of Hogwarts. Alex raised an eyebrow. And the other is the washroom, Lily exclaimed, her nostrils flaring with excitement, beads of sweat forming on her small nose. And the place where that girl died is indeed the washroom. In unison, they exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Then why aren't you following me? Lily tugged at Alex's hand. Weren't we just in the washroom? Lily slapped her forehead in exasperation. Such impulsive Gryffindors. I call it being daring. Alex retorted as he watched the spirited Lily pull him along. I won't talk to you. Thus, Lily and Alex hurried to the girls' washroom on the 2nd floor. Alex felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially thought he would have to search every washroom to find the one where the girl had been murdered. This washroom is usually empty, Lily explained to Alex as he scanned the area. We generally don't use this one, as Moaning Myrtle tends to splash water everywhere. What should I do then? Alex pondered, recalling that it was this very ghost who had assisted Harry in accessing the chamber. You simply need to say. Lily gently pushed the door open. Hello, that's all. Hello, Moaning Myrtle. Alex called as he stepped inside, gazing at Myrtle, who was a short and plump ghost with long, straight hair, a face dotted with blemishes, and thick glasses. Do I look very ugly? Myrtle asked, her eyes widening as she noticed Alex's hesitation, ready to burst into tears. Chapter 43, A Fruitless Return? Do I look very ugly? Myrtle's eyes immediately turned red. Alex's eyes immediately began to dart around. Indeed, I am not appealing. Alex was now in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The thought of this Mertesi screaming was unfathomable. He could scarcely envision the consequences, being caught sneaking into the ladies' restroom, Lily expressing her utter disdain for such a tasteless boyfriend, a public enemy in full bloom. Just as Alex's mind spiraled into chaos and he prepared to draw his wand to petrify the Mertesi, Lily spoke up. Where did you purchase your glasses? Lily suddenly inquired, her voice breaking through the tension. Your glasses are quite unique. Really? The Mertesi said, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. You truly think so? Had you not mentioned it, I might have overlooked it, Alex quickly chimed in. Your glasses are indeed very distinctive, absolutely cool. Is that true? Really? Truly? The Mertesi exclaimed, joyfully springing from the toilet and floating gracefully in midair, twirling around in delight. You are not deceiving me. The Mertesi suddenly plummeted from the air, fixing her gaze intently on Alex and Lily. Alex and Lily promptly and synchronously nodded their heads. Haha, I am the Myrtle, and before I could laugh twice, I began to weep again. As she cried, she simultaneously removed her glasses, chuckling softly. Alex stared in astonishment at the weeping and laughing Myrtis, taken aback by the existence of such a woman. At that moment, Lily seized the opportunity while Myrtis was in tears and made a silly face at Alex. Do you have something to ask me? Myrtis inquired, lifting her head to gaze at Alex after a brief moment of weeping. Alex and Lily exchanged a glance. How could you possibly know? Otherwise, the Myrtle's eyes welled up with tears once more, lamenting that no one would ever praise her. Lily cast a nervous glance at Alex and took a deep breath, asserting that it was out of jealousy. Indeed, Alex concurred, I believe the same. Suddenly, Lily exclaimed, We have discovered the culprit behind your jealousy. Jealous of me? The Myrtle abruptly ceased her weeping and glared fiercely at Lily. Are you saying I was killed for that reason? It seems there is no mistake. Alex contemplated approaching to comfort the Myrtle with a gentle touch on her shoulder. Yet the sight of her incessant sobbing filled him with trepidation. A woman in tears is troublesome, but a woman who weeps continuously is a veritable calamity. Can you enlighten us? Lily inquired, feigning a sense of shyness. How did you meet your demise? Oh dear, how terrifying. The Myrtle relished in recounting. It all transpired right here. I perished in this very restroom. I remember it vividly. At the time, Olive Hambe mocked me for wearing glasses, calling me four-eyed dog, prompting me to seek refuge here. I locked the door and cried within, when suddenly I heard someone enter. Their words were quite absurd. I thought it must be in some foreign tongue. Nevertheless, what irked me most was the sound of a boy's voice declaring live. So, I flung open the door and scolded him to go away, to his own boys' restroom, and then the Myrtle, puffing out her chest with a sense of self-importance, radiated with a glow, proclaiming, that was when I met my end. Alex opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. This woman was truly extraordinary. Oh, you're not sorry, Lily remarked, noticing that Myrtle was on the verge of tears and quickly adjusted her tone. What you said is quite thrilling. Indeed, Myrtle became noticeably proud, puffing out her chest. Could you elaborate further? The details of your demise? Details? Myrtle floated back to the toilet, gazing at Alex and Lily. I don't know, she said mysteriously, lowering her voice. I only remember seeing a pair of frighteningly large yellow eyes. It felt as though my entire body was seized. And then I just floated away. Where did you see this? Alex's gaze darted around the washroom. Somewhere around here, Myrtle replied, vaguely pointing towards the sink in front of her. Alex and Lily hurried over. The sink appeared quite ordinary. They examined it thoroughly, inside and out. even scrutinizing the pipes beneath. Look, Lily gently nudged Alex, pointing at the side of the copper faucet. Is that a little snake? Alex leaned in closely, even catching sight of the green patina on the faucet. This faucet never dispenses water, Myrtle observed with delight as she saw Alex attempt to turn the faucet. Why not give it a try? Lily suggested softly. I think we should devise a plan, Alex said, pulling out his wand and lightly tapping the faucet. Open up. Left and right. Yet, the faucet remained unchanged, a mere lump of copper, unmoving. We should try a different approach, Lily remarked, eyeing the still inactive faucet. First. This is Slytherin's chamber, Alex said, carefully rubbing the snake sculpture. He vaguely recalled that only Harry could unlock this. But why? It must be opened by someone of Slytherin blood, Lily mused, tapping her forehead gently. It seemed Alex was on the verge of a realization. Parseltongue, Lily exclaimed joyfully. Yes, Parseltongue. Alex recalled that Harry was indeed capable of speaking it. Can you do it? Lily suddenly questioned, her mood dampening. What about you? Alex countered. Lily shrugged nonchalantly. Parseltongue is not that simple, but I do know someone. Harry Potter? Alex retrieved his wand once more. I suppose I should try open up again, or perhaps shatter. No, Lily said, glaring at the faucet with gritted teeth. We seem to have forgotten someone. Who? Alex concentrated, determined to deal with the faucet in one go. The one I gifted you. Lily huffed, noticing Alex's lack of reaction, her lips pouting in frustration. Me? Alex turned around, grinning. How could I forget? Thud. Lily kicked Alex's calf with force. Her face flushed with embarrassment. I meant Mary Marguerite. Yes, the one who is said to be capable of anything? Precisely. That arrogant one. Just like you. Indeed. Alex sighed. Let me give it another try, shall we, Lily? Chapter 44. The Quiet Deception agreed. Alex remarked as he parted ways with Lily at the corridor. In a few days, I shall retrieve my notebook. Lily, rising onto her tiptoes, affectionately patted Alex on the head. Anyone who deceives is but a puppy. A puppy? Alex chuckled as he prepared to leave. Is there a dog as handsome as I? Thus, the raucous celebration of Valentine's Day came to a close. Alone in his bed, Alex meticulously reminisced about the narratives that had long faded from his memory. A secret chamber? A serpent monster? Unconsciously, Alex drew out his wand. Watching the white dandelion fluff drift before his eyes, he was well aware of the basilisk's formidable power. To encounter its yellow eyes was to court death. Reflecting on this, Alex turned over and meticulously recalled how Harry had vanquished the basilisk in that fateful moment. Alex gently tapped his forehead with his hand, intermittently, as he struggled to recall how that dim-witted Potter had managed to vanquish the basilisk. Wait, dim-witted? Suddenly, Alex sprang from his bed. If he was indeed brainless, that fool might not even realize he would encounter the basilisk. With this thought, Alex couldn't help but lightly pat his forehead, realizing he should not have placed such lofty expectations on Potter. Contemplation was, after all, the sworn enemy of Harry Potter. Sworn enemy? At that moment, Alex was struck by a thought, and his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. In the evening, Alex walked cautiously, striving to make not a sound. As he passed the corridor on the second floor, he instinctively glanced at the wall, beneath which lay the petrified remains of Mrs. Loris, also known as Felch's cat. The inscription above had yet to be erased. Suddenly, Alex's eyes widened, and he gripped his wand tightly. Her bones would remain forever in the chamber. Who was she? Clutching his notebook with his left hand, he pondered whether it might be Lily. Immediately, he shook his head. Surely, Lily would not be involved. This thought made him chuckle at his own recklessness. Nevertheless, he realized that if this matter remained unresolved, Hogwarts would inevitably face closure. He could not possibly approach the professors. Alex felt an overwhelming sense of suspicion surrounding him. He had no desire to end up like Hagrid, breaking his wand to become some sort of gamekeeper. He still had not achieved the grand feats that captivated countless young girls. With that thought, Alex, as if to bolster his resolve, waved his wand, producing a heavy puffing sound. Alex dashed into the girls' restroom, where on the side of a copper faucet, a small serpent was engraved. Mary, can you speak Parseltongue? Of course. She replied. Do you have the bloodline of Salazar Slytherin? How could that be? Mary wrote back, accompanied by a drawing of a sighing face. Parseltongue is merely a language. It is just that those with Slytherin blood possess an innate ability for it, while those as clever as I who can learn it are indeed rare. You're just looking for an opportunity to boast, Alex said, exasperated as he slapped his forehead. He gazed at the faucet. I don't believe you. Can you demonstrate? For instance, how do you say open? Are you trying to provoke me? Mary replied mercilessly, sketching a mocking expression. Forget it. You wouldn't be able to anyway. Alex prepared to attempt once more to blast the wall open. Watch me show off a bit today. Mary surprisingly succumbed to the provocation. Alex observed a series of phonetic symbols emerging on the notebook. As he carefully examined them, he instinctively began to repeat the sounds, producing soft murmurs. After a considerable time, Alex felt he had completely mastered the symbols. He took a deep breath, gripped his wand tightly, approached the faucet, and fixed his gaze upon the small snake. Envisioning it gliding gracefully through the water, he began to emit soft sounds from his mouth. Suddenly, the faucet erupted with a brilliant white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the basin started to stir. He He watched as the basin gradually vanished from his sight, revealing an enormous pipe wide enough for a person to crawl through. Alex inhaled sharply. He lifted his head, gripping his wand tightly, having already resolved in his mind how to proceed. Alex perked up his ears, listening intently until he was certain that no one was managing the faint sounds around him. He then inserted his feet into the pipe, followed by his entire body, ultimately releasing his grip on the pipe's opening and sliding down. It felt akin to hurtling down a dark, viscous, and seemingly endless slide. He could see numerous other pipes diverging in various directions, yet none matched the girth of this one. This particular pipe twisted and turned, steeply descending all the way down. Alex realized he had plummeted to a profound depth beneath the school, even deeper than the underground classrooms. Just as he began to fret about what lay ahead, he suddenly landed on the ground. The pipe leveled out, and he emerged from its mouth, landing with a soft thud on the damp floor. He found himself in a dark stone tunnel, spacious enough for a person to stand within. As fluorescent lights flickered, Alex raised his wand, emitting a brilliant glow. He observed that the ground was littered with pebbles and the remnants of small animal bones. Rather than being frightened by this sight, he chuckled softly to himself, feeling elated. The memories of Hermione's essay flooded his mind. Thank goodness for my penchant for copying homework. With that thought, Alex swiftly waved his wand. Although he could not cast multiple spells simultaneously as Mary had mentioned, the frequency of his wand's movements quickened considerably, sending dozens of silver beams darting throughout the tunnel. I have surely won, exclaimed Alex, opening his eyes to behold the scene within the hidden chamber, his confidence radiating. Chapter 45. The chicken's movement for the first time. Alex found himself enveloped in such a cacophonous scene. It felt as though he had stepped into a poultry farm. Habitually, he produced his wand from his right hand, casting forth a flurry of white dandelions while grinning like a child. The basilisk, a serpentine magical creature, boasts a vibrant green body, fundamentally distinct from that of venomous snakes. Historically, accounts of the basilisk have been exceedingly rare. Legend suggests it hatches from a magical egg laid by a 7-year-old rooster beneath the constellation of Sirius. Nurtured to life by a toad, its gaze serves as the most perilous weapon. Any creature making direct eye contact with it shall perish instantly, while those who witness it indirectly, such as through a mirror, will be turned to stone, provided that sustenance is ample. The basilisk is known to thrive for an extended period. Alex lowered his gaze to the enchanting book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that he had unearthed from the library. With a hint of shyness, he delicately tore out a page and kept it close to him. As a diligent student, Alex advanced with his wand raised, reading the well-known passages illuminated by its glow. The basilisk sported a tuft of crimson plumage atop its head, its method of attack typically involving a deadly stare, coupled with venomous fangs. While the sole antidote was the tear of a phoenix, its natural adversary. Alex diverted his gaze from the note, observing a multitude of roosters fluttering through the darkened tunnel, their wings flapping as they scattered white feathers. The crowing of the roosters echoed through the air. Alex clenched his fist resolutely. As he rounded a bend in the tunnel, he beheld the outline of a colossal creature coiled motionless on the other side. Instinctively, he shut his eyes and strained to listen, yet not a sound reached his ears. Slowly, he opened his eyes and waved his wand, causing the flock of roosters to cluck and shuffle forward. How remarkably brave I am, Alex chuckled self-deprecatingly, bending down to scrutinize the immense figure on the ground. Light illuminated a vast serpent's skin, vibrant and green, unmistakably belonging to a venomous snake, coiled upon the tunnel floor. Its interior hollow. Clearly, the creature that had recently shed this skin was at least 20 feet long. Recently molted, Alex pondered quietly. This implies that the serpent must be lurking nearby. He proceeded with heightened caution, subtly dimming the glow of his wand. The flock of roosters, sensing nightfall, settled upon the ground or any protruding object, motionless as if in slumber. Alex, fixated on the object before him, took a deep breath. I have finally arrived at the chamber. Alex discovered a formidable wall ahead, adorned with the intricate carving of two serpents entwined with one another, their eyes set with large, glimmering emeralds. Alex deduced what he must do. He cleared his throat, and his emerald eyes seemed to glimmer, not as captivating as Lily's. Suddenly, Alex mumbled a phrase to alleviate his mounting anxiety, then promptly retrieved his notebook and began to recite the varied phonetic symbols inscribed within. A hissing sound emanated from Alex's mouth. Two serpents parted ways, and the stone wall cracked as it slowly slid apart, disappearing into the shadows. Alex stepped inside. His ears perked up, determined to rely on his hearing rather than his sight at the first sound of a serpent slither. Yet, all he could discern was the echo of his own footsteps. No other sounds graced the stillness. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He stood at one end of a long, dimly lit chamber. Countless stone pillars, intricately carved with images of coiling serpents, loomed high above, supporting a ceiling that melted into the darkness above. These pillars cast elongated, eerie shadows across the room, which was suffused with a mysterious, greenish glow. You have finally arrived? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Alex. Alex's head immediately turned back. A red-haired girl lay on the ground, a large puddle of water beside her, while a tall, dark-haired boy stood next to her, leaning against the nearest stone pillar, gazing intently at him. "Delighted to see you," Alex said, directing his wand toward the boy, whose figure appeared hazy, as if viewed through a window, making it difficult to discern. "Lord Voldemort. Truly beyond my imagination. How wise," the boy remarked, extending his hand as Ginny's wand levitated from the ground, tracing a graceful arc before landing in his grasp. "Mr. Harry Potter, I am more astute than the dull-witted Harry," Alex declared, suddenly raising his wand in his right hand, from the tip of which a beam of red light shot forth, hurtling directly toward Voldemort. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort dissipated the red light into nothingness, remarking that such a greeting was neither courteous nor polite. Alex stood his ground, gazing at the towering figure of Voldemort, and chuckled. "For a friend I have just met, this is quite amusing." With a swift motion of his right hand, a crimson light erupted, followed closely by an emerald glow as Alex cast 2 spells in rapid succession, both surging toward Voldemort. Before Voldemort could finish his retort, he too brandished his wand, unleashing 2 beams of light that mirrored Alex's spells. The 2 magical forces collided midair, vanishing without a sound, creating a truly remarkable spectacle. "I must inquire, what is your esteemed name?" With a flourish, Alex waved his wand from top to bottom, encasing himself in a suit of silver armor that shimmered and absorbed the spells directed at him. Before Valentine Stock could finish his sentence, Alex thrust his wand forward, releasing a dark green beam. He deftly maneuvered his wand from left to right, conjuring cascading silver curtains of light that flowed gently before him, ensnaring the incoming spells and gradually eroding them away. "You may call me Alex." "Oh, how delightful." Voldemort laughed heartily. "Alex, you say?" "Indeed, Alex," he replied with a hint of mockery. "Shall I summon Jerry for you, young Tom?" Chapter 46. To Voldemort with humility and caution, Voldemort's wand danced swiftly through the air, tracing semicircles that multiplied endlessly. The trajectory of his wand became increasingly pronounced, its tip glowing a vivid red, as if stained with blood, promising boundless riches to those who would come after. Alex gazed at Voldemort's terrifying movements, his grip tightening around his wand, as an unexpected sense of dread dissipated. In that moment, the series of orange-red circles conjured by Voldemort shattered in the air. It felt as though someone had audaciously used a spoon to shatter a necklace crafted from glass, and Alex swore he could hear the delicate chime of breaking glass. "Armor." Without hesitation, he pointed his wand towards himself. This time, it was not the familiar Maximilian-style armor, reminiscent of the Renaissance's elegant contours, but rather an ancient Greek breastplate. The greaves encased his legs from the knees down, and the silver skirt plates rustled softly in the breeze. Not to mention the breastplate adorned with the image of Apollo's chariot. Yet, a wave of anxiety washed over Alex, for this armor offered no protection elsewhere. Was his magic faltering? Voldemort laughed arrogantly, the shards of his shattered circles swirling around Alex like a tempest. The standing stone columns, crowned with statues of serpents with wide-open eyes, were swiftly eroded and weathered, as if they had endured millennia, by the orange-hued storm. This tempest blotted out the sun, resembling a tsunami connecting the heavens, poised to engulf Alex, this insignificant rock, entirely. "You should feel honored," Voldemort hissed, his forked tongue darting out to eagerly lick his lips, his once handsome visage now radiating an inexplicable ugliness. "My first sacrifice. Shield," he roared. The echoes of a multitude of voices reverberated in Alex's ears, resembling a primal roar that seemed capable of drawing forth blood. "Shield wall! Shield wall!" The sound of pounding filled the air. Suddenly, before Alex, a series of ancient Greek-style round shields materialized, as if a band of brawny warriors, bared to the waist, had come together to erect a formidable wall of protection. These shields densely populated the space before him, rising abruptly like mountains from the flat ground. Clang, 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 clang. Alex remained expressionless as he listened to the tumult outside. The shattered orange halos rained down upon him like a volley of arrows, striking fiercely against the shield wall in a cacophony of violent impacts. The orange projectiles lodged themselves densely in front of Alex, so thickly that the color of the chamber floor was nearly obscured. "How disappointing," Alex murmured softly, as he twirled his wand, peering through the dust-laden chamber, stirred by magic, towards the ashen-faced figure of Voldemort. However, Alex discovered that Voldemort merely stood there in silence. Suddenly, Voldemort's wand pointed directly at the ground, emitting a faint purple light from its tip. With a resounding thud, the light struck the floor, and the entire chamber was engulfed in dust. Alex had once been able to perceive some illumination from an unknown source, but now he found himself enveloped in utter darkness. Alex had to muster all his strength, listening intently to the sounds of Voldemort in the chamber. "Isn't it fascinating?" Voldemort's voice wafted through the air, ethereal and elusive, much like a serpent concealed within the underbrush, rendering it impossible to discern its location. "One can only hope you find enjoyment in this, as one perishes in the boundless darkness." Cautiously, Alex moved, striving to make as little noise as possible. He was unaware of how Voldemort concealed sound, but at least he had yet to master that skill. Illuminating his wand would undoubtedly render him a conspicuous target. Suddenly, Alex heard a sound akin to swirling water. Had he possessed the ability to see in the darkness, he would have been astonished by the sight before him. Voldemort knelt before the statue of Salazar Slytherin, emitting faint, sibilant whispers in Parseltongue, prompting the colossal stone visage of Slytherin to stir. It resembled a desiccated skull, stripped to the bone. From its eye sockets emerged a centipede, feeding on brains, while from its mouth slithered a serpent, sustained by the blood of the living. The distinct, rough sound of the snake gliding across the ground resonated clearly to Alex, who felt as if the entire chamber quaked as the basilisk writhed within Slytherin's maw, eagerly stretching its belly, seemingly poised to swallow him whole. Alex heard Voldemort's triumphant laughter. Yet he was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of metallic scent and the intense sound of something scraping against the ground before him. Alex hastily closed his eyes. Savor the moment. Voldemort stood atop the Slytherin statue, wielding his wand as if conducting a grand symphony. He closed his eyes in satisfaction, eager to relish the thrill of Alex's blood splattering. As you wish. Alex found himself teetering, feeling the basilisk approach with alarming swiftness. Fortunately, I had foreseen this. A subtle smile crept onto the corner of Alex's lips, illuminated by a flickering glow. With his eyes shut, Alex raised his wand high. The tip of the black wand, resembling the slumbering knight, was suddenly pierced by the radiance of the sun emerging at the horizon, unleashing a brilliant burst of light. No longer was it the familiar silvery hue that Alex knew, but rather a resplendent golden glow, instantly illuminating the entire chamber with a dazzling brilliance. Behind Alex, the corridor had been transformed into a vivid golden hue, as though painted by an unseen hand. The roosters, which Alex had meticulously prepared, were awakened by the brilliance of his magic, each crowing more fervently than the last, their calls resonating through the chamber. With his eyes closed, Alex listened intently to the serpent creature's incessant roars, its body thrashing violently within the confined space. The creature's robust tail relentlessly swept against the stone pillars, producing a resounding cacophony. Meanwhile, the arch-nemesis Voldemort observed the serpent's chaotic movements with a pained expression, his face etched with confusion. Recalling that all the roosters at the school had perished, with a flourish of his wand, Alex conjured formidable barriers before him, successfully intercepting the oncoming boulders. Alex finally broke into a triumphant smile as he heard the slithering sounds of the serpent creature gradually subside, until not a whisper remained. Cautiously, he opened his eyes just a fraction, revealing the serpent's emerald-hued forehead resting on the ground, its forked tongue languidly sprawled out. The eyes, which should have gleamed like yellow bulbs, now wept streams of dark blood. Its once formidable tail appeared as though it had been brutally severed in half, leading directly to the head, with viscera and blood pooling around it. With a casual flick of his wand, Alex pointed at the stone on the ground. And to his astonishment, the stone began to leap uncontrollably before transforming into a magnificent white-feathered rooster. If I can transmute a stone into a rooster, surely I can revert the rooster back to stone. Voldemort glared fiercely at Alex, remarking, "Your transfiguration skills have always been commendable." Alex tossed a piece of parchment into the air, directing it with his wand as it floated gracefully towards Voldemort. The parchment was none other than the assignment on animal transfiguration that Hermione had insisted Alex complete. "Dear Mr. Voldemort," Alex chuckled wickedly, "you ought to diligently complete your homework." Chapter 47. Life and Death. Voldemort's face darkened, his wand aimed squarely at Alex, his shoulders quivering slightly as a sinister grin crept across his lips, emitting a low, hissing chuckle. "I relish an adversary like you." Suddenly, Voldemort ceased his laughter, raising his wand high, akin to a knight brandishing his sword before him. His gaze fixed intently upon Alex, placing life and death upon the scales of magic. In the name of life and death, Alex stepped forward, standing face to face with Voldemort, feeling as though he could sense the very breath of his nemesis. "Let us engage in a contest within the realm of magic." The two stood as knights, bowing to one another, sparks of dark red fire erupting from the tips of their wands. After their mutual salute, Alex and Voldemort turned to walk in opposite directions, counting down aloud in unison, 3, 2, 1. Before Alex could turn around, he felt an immense force strike him from behind, sending him staggering forward with a loud thud. "How do you like that?" Voldemort taunted, effortlessly wielding his wand to manipulate the massive body of the basilisk, which resembled a colossal stone pillar scattered throughout the chamber. In a shattered state, suddenly, a group of bare-chested, fanged Japanese apparitions emerged in the air, as if they had leapt from the pages of a ukiyo-e print. The Crimson Demons, along with the blue ones brandishing short swords, bared their fangs and opened their gaping maws, fiercely gnawing and contending for the enormous corpse of the basilisk from various directions. With a sharp sound, Alex lifted his gaze to the lifeless body of the basilisk before him, which appeared as delicate as thin silk, effortlessly torn in half. "I am quite pleased," he declared, as his wand swiftly thrust forward, emitting a green light that shattered the stones Voldemort had sent hurtling toward him with his dark magic. Alex gripped his wand tightly, moving slowly around the same axis as Voldemort, each seeking a more advantageous angle for attack. Suddenly, as his foot landed on the gravel, he lost his balance. The stones flew forth. With a swift flick of his wand, Voldemort sent all the pebbles bouncing toward him, including those beneath Alex's feet, causing him to stagger precariously. Armor of protection. Alex hastily pointed his wand at himself, as if enveloped in a vacuum. All the stones that whizzed past collided with his armor, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. A barrage of projectiles. Voldemort swiftly waved his wand in the air, tracing a series of hexagram shapes aimed at the oncoming stones. Alex's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a remarkable display of spell combinations. All the stones began to levitate, and he could almost hear a distant gunshot or perhaps an explosive bang as the stones surged towards him like bullets. The obstacles were formidable. With a sweeping motion of his wand from top to bottom, followed by a horizontal sweep, a shimmering veil of water mist appeared before him, resembling a translucent waterfall, gracefully undulating in front of Alex. The incoming stones collided with this flowing cascade, their momentum gradually diminishing, creating ripples that spread outward as they moved along the transparent curtain, ensnaring more and more stones. Now, Alex could no longer see Voldemort. His view was obscured by a thick layer of stones, resembling a gray tapestry that shrouded his line of sight. The remnants of the dead re-emerged. Voldemort was not so merciful as to allow Alex a moment to regain his composure. He pointed his wand directly at the scattered remains of the basilisk. With a resounding crash, the stone curtain before Alex shattered into fragments, and the yellowed skeleton of the serpent rose abruptly before him. Its hollow black eyes fixated on Alex with an unsettling intensity. Through the two dark voids, Alex beheld Voldemort standing behind, slightly bowing in a gesture of deference, revealing a gentlemanly yet restrained smile. However, the incessantly twitching tip of his nose sent a shiver of dread coursing through Alex. The outcome hinged upon this very moment. Alex drew a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the swiftly advancing corpse of the serpent creature, and he raised his wand. A dazzling crimson light burst forth from the tip of Alex's wand. First, a cascade of fiery red hair billowed in the air, intermittently releasing scattered sparks from the tips. The flames were embodied in a pair of fiery red eyes, burning with an intense gaze directed ahead. This was merely the beginning. The woman's luminous, flame-imbued eyes compelled the serpent creature to halt in its tracks, while even its yellowish-white skeleton bore witness to the heat, which left behind brownish stains. Yet this was just the outset. Her exquisitely chiseled features and fiery red lips tilted back sharply as she tossed her flowing hair, crowned with a blazing red diadem, emerging from the wand. Following this, her voluptuous form, partially veiled by a cloud of fire, revealed only the faintest glimpse of her captivating curves. Her elongated legs, barely touching the ground, ignited two small flames that resembled shoes. She leaned forward, as if to embrace a lover who had long vanished. In an ethereal flight, her hair trailed behind her, and though it felt as if ages had passed, it was but a fleeting moment as she glided through the gaps in the serpent's skeletal frame, akin to a specter passing through flesh. Astonishingly, the serpent's skeleton seemed to possess a sense of awareness, writhing in pain as it attempted to move, yet it resembled a white ice cream cone, gradually melting into a puddle of yellow liquid under the relentless sun, saturating the ground around it. This was not the end. She continued to lean forward, soaring towards Voldemort. Alex panted triumphantly, for the silent incantation demanded an extraordinary amount of magical prowess. It reminded him of the earlier duel with Voldemort, where beams of light danced through the air. This time, however, he poured all his strength into conjuring a blazing inferno. Voldemort stood motionless, seemingly entranced by the spectacle before him. Suddenly, with a flick of his wand, he summoned a transparent, armor-like shield that enveloped his figure. Alex observed as the flames gradually pressed against the barrier, continuously releasing plumes of steam that filled the air, obscuring his view of the flickering colors of the fire. Abruptly, a gray wing materialized behind Voldemort, as if to shield him, completely encasing him in its protective embrace. It was as though someone were meticulously applying a coat of paint to Voldemort's visage, transforming his face into a stony hue of gray. Alex felt a profound dizziness enveloping him, yet he persisted in listening to the movements of Voldemort. Upon hearing a resounding thud as a stone fell to the ground, Alex could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes blinking incessantly to prevent the sweat from stinging them. Alex is currently brimming with pride. After the flames roared, he swiftly cast a petrification spell, leveraging the immense force of the blaze to capture Voldemort's attention directly, thereby enticing him to conjure protective armor, only to subsequently petrify him. Alex was now immensely pleased, yet he found himself burdened, unable to even lift his wand, which fell to the ground. He shut his eyes, yearning for a brief respite. Suddenly, Alex's eyes flew open in terror as a voice, all too familiar, emerged from the swirling smoke. Avada Kedavra! A beam of green light surged through the mist, hurtling towards Alex. Chapter 48. Who is it? Alex watched in horror as the green curse soared towards him, yet he found himself devoid of any magic to conjure a protective armor. Alex's right hand moved as if it were skillfully manipulating a marionette, with several delicate strings seemingly attached to it. With a gentle tug, he lifted the clucking chicken that lay on the ground in the dim chamber, positioning it as a barrier against the green curse cast by Voldemort. His reflexes were remarkably swift, prompting Voldemort to applaud as he emerged from the swirling smoke. Alex observed that Voldemort's wizarding robe was tattered and ragged. The hem had been singed by fire, revealing numerous holes of varying sizes, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Yet, his magical prowess was formidable. Voldemort pointed his wand at Alex, a triumphant smile gracing his face. I have never encountered someone so young, yet possessing such immense power. Thank you for the compliment, Alex managed to utter through gritted teeth. Feeling as though his body were on the verge of collapse, his lungs felt ablaze, and each slight inhale sent a searing sensation through his throat. Voldemort, reveling in the moment, paced back and forth before Alex. The frayed edges of his robe occasionally fluttered in front of him. I merely speak the truth, Voldemort paused, standing elegantly before Alex. Closing his eyes, he reminisced, I was unable to successfully wield such power until my graduation. Upon reopening his eyes, which resembled the slitted pupils of a serpent, they constricted into thin black lines. Given time, you would become the most formidable wizard. Alex remained silent, yearning for Voldemort to utter a few more words, hoping to restore some of his magical energy, or at the very least, to rise to his feet. However, Voldemort subtly waved his wand, causing the fragments of stone on the ground to levitate. With an elegant flourish, Voldemort's hand inscribed in the air, transforming the debris into a fluid, gray ink. Alex unconsciously parted his lips, yet lacked the strength to articulate his thoughts. Magic cannot embody everything. Voldemort appeared exceedingly pleased. Still needing to remain here, Alex observed Voldemort as he pointed a finger at his own head, dismissively curling his lip. Indeed, Voldemort, with keen interest, regarded Alex and inquired, have you witnessed the present incarnation of myself? Alex remained silent. Not the current version of myself. Voldemort was in remarkably high spirits. I refer to that Dark Lord. The situation is far from favorable. Alex struggled, attempting to rise. No. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort sent Alex crashing back to the ground. In a tone reminiscent of a lover's greeting, he remarked, in truth, I prefer conversing with you while you lie down. Is this truly the Dark Lord? Alex gazed at the abominable creature before him, a being utterly deranged, and in anguish, he shut his eyes. This was not the first time Alex felt such a sense of helplessness. Gazing at Voldemort before him, he reflected in frustration on his recent performance, particularly that petrification curse. Voldemort caressed his wand, remarking with admiration, you almost hit me. A flawless battle plan. Wouldn't you agree? Alex gazed at Voldemort, whose face contorted with excitement, and felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Truly, it was a masterful plan. Voldemort, wand pointed at Alex, closed his eyes in pleasure, first skillfully dispatching the basilisk through the transmutation of creatures into inanimate objects. Then, wielding immense magical power, he obliterated the basilisk's remains. With a dismissive kick, he sent the bones of the creature scattering, leaving only a bare skull upon the ground. Voldemort's low laughter resonated, interspersed with the incantation of a petrification curse. However, Voldemort opened his eyes, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he regarded Alex, declaring that it was all over. Your magic, he taunted, is so diminished that you cannot even conjure a simple levitation charm. With a wave of his hand, he added, no one will come to rescue you now. Farewell. Our little hero. Embrace death. Avada Kedavra. At the tip of Voldemort's dark hand, a green light erupted, followed by a terrifying spectacle. First emerged a pair of decayed hands, as if they had been unearthed directly from a grave, revealing glimpses of white bones through the rotting flesh, accompanied by writhing white maggots. Then, a hooded head materialized, swaying ominously, unveiling the skull hidden beneath the hood, with decaying flesh continuously falling away. The last sight that Alex beheld was a colossal scythe, with the grotesque figure of the Grim Reaper perched upon it, gliding slowly towards him. Yet, Alex found himself utterly immobilized, unable to move even a single finger. Closer and closer it approached, and Alex caught a whiff of a lingering, putrid stench. Is this truly how I am destined to perish? Suddenly, Alex found himself enveloped in a whirlwind, the world spinning around him like a carousel. On a sunny day, Lily scattered flowers over Alex's head, giggling as she dashed away. Hermione, clutching a hefty tome, reprimanded Alex with a frown. Angelina swooped down from above, her broomstick hovering gracefully as she flashed a triumphant smile at Alex. Alex caught a fleeting glimpse of Neville basking in the adulation of the crowd, while he himself raised his wand aloft, standing triumphantly upon the Gryffindor table, joyfully exclaiming in delight. Suddenly, the sound of pages turning echoed in Alex's ears, reminiscent of a breeze of longing stirring up memories. In the hazy distance, a woman with long hair stood before Alex, her graceful figure resembling a goddess awakening from slumber. Who could she be? Alex emitted an involuntary sound from deep within his throat. Chapter 49. Let us go to Egypt, Alex. Alex found himself engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, akin to a swirling black vortex that spiraled slowly around him. He felt as though he were the gentle breeze caressing the meadow, lying upon its surface. Yet the sunlight above was a muted shade of black, faintly translucent and elusive. Alex felt as though someone was striking his face. Alex suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to scream, yet found himself utterly powerless. unable to even utter a single syllable. This sense of helplessness enveloped him like the darkened sky above, a shadowy haze that refused to dissipate. Was that Lily's voice? In his dream, Alex furrowed his brow, bewildered by her presence in this place. In the depths of darkness, he widened his eyes, striving to comprehend the world around him. Where was Voldemort? As he attempted to survey his surroundings, he perceived a surreal phenomenon, as if time itself were unraveling. First, he discerned several indistinct figures beckoning toward him. Alex observed a man adorned with black-framed glasses approach him, leisurely smoking a cigarette. The man crouched down, gazing intently at Alex. As the ember of his cigarette glimmered like stars in the night sky, flickering amidst the swirling smoke, Alex attempted to call out to them. But the leader suddenly turned around, greeting the onlookers in the distance with a wave of his hand. 6 individuals approached, one of them taking a puff from a cigarette before discarding the now extinguished but onto the ground. The cigarette but flickered desolately in the dark world. And Alex strained to see, catching only a glimpse of a hand, a woman's hand, its hue reminiscent of mutton-fat jade, slender and delicate, with joints that scarcely protruded. Resembling a fish gliding through the sea, as if the slightest movement could summon the sound of water. Alex stood in a daze. A delicate hand picked something up from the ground and, swaying slightly, approached him. It was a plain palace lantern, its flickering flame dancing gently as it moved closer to Alex. The surrounding darkness seemed to dissipate like winter snow under the blazing sun, revealing the obscured brilliance of the sky. Closer, closer. Alex beheld the diaphanous garment, reminiscent of the ancient Greek priestesses who served Apollo. The flickering lights illuminated the scene, casting a glow upon the white hem of the dress as it swept across the ground. The lantern lay upon the earth, and Alex found himself kneeling before her. Are you still not awake? The woman clad in white gently caressed Alex's frozen brow, her fingers tenderly smoothing his hair. Alex endeavored to discern her features clearly. However, he could only perceive her exquisite facial features, yet when he attempted to recall them, nothing remained vivid in his memory. As if her visage were shrouded in a delicate veil, obscuring a true glimpse. Alex noticed that the surroundings gradually brightened as sunlight poured down unrestrained, filtering through the strands of the woman's long hair. You are awake. Who are you? Alex gazed at the receding figure, unable to restrain his inquiry. The silhouette offered no response, merely advancing forward. Alex desperately endeavored to catch up, yet realized that no matter how fervently he ran, an insurmountable distance lingered between them. Backlit by the sun, her hair danced in the golden rays. Where shall I seek you? Alex lamented. And upon the grim realization that he might forever remain unable to reach her, he called out into the distance, to Egypt. Alex suddenly opened his eyes. Lily, with tear-streaked cheeks, rushed forward and embraced Alex tightly. Lily, how could you go alone? How could you? Lily cried incessantly. Alex was rendered speechless, merely offering a comforting pat on Lily's back. Mr. Pan exhibited remarkable wisdom as Dumbledore approached, clapping his hands in encouragement. Indeed, Mr. Stokes's bravery was truly commendable, befitting a Gryffindor. Professor Alex squinted, having just emerged from the Chamber of Secrets. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed a little girl with fiery red hair lying to his right. Alex recognized her as Ron's sister, a fervent admirer of Harry. Was it you who saved me? Alex managed to sit up with difficulty, gazing into her blue eyes behind crescent-shaped glasses. Oh, Dumbledore responded with a twinkle in his eye. I believe the situation may not be as you perceive it. Alex sat by the car window, observing the scenery outside as it danced past in a blur. The distinctive whistle of the Hogwarts Express occasionally pierced the air, a melodic tune that echoed the collective anticipation of all passengers eagerly awaiting their holiday. To his astonishment, he had been rescued. Alex now pondered over the details of the events that had transpired, but could recall none. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the infirmary. Hermione and a multitude of petrified individuals had now returned to their original states. As this thought crossed his mind, Alex instinctively drew his wand, practicing simultaneous spell casting. He watched as the tip of his wand intermittently expelled white dandelion fluff, which soon filled the air, drifting through the open window and scattering along the route of the Hogwarts Express, carried aloft by the sound of the whistle into the sky. Alex, shall we travel to France this year? Hermione inquired as they disembarked from the train, promptly pulling him along. Alex gazed at Hermione's flushed cheeks, finding her utterly endearing. France is rather dull, Lily interjected, appearing seemingly from nowhere to stand beside Alex. I plan to visit India this summer. Would you care to join me? Alex stood there, awkwardly observing the two girls who gazed at him with bright, confident eyes, while Hermione occasionally shot a fierce look at Lily across from her. Senior? Alex suddenly called out loudly into the distance. The pressure of his voice drew Hermione and Lily's attention. They turned to look, only to find nothing but emptiness. Alex, come back here, they exclaimed with laughter. Standing at the exit of platform 9 3/4, Alex thought of Lily and Hermione, declaring, this year, I shall venture to Egypt. To Egypt? Indeed, to Egypt. Alex paused as Muggle cars whizzed past him. The magical world and the Muggle world were separated by a mere wall. He looked up, and suddenly a joyful smile spread across his face. The sunlight remained unchanged, just like the everlasting happiness within his heart. The chamber concludes, Chapter 1, Traveling Like a Muggle. Alex reclined upon his sumptuous velvet bed, a piece of flaky pastry delicately held between his lips. As he savored the unique texture of the pastry, he immersed himself in the pages of his beloved book, Travels in Egypt. Alex's mood throughout this summer has been remarkably buoyant, or rather, he is the kind of person who, regardless of circumstances, delights in seeking out joy for himself. For instance, he is currently savoring a butterfly pastry, shaped like a delicately unfurled pair of wings, offering him a delightful blend of sweetness and crispness. After consuming the second wing of the butterfly, Alex closed his book and reclined on his bed, gazing upwards, while the pyramid embossed on the cover of the book remained still and silent. Indeed, this is a book crafted by a muggle, or, in other words, penned by someone devoid of magic. Alex lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. Since graduating from the second year at Hogwarts, he had become quite adept at deciphering the celestial patterns above him. 12 constellations spun ceaselessly, the zodiac eternally twinkling. Sagittarius faced Alex directly, emanating a gentle, warm glow, reminiscent of a sun cloaked in leather. Master. With a sharp crack, a house elf materialized beside Alex's bed. Alex tilted his head and rested it on his arm, gazing at the house elf, who was hunched low. Is everything ready? He inquired, turning his face away to once more scrutinize the ceiling, finding the constellation of Sagittarius far more captivating than the bulbous eyes of the diminutive creature. Indeed, the house elf once again bent low, its pointed nose nearly touching the ground, surrounded by freshly laundered garments, snacks, a novel for the journey, and holiday assignments. Leave the assignments behind, Alex yawned, reasoning that he could always complete them on the last day. What about the tickets? Suddenly, Alex flipped over, his voice emerging from beneath his tousled hair. They are with your passport, the house elf replied, bowing once more, indicating that both the passport and the return tickets were safely stowed in the suitcase. The suitcase? Alex, pulling his suitcase, strolled through the airport corridor. The announcements intermittently broadcasted flight information. As Alex listened to the guiding voice, he searched for his boarding gate. Please fasten your seatbelt. Alex reclined in his airplane seat, reveling in the thunderous roar accompanying the aircraft's ascent. At the very least, it was a stark contrast to a flying broomstick. His gaze was fixed on the in-flight television, where a stunning flight attendant demonstrated the proper use of an oxygen mask. With a resounding rumble, the entire plane lifted off the runway, unleashing a tremendous vibration that far surpassed the exhilaration of a broomstick in flight. As Alex pondered aimlessly, he gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. Alex gazed intently out of the window at the clouds. Although many memories from his past life had become indistinct, he still vividly recalled the sensation of his first flight. As the airplane soared above the clouds, he observed the formations that resembled towering pillars. He often pondered why, if a celestial palace truly existed in the heavens, no one had ever discovered it. Perhaps the southern heavenly gate was concealed amidst two clouds, necessitating a few circles around before one could glimpse the entrance. At that moment, a blue-faced giant spirit would inquire if one required refreshments for the journey ahead. Alex lifted his gaze and beheld a flight attendant with chestnut hair standing beside him, gazing at him with a warm smile. Whiskey. Beside Alex sat a man adorned with a scruffy beard, who smiled and addressed the flight attendant. Me too, he said. Alex glanced at the brunette flight attendant and noticed the beauty of her lips. Ireland? Or Scotland? She inquired, her smile as radiant as ever. The bearded man closed his eyes for a moment, pondering, before replying, Jack Daniels, neat, and it's best if children refrain from alcohol. Are you American? The flight attendant asked with a grin. Personal preference, the bearded man responded, and your lip gloss is delightful. The flight attendant said nothing, her smile growing even sweeter. Alex feigned ignorance to the flight attendant's smile and promptly requested, Johnny Walker, with a splash of ice, thank you. Amidst the turbulent flight, he savored the whiskey on the rocks, momentarily lost in thought, as a subtle hint of tea's aroma emerged beneath its smooth texture. Reflecting on that fateful night in the hidden chamber, he quietly mused to himself about the evident truths, which concealed deeper mysteries. He had come to realize that it was not Dumbledore who had rescued him that evening. The true savior was the woman clad in a flowing white gown. Yet, Alex's memory of the event remained shrouded in darkness, as he had disgracefully succumbed to unconsciousness. How was Voldemort ultimately vanquished, and who was that enigmatic woman? Alex took another sip of whiskey, feeling somewhat lightheaded as his thoughts wandered. He found himself pondering the peculiarities of this world, or rather, the mysteries surrounding his own lineage. During the summer break, he attempted to gauge the reactions of the house elves on several occasions. It was the Potter couple who had slain the master, and Sabr was tasked with nurturing the young master, who, in turn, was destined to eliminate Potter. Throughout the summer, Alex deliberately mentioned his parents several times. Yet Sabr would invariably respond with the same phrase, his distinctive, sharp voice transforming into a lisp as he spoke. Alex couldn't help but chuckle. He sensed that their home wouldn't be so straightforward. Would there only be a single photograph in that household? His parents raised their child high, their left hands prominently displaying the emblem of dark magic. Alex suddenly recalled the photograph, his entire demeanor straightening as he accidentally spilled whiskey onto the trousers of the bearded man beside him. He stared blankly at the seat back in front of him, where a magazine cover featuring a captivating woman smiled alluringly. Yet, Alex felt nothing. For he realized with a jolt that he possessed no recollection of his parents' appearance as depicted in that photograph. Are you all right? The bearded man inquired with a smile. I have always said that children should not drink. It seems you have choked. Alex glanced at the jolly man beside him, sporting a bushy beard, and offered an awkward smile before shifting his gaze upward to the man's travel suitcase. Glenwell Stark? The man with the bushy beard noticed Alex's gaze and chuckled merrily. I am an archaeologist. Delighted to meet you, young one. So am I. Alex suddenly mused that traveling by broomstick might be preferable. However, before that, he yearned to uncover the meaning of the phrase from his dreams. Let us journey to Egypt. Am I to part the Red Sea like Moses? Alex donned a blindfold, resolving to take a nap before arriving in Egypt, hoping to once again dream of that enigmatic woman who had graced his slumber. Chapter 2. In Egypt there are countless individuals who ride horses, yet how many venture to ride camels? Alex is currently perched atop a camel, feeling the rhythmic undulations as the creature's hooves sink into the soft sand, creating a continuous sway. The hump supporting his back, along with the blanket beneath him, imparts a sense of comfort and softness to Alex. As Alex disembarked from the plane, he found himself on the outskirts of Cairo, riding a camel towards the majestic pyramids of Egypt. While observing the gradually diminishing greenery, he joyfully contemplated the treasures awaiting him. Last year, he had amassed a significant fortune in gold galore by serving as a test pilot for the Crosswheel Company's crossbow project. Yet, even more splendid news lay ahead. The Crosswheel Company had sent him an envelope, the words of which Alex could recall with vivid clarity. Dear Mr. Alexander Valentine Stock, in recognition of your invaluable contribution to the development of the crossbow, as well as your outstanding performance during the subsequent test flights, we are pleased to inform you that you have been awarded 3% of the stock and related dividends of the Crosswheel Company's crossbow product. Yours faithfully, the Crosswheel Company. As Alex contemplated this, even the breeze that swept by felt significantly more temperate. With each sale of a fire crossbow arrow, he would accrue a substantial income. Just imagining the exorbitant price of the fire crossbow arrows, Alex could almost envision heaps of gold galore dancing before him. Suddenly, the camel emitted a series of grunts, a sound reminiscent to Alex of a horse drinking water. Then, the camel came to a halt not far from the pyramid. 5 pounds. Alex gazed at the camel's owner. Muhammad, I have already paid, he asserted. This is merely a tip. Muhammad replied, 5 pounds. Otherwise, I shall not allow the camel to disembark you. Muhammad's little mustache quivered with pride. Alex gazed despondently at the camel beneath him, which was restlessly pacing in circles, unable to utter a single word. Tips, tips. Muhammad sang out, his voice melodic. Clearly, he was no stranger to this task, as Alex observed Muhammad's deft movements, unable to suppress his inner musings. At that moment, several camels joined in with their own calls, evoking a sense of camaraderie in Alex. Yet, Alex was the quintessential spendthrift, prone to extravagance upon acquiring wealth. For him, having recently stumbled upon a fortune, 5 pounds seemed trifling. May Allah bless you. Muhammad beamed, his smile causing his mustache to curl delightfully. After receiving the payment, he shouted a few commands, and after a series of varying grunts, the camels obediently lay down. With a simple step, Alex dismounted effortlessly. Additionally, Muhammad inquired cheerfully, Do you not require a guide? I only seek a female guide, Alex replied. Allah permits a man to have 4 wives. Praise be to Allah. Praise be to Allah. Watching the 2 camels gradually recede into the distance, along with Muhammad, who hummed a lively tune atop one, Alex could no longer contain his joy and burst into laughter. To be a cunning little merchant like Muhammad struck Alex as immensely entertaining. Pyramids. Alex suddenly cried out, directing his attention towards the majestic trio of pyramids in the distance. Here I come. With his pack slung over his shoulder, he shouted exuberantly as he sprinted away, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon his excited visage, rendering his face a brilliant shade of crimson. Is this truly the pyramids of Egypt? Alex walked with his head bowed, enveloped in a sense of melancholy. Several times, he contemplated retrieving the wand nestled in his jeans pocket. Inside the pyramid, an abyss of darkness loomed, and this was merely the beginning of his troubles. Originally, there were no such structures beneath his feet within the pyramid. A man draped in a headscarf addressed Alex. How should I know? Alex replied, glancing down to see a rudimentary staircase crafted from wooden planks, designed for tourists to ascend into the burial chamber. The ground beneath was polished to an exquisite sheen, reminiscent of a mirror. How did the pharaohs manage to transport their remains in here? Alex inquired, gripping the ropes flanking the burial passage as he turned to the guide. I cannot say, the guide responded with pride. The ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians truly surpasses our imagination. Indeed, Alex concurred, lost in thought. If one were to employ a levitation spell to transport the pharaoh's body, would it not be an exceedingly simple task? Exceedingly simple, indeed? Alex finally entered the tomb. At last, Alex could finally straighten his posture. He surveyed his surroundings. The grand tomb chamber stood in stark contrast to the narrow passage he had just traversed. It is indeed vast, the guide remarked cheerfully, propping himself against a wall as he spoke to Alex, and not a single nail to be found here. Not even one. Alex squinted, scrutinizing the ceiling of the tomb chamber, which appeared as smooth as a mirror. Yet, he sensed something amiss. In the scenes where not even the sharpest blade could penetrate, he faintly discerned traces of magic. "Come take a look at this," the guide urged, leading Alex towards the sarcophagus. Though tourists meandered around him, an unusual hush enveloped the mysterious chamber, with visitors whispering in awe at this marvel of modern ingenuity. "Is this the pharaoh's body?" Alex inquired, casting a glance at the sarcophagus, his scalp prickling with astonishment. Before him lay a mummy, its linen wrappings revealing delicate threads protruding from the fabric. "Don't be ridiculous." The guide laughed heartily, reaching out his hand towards the fascinating sight. Alex observed as the guide's hand delved into the head of the mummy, wandering back and forth, eventually reaching the chest. "See," the guide remarked, patting Alex's shoulder. "There's nothing here. We have merely uncovered a statue of Khufu." Yet, the guide extended his right hand, indicating it is only as large as my thumb. Alex took a shallow breath, sensing the faint aroma of the spices used in the mummification process. This place was enchanted, he mused as he exited the pyramid. Yet he remained unaware of the reason behind his arduous journey to Egypt and the secrets it held. Standing beneath the majestic Great Pyramid, Alex gazed up at its apex, as if 5 millennia of history were casting their watchful gaze upon him. In that moment, he felt an inkling that he was on the verge of discovering something profound. Chapter 2. A glimpse through 5,000 years. Journey to Egypt. Alex beheld the woman clad in white gauze, as she tenderly brushed his temples, gently untangling the strands of his hair. His short, ebony locks cascaded smoothly beside his ears. "Who are you?" Alex yearned to lift his head from her lap and inquire. Yet no sound escaped his lips. "I am there, in Egypt," whispered the soft pink lips at Alex's ear, "where my secrets reside." Alex wished to move his hands, to unveil the mystery of the woman's veil. The stars in the sky seemed to resonate with Alex's thoughts, flickering intermittently, occasionally descending from the heavens, gliding past him, stirring a gentle warmth that lifted a corner of the woman's veil, revealing her exquisite lips. Travel as a muggle would, the woman finally cradled Alex's face, and through the veil, bestowed upon him a warm kiss, urging him to never forget. Alex lay alone upon the grassy expanse, gazing at the receding silhouettes of individuals, their flowing skirts etching ephemeral trails upon the earth, reminiscent of the fleeting traces left by stars descending from the heavens. In a mere moment, all traces vanished entirely. Subsequently, the world around him disintegrated gradually, as if heralding the apocalypse, yet Alex remained indifferent, eyes closed, surrendering to the dissolution of the grass beneath him, until the entire realm succumbed to an enveloping darkness. Alex let out a deep sigh and opened his eyes, the Arabian-style cushion resting beneath his head. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld the expanse of the sky above. Alex turned over, wishing to drift back into slumber, yet found himself unable to succumb to sleep. He reluctantly propped himself against the cushion, retrieving his wand from the bedside, and instinctively began to practice his spells. Observing the white dandelion tufts floating about the bedroom, Alex felt no inclination towards rest. He had often pondered the identity of that woman and considered inquiring with Mary, but her response had greatly surprised him. "I do not know." Alex had grown accustomed to Mary's omniscience, yet for the first time, he discovered that there were indeed matters beyond her knowledge. Nonetheless, Mary offered her counsel. "You should consider following this lead." Her font appeared stark and resolute, a stark contrast to the rounded script he was accustomed to. "Are you suggesting that I travel to Egypt?" Alex mused, recalling the words of Ma Qianli, murmuring to himself. "Who exactly are you, Mary?" He had even entertained the notion that Mary might be his mother. However, judging by her demeanor, while her prowess might not rival that of Voldemort, she certainly did not resemble a character subservient to him. Coupled with the solitary photograph in his home, Alex sensed that there were secrets yet to be unveiled. This expedition to Egypt might very well be the key. With this thought in mind, Alex donned his attire, grasped his wand, and emerged from his bedroom. As he stepped onto the Persian carpet, adorned with a decorative pattern of vertical, horizontal, and diagonal lines forming a repetitive central motif, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, not to mention sitting beside the small round table. He perused a book on the history of magic retrieved from the adjacent bookshelf. What would Muggles do upon arriving in Egypt? This tome chronicled the events following Napoleon's arrival in Egypt. Alex set down the book, comfortably resting it upon the table, where a page was heavily marked in crimson ink. The Muggles remained oblivious to his greatness, foolishly treating it as mere cannon fodder, blindly launching their attacks. In truth, it was shielded by magic, and the detached nose was but an illusion. An illusion? Alex stepped outside, glancing back at the tent behind him, and chuckled. Much like the enchanted tent, Muggles could only perceive an ordinary structure from the outside, while he was acutely aware of the wonders concealed within. A similar phenomenon applied to the Sphinx before him. Alex raised his head, gazing at the sculpture standing before him. If the essence of traveling like a Muggle is to arrive at this very place, then Alex, instinctively brandishing his wand, aimed it at the nose of the Sphinx. Indeed, the nose appeared intact before Alex's eyes. Should I also consider removing this nose? Alex pondered, uncertain. At that moment, the notebook he had always carried with him suddenly emitted a strange, warm glow. Alex hastily retrieved his notebook, only to find that Margaret's familiar notes had vanished. In their place, there lay a single incantation, part ways. With his wand directed at the Sphinx's nose, Alex softly murmured, "Part ways." A crimson beam erupted from the tip of his wand, converging upon the Sphinx's nose. Alex inhaled deeply, bracing himself for yet another round of unforeseen adventure. However, nothing materialized. Alex gazed in astonishment at the unmoving, unchanged Sphinx, momentarily transfixed. With all his magical might, he seemed to hear a voice echoing in his mind. Surprised, Alex lifted his gaze towards the Sphinx, wondering if it was the very entity that had spoken to him. To his astonishment, the Sphinx appeared to acknowledge his stare by winking. Had the world gone mad? Alex muttered under his breath before directing his wand towards the invisible nose that only he could perceive. Partways, a wand materialized in midair, pointing at the Sphinx. Then, as if by a miraculous act, the entire statue parted, revealing a pathway, flanked by the Sphinx's stone blocks, their surfaces smooth as mirrors. God commanded Moses to part the Red Sea with his staff, and it obeyed. Perhaps Moses' staff was akin to a wand. As Alex ventured deeper into the path, he raised his head to observe the glowing wand held above him, engaging in a soliloquy. No one answered him, save for the Sphinx, whose unwavering gaze remained fixed on the horizon. After traversing a lengthy corridor, a wooden door came into view. With one hand wielding his wand and the other pushing against the door handle, tarnished with green copper rust, he stepped inside. The atmosphere resembled that of a cellar, suffused with a musty odor. Alex's eyes were drawn to a gray wooden conference table. As he approached, he noticed it was cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Skillfully, he brandished his wand and cast a spell over the table's surface. The dust dissipated like ice melting under the sun. Blake? Alex observed that each position on the table bore a specially crafted copper plaque, presumably signifying identity. As he pondered this privately, he glanced around in a clockwise manner, noting Malfoy, Valentine, and finally, the individual seated at the head of the table, Stock. Alex gazed at the bronze plaque, rendered momentarily speechless. Alexander Valentine Stock, he murmured softly, tracing the indented letters with his fingers. What secrets lay hidden within this? If this were indeed a clandestine assembly of Voldemort. Alex's eyes swiftly darted to the opposite side of the plaque. Was Voldemort standing while convening? Alex suddenly thrust his wand upright onto the once dust-laden tabletop. Resembling a sword plunged into the earth. Reveal your secrets, Alex shouted, reciting the incantation. Can you guess if there will be another chapter this afternoon? Could there be, perhaps? Group number 716588483. Simply state that you are a reader for verification, and please refrain from urging for updates. Chapter 4, Blake. Alex gazed intently at the round table, enveloped in a peculiar sensation, as if an unseen force were guiding his actions. The wand pierced the tranquil surface like a dart, and from the point of contact, ripples began to emanate outward, reminiscent of a stone plummeting into a serene lake, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The waves expanded in concentric circles, as if an unseen hand were gently brushing across the table, gradually revealing an abundance of intricate inscriptions. Nagini. Alex felt a sudden familiarity upon encountering the first name that emerged before him, the crown of Rowena Ravenclaw. Alex pondered for a moment, then pulled out a stool and took a seat, gazing at the words appearing before him. The Ring of Marvolo Gaunt? As Alex beheld this name materializing once more, he felt an unsettling familiarity. Indeed, he had encountered it before, without a doubt. But what precisely was this? Alex believed he should have a clear understanding. The locket of Salazar Slytherin? Startled, Alex sprang to his feet, recalling everything he had experienced in the Chamber of Secrets last year, including the presence of Voldemort. Tom Riddle's diary. Horcrux. Alex inhaled deeply, instinctively drawing forth his wand, beginning to practice his spellcasting absent-mindedly, a habitual gesture he had developed while contemplating weighty matters. As he practiced, white dandelion-like fluff emerged, floating gently in the air. Ordinarily, these airy tufts would gradually fade away as they drifted, but this time was remarkably different. The white fluff descended like snowflakes, gracefully blanketing the entire tabletop. The brass plaque, at that moment, emitted a brilliant red glow, so dazzling that Alex had to squint to behold it comfortably. The red light intertwined with the white fluff, and suddenly, the words "the locket of Salazar Slytherin" were connected by a black line, stretching from the very center and reaching towards the name Black below. With a resounding thud, the plaque, tinged with verdigris, swung open. Alex produced a small piece of parchment from within, upon which the black ink remained distinctly legible. The locket box of Salazar Slytherin, a Horcrux of Voldemort, was now in his possession. Just as Alex became entranced by the note, a resounding bang echoed in his ears. The Malfoy insignia, much like before, revealed itself once more. Alex discovered another piece of parchment inside, but its hue was a vibrant brown, untouched by the passage of time, devoid of any ancient signs of wear. Alex picked it up and softly read, Tom Riddle's diary, a Horcrux of Voldemort, has been destroyed. Malfoy, 1993. 1993? Alex placed the note back into the plaque, murmuring to himself. 1993, a year he vividly recalled, for it was the year he was in his second year at Hogwarts. Alex gazed silently at the scene before him, then settled back down, patiently awaiting the revelation of the whereabouts of the remaining soul vessels, or perhaps the opening of another plaque. However, to his dismay, There were no further signs of plaques activating. The entire basement was enveloped in an eerie silence, with nothing but the faint sound of Alex's breathing breaking the stillness. "Bosie, where are you?" Alex sat in his chair, striving to process the events of the day, when suddenly the voice of an elderly woman pierced through the air. "Bosie?" Alex sprang to his feet, clutching his wand, its tip crackling with sparks. The result of his excitement. How could they have arrived here? Following the sound, Alex moved closer, eager to uncover the truth. Before him stood a boy with a head of fiery red hair, his freckled face illuminated as he brandished a three-headed skull towards a little girl. Alex gazed blankly through a wall that had transformed from a solid barrier into a transparent pane of glass. Before him stood another boy, strikingly identical to himself. Tilting his head and feigning an expression of listening intently to a skull, he continued to speak to the girl. "They claim to be muggles. They say it is because she is a girl that she has become this way." The little girl looked at the two identical twins with a face full of disdain, dismissively curling her lip. "I would never believe that." Alex discovered that he was acquainted with the three individuals before him, the Weasley twins and Ginny Weasley. "What are you still doing here?" Mrs. Weasley approached from behind. "Where's Bosie? Call him out quickly. We shall be leaving shortly." Ron's voice echoed from behind. "Bosie is in the cave over there." Another individual whom Alex did not recognize, yet surely belonged to the Weasley clan, sported a mane of fiery red hair. Alex could hardly fathom any other family that possessed such a striking hue. "George? Or perhaps Fred?" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in exasperation. "Regardless of who it is, you all must accompany Bill into the cave and bring Bosie out, offering him your apologies." All right. Otherwise, we shall be deprived of our most esteemed student council president." The Weasley brothers, with arms slung over each other's shoulders, harmoniously followed Bill deeper into the cave. "And you, Ron?" Mrs. Weasley turned her gaze upon him. "This year at school." Before she could finish her sentence, Alex noticed Ron's ears flush crimson as he hurried after Bill and the others. Ginny glanced uneasily before joining the fray. Only Mrs. Weasley remained, chuckling to herself. "Molly," a short man approached. "I believe you ought not to treat the children this way. Are you unaware of the trouble Ron has caused this year?" Mrs. Weasley regarded the man with a fond expression, adding, "By the way, dear, your hat is quite lovely," while gently swaying. "Indeed," Mr. Weasley replied with a smile, embracing his wife. "I too find it beautiful. Your taste remains impeccable." Alex observed Mr. Weasley, adorned with an Islamic traditional turban, as he turned his head directly. He found himself utterly disinterested in witnessing this couple basking in their happiness. Furthermore, Alex placed his hand upon his abdomen, rising in the dead of night, feeling a pang of hunger. He longed to return to his magical tent for a hearty meal. Both of Alexander's parents were Death Eaters. As Alex made his way back, he heard the voice of Mrs. Weasley behind him. Indeed, it was said that they were acquainted with Sirius Black, and the Stokes family appeared to have a close relationship with the Black family. Alex suddenly halted, gazing at the brass plaque upon the table. The name Black upon the plaque emitted a faint glow, while the plaque of Stoke at the main seat seemed to come alive, smiling at Alex. Grasping his wand, Alex softly uttered the name Black, as if the man were manifesting before him. Chapter 5, Nostalgia of Egypt, the cloying sweetness of Jews traveling like a muggle. Alex reclined within his tent, still mulling over this phrase. Everything he had just experienced felt akin to a dream. Perhaps I am still dreaming? He propped himself up, examining the parchment resting on his bedside. Originally a light tan, the sheepskin had darkened over time, now appearing a deep brown, and the inscription read, Salazar Slytherin's Locket. Voldemort's Horcrux has been acquired. The date, Black, 1980, remained vividly clear, as if the message had been delivered only yesterday. Alex observed it and couldn't help but smirk. This note was a year older than he. Were they part of the anti-Voldemort faction? Alex found himself restless that night, still pondering. If so, collecting Horcruxes to defeat Voldemort made sense. Yet, the parents of that Alexander were Death Eaters. Alex recalled what Weasley had said. Lost in thought, could his own parents be akin to Snape? Working for Dumbledore? And what of Malfoy? Alex found himself ensnared in a perplexing conundrum. If it were indeed the work of Dumbledore's faction, then why did he possess no recollection of Egypt whatsoever? He distinctly remembered that the events of the Harry Potter series unfolded entirely in the realm of Britain. Alex felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding. As a Gryffindor, or rather as Alex himself, he found it inherently unsuitable to navigate through a thicket of intricate information to extract what he desired. He simply lacked the patience for such endeavors. If he could not comprehend it, he chose not to dwell on it. Alex has always possessed a profound confidence in showcasing his remarkable traditions. With a mere flourish of his wand, he conjured a black eye mask into existence. After magically creating the mask, Alex adeptly placed it over his eyes. Due to the enchantment's effects, this eye mask alleviated fatigue and possessed certain benefits for enhancing sleep. The following day, Alex arose quite late, languidly stretching his limbs. Clad in a white t-shirt and blue denim shorts, he donned a traditional Islamic headscarf that he had purchased at the airport upon his arrival, finding it exceedingly amusing. Wandering the streets of Cairo, Egypt, adorned with his headscarf, Alex meticulously examined the water pipe placed before him. Known as shisha in Egypt, the water pipe bore a striking resemblance to those from his previous life in China. Both devices functioned by filtering smoke through water before one indulged in the considerably milder tobacco of the shisha. With a casual glance over his shoulder, Alex beheld the streets of Cairo, where Egyptians lingered in the shadows. They placed a moist tobacco leaf into the vessel beneath the shisha, igniting it with burning charcoal. Then inhaled through the curved pipe, exhaling a pale, almost colorless haze. Alex picked up the water pipe placed before him, a brass piece with an antique design. However, in Alex's eyes, he preferred those crafted from glass, as his Egyptian guide had remarked one day that the finest water pipes in Egypt were indeed made of glass. After wandering through the bustling Khan-el-Khalili market, Alex finally acquired a water pipe that captivated him, a delicate glass creation resembling a cat reclining on the ground. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice that this water pipe bore a striking resemblance to the Sphinx, the lion-bodied, human-faced guardian of the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Naturally, Alex did not limit himself to these purchases. For instance, he also acquired. In Alex's possession lies a string of shimmering gold ornaments, inscribed with his name in the unique hieroglyphics of ancient Egypt. With a touch of magic, Alex has discreetly expanded his backpack, now filled with a myriad of peculiar items. Among them is a coarse linen pouch adorned with a few casual patterns, which Alex acquired from an elderly vendor for a mere 5 pence. Conversely, the intricately carved scarab beetles, elegantly draping from the hem of his backpack and swaying with the breeze, cost Alex a considerable fortune. Alex strolled through the market until after 8 in the evening, reluctantly departing from this antiquated hub of commerce only after it had closed its doors. Alex held in his hand a syrupy fruit juice, the sweetness of which was overwhelming. The unique climate along the banks of the Nile had bestowed an exceptional sweetness upon the fruits, much like the juice Alex was currently savoring, which seemed to emanate joy from the very depths of his being. As night descended, Alex glanced back at the bustling market of the day. A vibrant place known as Khan-el-Khalili, which still retained its rich medieval ambience. The cobblestone ground was both ancient and pristine, flanked by narrow streets lined with water pipes, papyrus, ceramics, and various everyday items. Some vendors had even arranged seats in front of their stalls for customers to sit and select their wares, transforming the experience for Alex into a journey through time and space. Perhaps traveling like a muggle was intended for relaxation? Sipping his juice, Alex made his way towards his tent beneath the Sphinx. In his other hand, he instinctively grasped his wand, practicing simultaneous spellcasting. Recently, it seemed as though his magical prowess had surged, akin to a sudden growth spurt in adolescence, where one's height seemingly increases overnight. Now, Alex found himself conjuring not the inconspicuous drifting seeds of a dandelion, but rather, the enchanting flurries of snowflakes that danced around him in the winter air. Was my holiday drawing to a close? Lying in his bed, Alex gazed at the tent's ceiling, pondering the ever-changing constellations above. No one responded to his musings, save for a newly acquired amulet fashioned from a scarab beetle, which echoed softly within the tent, along with the remnants of the juice he had consumed, providing companionship to Alex. Until the very end, he remained perplexed by the meaning of traveling like a muggle, yet he relished the joy he felt, did he not? In Alex's view, rather than obsessing over the meaning of life and sacrificing restful nights for a singular question, it was far better to embrace each day with happiness. Was it not? Chapter 6, Encounters. Welcome to England. As Alex disembarked from the plane, he remarked to himself that although the sun shone brightly in England, the experience of dragging his luggage felt vastly different from his time in Egypt. The weather in England was notably more capricious, and the humidity in the air was considerably more pronounced. While struggling to acclimate to his return to London, he found himself sneezing repeatedly. With his gaze fixed on a map of London, he realized, with a hint of embarrassment, that he had once again lost his way. Alex had to reluctantly concede that he possessed a rather poor sense of direction. Alex sought to locate a telephone booth, intending to call the taxi company for assistance in extricating himself from his predicament. The map provided the taxi company's contact number, and Alex was certain of its accuracy. Alex was startled by the sudden call of his name and turned around to find Hermione descending from another plane. "I never expected to encounter you here," Hermione remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "How was France?" As Alex made his way toward the exit, he noticed Hermione's parents discreetly departing. "What about your parents?" he inquired. Hermione tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her light brown eyes as she looked at Alex. "They mentioned they had some matters to attend to, so they left early. Do you happen to know how to get to Diagon Alley from here?" Alex asked, following closely behind Hermione. "I need to purchase some books." "Are you referring to the book list?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This year we have many new courses. Do you have any idea how you will teach us divination?" Alex recalled that it was time for tea, perhaps. "I truly wonder how you managed to defeat the basilisk alone last year. It's hard to believe you aspire to be perceived as intelligent." Hermione, brimming with excitement, hurried towards the exit while glancing back at Alex. "Many books suggest that divination relies on crystal balls, and I have often pondered what visions I might behold within one." Alex gazed at the eagerly awaiting Hermione and instantly struck a pose to showcase his muscles, exclaiming, "Of course, I am a remarkable man." The surrounding crowd halted in their tracks, their attention drawn to the playful antics of Alex, their gazes also drifting towards Hermione. Under the collective scrutiny, Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Without hesitation, she reached out, grasped Alex's hand, and dashed away, with Alex's little cart trailing behind, giggling merrily. I had previously mentioned that while seated outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley, Hermione relished her favorite vanilla ice cream and remarked to Alex, "You should have chosen Muggle Studies as an elective in your third year." Indeed, Alex lifted his gaze toward the brilliant sunlight filtering through the parasol and lazily replied, "I heard that course is relatively easy and the credits are quite attainable." "Credits are not the crux," Hermione chided Alex with a playful glare. However, Alex, with his characteristic audacity, remained unfazed. "I believe taking that course would enhance our ability to interact with Muggles," he stated. Suddenly, Hermione reached out and plucked the cherry from Alex's sundae, popping it into her mouth, and smiled at him. "From a wizard's perspective, they are quite marvelous, aren't they?" "Indeed, indeed," Alex responded, captivated by Hermione's crescent moon smile, rendered momentarily speechless. "We always seem to think alike," Hermione beamed, finishing the last bite of her ice cream. "Just like how you and I discovered the basilisk. We share a deep connection," Alex interjected before Hermione could complete her thought. They exchanged knowing smiles. "So, do you know what I wish to do now?" Hermione stood up, her challenge directed at Alex. "What?" Hermione froze in place, while Alex stood nearby with a mischievous grin. "I suspect," Alex said, stroking his chin with a playful smirk, "that you want me to kiss you." Rendered speechless, Hermione's face turned a shade of crimson, as if about to emit steam. Finally, with a hint of indignation, she demanded that Alex accompany her to buy books. "Books?" Alex mused, unperturbed. For his family's study contained nearly every textbook imaginable. Aside from last semester's complete works of Lockhart, what more do we need this term? I doubt the teacher could single-handedly defeat a basilisk. As he spoke, Alex leaned in curiously to inspect Hermione's book list. Hermione, upon hearing Alex's words, shot him an exasperated glance but did not withdraw the list. Instead, she explained, "I believe Professor McGonagall will be quite pleased with the Intermediate Transfiguration course." When discussing studies, Hermione's enthusiasm illuminated her face. "We will finally learn how to transform living beings into animals and then revert them back, rather than endlessly penning essays on the subject." Alex observed Hermione hastening towards the Lehan bookstore and wisely refrained from mentioning that he had been capable of all of this since the previous year. As Hermione recalled the standard spells of level 3, a chuckle escaped her lips. "Last year, Alex, you missed the final exams due to the incident with the basilisk. You have no idea how disappointed Professor Flitwick was." At that moment, Alex gazed towards the nearby Lehan bookstore and declared, "I am, after all, the best spellcaster in the entire year." "No," Hermione laughed softly, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "I am curious to see how well you can perform in this exam, which has no time component and is purely written." "Of course, I will score full marks," Alex replied confidently. "My skills in crafting cheat sheets are unparalleled, even surpassing Dumbledore's." Suddenly, Hermione's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Have you heard of the Monster Book of Monsters? Why not go and see for yourself?" Alex suggested as they stood at the entrance of Lehan bookstore. Upon entering, both were taken aback. The bookstore's display window, which typically showcased spellbooks adorned with golden reliefs the size of floor tiles, was now empty. In its place stood a large iron cage, housing approximately 100 green-covered books. These volumes were entangled, engaged in a frenzied contest of strength, viciously biting and battling one another, their torn pages swirling about in the air. "The Monster Book of Monsters," Alex remarked with intrigue. "This must be what you were referring to." Chapter 7. The encounter at the bookstore as Alex and Hermione watched the chaotic struggle before them. With torn pages scattered throughout the cage, they couldn't help but chuckle. What was so amusing? A bald man stormed over, brandishing his wand and striking the books within the cage with fervor, bellowing, "Enough, enough. Stop this at once." "Damn it. Pardon me," Hermione timidly addressed the manager. "Have you considered using the stunning spell? Do you have any objections to my methods?" The manager glared at Hermione with eyes wide as a furious bull. "Of course. I've tried that. Don't bite, don't bite. I'll incinerate all of you." The green-covered monster book, agilely climbing up the scarred wand, quickly snapped shut, resembling the jaws of a crocodile, prompting the manager to scream in alarm. Bang, bang, bang. The manager desperately slammed his hand against the iron cage several times. And with a final thud, the monster book that had been gnawing at his hand released its grip and fell into the cage with a resounding clap. The surrounding monster books, witnessing the fallen volume, rushed forward, tearing at it like hyenas fighting over a meal. A chaotic frenzy ensued. "No, no, no." The manager despondently watched as the very book that had just bitten him was torn to shreds. Turning to Hermione, he said, "The stunning spell. I've actually tried it several times, but look." He produced a short, stout wand and aimed it at the green-covered monster books in the cage, intoning, "Stupefy." A beam of red light erupted from the tip of the wand, striking one of the monster books, which snapped shut as if struck by an invisible hammer with a loud clap. "Isn't that rather effective?" Alex remarked, giving the manager a thumbs up. Hermione glanced at him with an air of nonchalance, replying, "I've seen the incantation Stupefy in the standard spellbook." Before Hermione could finish her sentence, several monster books surged toward the recently closed volume, intent on shredding it to pieces like the one before. "Oh," Hermione sighed softly at the sight, whispering to Alex, I really shouldn't have suggested that. Alex listened to Hermione's words and suddenly burst into laughter. It appeared that the monstrous tome, which had been struck and rendered unconscious, had made up its mind to oppose Hermione. The book, having closed itself and fallen to the ground, suddenly sprang open, flailing its covers as if wielding two sharp scythes, charging forward with a cacophony of cries. To Hermione's astonishment, the book grew bolder with each passing moment. First, the left cover swiftly slapped away an oncoming monstrous tome. Then it charged relentlessly towards another below. The two covers powerfully clamped down on a monstrous tome, spinning in place. Alex watched as the incapacitated tome twirled around a dozen times before suddenly releasing its pages. The trapped tome was propelled like a cannonball, colliding with several other tomes along its path until it reached the far end of the iron cage, wobbling to a stand before toppling over with a resounding thud. The surrounding monstrous tomes immediately surged forward, tearing the unfortunate book to shreds, leaving only a few fluttering pages that drifted out of the iron cage. Did you see that? The manager remarked, frowning and grimacing at Hermione. If it weren't for the incapacitated state, I could use my wand to separate the fighting tomes, but now. The manager gestured with a nod towards the book that had been rendered unconscious, which was bending the corner of its cover towards the spine, resembling a frenzied gorilla in heat. That's precisely it, the manager sighed in resignation. With the two of you here, I suppose we only need 2 tomes, right? Alex observed the manager exhale deeply, his countenance bearing an expression akin to a desperate resolve as he gazed upon the iron cage. Resolutely, he extended his hand into the confines of the cage. Both Hermione and Alex were startled by the manager's anguished cry. It was evident that as soon as the manager's hand ventured within, before Alex could discern its precise location, several tomes of the fairy's monstrous compendium lunged forth, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves seizing upon flesh, fiercely biting the manager's hand without relinquishing their grip. The manager managed to swat away the excess books with his wand, his lips continuously uttering cries of pain. Alex and Hermione exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that purchasing such a book was undeniably cruel for the manager. Eventually, the manager managed to rid himself of the surplus volumes of the fairy's monster books, leaving only 2 still clutched in his hands. He was unable to continue with these books due to the pain, his entire face flushed with embarrassment. He withdrew his hand from the cage, yet the 2 books remained precariously dangling from his grasp, creating a rather chaotic situation. With a loud thud, the manager's hand collided with the iron cage. He was indeed harsh on himself. Alex turned his head slightly and whispered to Hermione. Hermione shot Alex a sharp glare, gritting her teeth, her expression seemingly warning him to be cautious lest the manager overheard his words. Alex flashed a mischievous grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, as he exchanged furtive glances with Hermione. The second manager remained oblivious to their playful banter, engrossed in his own monologue about the iron cage he was assembling. I shall never request these books again, he exclaimed, forcefully banging 2 volumes of the goblin's monstrous tomes, which were clamped in his thick-gloved hands, producing a cacophony more troublesome than the invisibility tome. After a considerable interval, the 2 volumes could no longer withstand the strain. With a sharp crack, they released their grip on the manager's cover and tumbled to the ground. Mission accomplished. Alex observed the weary manager, who wore a smile more grotesque than tears, and addressed him, saying, 2 copies, 14 silver sickles. These tomes are rather expensive. Do you require any additional volumes? Just as Hermione was about to speak, Alex interrupted her. I've devised a method to manage these books, he declared. I've thought of something as well. The manager retorted brusquely. It's easy to pull them out one by one. Anyone could do that. Spare me the chatter, he said, extending his hand towards Alex, demanding payment. Indeed, I can, Alex replied without a hint of embarrassment, unfurling his wand despite the manager's almost frantic demeanor. I call this an act of kindness, Alex proclaimed. You ought to express your gratitude. With that, a red light burst forth from the tip of Alex's wand. Fainting 1 T solve anything. The manager yelled anxiously at Alex, turning away in frustration, unable to bear the sight of a book transforming into a rampaging gorilla, the damage of which he would have to pay for. That was Hermione's voice, was it? The manager inquired, intrigued, as he turned to gaze at the red light emanating from Alex's wand. It's the levitation charm. The cage, the cage. The manager shouted nervously. Do not damage my books. How could that possibly happen? Alex replied with a calm smile, as he began to sway his wand back and forth, his movements resembling the act of stirring sesame paste. Stop, stop, stop. The manager stammered, his speech faltering. The iron cage began to float in the air, tracing slow circles in a clockwise motion. The show is about to begin. Alex proudly spoke to Hermione, suddenly accelerating the speed of his wand. The wand no longer traced circles in a clockwise manner. Instead, Alex shook it vigorously from side to side, devoid of any discernible pattern. From within the iron cage came a cacophony of sounds, as the monstrous tomes contained within faced calamity. These books, which had been wrestling against each other inside the cage, were now crammed into one corner due to the fierce spinning and resultant inertia. As Alex began to move his wand up and down, numerous fairy tomes collided with one another, producing sharp cracks. The manager stood agape, utterly astonished by the unconventional application of the levitation charm. Within minutes, the tomes, subjected to relentless collisions, became dizzy. With a flourish, Alex spun around several times. "See," he exclaimed with a smile directed at the manager. "I told you I had a solution." The manager, still in shock, looked at the tomes that had succumbed to the chaos within the cage and shouted towards the back. "What are you waiting for? Quickly, bind them all with ropes. Hurry." He gestured fervently with his wand, attempting to maintain the same frenzied motion, yet could only manage to levitate the cage slightly. His urgency intensified as he called out more fervently. Alex could see the manager's saliva spraying through the air like a kettle boiling over. "What do we need to fetch ourselves?" The manager exclaimed excitedly. "I don't even want money. Don't dawdle over there. Come quickly. Yes, with the ropes, pull tight. And bind them even more securely." Chapter 8. The Magical Zoo, Second Update. "Look," Hermione exclaimed, placing a large stack of books into Alex's hands. "These books cost me not a single canute." "You've mentioned that several times already," Alex replied, tilting his head to regard Hermione, who was beaming with joy. Seizing the moment while the manager was preoccupied, Hermione had acquired several hefty volumes. Now, these books were piled before Alex, compelling him to extend both arms to support the substantial stack. He had to elevate his head significantly to ensure he could see the path ahead. "Yet I cannot help but repeat myself," Hermione remarked, observing Alex wobbling under the weight of the books. "I have 10 galleons," she announced proudly, opening her wallet. "My birthday is in September, and my parents gave me some money to buy myself an early birthday gift." "So you opted for this entire stack of books?" Alex queried sideways, eyeing the collection of tomes on practical magic and beauty tips. "Are you certain you need this? I think you would look much healthier with a sun-kissed tan from your summer in France. Watch your step," Hermione cautioned, steadying Alex. As the streets of Diagon Alley were paved with cobblestones, often riddled with small pits that could trip a passerby. "I read about that in a book on the landscapes of the magical world. Is there also a guide on how to enter the magical world of France?" Alex winked at Hermione. "You can't evade the subject, and what about this?" He raised both hands, pointing to a book titled Secrets of Beautiful Hairstyles. "I truly did not expect such a tome to exist." "That's not surprising," Hermione countered, her brown eyes sparkling, "is it?" Alex paused to catch his breath before continuing. "You have already purchased these books, and without spending money, what gift do you plan to buy?" "I think you might already know." Hermione's voice suddenly dropped in volume. Alex gazed at the sky in silence. "Is it true that girls in love often experience emotional turbulence? You must be yearning for a pet, am I right?" "I knew it. You truly understand me." Alex and Hermione traversed the street, passing a woman hawking dragon livers, until they arrived at a shop named the Magical Menagerie. "Why are you standing there in a daze?" Alex inquired, glancing curiously at Hermione, who remained motionless. The book he had been cradling in his hands had already been placed into Hermione's bag, which had been enchanted with a space-expanding charm. Hermione, as she opened her wallet, retrieved a gleaming golden galleon. "I would like you to assist me in selecting a birthday gift. I will go inside shortly and see the gift you chose for me. Then it shall be considered a present from me," Alex replied with a smile, taking the galleon from Hermione's hand and discreetly slipping it into his pocket. "I assure you, I will not disappoint. I have always believed in you," Hermione murmured softly, watching as Alex waved goodbye. A girl in love invariably harbors unconditional faith in the boy she adores, evoking a sense of wonder at the sheer joy of having someone to cherish and trust. Just like Alex at that moment, humming a nameless tune as he approached the Magical Menagerie. Before he could even reach the entrance, he spotted a wizard emerging, accompanied by a two-tailed newt, who affectionately kissed his pet. Upon entering, Alex realized that the interior was not as spacious as it appeared from the outside. Rather, it felt exceedingly cramped. Every inch of the walls was adorned with cages, and the shop was filled with a foul odor and cacophonous noise, as the small creatures within the cages emitted a variety of sounds. As Alex stepped inside, he instinctively covered his nose, for the odor permeating the air filled him with a profound sense of sorrow. Just as he was about to carefully scrutinize the pet shop, a sudden scream echoed within. "No, Crookshanks, no!" The shrill cry startled Alex, causing him to furrow his brow instinctively, though it soon relaxed into a smile. A large, ginger-colored creature leaped from the highest cage and landed squarely on the head of a red-haired boy. From his silhouette, Alex discerned it was Ron. This sight elicited an even greater laugh from Alex. In a flash, a gray figure darted between Alex's legs. Ron, shouting, turned around in pursuit of his mouse. But upon turning, he froze as if turned to stone. "Alex?" Ron murmured, his ears flushed a deep crimson. Alex, however, was indifferent to Ron's transformation, as he was engrossed in observing a toad. This toad, nestled within the glass enclosure, donned a regal purple coat and was voraciously devouring a lifeless fly. Alex instinctively wrinkled his nose, knowing that Hermione would certainly disapprove of such a sight. "My father," Ron awkwardly regarded Alex, who was oblivious to his presence, and slowly made his way towards him. Alex turned his head away, not even glancing at Ron. He extended his hand and tapped on the fiberglass, where a plump white rabbit was contained, transforming into a silk top hat with each tap, only to revert back with a loud puffing sound. "Alex, my father asked me to—" Ron finally approached Alex, standing beside him for a while before reluctantly saying, "Apologize to you." "Alex, is my gift not ready yet?" Hermione asked, having observed Alex in the pet shop for quite some time, unable to suppress her curiosity. How could Hermione be with you? Ron's voice suddenly rose, questioning Alex. Completely forgetting Mr. Weasley's instruction to apologize to him, Alex turned his head in perplexity, casting a glance at Ron, his expression seemingly inquiring, "Who are you?" He then redirected his gaze towards a noisy cage of cawing ravens. He mused to himself that presenting Lily with a pet, a raven symbolizing Ravenclaw, would be most delightful. However, what could Hermione possibly receive? Surely, it would not be a black rat, bouncing about with its long, bald tail. Observing Alex's utter indifference towards him, as he busily selected gifts for Hermione, who happened to be outside, Ron was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable surge of jealousy. He pursed his lips and, with words squeezed through his teeth, threatened Alex, "Do not become too smug, you child of a Death Eater. Just wait. Black is your destiny." Alex waved his right hand a few times in front of him, the sweeping motion reminiscent of shooing away a swarm of flies, prompting Ron to sidestep to avoid a potential collision with his nose. Suddenly, inspiration struck Alex, and he made his way toward the counter. Ron, standing aside, felt a pang of frustration for having just dodged Alex's hand. The more he pondered this, the more his discontent grew, clenching his fists. He felt an inexplicable urge to confront Alex. "I shall push Alex first, and when he retaliates, I'll call for help. Thus, all blame will rest upon him." Ron thought with satisfaction as he approached Alex's back, extending his hand to attempt a gentle shove. Meow. A sudden ginger cat appeared before Ron, letting out a loud cry that startled him. The flat face of the feline struck Ron as strikingly similar to Alex's. "What is it?" Alex exclaimed, raising both hands. Ron gazed at Alex in confusion, wondering if he was addressing him. Just as Ron prepared to give Alex a proper reprimand, he heard a voice from behind. "Such a splendid coat." Hermione chimed in cheerfully. "I think so too," Alex laughed as he walked past Ron, heading toward Hermione across the street, who waved at him as if celebrating a hero's triumphant return. Chapter 9. Alex's little secret. "What is the name of this cat?" Hermione inquired, tilting her head toward Alex. "Crookshanks," Alex responded, glancing at the cat cradled in Hermione's arms. "What do you say, Crookshanks?" Crookshanks lazily regarded Alex, squinting slightly before letting out a meow. "Were it not for the sound resembling that of a cat, I might have mistaken this creature for a small tiger," Alex mused, gently rubbing Crookshanks' head. Regardless of whether it was a tiger or a cat, Hermione lifted Crookshanks toward the sunlight, the feline's fur shimmering brilliantly beneath the rays. "Isn't its coat simply beautiful?" "Indeed. It is quite striking," Alex concurred, "and it appears to be quite intelligent." "Huh." Hermione twirled around while holding Crookshanks. "I think so too. By the way, Alex, don't you want a pet?" "A pet?" Alex repeated softly to himself, contemplating the notion. Alex once had a pet, a beautiful blue-feathered soundless bird. However, the lifespan of this bird is determined by the sounds it hears, which is why it is typically kept in a specially designed magical soundproof cage, cared for by a household elf. Hermione, observing Alex lost in thought, could not help but wave her hand in front of him. Alex turned to Hermione, who was concerned for him, and smiled. "I already have a soundless bird at home, so I do not wish to have any other pets." As soon as Alex finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the pocket of his jacket. He was reminded, with a tinge of frustration, that he actually had a pet, one he had brought back from Egypt. This recollection dated back to the time when Alex had first entered the secret chamber within the Sphinx. 2 bronze plaques had been opened. Alex vividly remembered them. The locket of Salazar Slytherin and the Horcrux of Voldemort had already been acquired. Black, 1980. Alex had not yet been born that year, or was merely an infant in need of care. Additionally, Tom Riddle's diary, A Horcrux of Voldemort, had been destroyed. In 1993, as Alex observed the Weasley family preparing to step outside, a sudden noise caused him to turn sharply. Another plaque unveiled itself. A swirl of golden powder, reminiscent of celestial fragments from the Milky Way, drifted through the air, moving gracefully like a ribbon, manipulated by an unseen presence. Alex instinctively drew his wand, gazing at the sudden appearance of a vast circle of golden dust, which enveloped him in an aura of unreality. The entire chamber was abruptly illuminated by a cascade of golden light, flickering intermittently, reminiscent of a star-studded sky on a summer night. With his wand aimed forward, Alex stood ready, prepared to utter a spell at the slightest hint of an unforeseen circumstance. Ever since his confrontation with Voldemort, he felt that his reflexes and adaptability had significantly improved. He was no longer merely a practitioner who relied on sheer magical power to clumsily recite incantations. Ahem. Suddenly, Alex heard a cough, a sound sharp and delicate, reminiscent of droplets cascading upon pebbles, imbued with an ethereal quality. "Who are you?" Alex inquired softly, for he could discern no silhouette before him. Cough, cough, cough. He observed as golden dust trembled in the air with each cough. Achoo! A resounding sneeze echoed. And in an instant, Alex beheld all the golden powder being elegantly dispersed into the distance. Staring in astonishment at this spectacle, he realized, to his utter disbelief, that he had encountered a fairy. Alex cautiously approached the diminutive creature that flickered incessantly before him, a tiny fairy with 4 delicate wings. He observed that the fairy was adorned in a green gown embellished with intricate patterns, yet despite his utmost efforts, he could not discern the details clearly. for the fairy was remarkably small, no larger than his thumb. "Who are you?" Alex inquired, gazing at the fairy's flowing locks. The fairy swayed her body from side to side, fervently flapping her translucent wings that shimmered with a golden hue. Achoo! With a sudden sneeze, the fairy was propelled into the air, thanks to the force of her own exclamation. Alex gazed at the diminutive fairy fluttering before him. Her originally transparent wings gradually transformed into vibrant hues, reminiscent of a butterfly's delicate appendages, as she danced through the air. As the unsteady little fairy approached him, Alex set aside his wand, though its tip remained discreetly pointed at himself to avert any unforeseen mishaps. "You may call me." The fairy perched delicately on the tip of Alex's nose, her large, bright eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Sylph." "Sylph?" Alex repeated, struggling slightly with the whimsical name. His gaze drifting toward a brass plaque inscribed with stock that lay slightly ajar. "Indeed," Sylph exclaimed, her pointed ears quivering in delight. "I am so pleased to meet you." She circled around Alex, leaving a faint trail of golden dust in her wake. "I am your delicate hand, too slender to be seen," she declared, plucking a single strand of hair from Alex's brow with fervor. The black hair was bent and affixed to her head, resembling a pair of tiny antennae. "A pet?" Alex smiled softly and murmured. "Is there something on your mind?" Hermione inquired curiously, gazing at the amused Alex. "Do you truly not desire a pet?" "I believe not." "I already possess the finest companion," he replied. "Is it that blue songbird?" Hermione gently stroked Crookshank's fur, asking. Alex did not respond. He merely instinctively touched the silver-plated necklace around his neck. This necklace, which he purchased in Egypt, was engraved with his name in hieroglyphics. When magnified, the necklace appeared reminiscent of a quaint cottage by a lake, a scene that one might encounter only in fairy tales. Alex harbored a secret that belonged solely to him. Within this necklace resided a tiny fairy named Sylph, who was his beloved pet. Chapter 10. Reactions. Alex and Hermione were making their way to the leaky cauldron, where Hermione had arranged to meet her parents. Hermione walked with a buoyant step, and Alex surmised that she was eager to introduce her new pet, the cat Crookshanks, to her parents. Suddenly, Hermione exclaimed, "Alex, look over there." Crookshanks chimed in with a meow in agreement. Alex followed Hermione's voice and looked ahead. There stood an elderly woman clad in a flowing green robe, adorned with a fox fur scarf and a tall hat embellished with an eagle specimen, clutching a large red handbag. She was sternly reprimanding Neville, and Alex could vaguely hear fragments of the book list and references to parents. "Who is that?" Hermione discreetly pointed at the woman. "Is she Neville's grandmother? No wonder he seems so frightened of her." "I believe so," Alex mused, as Hermione exchanged a knowing glance, suggesting they should circumvent the scene. Hermione mischievously winked, and he wholeheartedly concurred with her sentiment. The two shared a brief moment of eye contact before bursting into quiet laughter, their camaraderie palpable. "Alex." Just as they were about to sneak past Neville and his grandmother, Neville suddenly exclaimed with delight. "Alex." His round face flushed with excitement upon seeing Alex and Hermione. "Did you bring the book list?" "The book list?" Hermione inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Neville, he stammered. "I lost my book list because my grandmother just scolded me." Neville, his grandmother, a stern old witch with silver hair, fixed a piercing gaze upon him. "Can't you be more careful?" Neville, he struggled to articulate, his nerves overwhelming him. His grandmother pointed at the book Alex was holding. "Can't you learn to observe more carefully?" "Your parents would surely have mentioned it," she sighed, removing her glasses to wipe them clean. Alex noticed that the old-fashioned round spectacles were fogged up. "You, Neville's grandmother," he said as you adjusted your glasses and looked at Alex. "I remember you well. Quite remarkable, indeed. How could I forget that you single-handedly vanquished the basilisk last year?" With that, Neville's grandmother let out a hearty laugh and gave Alex's arm a firm pat. "What a fine young man you are. Truly the epitome of a Gryffindor." Alex observed the pleading expression on Neville's face as he gazed at him. It was evident that Neville believed his grandmother's praise of Alex was far more preferable than receiving criticism himself. Alex smiled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. The praise from the elderly was a rare occurrence for Alex, leaving him feeling somewhat shy. "By the way," inquired Navi's grandmother, "you must have utilized transfiguration. For spells alone would be ineffective against the basilisk. They cannot penetrate its thick scales, can they?" Alex nodded blankly. Neville's grandmother was even more enthusiastic, her laughter causing the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes to converge. "I believe that, in comparison to the charms class, the defense against the dark arts class, and potions are undoubtedly of greater significance, as their impact can be far more substantial in critical moments. Wouldn't you agree?" Alex, Neville, and his grandmother nodded vigorously, with Neville's nodding particularly enthusiastic. "Neville, you and Alex should go book shopping together," his grandmother said with a smile, glancing at Alex. "I want to catch up with some old friends." "Old friends?" Neville murmured as he watched his grandmother, waving a red handbag, walk further away. "Is something wrong?" Hermione, holding Crookshanks, inquired with concern. "Well," Neville whispered as he walked alongside Alex and Hermione towards the leaky cauldron, "she has never mentioned having old friends in Diagon Alley." Nevertheless, as Alex and Neville entered the bookstore, browsing through the books, Alex remarked, "Your grandmother's temperament is quite unpredictable, much like the weather in London." "That's because you agreed with her today," Neville replied, placing a pile of books on the counter, turning back to Alex. "She failed her, oh, WLS in charms. So she believes that subject isn't worth studying. Neville, Alex exclaimed in surprise. How could you dare to speak behind your grandmother's back? Neville bashfully glanced at Alex. But you encouraged me to be more lively. I think you did splendidly, Neville, Alex said with a smile, helping him pack the books into his bag. And I also feel that charms class, well, I can cast spells effortlessly every time. Attending class seems utterly pointless, don't you think, our herbology professor? Neville paused for a moment before bursting into laughter with Alex, leaving Hermione waiting outside the store utterly perplexed, while Crookshanks meowed in discontent. Alex, you lost. Neville clapped his hands joyfully, his face flushed with excitement as he discovered for the first time that Alex was also not adept at a certain sport. I suppose so, Alex lamented, wiping the liquid from his face. They were playing a game known as Gobstone, at a renowned Gobstone club that particularly offered a foul-smelling variant of the game. Quite different from the pollen-spraying version played by girls in Alex's first year. If one lost, a repugnant green liquid would be sprayed on their face. Notably, Alex had lost every single round thus far without winning even once. Unable to restrain himself, Alex pulled out his wand, wanting to check whether the gobstones had been enchanted. By the way, Alex, Neville curiously asked, eyeing the distressed Alex wiping his face, what happened last year? Last year? Alex finally managed to wipe the foul liquid away, only to find Neville and Hermione gazing at him with curious eyes. Yes, Hermione giggled at Alex, you weren't part of this game. Don't you remember what happened last year? A Ravenclaw girl burst into the professor's office, Neville said enviously. Alex, you certainly have many admirers. Hermione shot a fierce glare at Neville. Oh, Neville hastily continued. She said that she and you discovered the Chamber of Secrets, and you went down alone first. How did you find it? Alex observed Hermione's serious expression and, feeling a bit awkward, touched his nose, wisely choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Neville fiddled with the gobstone, remarking that as soon as Professor Lockhart heard about the Chamber of Secrets, he seemed to vanish without a trace. It was truly unexpected to discover he was such a person. Alex nodded a few times, only to be immobilized by Hermione's fierce gaze. Moreover, how did you come to know it was the basilisk? Neville inquired with curiosity. Alex shrugged and gestured towards Hermione with a playful flick of his lips. I knew it all along. Neville exclaimed joyfully, Hermione, you are the most brilliant witch. Hermione's face instantly flushed crimson. In the end, they discovered you in the chamber. Neville continued, where they found you alone, one in hand, leaning against the wall, with the skeletal remains of the basilisk at your feet, and Ginny by your side. I heard Hagrid, who entered with us, mention that several pillars in the chamber had been shattered due to the fierce battle. Alex smiled at Hermione, filled with pride. Regardless of the circumstances, Hermione rose to her feet and addressed Alex, saying, thanks to your courageous actions, we secured the house cup. As she spoke, Hermione leaned down and kissed Alex. Chapter 11. Eavesdropping. Alex, cradling a stack of books, strolled towards the leaky cauldron. Hermione's parents had arrived at Diagon Alley and had taken her away early. Alex then engaged in a lengthy game of gobstones with Neville. Yet he had not won a single round until Neville's grandmother appeared, accompanied by an ageless figure, to escort Neville away. Alex pushed open the door of the Broken Cauldron Tavern. Old Tom, polishing a glass, glanced up at Alex's entrance and immediately raised his head. Back again? You ought to be cautious. With Black on the loose, no child should be wandering out alone at this late hour. Alex waved at Tom, requesting a cup of butterbeer. How intriguing, Tom remarked, the first time you desire such a brew, and yet you do not crave a pear cider. As he spoke, Tom waved his wand, and the cabinet holding the cup swung open, with the cup soaring out in orderly fashion. They danced in the air for a moment before a wooden beer mug landed with a satisfying thud in front of Alex. Subsequently, another dark cup, or perhaps a small barrel would be more fitting, began to pour butterbeer from above. While the butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks is renowned, Tom observed as Alex took a hearty sip, his eyes blissfully closed in enjoyment. I assure you, the flavor here far surpasses theirs. Their establishment dilutes their drinks excessively. Alex said little, merely counting on his thumb towards Tom, then took a generous gulp. Perhaps it was due to the summer heat, but the butterbeer did not evoke warmth. Rather, it imparted a refreshing sensation that coursed through his entire being, akin to the exhilaration felt after a refreshing downpour. As Alex shut his eyes, savoring the refreshing sensation brought forth by the butterbeer, he reminisced about the conversation he had with Neville. This recollection took place after Hermione had departed. During a moment shared between him and Neville at the Hog's Head Inn. Alex, Neville spoke cautiously, you were unconscious for several days after emerging from the Chamber of Secrets. I am aware of that, Alex replied, regarding the overly cautious Neville with a bemused smile. Did you not just mention this to me? Why raise it again? Neville glanced around nervously, his round face taut with concern. Ron mentioned in the dormitory that there was no basilisk at all, and that it was all your doing. He suggested that your only motive for rescuing his sister was to prevent the school from closing. You actually believe that? Alex could not help but chuckle. Of course not. Neville laughed in response. We all find you far more trustworthy than him. Harry also stepped forward to defend you, and even visited you several times in the hospital. Potter? Alex leaned back in his chair, genuinely surprised. I think, Neville continued, poking at a stone from the Hog's Head. Anyone with the ability to think rationally can sense that something is amiss with Ron. He seems to be consumed with jealousy over Hermione, and now, With your discovery of the chamber, he feels overshadowed. Alex, with a sense of resignation, shrugged at Neville and suddenly sat up straight, inquiring, "Why did you not mention this when Hermione was present?" Neville chuckled softly and replied, "Because Hermione might still believe that Ron and Harry are her friends, and it would be rather awkward for her to speak openly." However, Neville also straightened up, gazing at Alex, and added, "Alex, do not grant Ron even the slightest opportunity. I stand with you." Contemplating this, Alex finished his mug of butterbeer and found himself smiling. He had not anticipated that Neville possessed such clarity of thought. Alex glanced at the now empty wine glass, stretched languidly, rose to his feet, and prepared to return to his room for a restful slumber. In the dimly lit and narrow corridor leading to the bar, Alex overheard the agitated voices of two individuals emanating from the small lounge. "There is no point in keeping this from him," Mr. Weasley exclaimed passionately. "Harry has the right to know. I once attempted to inform Fudge, yet he insisted on treating Harry as a mere child. Harry is already 13 years old, and furthermore..." Alex could not help but chuckle after overhearing a few words. It seemed that fate had intertwined his day with Harry's, as he repeatedly encountered conversations about him. Deciding to pause, he leaned against the wall to listen intently. "Arthur, the truth will terrify him," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. "Do you truly wish for Harry to bear such a mental burden upon his return to school?" For heaven's sake, he was joyful in ignorance. "I do not intend to make him miserable. I merely wish for him to be cautious," Mr. Weasley countered. "You are aware of Harry's circumstances, and you know his roommate." "Alexander." "Enough," Molly interjected. "That Alexander just saved our daughter last year. Are you truly a father?" "You know that is not what I meant." Mr. Weasley's voice grew urgent. "You understand what kind of boys Harry and Ron are. They always sneak off to play. But this year. If Harry is persuaded by Alexander to go out, you know what could happen. The night he escaped from home, anything could have transpired on the way. Just thinking of it sends chills down my spine. If the night bus had not picked him up, I dare say he would have perished long before the ministry found him. But he did not perish. He is perfectly well. So what is the need to warn him?" Alex shrugged, preparing to leave, when suddenly Mr. Weasley's words pulled him back. He heard the name Black, which reminded him of the note from Egypt, prompting him to listen intently once more. "Molly, they say Sirius Black has gone mad. He may indeed be deranged. Yet he possesses the cunning to have escaped from Azkaban, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. It has now been 3 weeks, and not a single hair of Black has been seen, regardless of what Fudge continuously asserts to the Daily Prophet. Our progress in capturing Black is akin to the invention of self-chanting wands. The only certainty we possess is the object of Black's pursuit. Harry is absolutely safe at Hogwarts. We believe Azkaban to be impenetrable. If Black could escape from Azkaban, he could easily infiltrate Hogwarts. But can anyone truly ascertain that Black is indeed after Harry?" A loud thud echoed as Mr. Slay struck the table with his fist. "Molly, how many times must I tell you? The papers do not report this because Fudge forbids it, but on the night Black escaped from Azkaban, Fudge visited the prison. The guards informed him that Black had been rambling for some time, repeatedly uttering the same phrase. 'He is at Hogwarts. He is at Hogwarts.' Black has lost his sanity, Molly, and he desires Harry's demise. If you ask me, he believes that killing Harry will restore Voldemort to power. On the night Harry thwarted Voldemort, Black lost everything. And after 12 long years in solitary confinement at Azkaban, he has had ample time to contemplate this. Black? Voldemort?" Alex pondered the parchment once more, recalling that Black was a good man. Had he once been a spy? Yet, Alex held no such impression. He found that as he delved deeper into the magical world, the images from the original text began to blur, leaving him utterly bewildered. As Alex pondered, he made his way towards the bedroom when, suddenly, a voice of astonishment echoed ahead. "Alex!" It was the sound of the Weasley couple's footsteps ascending the stairs with a rhythmic thud. Chapter 12. Side by Side. Alex. Alex came to a halt, lifting his gaze to meet Harry, who stood before him. Should he grant Harry forgiveness? Alex observed Harry's anxious expression as he stood there. Certainly not. Alex's gaze drifted past Harry's face, penetrating the depths of the corridor. Despite his inclination to reason with the young boy, Alex instinctively curled his lip. "Alex!" Harry interjected, positioning himself in front of Alex, his voice brimming with excitement. "I truly made a mistake last semester. I shouldn't have trusted Ron's words. You know, just now Mr. Weasley mentioned something about Sirius Black. He intends to kill. Will you assist me? We've known each other since the train, haven't we? We are friends." Alex gazed helplessly at Harry, who stood before him, incessantly chattering like a machine gun. He took a few steps back, not wishing to be splattered with Harry's spittle. However, Harry's words were far from complete. Ron asserted that Alex was the informant for Black within the school, yet he remained unconvinced as Harry continued to prattle on at Alex. With a furrowed brow, Alex leaned to the side, attempting to slip past and return to his bedroom, rather than engaging in trivial banter with Harry in the stairwell. Akin to a headmaster, Alex would much prefer to recline on the plush bed at the leaky cauldron and indulge in a refreshing slumber. Harry, arms outstretched, intercepted Alex's attempt to pass, continuing, "You saved Ginny last year, and we've longed to express our gratitude. Truly, we misjudged you. How could you possibly be a Death Eater? We should not have." Alex felt an overwhelming urge to cast a petrifying charm on Harry, whose incessant chatter reminded him of the ever-talkative house elf, Sober, back at his home. However, it was evident that everyone was deeply concerned for Harry's safety. And Alex could not guarantee that casting a spell on him would not result in being mistaken for an accomplice of Sirius Black. At the very least, he would undoubtedly be subjected to stringent surveillance. Leaving Alex to ponder how he might manage to go on a date with a girl at night. Was he to do so only in his dreams? What are you doing here? Alex resolved to take action and abruptly interrupted Harry's monologue. Me? Harry seemed momentarily taken aback. Standing there for a brief moment before lowering his outstretched arms and responding, Ron Esrat tonic has gone missing. I'm helping him look for it. Is it that little bottle? Alex inquired, gesturing towards a distant spot. Is it the red one? Harry squinted, his eyesight failing him as he attempted to discern what Alex was pointing at, but he could see nothing clearly. Yes, Alex nodded, though in truth, he had seen nothing at all. Thank you so much, Harry exclaimed joyfully, believing that Alex had forgiven him. Without another word, Alex sidestepped and hurried past Harry, racing toward his own room. He had no desire to waste any more time with Harry, not in the slightest. With a resounding bang, Alex slammed the door to his room shut and sank into the chair at his desk. The leaky cauldron had been around for many years, and the desk in his room still bore the decorative style of the 18th century. The surface was engraved with tales from the collection of the poet Bibbo, including the legend of the three brothers and the story of the Fountain of Fortune. If one were to remove the books from the desk, they could leisurely enjoy the performances of the characters etched upon it. However, Alex had no interest in such diversions today. On the desk lay an ordinary notebook. Its once gilded lettering now faded, revealing only the faintest trace of its original owner's name, Marguerite Valentine. Alex opened his notebook and skillfully inscribed words onto its pages. Mary, are you there? Alex's words appeared on the notebook, neither fading away as before nor failing to be inscribed. Instead, they manifested as if penned in an ordinary notebook, devoid of any reaction. Alex scratched his chin, having noticed a hint of facial hair sprouting since the onset of summer, which had filled him with a sense of pride for quite some time. However, despite this fleeting vanity, he found himself unable to confront the current predicament. Mary displayed no response. As Alex gazed at the scene before him, a wave of despair washed over him, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Over the past 2 years, Mary had been akin to his most esteemed mentor, providing him with invaluable support. He even believed that the lessons imparted by the instructors at Hogwarts paled in comparison to the wisdom he had gleaned from her. Yet, Alex lay brooding on his bed, staring at the ever-shifting ceiling, pondering that ever since returning from Egypt, or more precisely, since the appearance of the incantation for separation in his notebook, Mary had not graced him with her presence again. Instead, a mischievous little sprite, with delicate wings, fluttered to the tip of Alex's nose, glaring at him with her already diminutive green eyes. Still awake at this hour? Be careful, or you'll never grow tall, she admonished. Alex replied dismissively. This sprite, named Sylph, had become a part of Alex's life. Do you need me to conjure a little bed for you? He inquired, squinting at the sprite's finely crafted features. I certainly do not, Sylph retorted, stretching her limbs, flapping her wings, and nestling into Alex's hair, occasionally prancing about until she settled into the coziest position for sleep. Alex couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Could this be the first lady with whom he shared a bed? Chapter 13, The Token. Alex sat on the Hogwarts Express, the familiar sound of the whistle echoing in the air. Gazing out the window at the fleeting scenery, he instinctively drew his wand, idly changing the color of the table in front of him to alleviate the monotony of the journey while pondering his thoughts. He reflected on the hidden chamber found within the Sphinx in Egypt, the final hint from Mary, the ethereal woman in white who had frequently appeared in his dreams, and the mischievous little sprite Sylph, concealed within his hair. All these musings ignited Alex's already abundant curiosity, transforming it into an insatiable thirst for knowledge, akin to wild grass flourishing in the height of summer, completely filling his heart to the brim. Rather than seeking out Malfoy for answers, Alex thought it far simpler to find Black. As long as he stayed near Harry, there was a high likelihood that Sirius Black would come crashing into his embrace. The thought made Alex chuckle with delight. He had a penchant for clever shortcuts, relishing any opportunity to conserve energy. He preferred lounging under the sun on the Hogwarts grounds, napping peacefully while keeping one eye discreetly open to watch girls in short skirts chasing butterflies. The arduous task of confronting Malfoy simply did not align with Alex's inclinations. Suddenly, with a bang, the door swung open. Lily? Alex inquired, his gaze drawn to the flowing hem of Lily's blue-trimmed skirt, fluttering like the rise and fall of her breath. Lily glared at Alex, showing off her 2 prominent canine teeth in a defiant manner. Humph, you didn't send me a single letter all summer, and yet you dare to laugh. Seeing Alex chuckling quietly in his seat only fueled Lily's anger. She stormed over to his side, hands on her hips, glaring down at the amused Alex. Alex chuckled softly twice, retrieving a smooth stone from his pocket. With a sigh, he remarked, "Oh, dear stone, how pitiable you are." Pitiable of what? Lily inquired, pouting as she observed Alex gazing vacantly at the stone. Alas, Alex lamented, prodding the stone with his wand. causing it to roll back and forth across the train table. I brought you from the Sahara Desert with the intention of gifting you to a lovely girl. Yet she has grown angry and now desires nothing to do with you. Indeed, Lily exclaimed, snatching the stone into her small hand before settling down and opening her palm towards it. Now the girl is upset. She is very upset. Throughout the entire summer. The boy did not send her a single letter, not a word throughout the vacation. That boy is a wicked scoundrel. With that, Lily lifted her head, huffed at Alex, and flashed her little canine teeth in a defiant display. Alex feigned ignorance to Lily's actions, raising the wand in his right hand and exhaling softly at its tip. With an air of mystery, he pointed the wand at the small stone from the Sahara Desert. Suddenly, Lily felt a warmth in her palm and quickly lowered her gaze to inspect it. To her astonishment, the once perfectly round stone began to dissolve like summer ice cream, gradually melting away. Lily could swear she witnessed each moment of the stone's transformation, yet, in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a pool of shimmering, golden red liquid. Lily raised her head, gazing at Alex with a perplexed expression, as if to implore him to clarify the significance of the small stone. Alex gazed triumphantly at Lily's puzzled expression, raising his index finger to signal for silence. He then pointed to the stone that had transformed into a puddle of water. Gradually, as if influenced by the temperature, the melted liquid began to solidify once more, resembling an open notebook resting in the palm of Lily's hand. Alex? Lily inquired, staring at the stone, which now resembled a sheet of paper. Observing her intently, Alex spoke softly, as though guiding her through a revelation. Suddenly, gleaming golden letters appeared on the crimson pages. 7-11 Hi, Lily, how have you been? It's been a week since the holiday began, and I've just purchased my plane ticket to Egypt. I'll be heading to the airport this afternoon. I hope I don't get lost. By the way, do you know about airplanes? They are Muggle flying machines, and I've heard that it's not cold at all up in the sky. But if it is, I'll just use a warming charm. 7-12 How are you, Lily? I'm in Egypt now, and the weather is incredibly hot. The Muggle air conditioning makes me feel so stuffy. Are you wondering what air conditioning is? It's a device used by Muggles to regulate temperature. This time, I'm traveling like a Muggle. The airport security wouldn't allow me to bring my owl. I have no choice but to jot down everything that happens here. 7-13 7-14 Lily stared at the crimson pages, filled with Alex's entries, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, Alex's voice had grown considerably softer. I write to you every day. I just compile all the letters and send them at once. He smiled, radiating warmth like the sun. Who would want to read all of this? Lily's eyes glistened with unshed tears, though she stubbornly retorted, flashing her little tiger teeth at Alex. No, wait. Lily suddenly lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Alex. You just said you found the stone in the Sahara Desert. Haha. Alex could not contain his laughter, playfully patting Lily on the head. That was indeed a little stone I picked up in the Sahara. I merely used magic to inscribe each letter onto it later. Lily listened in silence, then took out her wand and, like Alex, gently tapped the open red diary. The crimson pages began to fold, slowly taking the shape of a flower. Each petal then closed together, transforming into a bud, which gradually shrank into a tiny seed. Quietly resting on the table, the carriage was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic clattering of the train. I will cherish this forever, Lily declared, conjuring a silver thread that threaded through the seed lying on the table. With a smile directed at Alex, she added, never depart. Against the light, Alex noticed a small seed, revealing a hint of red, nestled at Lily's chest. He refrained from telling her that this was not a stone from the Sahara, but a product from a distant land, known to people as the Love Bean. Just as Lily had said, Alex was indeed a great deceiver, wasn't he? Chapter 14, Wizard's Chess, Part 1. Alex and Lily sat by the window, a plate of wizard's chess set before them. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully with his right hand. I had long suspected that you were not adept at chess, Lily chuckled as she addressed the bumbling Alex. Alex did not lift his head. He remained fixated on the chessboard. Moments ago, his knight had been swept off the board by Lily's queen, using the throne beneath her. Now, he clutched his broken sword, weeping silently in despair. Alex scratched his head in distress, finding that Lily's chess-playing style was entirely different from the impression she usually gave him. Each move was a calculated step, exuding remarkable composure. Haven't you figured it out yet? Lily inquired, shielding one side of her face with her hand. The Hogwarts Express wound around a majestic mountain, and the sun shone from another direction, illuminating Lily's face perfectly. Let me see, Alex thought, beads of sweat almost forming on his forehead, while the pieces on the chessboard seemed to gaze at him, collectively sighing in exasperation. What more could he possibly need? Suddenly, with a loud creak, the door swung open. Hermione stood at the threshold, observing Alex engrossed in the game. Are you joining me? She asked as she settled beside him, turning to Lily and saying, what a coincidence. Indeed, Lily replied with a smile. Alex felt a sudden drop in the temperature surrounding him. Do you enjoy wizard's chess? Hermione feigned an air of concentration as she leaned her head slightly against Alex's shoulder. You enjoy it too, don't you? Lily, without glancing at Alex, cast a soft smile towards Hermione, her tone exceedingly gentle. As she spoke, she righted the fallen knight on the chessboard. The knight's broken sword, with a swift motion, restored itself, sending a dazzling beam of light directly into Hermione's eyes. Shall we not have a game? Lily reclined in her armchair, half closing her eyes as she regarded Hermione seated before her. Her tone was dignified, making Alex feel as though he were in the presence of a matron observing her husband's mistress with disdain. Hermione straightened up abruptly. Alex sensed a fire igniting in Hermione's gaze. Why not? I am not merely proficient in my studies. I am quite adept at wizard's chess as well. Alex gazed silently at the chessboard, while Hermione, in her seemingly gentle manner, was subtly asserting that her performance surpassed Lily's not only in academics but also in wizard's chess, equally outshining Lily. However, Alex wisely chose to feign ignorance, opting to remain uninvolved at that moment. Eagerly, Lily responded without a hint of trepidation, proclaiming that there are always many who prefer to conceal their true abilities. With a flourish of her wand, Lily commanded the pieces, the king, queen, and others, to return to their original positions as the foremost knight brandished its sword, rallying its comrades with a fierce shout to bolster their spirits. My prowess in chess is not merely commendable. I do hope you might consider giving me a slight advantage. Alex, with a persistent pout, dismissed the notion. Lily's words, a thinly veiled mockery of Hermione, were too superficial. She fixated solely on outward achievements, while Hermione epitomized strength that remained concealed. Resting his chin in his hand, Alex gazed despondently at the two kings on the chessboard. If only I truly possessed hidden prowess, how splendid that would be. Alas, I can merely articulate a few words. Hermione gestured invitingly, addressing Lily. White moves first. The two kings on the board could only shift a single square at a time, standing there forlornly, observing their queens gallivanting across the board. Occasionally, one would violently topple a passing pawn, sending it crashing to the ground. Before turning back to regard the king on the opposite side, Alex felt a profound sense of helplessness akin to that of the king. Move forward, Lily murmured softly. Suddenly, a soldier, adorned with a 17th-century dome-shaped iron helmet and wielding a spear, stepped forward, while the knight behind him vociferously urged, defeat the woman ahead. Alex gazed at the advancing piece, his nostrils filled with the pungent scent of gunpowder. Knight, advance. Hermione straightened, her gaze unwavering as she fixed her eyes on Lily, declaring, one must embrace courage. Such an unorthodox opening, Lily chuckled. It is indeed rare. I had anticipated you would employ the French defense. Rook, move forward, for spaces. Hermione replied with a smile, I am a Gryffindor, and we possess a fervor and bravery that others lack. Queen, advance one step diagonally to the left. Alex lowered his head, observing Hermione's knight as it dismounted, brandishing a sword in response to the taunting adversary across the field, and he let out a quiet sigh. Hermione had asserted that they belonged to the same house, sharing akin thoughts, rendering any external interference futile. Alex watched as the knight gazed fearlessly at the soldier across, who had drawn his spear. Men, all under the sway of women. Proximity does not guarantee possession. Do you desire the knight who stands so close? Lily, eyeing Hermione's advancing queen, declared, move your troops forward. You shall not prevail. He is mine. The saying goes, the one who stands close to the water will receive the moonlight first, a French proverb indeed. Hermione observed Lily's advance, parting the ranks of soldiers with ease, exclaiming, just like this. The castle moves diagonally. Being overly clever is not wise. The situation diverges from your expectations, and I hold the advantage. General, to her surprise, it was an aggressive opening from Spain. Yet, Lily, unfazed, remarked, this is a strategy from an ancient tome. I never would have anticipated you had read it. Hermione smiled in response. Aren't you too? The entire carriage of Alex's compartment trembled violently, teetering on the brink of overturning. Attack! Knights! Lily suddenly raised her voice. Before them, the valiant knight, gripping the reins tightly, charged forth with his spear raised high towards the castle. With a resounding crash, he pierced through the castle, the tip of his spear emerging from the other side. With a triumphant shout, he lifted the castle and hurled it fiercely off the chessboard, where it shattered into a cloud of dust upon impact. Bishop, attack! The once mighty knight was swiftly vanquished by Hermione's bishop, which struck him down with a colossal cross, leaving behind a heap of white powder. Attack! Soldiers! Lily calmly commanded. Knights, attack! 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 The two of them pressed forward, losing several pieces in the relentless whirlpool of battle, until they finally broke free. Lily, bathed in light, turned to Hermione. I have studied the strategy as well. Our match has merely begun. With that, Lily's queen shattered Hermione's final castle into fragments. Victory shall undoubtedly be mine. Hermione retorted defiantly. War grants no respite to women. May Merlin bless you, Alex. Chapter 15. Emblem. Second update. The train journeyed northward as the daylight gradually waned. Alex withdrew his wand and softly murmured, Lumos. A gentle silver glow emanated from the tip of his wand, casting a delicate light that filled the entire carriage like fine thread. Unbeknownst to Lily and Hermione, who were both engrossed in the unfolding game, they breathed softly, rigidly leaning against their seats, striving to maintain smiles upon their faces. Alex felt that the cold was becoming increasingly severe. General, Hermione murmured softly, please concede. Alex abruptly turned around, gazing at the chessboard where Hermione's final knight stood defiantly before Lily's king, brandishing its sword in a menacing threat to the unfortunate monarch. Both Hermione and Lily as queen had previously engaged in a brutal clash, now reduced to a thick layer of powder on one side of the board. As he surveyed the remaining 3 or 4 pieces, the phrase carnage and rivers of blood suddenly surged into Alex's mind. Lily furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the chessboard intently. And then a smile broke across her face. I told you, you celebrated too soon. The king shifted one step to the left. With a resounding thud, the king swung his scepter, decapitating Hermione's soldier and narrowly evading her general's advance. Alex, initially bored while observing the match between Lily and Hermione, suddenly perceived that the scenery outside the window began to transform at an increasingly sluggish pace, as if it were gradually coming to a halt. Meow, Hermione's pet, a cat named Crookshanks, abruptly burst through the door, wailing mournfully, and leaped onto Hermione's lap. The pieces on the chessboard all turned to gaze at the enormous feline face, its golden fur lacking any luster. Alex noticed that the previously radiant sunshine had now succumbed to a gloomy overcast. Nevertheless, Hermione merely offered a gentle caress to Crookshanks, who lay upon her knees before immersing herself once more into her game with Lily. Alex, with a hint of resignation, pursed her lips, as it seemed the others regarded her as a prize, striving with all their might to claim her. Shaking her head, she reflected on the absurdity of life. Is this a stalemate? Hermione suddenly turned to Alex and inquired. A stalemate? Alex glanced at Lily, who wore an expression of discontent, and Hermione, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Carefully choosing her words. I believe it does not qualify, Lily stated earnestly. I still have moves to make. Indeed, Alex murmured softly. But no, you can only move pawns. Hermione replied calmly. Even if you do, they would simply be captured by the king. Alex's gaze wandered, fixating on the window where a dense, murky gray began to manifest, seemingly growing more pronounced. It must be a stalemate. Hermione, oblivious to the rain beginning to patter against the glass, remained focused. Not so. Lily's words were abruptly interrupted as the entire train jolted with a sudden clatter. The Hogwarts Express screeched as its wheels ground against the tracks, finally coming to an unsteady halt. What has happened? Alex and the others stood up, their faces alight with joy, as if they had awaited this moment for years. Nothing much. Hermione leaned out the window, scanning the surroundings. We haven't arrived. This is not Hogwarts. I beg to differ. Think carefully. Lily produced her wand, casting a gentle glow throughout the carriage. Everything is stopped. Something is amiss. However, both girls fixed their gazes on Alex, urging him to declare whether it was indeed a stalemate. Meow. Crookshanks suddenly leaped onto the chessboard, his fur bristling in alarm. Alex gazed gratefully at Crookshanks, silently invoking, Merlin, protect us. It appeared that Alex scrutinized the chessboard, where Crookshanks perched atop a pile of groaning pieces. Perhaps we shall continue this next time. This is truly untenable. Just then, the door creaked ominously. Alex followed the sound to the entrance, where a cloaked figure loomed, towering to the ceiling, as though just extracted from water, dripping with moisture. Its face was entirely shrouded in the hood. A hand emerged from the cloak, glowing faintly, gray and thin, crusted as if it had been submerged in decay. The hand revealed itself for but a fleeting moment before the figure seemed to sense Alex's scrutiny, retracting the hand into the folds of the dark cloak. Then, whatever lay beneath the hood inhaled deeply, a long, slow breath that trembled, as if striving to draw in something other than mere air from its surroundings. Alex felt as though a chilling wave was rushing towards him in an instant. A Dementu? Suddenly, Alex regained his senses, just as he was about to draw his wand, when a brilliant light illuminated above his head. Alex's thick black hair was playfully pushed aside, revealing a golden little head. 2 pointed long ears twitched mischievously. Sylph leaned out slightly, rubbed her eyes, and swayed her body as if awakening her delicate wings. Golden dust scattered from Sylph's fluttering wings, enveloping Alex in its embrace. The chilling sensation that had penetrated Alex's chest and reached his heart vanished without a trace. He felt as though he were basking on a sun-kissed beach at the equator, enveloped in a comforting warmth. Even the guardian spirits seemed unnecessary. Sylph flapped her wings, soaring around Alex in a playful dance before finally perching on his nose, gazing into his eyes as she spoke. Ah, Sylph stretched languidly in midair, her slender waist forming a graceful curve as she gently floated to Alex's face, playfully nipping at his cheek. I was born to toil, dear master. With that, Sylph crossed her hands in front of her and effortlessly waved them forward. Like a tempest summoned into existence, it surged forth, rushing towards the Dementor. Alex stood in astonishment, gazing at his pet, Sylph, who was striking a pose at the tip of his nose. The Dementor had long since vanished from the doorway, as if it had never existed at all. Is it beautiful? Sylph suddenly paused, revealing a delicate tattoo on her waist, a butterfly with fluttering wings. She looked at Alex and said, My master? Chapter 16. An affair. The chilling sensation brought by the Dementor had now completely dissipated, as though it had never been there. If there was any trace left, Alex thought as he glanced towards the doorway, it was the faint handprints, seemingly formed from gathered moisture, left on the door that had just been pushed open. Perhaps these are the imprints of the Dementor, he mused. What are you looking at? Sylph joyfully circled around Alex, fluttering in delight. Alex felt that having Sylph around him was akin to basking in the warmth of the sun, enveloping him in a comforting glow. Could it be that Sylph had settled upon the tip of Alex's nose, wings folded, embracing her knees, rendering me unappealing? Alex remained silent, pondering what to ask. While Hermione and Lily had yet to notice the diminutive fairy, whose form resembled that of a butterfly, yet was transparent and emanated golden sparkles. Did Sylph gaze at Alex without a response, leaning forward like a languid cat, peering into Alex's eyes as if to ask, "Do I please you, my master?" Alex gazed at Sylph before him, her slender waist adorned with a butterfly just above her navel, reminiscent of a delicate flower-gatherer flitting amidst the blossoms. Her voluminous, curly golden locks cascaded gracefully, framing a pair of eyes brimming with allure. How exquisite she appeared. Alex felt a parched sensation in his throat, and he was certain that his cheeks were ablaze with heat. Should Sylph wish to utter a command, he would undoubtedly be eager to comply. I knew it. My master is the best. Suddenly, Sylph soared into the air, leaving a trail of golden dust that glimmered until it touched Alex's cheek. It was merely a token of reward, a reward. Alex felt a gentle peck on his face, and before he could react, his hair was swept aside. Sylph returned to her home, nestled deep within Alex's hair, resembling a quaint cottage in the heart of the forest. Alex, come here. Just as Alex was still dazed by the inexplicable events of the day, a sudden call from Hermione broke the silence. Lily. Alex dashed over in a flash. There he saw Lily leaning against the window, her golden locks cascading in disarray, her pink lips slightly parted, eyes closed as if trapped in a nightmare, her brow furrowed, and her face occasionally contorted with fear. Alex approached Lily's side, tilting his head slightly to listen intently. Cold Lily intermittently murmured a single word from her lips. Alex felt as though his heart were shattering. He was uncertain whether to awaken Lily. Occasionally lifting his gaze, he noticed men also watching him. Gently, Alex settled beside Lily, opening his voluminous wizard's robe to envelop her. His arms encircled her slender and graceful neck, while her shoulder rested against him like a soft pillow. Alex remained perfectly still, his head tilted as he listened to Lily, who rested upon his shoulder, emitting faint murmurs of dreams. Is she all right? Hermione inquired softly, approaching Alex with unease and gesturing towards Lily. Alex remained silent, merely shaking his head slightly, fearful of disturbing Lily's slumber. I too was perplexed by Hermione's questioning gaze directed at Alex, and I shook my head, her fluffy brown locks swaying gently with the motion. Noticing Alex's furtive glance towards the doorway, Hermione immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, she remarked, pausing momentarily as a shiver ran down her spine. When a cloaked figure materialized at the entrance, both Lily and I were enveloped by an intense chill. Hermione's voice dropped to a whisper as she gradually settled beside Alex, resting her head on his shoulder. A sudden gust of cold wind swept away those hooded creatures, she murmured, but in that moment, I felt utterly frigid. With that, Hermione gently lifted Alex's wizarding robe and draped it over herself, mirroring Lily's gesture as she leaned against Alex's shoulder, albeit resting on his left. While Lily nestled on the right. Hold me tight, Hermione whispered softly to Alex. Alex now felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, uncertain of what to do next. At that moment, Hermione's arms encircled Alex's waist, her face close to his, exuding a subtle fragrance reminiscent of youthful innocence. Alex gazed into Hermione's eyes, which appeared dreamy and ethereal, akin to the enchanting moonlit shadows that offer travelers delightful reveries in the midst of night. He perceived her brown eyes as deep, clear pools. Once calm like a placid lake, they now rippled with the winds of emotion, swirling as if to draw Alex's very soul into their depths. Alex's gaze followed the warm brown of Hermione's eyes, gradually gliding down her proud nose, where a few droplets of sweat glimmered delicately at the tip. The corners of Hermione's rosy lips were slightly parted, exhaling a fragrance uniquely hers, reminiscent of orchids after a gentle rain. The aroma that Hermione unknowingly emanated entwined like fine threads, anchoring Alex's gaze firmly, preventing it from wandering elsewhere. Alex felt as though his chest were ablaze. When his gaze swept over Hermione's delicate collarbone, an irrepressible impulse surged within him, particularly as Hermione's youthful form leaned against him. The yet immature curve stirred a tumult of emotions, leaving Alex parched in throat. Lily, furrowing her brow, continued to murmur in her dreams. Her words, cool and distant, fell upon Alex like a bucket of icy water. Summoning all his strength, Alex closed his eyes, choosing not to look at Hermione, and took shallow breaths with utmost restraint. Alex closed his eyes, gradually regulating his breath, seeking to find tranquility. He yearned to calm himself, to achieve a state of serenity akin to the gentle caress of a hand upon his face. A hand. Alex opened his eyes in astonishment as Hermione's hand gently caressed his face, reminiscent of a lover's tender touch. With her eyes half closed, Hermione gazed at Alex and whispered, "Kiss me." Alex sat in a daze upon the chair, while Hermione nestled upon his lap, her eyes gently closed. Their lips met, and Alex was enveloped by an indescribable softness and sweetness. As he slightly opened his eyes, he beheld Hermione's long lashes fluttering restlessly. The sunlight had dispersed the recent clouds of rain, streaming down at an angle from the horizon, brushing against Hermione's trembling lashes and alighting upon Alex's ear. "Alex, I like you." Hermione Granger's words echoed in his mind, as if the sunlight itself whispered them to him. Chapter 17. If you don't mind, is she all right? Alex inquired, grasping Lily's hand as he turned to Madame Pomfrey. What is wrong with her? Madame Pomfrey gazed sorrowfully at Lily, who lay weakly upon the bed. She appears extremely fragile. First, let her have a bit of chocolate, the poor little girl. With that, Alex propped Lily up slightly, breaking off a small piece of chocolate and placing it gently into her mouth. After she consumed the chocolate, Alex tenderly patted the back of her hand in a rhythmic manner, which lulled Lily into a peaceful slumber. Feeling secure and comfortable, she slightly rose, resting her head against Alex's shoulder. Dementors. Alex silently formed the words with his lips toward Madame Pomfrey. She closed her eyes in anguish, as if haunted by the terrifying image, softly murmuring as she brushed Lily's hair aside, caressing her forehead. She will not be the first to succumb to despair. Now, she is cold and damp all over. Those are dreadful creatures. Alex silently nodded. Upon disembarking from the train, he escorted Lily to the infirmary. At that moment, she had already regained consciousness. He had previously attempted to use a swift revival spell on her, yet her condition did not improve. Instead, it seemed to have subjected her to yet another encounter with a Dementor, leaving her so weak that she could scarcely stand. Just then, a sudden eruption of thunderous applause and cheers resonated from outside. Even from the infirmary, located on the opposite side of Hogwarts, the sounds were unmistakable. They are likely holding the sorting ceremony now, Madame Pomfrey said reassuringly to Alex. Why not go to the Great Hall and have something to eat? No sooner had she spoken than Alex's stomach rumbled audibly. Lily, who had been with her eyes closed, let out a gentle laugh. Go have a bite to eat first, she said, her voice as soft as the whisper of willow branches dancing in the breeze. Alex gazed at the pale-faced Lily, slowly shaking his head. At this moment, Madame Pomfrey interjected, suggesting that even if you were not hungry, Alex's stomach growled once more, eliciting an even louder laugh from Lily. What she truly needed was a tranquil environment. Madame Pomfrey reached out to measure Lily's pulse, indicating that it would be best for her to get a good night's sleep. However, she remained silent, hands on her hips, observing the exchange of glances between Lily and Alex. Embarrassed, Lily stuck out her tongue at Alex, then pulled up the blanket to cover her head. Under the unwavering gaze of Madame Pomfrey, Alex reluctantly departed from the infirmary and proceeded towards the auditorium. As he walked along the path leading to the auditorium, Hermione called out to him, inquiring about Lily's condition. Madame Pomfrey mentioned that she needed a good rest. Alex, feeling rather dejected, replied, yet she insisted on sending me away, claiming that my presence would prevent Lily from resting properly. Hermione, observing the innocent expression on Alex's face, suddenly halted and asked, do you prefer me or her? Alex was momentarily taken aback by Hermione's unexpected question, rendered speechless as his gaze flitted about nervously, avoiding the warmth of her brown eyes. Instead, he instinctively followed the movement of her toes as she stepped forward. Do you like her? Hermione pressed on, quickly closing the distance between them, her eyes locked onto Alex's. As he regarded Hermione standing before him, her pink lips parted slightly in excitement, reminiscent of a rose swaying gently in the wind, delicately kissing the dewdrops beneath the moonlight. With a sudden leap, Alex advanced towards Hermione. His right hand skillfully encircled her slender waist, while his left arm naturally draped over her shoulder. Tilting his head slightly, Alex pressed his lips against hers. Hermione instinctively recoiled, yet found herself ensnared by Alex's embrace. Realizing her resistance was futile, she pushed against him with all her might, but the proximity between them rendered her efforts ineffective. Her arms bent, she struggled to exert any force, and in her fervent attempt to resist Alex's passionate kiss, her lips parted slightly, emitting breathy gasps akin to soft moans. Alex sensed Hermione's subtle resistance and embraced her more tightly, his hands pressing closer against her, amidst the delicate friction of their wizarding robes. Alex felt the silkiness of Hermione's exquisite skin. Ultimately, Hermione could no longer withstand his fiery embrace. She felt herself soften entirely, her eyes clouded with enchantment, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. A soft murmur escaped her lips as she surrendered her resistance, wrapping her arms around Alex's neck and responding passionately. They were so close that Hermione's unblossomed bud pressed firmly against Alex's chest, accompanied by the faintest sighs that escaped her nose. For the first time, Alex felt the enchanting essence of the world, sensing that he and Hermione had, in that moment, become the very epicenter of existence. The entire universe revolved around them. Time had long ceased to flow, leaving only the rhythm of their heartbeats. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed from behind them. Hermione's eyes widened in alarm, and with a gasp, she recoiled several steps, her gaze cast downward in trepidation as she fidgeted with her attire, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Alex was also slightly agape, hissing as he inhaled the cool air, having just bitten his own tongue in a moment of panic caused by Hermione. If you do not mind. Alex did not even turn around, yet he could discern the voice of Professor McGonagall, which, unlike her usual stern tone imbued with authority, now carried an air of awkwardness. Clearing her throat, Professor McGonagall approached Alex, feigning nonchalance, and calmly addressed both him and Hermione. If you don't mind, I would like to quicken our pace. Professor Dumbledore's speech is about to commence, and this year, I will also introduce you to 2 new teachers. All right, Hermione replied, nervously adjusting her skirt and smoothing her hair. Her head bowed. All right, Professor McGonagall. Alex looked helplessly at Hermione, who was walking increasingly faster ahead of him. He desperately wished to convey to Professor McGonagall that he was quite perturbed, indeed very much so. Upon entering the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall swiftly made her way to the staff table, leaning slightly to whisper softly to Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Hermione kept her head bowed. As if hoping to be overlooked by everyone, her face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Alex followed closely behind Hermione, but each time she quickened her pace, taking a few brisk steps ahead. This drew the attention of everyone in the hall, prompting some to whistle and emit sly laughter. A commotion that only subsided once they reached the Gryffindor long table and took their seats. Neville had already reserved 2 places for Alex and Hermione. What's the matter with you? Neville inquired, turning his head as soon as Alex sat down. Alex glanced at Neville, who sat to his right, casting a furtive look towards Hermione on his left, subtly moving his lips. Neville softly murmured his admiration, yet was taken aback when Hermione immediately turned her head, fixating her gaze on him, her eyes brimming with curiosity and a hint of menace. Even Harry, seated across from them, looked over with intrigue, but Ron, sitting beside Harry, nearly scoffed in disdain. Upon meeting Hermione's gaze, Neville opened his mouth to explain, but his words faltered, rendered mute by his timidity. Observing this scenario, Alex felt a pang of concern and was about to turn to Hermione to clarify when Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. Welcome, Professor Dumbledore proclaimed, the candlelight glinting off his beard. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark upon a new academic year. I have a few words to share with you all, one of which is of utmost seriousness. I believe it is best to clarify this matter before you become too entranced by the sumptuous feast before you. Seizing the moment during Dumbledore's pause, Hermione ruthlessly stepped on Alex's foot beneath the table. Alex yelped, his exclamation ringing through the hushed hall. The sound acted as a clarion call, igniting a flurry of whispers among the gathered crowd, with most conversations likely revolving around the Dementors. However, Dumbledore remained unperturbed, patiently allowing the hall to quieten before clearing his throat to continue. You are undoubtedly aware that they have searched the Hogwarts Express. Currently, our school is to host several Dementors from Azkaban, here on official business for the Ministry of Magic. A murmur erupted throughout the hall, a cacophony of discussions igniting the atmosphere. Alex noticed Hermione tremble slightly, prompting him to grasp her hand firmly. In response, Hermione retaliated with another sharp jab to his foot beneath the table, yet Alex tightened his grip, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush an even deeper shade of crimson, a hue that seemed destined to linger. As she clasped his hand in return, their fingers entwined. In such a setting, an enchanting sensation akin to secret romance enveloped the pair. Dumbledore wrapped his spoon against the golden chalice before him, restoring silence to the hall, and continued. They are stationed at every entrance to the school grounds, and during their stay, I must make it unequivocally clear that no one is to leave the school without permission. Dementors cannot be deceived by tricks or disguises, not even by an invisibility cloak. He added this last point without expression, emphasizing that Dementors possess no comprehension of requests or excuses. Therefore, I caution each and every one of you, do not afford them any reason to harm you. I rely upon the heads of houses, along with our newly appointed male and female student council presidents, to ensure that no student engages in conflict with the Dementors. In a more uplifting tone, he continued, this year, I am delighted to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks. The first is Professor Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Alex noticed Harry across the way, clapping remarkably loudly. This was, of course, due to the sparse applause in the hall. The tattered Lupin was evidently not as popular as last year's Lockhart. Lockhart, with merely a wave of his hand, had elicited shrieks from at least 2/3 of the girls, including Hermione, who was currently holding Alex's hand tightly. As for the second teacher we appointed, the tepid applause for Professor Lupin faded away. Dumbledore continued, I regret to inform you that our care of magical creatures teacher, Professor Kettleburn, retired at the end of last year to spend more time with his remaining little mischief makers. However, I am pleased to announce that none other than Rubius Hagrid has agreed to fill his position. Hagrid has consented to take on the role of teacher in addition to his duties as keeper of keys and grounds. The applause from Gryffindor erupted vigorously, and Alex even spotted Hagrid waving at him, presumably to thank him for helping clear his name regarding the Chamber of Secrets. Suddenly, Alex pondered whether Hagrid might add a few points to his final grade because of this matter. Ultimately, the applause gradually dwindled. Well, I believe the important matters have been addressed, Dumbledore said with a smile. Let us begin our feast. In an instant, the golden plates and goblets before them brimmed with food and drink. Yet, faced with the exquisite spread, Alex felt an unexpected lack of appetite. Or perhaps he was simply too full from the journey. Surely, that must be the case, for Hermione had not touched her food either. She still clutched Alex's hand, which was clammy with sweat. Chapter 18. Through the mist, Alex surveyed the surroundings. This space could hardly be deemed a classroom, resembling rather a fusion of an attic and an antiquated tea house. At least 20 small, circular tables were crammed into the room, each encircled by armchairs adorned with Indian print fabric and plump cushions. Everything was bathed in a dim, crimson glow. The curtains were drawn tight, and many lamps were draped with deep red shades. The atmosphere within the room was oppressively warm, the fireplace crammed full, with a large copper kettle simmering atop, emitting a heavy, cloying aroma. The circular walls were lined with shelves, laden with dust-covered feathers, candle stubs, worn playing cards, countless silver crystal orbs, and an assortment of teapots. What was even more disconcerting was the persistent absence of Professor Trelawney, the divination instructor. Just as Alex resolved to pull up a stool and seat himself, a voice suddenly emerged from the shadows, muffled and indistinct, akin to hearing someone shout while submerged underwater. "Welcome," the voice intoned. "It is truly delightful to finally behold you in the tangible realm." Alex squinted as he gazed at the professor who emerged from the swirling mist. Professor Trelawney stepped into the illuminated area, her frame exceedingly slender. Her oversized glasses magnified her eyes, rendering them reminiscent of a bat's. She draped herself in a shimmering, diaphanous shawl, and her long neck was adorned with countless necklaces and beads. Her arms and hands sparkled with bangles and rings, enveloping her in an ethereal aura. "Well," Hermione whispered in awe at Professor Trelawney. Alex found himself nodding in agreement. Indeed, Professor Trelawney embodied an enigmatic presence, aligning perfectly with Hermione's and Alex's conception of a master diviner. "Sit, my children, sit," she beckoned, and they clumsily clambered into the armchairs or sank into the plump cushions. Alex turned his head, with Neville and Hermione seated on either side of him. "Welcome to divination class," Professor Trelawney announced, perched upon a winged armchair before the fireplace. "I am Professor Trelawney. You may not have encountered me before. I have found that the incessant hustle and bustle of school life has rendered my days somewhat indistinct." Alex feigned a contemplative demeanor, intermittently opening and closing his eyes as though attempting to awaken a higher perception. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed from an unknown source, seemingly mocking Alex's naivety. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, only to discover that Neville and Hermione were intently listening to Professor Trelawney. The professor continued, "You have chosen the divination course, the most challenging of all magical arts. I must caution you from the outset. If you lack the sight, my teachings will be of little value to you. In this regard, books can only guide you so far." Upon hearing this, Neville excitedly glanced at Alex, silently mouthing that they would no longer need to memorize texts. Alex smiled and nodded in agreement, while Hermione cast a few disappointed glances at the textbook reading the future through tea leaves, which she had already thoroughly mastered over the summer. Many witches and wizards, despite their prodigious talents for creating powerful effects, inexplicably struggled to pierce the mists and foresee the future. Professor Trelawney continued, her large, luminous eyes sweeping across the classroom. Such gifted abilities were rare. "You boy," she suddenly addressed Neville, causing him to nearly tumble off his cushion. "How's your grandmother?" "I believe she is well," Neville stammered. "I would not be so certain, dear," Professor Trelawney replied, the firelight glinting off her long emerald earrings. Neville was rendered breathless. The professor calmly continued, "This year we shall explore various fundamental methods of divination. The first semester will focus on interpreting tea leaves, while in the second semester, we shall delve into palmistry. By the way, my dear," she suddenly directed her attention to Parvati Patil, "beware of men with dark hair." Parvati instinctively turned to Alex, her gaze tinged with caution. In response, Alex flashed a broad smile, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth, which startled Parvati into hastily pushing her chair away, her expression one of lingering trepidation as she regarded him. To her surprise, Alex appeared rather pleased, casting a triumphant glance at Hermione, which infuriated her, prompting an exasperated glare in his direction. In the summer term, Professor Trelawney continued, "We shall learn to read crystal balls, provided we have completed our studies on omens from flames. Unfortunately, in February, a virulent flu will necessitate the suspension of classes. I shall lose my voice. Shortly before Easter, one among us will depart forever." Alex, with an air of indifference, turned his attention to the classroom itself. He observed a dusty crystal ball, solitary and abandoned in the corner. What was he waiting for? Just as Alex was about to examine the dust-covered orb, Hermione nudged him from his reverie, reminding him that Professor Trelawney had instructed them to fetch teacups. Following Neville's shattering of the second teacup, they commenced their inaugural foray into divination. Alex gazed at the teacup before him, a delicate shade of pink. In a moment of laziness, he had asked Hermione to fetch him a teacup, and in response, she handed him the very pink one. "Are you all right?" Hermione inquired, observing Alex lost in thought. "Hurry up and finish your tea." Alex nodded, furrowing his brow as he consumed the tea. It was not only scalding hot, but also bore a bitter taste. Shaking his head, Alex realized that this was truly incongruous with his refined palate. Alex and Hermione swirled the tea leaves as instructed by Professor Trelawney, then dried their cups and exchanged them. Hermione, brimming with excitement, flipped through the pages of her book to the 5th and 6th, her gaze fixed on Alex as he rotated the teacup, urging him impatiently. "Come on, what does it say?" Alex gazed over the rim of his teacup at Hermione, who, with a childlike expression of eager anticipation, elicited a smile from him. Alex gazed intently into his teacup, observing the peculiar shapes of the tea leaves, which resembled an intricate map. "Alex, what are you waiting for?" A sudden voice shrieked in his ear. Countless golden threads enveloped Alex, gradually pulling him in. Alex surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had never been here before. Am I not beautiful? A soft murmur, like a ribbon, entwined itself around Alex's ears. He gazed into the distance, yet could discern nothing clearly. Chapter 19. The Past. Alex opened his eyes to find himself in a small room. Surrounding him were nothing but walls. There was only a massive stone upon which he could perch. Am I not beautiful? He pondered. Suddenly, the wall before him emanated a radiant light, as if something within was striving to burst forth, desperately yearning for freedom. Slivers of light occasionally seeped through the crevices of the bricks, resembling a wall undergoing a transformation, sprouting countless tendrils. With a resounding crash, the wall before Alex fractured. Fragments of stone scattered, gently cascading to the ground, and a flash of golden light illuminated the space. Alex widened his eyes in astonishment as he beheld the divination classroom where he had just been attending lessons. However, this tower appeared different. Chairs were haphazardly arranged, devoid of any deliberately cultivated aura of mystery, and absent was Professor Trelawney's ethereal voice, resembling instead a sunlit art studio. At the heart of the studio, where sunlight congregated, stood a girl. Her long golden hair cascaded down her shoulders, carelessly draping over her form, and beneath a pale blue-trimmed wizard's robe, her arms gleamed like pristine jade. Fool! Am I not more beautiful than a teacup? The golden-haired girl exclaimed in irritation towards Alex. Her eyes sparkled brilliantly, captivating him with their seemingly enchanting allure. There was no need for comparison. Alex noticed a teacup materializing within his line of sight, accompanied by a slightly trembling voice. Alex wished to gaze upon the woman's visage once more, only to find that the teacup had been abruptly lifted, obstructing his view. It is hard to fathom how such a diminutive teacup could serve as a curtain, entirely shrouding Alex's sight, or rather, completely sealing off an entire wall. Do not presume I am unaware. Alex once again heard the voice of the girl, imbued with a certainty characteristic of Ravenclaw. What did she know? The enigmatic voice echoed once more, and Alex noticed the teacup had been tilted slightly, allowing him to glimpse the girl's eyes. He felt an uncanny familiarity with her gaze, as if they were capable of speech. Suddenly, his vision shifted downward, catching sight of the book before him. It was as though he had parted the clouds to glimpse the future. Alex quickly glanced at the cover, realizing the book had been opened to the 5th page. There, inscribed, were the words, A Swaying Cross. The voice resumed, reading aloud the text from the page. I see a cross in your teacup. This signifies that I shall soon face trials and tribulations. The girl's voice immediately followed. Alex discovered that the girl's words mirrored precisely those inscribed in the book. Yet, without needing to glance down, he could discern that her voice persisted, her eyes occasionally fluttering towards him, as if to convey the message, you know this already. I always accompany you. How much energy I must squander on you, you fool. Alex listened to the girl's voice, while others might exude a sense of self-importance and narcissism. This blonde girl seemed to possess an innate audacity, radiating an ineffable pride that rendered her demeanor utterly natural. Moreover, Alex was acutely aware of the presence of hands entering his line of sight. The fingers were long and delicate, resembling those sculpted from fine jade, yet slightly larger than those of an ordinary woman. Alex understood that girls with larger hands often exuded greater strength and confidence. The tranquil surface of the autumn lake mirrored the eyes of the girl before him. Her gaze, fixed upon Alex, shimmered ever so slightly, yet remained crystal clear. This gentle ripple in her eyes seemed to convey the unspoken words of a lover, subtly enveloping him like a tender spring breeze, making it impossible to break free. You are fond of me. Alex beheld the girl's eyes, brimming with confidence, pride, and a mischievous glimmer that occasionally sparkled, alongside a profound tenderness that lay deep within. Unbeknownst to her, the girl's hand gently stilled the voice of the man. I like you too. Light streamed from behind the girl, accompanied by her exceedingly gentle gaze, directed towards Alex. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, his hand involuntarily released its grip, causing the teacup to tumble to the ground with a crisp clatter. This sound resonated as if someone had turned off the power, and Alex found himself enveloped in an unexpected darkness, unable to see anything. In that obscurity, no one noticed that beneath him, the massive stone was gradually melting away like snow beneath the winter sun. Slowly, a glimmer of light began to seep into Alex's eyes, and the world returned to the illumination of day. The first sight that greeted him was the girl with voluminous brown hair, Hermione. Haven't you seen enough? Hermione gazed at Alex, her eyes impatiently yearning to delve into a book and engage in practice. Then I shall begin, Hermione thought, feeling an inexplicable sweetness blossom within her as she observed Alex, who appeared lost in thought. Your teacup is ominous. This is foreboding. A terrified cry suddenly pierced through the classroom. Alex, just returning to reality, along with his peers, directed his gaze towards the source of the piercing scream, Professor Trelawney. She stood wide-eyed, trembling hands pointing at Harry's teacup, her face etched with an unprecedented gravity, or perhaps fear. What do I have? Alex observed as Harry scanned the surroundings, evidently in search of an answer. However, those born into wizarding families merely covered their mouths, casting pitying glances at Harry, while Hermione, seated beside him, furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction. She seemed to believe it unnecessary to create such a commotion over a few tea leaves, as though Voldemort were on the verge of reappearing. Yet, the most astonished of all was Professor Trelawney, who cried out to Harry with an air of disbelief, "My dear. It is ominous. Ominous. That ghostly hound lurking in the graveyard. My dear child, it is an ill omen, the worst of omens, a harbinger of death." Her tone was such that one might think she wished for all to believe that Harry was destined to meet an untimely demise the moment he stepped out of the classroom. "No, Professor," Ron interjected hesitantly, appearing to struggle with the conviction that Harry was indeed fated to perish. Hermione, however, stood up and circled around to the back of Professor Trelawney's chair. "I don't see it as ominous," she stated plainly. Professor Trelawney turned her head, regarding Hermione with evident displeasure. "What is the matter with her?" Alex wondered, feeling utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation, and turned to Neville for clarification. Neville looked at Alex with an innocent expression, shrugged, and replied, "I don't know either, but she probably doesn't tea like her." Alex nodded in agreement. Although Hermione initially harbored a sense of wonder regarding divination, after witnessing Professor Trelawney's performance, even Alex himself felt she was merely a skilled charlatan. "I observed Hermione as she stood up, and Ron's voice suddenly rose. But don't you think?" Alex directly took the teacup from Trelawney, and, under her incredulous gaze, turned to Neville and remarked, "From this angle, it resembles a hippopotamus, doesn't it?" I said, "Do not be disheartened, my dear. I perceive the aura surrounding you is rather diminutive, showing a poor receptivity to the resonance of the future." Professor Trelawney directed her words towards Alex and Hermione. Hermione wore an expression of disbelief, as it was the first time a teacher had informed her she lacked talent in a subject, leaving her momentarily speechless. "I suppose we shall conclude today's lesson here," Professor Trelawney declared, her pride evident as she noted Hermione's reaction. She reverted to her characteristic, indistinct tone, instructing, "Please gather your belongings." Everyone handed their teacups back to Professor Trelawney. Alex returned two at once, while Hermione expressed her unwillingness to engage further with the woman. Alex merely shook his head, fulfilling the role of a runner. "Before we meet again," Professor Trelawney weakly uttered, "I wish you all good fortune." "Oh, dear." She pointed at Neville, "You will be late for the next class, so remember to exert extra effort to catch up with everyone." However, no one paid heed to her words. All eyes were on Harry. They quietly distanced themselves from him, as if fearing that a mere gesture could cause him to collapse and perish. Harry was escorted to the Transfiguration classroom like a cherished star, met with the lifeless gazes of his peers as he entered. Alex suddenly found divination class rather amusing, particularly with the eccentric Professor Trelawney. "What are you laughing at?" Hermione abruptly pulled Alex, who was still chuckling in a daze, as they entered the Transfiguration classroom, muttering, I absolutely must score full marks in divination to show that old woman." Chapter 20. Ron's resentment. Alex sat at the back of the classroom, attentively listening to Professor McGonagall passionately delivering her lecture on Transfiguration. Currently, due to the inexplicable malfunction of Margaret's notebook, he found himself unable to effortlessly transcribe the answers as he usually would. An animagus cannot arbitrarily transform into any animal. The creature they become is intrinsically linked to the wizard's personality and weight. Generally, each individual is limited to transforming into a single type of animal, Professor McGonagall stated solemnly. Her gaze fixed on Alex, who, to her surprise, was not distracted but rather engrossed in taking notes. After a brief pause, she scanned the room, observing that, apart from Alex and Hermione, the rest of the class seemed disengaged, which caused her to furrow her brow. Her voice rose slightly as she continued, "Furthermore, the transformations of animagi are typically confined to non-magical creatures. Altering into magical beings may yield unpredictable consequences. This is due to the fundamental differences in the operation of wizarding magic compared to that of magical creatures." Noticing the lack of attention, Professor McGonagall rapped her wand against the desk, producing a resounding bang that startled the entire class. Neville's book fell to the floor in fright. "Don't you think you should be recording what I am saying?" Instantly, the classroom fell silent, save for the soft scratching of quills on parchment. "Can anyone tell me the distinguishing features of an animagus transformation in comparison to ordinary transfiguration?" Hermione's hand shot up, raised high as she looked towards Professor McGonagall. "Miss Granger." McGonagall gestured invitingly. Hermione confidently stood to address the class. "An animagus allows a person to retain their human intelligence while in animal form and still communicate with others of the same species." "Excellent." Professor McGonagall beamed, her face illuminating with a smile. "Does anyone else wish to add to that?" "Not using a wand." Alex raised his hand and stood. What you said is quite insightful." McGonagall clearly was not seeking this answer, hesitating slightly before continuing. "The physical condition of an animagus in animal form reflects their human state. It is not as flawless as ordinary transfiguration, as you will see." With that, she snapped her fingers and vanished, subsequently appearing as a tabby cat at the podium, gazing expectantly at the students below. If one observed closely, they might notice the remnants of human characteristics around the corners of the cat's eyes. Yet, nothing happened below. Silence enveloped the room, and the anticipated applause for McGonagall's transformation did not materialize. "Honestly, what is wrong with all of you today?" she inquired. just as she returned to her original form with a soft pop, surveying her students. It is rather disheartening that my transformation did not earn the applause of the class. This is a first. All heads turned toward Harry, yet no one spoke. At that moment, Hermione raised her hand once more. McGonagall paused, a look of confusion crossing her face. Lavender whispered from below, "Professor, we just had divination class, and we read tea leaves, and, of course," McGonagall interjected, suddenly frowning. "There is no need to elaborate further, Miss Granger. Tell me, who among you will die this year?" Everyone stared wide-eyed at Professor McGonagall. In that moment, Lavender discreetly glanced at Alex. "I will," Harry finally spoke. "Understood," McGonagall replied, her round eyes fixed on Harry. "Well then, Potter, you should be aware that Sybil Trelawney has predicted the death of one student each year since her arrival at this school. To this day, none have perished. Foreseeing death has become her peculiar way of welcoming new students. If I were not someone who refrains from speaking ill of colleagues," McGonagall paused, her nostrils flaring slightly. "Divination is, frankly, one of the least accurate subjects in magic. To be honest, I possess very little patience for it. There are very few who can genuinely foresee the future," and Professor Trelawney as Alex listened to Professor McGonagall's words. He suddenly realized that the two elderly women harbored mutual disdain for one another. Could it be that in their youth, they had both vied for Dumbledore's affections, only to be met with indifference from him? Their animosity had only deepened over time, reminiscent of the rivalry between Hermione and Lily. Thus, did this imply that I am destined to play the role of the overlooked Dumbledore? Suddenly, Alex felt a chill coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing him to shudder involuntarily. As Alex broke into a cold sweat, Professor McGonagall, observing the expressions of the students below, wore a smile that illuminated her face. Alex maliciously speculated that the opportunity to undermine Professor Trelawney in front of so many would elevate McGonagall's spirits to an extraordinary height. McGonagall paused once more, collected her emotions, and stated in a tone that was remarkably pragmatic, "I see that you are in excellent health, Potter. Therefore, if I do not go easy on you regarding your homework today, do not hold it against me. I assure you, if you were to perish, you would be exempt from submitting this assignment." Laughter erupted among the students, and Alex, with a resigned chuckle, joined in. "I had hoped to avoid any interruptions," said Harry, as Hermione sliced a piece of veal with her dining knife. "Look, Alex, you need not worry about Professor Trelawney's words anymore, right? You agree, do you not?" She glanced at Alex. Alex, having just sipped his borscht, instinctively nodded at Hermione, who was gazing at him. Yet Ron, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, looked at Alex and inquired, "How do you explain Neville's teacup?" "Just a coincidence," Hermione replied nonchalantly, pouring herself some pumpkin juice. "Hermione, you don't understand." Ron, perceiving Hermione's defense of Alex, grew animated and continued, "If Harry sees an omen, then it would be disastrous." He went on, "My uncle, Bill, once saw one, and then, 24 hours later, he was dead." Harry, recalling something, turned to the now slightly more cheerful Harry and asked, "You haven't seen a large black dog, have you?" Harry's face turned pale, and his fork clattered onto the table as he slowly shook his head. "I saw one when I left the Dursleys," he murmured. Hermione, noticing Harry's expression, looked at Ron, who, despite his concern for Harry, bore a hint of amusement in his eyes. Perhaps he was unaware of it himself. "Hermione, shall we go?" Alex finished his soup, not glancing at Ron, and politely nodded to Harry before taking Hermione's hand and heading towards the door. "But divination, Hermione. Do you want me to sound like a fool and tell Harry, you've seen an omen, you might as well die?" Alex exaggeratedly swayed his body, causing Hermione to stifle a laugh, though she quickly glanced at Ron, whose face had turned a deep shade of purple. "You have no idea what you were saying," Ron said, his tone serious, clearly irritated. "Omen sightings terrify most wizards." With that, he raised his head defiantly. However, Hermione did not look back. She and Alex had already reached the entrance of the Great Hall, leaving Ron with nothing but their retreating figures, akin to a silent mockery of him. Ron first heard the roar of his own heart, filled with resentment. Chapter 21, The Winged Beast with the Body of a Horse and the Head of an Eagle. Hagrid stood in a section of Hogwarts Square, clad in his moleskin coat. His hut was situated just behind him, while Fong joyfully dashed around Hagrid, happily chasing his own tail in circles. From Alex's perspective, disregarding the dog's size, Fong was indeed an adorable creature. He eagerly anticipated Hagrid's first lesson. Hermione, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, gazed towards the square alongside Alex. Hagrid was waving at them from a distance. "I suppose the key is figuring out how to open the book," Alex remarked, turning his head to converse with Hermione as they approached the square. He had not expected Hagrid to be the one teaching them care of magical creatures. "I thought you would have known by now," Hermione replied, yawning and rubbing her slightly swollen eyes. "Otherwise, who would let us use a book that bites?" "Perhaps it was Professor Dumbledore," Alex said with a smile towards Hermione, hoping that this year's exam on magical creatures would be a bit easier, as he had barely passed the previous year. "Barely passed?" Hermione laughed exaggeratedly. "You didn't even take the exam last year." "What a pity," Alex sighed, shaking his head. "I missed the chance to leave a good impression on Professor Celtic Burn. My exams are not solely reliant on cheating." "What else can you do?" Hermione asked, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she enjoyed this light-hearted banter with Alex. I can also copy answers. With a soft snicker, Hermione burst into laughter. Alex looked helplessly at Hermione, who was wiping away tears of laughter. When a woman falls in love with you, even the most mundane joke will have her doubled over in laughter. Has Hermione fallen for me? Alex could not help but shake his head. He truly could not fathom the choice between Lily and Hermione. Or perhaps, could he have both? A coarse grunt suddenly pierced through Alex's contemplative silence. When he lifted his gaze, he could only see a head of fiery red hair striding towards Hagrid's hut. Hermione also heard Ron's grunt and turned to Alex with a puzzled expression. Alex smiled and shrugged. At that moment, Hagrid, noticing the students approaching his hut, exclaimed joyfully, Come on, hurry up. At this, Fong barked merrily as if welcoming guests like his master. Today, we have something special to treat you all. A thrilling lesson is about to begin. Is everyone here? Good, follow me. It was the first time Alex encountered Hagrid's exuberance. His steps were remarkably buoyant, making it hard to believe he possessed a stature twice that of an ordinary person. Everyone trailed behind Hagrid as he led the students along the edge of the Forbidden Forest. We aren't heading into the Forbidden Forest, are we? Hermione whispered behind Alex. I've only been there once, Harry, walking ahead, suddenly turned around to join the conversation, and it's not safe, is it? Dumbledore only permitted us to go once. Harry paused, hoping Ron would pick up on the thread of conversation regarding their second-year escapade, when they had crashed a flying car into the Whomping Willow. This was one of the rare occasions Ron could bask in his own glory. However, Harry was met with disappointment. Upon noticing Harry slow down, Ron engaged in conversation with Alex and quickened his pace instead of joining Harry. Yes, you did crash into the Whomping Willow last year, Alex remarked. But your driving skills were quite lacking. If I were you, I would have smashed right through the Great Hall's roof, appearing before everyone. Hermione, smiling, added, I can't imagine you doing that. I'm not that kind of person, Alex retorted, wearing a look of feigned innocence while uttering completely contradictory words. What a thick skin you have. Hermione couldn't help but laugh again, playfully nudging Alex with her hand. Alex immediately feigned severe injury, staggering as he walked, casting a pitiful glance at Hermione, embodying an air of remorse. Observing the banter between Alex and Hermione, Harry abruptly realized his inability to interject. They were a natural pair. He was unsure why the term suddenly surfaced in his mind. While Harry was lost in his musings, Hagrid's distinctive booming voice resonated nearby. Everyone, gather by this fence. He called, That's right, stand where you can see. Now, the first task before you is to open your books. How do we open them? Draco Malfoy drawled in his characteristic aloof tone. Hagrid responded. How do we open the books? Malfoy reiterated, producing his book on magical creatures, which he had securely bound with a rope. Hagrid, with hopeful anticipation, looked at the students only to find that each one possessed their own securely bound volumes of magical creatures. He couldn't help but feel disheartened. Really? Is there not a single soul who will open their book? I will, Ron suddenly exclaimed. All heads swiftly turned towards him, and Alex could have sworn he heard a rustling sound, startling him as he conversed with Hermione, for every gaze was now fixed intently upon Alex. Alex gazed at the crowd with a look of bewilderment, momentarily taken aback. Oh, Hagrid appeared quite jubilant, exclaiming, Alex, can you open it? This is splendid. Alex mused that had there been fewer people, Hagrid would undoubtedly have embraced him in sheer delight. Allow me to demonstrate, Hagrid said, his face aglow with excitement, clearly believing that his inaugural lesson was extraordinarily fortunate. Very well, Alex replied, his tone laden with resignation as he turned his gaze over the gathering, seeking the one who had ensnared him in this predicament. Yet, upon casting a glance, he quickly averted his eyes. Ron wore a look of schadenfreude that was utterly repulsive. Taking a deep breath, Alex slowly retrieved his book from his backpack. The tome, titled The Monster Book of Monsters, once adorned with a green cover reminiscent of a creature's hide, now bore a brown hue. Ropes were haphazardly bound around it, tightly entwined in such a manner that only glimpses of the original green skin could be seen through the narrow gaps. All eyes were fixed upon Alex, and as he produced the book, the crowd collectively held their breath. The book, ensnared as it was, writhed with an unsettling vigor. With a sudden clap, everyone jumped in surprise as Alex sank to the ground. Alex cheerfully waved to Hermione, then raised the book high above his head. Everyone eagerly anticipated whether it contained a marvelous spell, a magical artifact, or something else entirely. With a resounding thud, Alex slammed the book forcefully onto the ground, leaving a long rope that he could grasp. With joyful exuberance, he smashed the book down again, and again, leaving Hagrid utterly bewildered. Not just Hagrid. All onlookers were rendered speechless. The frequency of Alex's strikes quickened, each resounding thump echoing louder. What are you doing? Ron exclaimed involuntarily. Open the book, Alex replied lazily, pausing his actions. The creature book, which had just appeared to be on the brink of a frenzy, now lay quietly on the ground like a docile little girl, utterly still. A strange thought crossed the minds of many. Had the book perished? See, just like that, Alex said as he untied the rope and picked up the dazed creature book, flipping through its pages effortlessly. Realization dawned upon the crowd, and they began to produce their own books, preparing to vent their frustrations. Hagrid, observing the students poised to hurl their books to the ground, hastily interjected, "No, no, not like that." Nervously, he snatched a book from a boy's hands, untied the rope, and raised it high, his fingers gliding along the spine. The book trembled and then lay quietly in Hagrid's hands. Just a scratch on the cover. Several girls sighed in relief. They certainly did not wish to be as violent as Alex. Hagrid, much like the girls, felt a sense of relief, although his voice still bore a hint of tension. "Well, now that you all have your books, what you need next are magical creatures." "Indeed. I'll go fetch them," he declared. With that, Hagrid strode toward the forbidden forest, and behind him erupted a cacophony of thudding books accompanied by Neville's praise. "This method is brilliant, Alex." "Exactly," came Harry's enthusiastic response. It was only a while later that Hagrid returned, leading 12 of the most peculiar creatures Alex had ever seen. They possessed the body of a horse, with hind legs and tails, yet their forelegs, wings, and heads appeared to belong to eagles. Their beaks gleamed like steel, and their bright orange eyes sparkled. The claws on their forelegs were half a foot long, seemingly lethal. Each beast wore a dense feathered collar, secured with a long chain, the ends of which were held in Hagrid's large hand as he jogged slowly into the enclosure. "Over there," he bellowed, shaking the chains, beckoning the creatures toward the fence where the students stood. As Hagrid approached and tethered the creatures to the fence, the crowd instinctively stepped back. "Griffin," Hagrid proclaimed joyfully. "Look how beautiful they are, aren't they?" His booming voice resonated as he paced in front of his small hut, the sound echoing in the air. Chapter 22, Breaking Through the Enemy Lines, Part 2. "Look how beautiful they are, aren't they?" Hagrid's uniquely loud voice reverberated, creating an echo in the surroundings. Alex gazed at the majestic creature before him, a winged beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse, its coat shimmering brilliantly. The fur transitioned seamlessly from feathers to a variety of hues: deep gray, bronze, soft pinkish sand, lustrous chestnut, and finally, a deep ebony. "Well," Hagrid remarked, rubbing his hands together and offering a slight smile to the students, "if you wish to step a bit closer." He glanced expectantly at Alex, alongside Hermione and Harry, who stood beside him. Alex turned back to Hermione, giving a subtle nod of encouragement, and stepped forward. Observing this, Harry followed suit. With purposeful strides, Alex advanced, closely trailed by Hermione, while Harry matched their resolve. Hagrid beamed with delight as he noticed the three approaching, his thick beard quivering in excitement. "All right, the first thing you must understand about the hippogriff," he began, "is that they are proud creatures. It is all too easy to offend them. Never offend a hippogriff, for it is an endeavor you would most certainly regret. Always allow the hippogriff to take the initiative," he continued. "That is merely polite, understand? You approach, bow, and then you wait. If it bows back, then you may touch it. If it does not, retreat swiftly, for those claws can inflict harm." "Claws?" Alex inquired, casting a glance at the hippogriff. The creature's powerful hind legs coiled behind it, while its forelimbs appeared exaggeratedly enlarged, crossed in front, its gaze leisurely fixed ahead, yet somehow suggesting that in the next moment it could spread its wings and lunge forward, using its robust claws to rend him asunder. "Well, who will be the first?" Hagrid prompted, but most students instinctively stepped back. "No one," he asked, a plea evident in his expression. I observed the silence among the crowd, particularly Alex, while Ron, trembling with trepidation, finally mustered the courage to speak. "I'll do it," Alex declared, striding confidently forward. "Excellent. Splendid," Hagrid exclaimed, his enthusiasm barely contained. "All right. Let's see how you fare with the beast known as Buckbeak." He unfastened a chain, drawing Buckbeak away from its companions and removing its leather collar. The students at the enclosure seemed to hold their breath in anticipation. "Relax, now, Alex," Hagrid advised softly. "You must maintain eye contact with it. Try not to blink. If you blink excessively, Buckbeak will not trust you." Alex took a deep breath, gazing at the majestic hippogriff before him. The creature turned its eagle head, its yellow eyes glaring fiercely at Alex. This, indeed, was the moment. Hagrid, observing the intense standoff between Alex and Buckbeak, nervously advised, "What you need to do now is bow, bow." Alex, faced with Buckbeak, suddenly found himself unwilling to bend at the waist. He stood his ground, locking eyes with the proud hippogriff, as though neither was willing to yield an inch. This tension rendered Hagrid extremely uncomfortable. He was at a loss for what to do. "Ah," Hagrid said, his voice tinged with concern. "Well, perhaps you should back away now. Alex, maybe a relaxed retreat could coax another in?" Hagrid pondered whether to demonstrate himself when, quite unexpectedly, Buckbeak lowered its scaly foreknees, bowing its body down. It was bowing. "Well done," Hagrid exclaimed with elation. "You can approach it now. Feel free to touch its beak." The square fell silent, all eyes fixed on Alex. Suddenly, the hippogriff raised its head and stepped toward him. "Back away, quickly," Hagrid urged, but Alex remained unmoved. The creature advanced gracefully, its movements reminiscent of regal cavalry in a grand parade, heads held high. As Buckbeak came to a halt before Alex, ignoring Hagrid's frantic calls, it lowered its head in a deep bow. It bent so low that Alex could see the few feathers remaining on its neck, just as Alex carefully observed the majestic creature before him. A swift whoosh echoed as 12-foot wings unfurled suddenly, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Perched atop Buckbeak's head was a woman clad in a Victorian gown, her hands delicately adjusting the hem as she leaned forward, gazing at Alex. Sylph? Alex marveled at the surreal scene unfolding before him. Your steed is ready, my lord. Sylph announced, straightening up and gesturing invitingly to the right. With a swift motion, Buckbeak tucked away its right wing, bowing its head and awaiting Alex to mount. Hagrid wished to urge Alex to step back, but before he could voice his thoughts, Alex had already approached. In one fluid motion, he swung himself onto Buckbeak's wing, shifting slightly to find a comfortable position. Once settled, Buckbeak rose abruptly. Alex then realized that the reason the hippogriff had bowed so low was that its forelegs had been kneeling. Alex lifted his head, gazing ahead, perched upon the majestic griffin. He now stood nearly as tall as Hagrid. He resembled a valiant knight, astride his noble steed, surveying his subjects with an air of authority. In that moment, Alex was enveloped by the exhilarating sensation of being a knight, with the sky transformed into his battlefield. As if sensing Alex's fervor, the griffin emitted a restless roar. Its formidable forelimbs, resembling eagle talons, rose with agitation before crashing down upon the ground, igniting a fervor within Alex. With determination, Alex grasped the feathers at the griffin's neck, eliciting a pained response as it reared up, its immense wings unfurling with a powerful gust, creating a tempestuous wind. Its robust forelimbs crossed fiercely in midair before descending with a resounding thud. As its claws met the earth, the griffin raised its head defiantly, roaring towards the heavens. Rising once more on its hind legs, Alex's body was nearly parallel to the ground, gripping the griffin's neck feathers tightly, his legs clenching with greater resolve. Suddenly, the griffin's hind legs coiled like a taut spring, and in an instant, they straightened, propelling them skyward. Its 12-foot wings flared open in a furious display, beating against the air with ferocity. The powerful front claws gripped tightly, as if to shatter the rushing wind beneath them. Against the onslaught of wind, Alex could not contain his excitement, letting out a jubilant shout. The wind forcefully filled his mouth and eyes, while his robe billowed dramatically, creating a cacophony of sound. At that moment, the griffins below raised their heads, emitting a deep yet resounding roar, akin to the call of battle. Let us charge forth and break through the enemy lines. Alex. Chapter 23, Above the Clouds. Have you ever ridden a horse? Have you ever traversed the vast grasslands? Have you ever unleashed a wild shout against the endless coastal horizon? I have not, nor has Alex. The winged creature, with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse, gallops across the expansive sky. And Alex's entire being rises and falls with the rhythm of its powerful wings. He resembles a knight, skillfully attuned to the movements of his steed, his body relaxed, poised for the final charge, awaiting the resounding call of the horn to signal the advance. Roar. Buckbeak suddenly emitted a piercing neigh, akin to a horse's anxious wail provoked by the acrid scent of gunpowder. Go. Alex tightened his grip on the reins of the winged beast. The crimson feathers adorning its neck, seemingly stained with the blood of adversaries, glaring defiantly backward, embodying the proud dignity of the creature. Only when the winged beast knelt did the vivid crimson feathers of the reins reveal themselves. The creature's large, sharp eagle head abruptly tilted upwards, its keen eyes piercing towards the highest heavens. Ascend. Alex grasped the crimson feather of the creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse, which roared ferociously. With wings spanning 12 feet, it suddenly flapped in the air, coming to a halt, its powerful wings beating against the floating clouds. Its hind legs extended straight, while its eagle-like front claws crossed menacingly before it, poised as if to cleave the sky in two. As the creature hovered in midair, Alex found himself parallel to the ground, the clouds drifting past his ears. Whoosh! Like an arrow released from its bow, he surged toward his final adversary in the heavens. Soaring and roaring, the wind howled in his ears. Alex could no longer discern the speed at which he was traveling. He could only watch as enormous clouds, like mountains, collided toward him. Come on! Alex roared defiantly as clouds surged into his eyes, mouth, and ears, even filling his wizard's robe, akin to swimming in the vast ocean. This boundless cloud was Alex's sea. With muffled sounds of splashing, he broke through layer after layer, like a brave ascent from the ocean's depths, yearning to gaze upon the sunlight with his own eyes. At last, the wings of the griffin began to beat with a gentler rhythm, the earlier fierce flapping giving way to a more serene glide forward. Alex wiped his face, dampened by the clouds, yet the scene before him rendered him motionless, lost in reverie. The clouds beneath him rolled gently, akin to a vast meadow caressed by the wind, stretching infinitely beyond sight. Alex had never experienced such a sensation of freedom. Even the creature beneath him, a magnificent griffin, chirped joyfully as it soared into the distance. In the far horizon, a gate sculpted from pure gold suddenly emerged before Alex. The griffin, unable to alter its course, glided directly towards the shimmering entrance. Could this be the abode of the divine? Alex gazed at the golden gate that unfolded before him, unable to suppress a soft murmur. Please embark on your journey, my master. In a moment of reverie, a lilting whisper entwined itself around Alex's ears, reminiscent of a lover's prelude, or the tender musings of a beloved. As delicate as a dream, golden tresses danced before Alex's eyes, while the pale blue ravenclaw robe fluttered in the wind. Are you afraid of heights? The girl turned her head, her dark eyes seemingly containing the entirety of the universe. Heights? Just as Alex was about to respond, he found himself rendered speechless. Heights? A voice strikingly similar to his own echoed in his ear. If one were to distinguish between these two voices, Alex's was as fervent as the sun, forever imbued with an explosive vitality. In contrast, this voice resembled sunlight veiled by clouds. Though it trickled through the crevices, it still conveyed a gentle warmth. Alex suddenly felt an urge to turn around and gaze upon the visage of the man, only to realize that he was utterly unable to move his body. Even the slightest inclination of his head proved impossible. Tall. The man chuckled, his tone distinct from Alex's, which was laced with a playful, flirtatious charm, while the man's demeanor exuded a steady composure. Yet, when he smiled, there was a radiant warmth about him, akin to the sunlight that graced Alex's lips. "Aren't you afraid?" The golden-haired girl inquired with a playful smile, directing her gaze at Alex, or perhaps at the man. Before Alex's eyes, the cerulean sky shifted unexpectedly, as if bowing its head to behold the fearless, golden-haired girl. Her voice resonated with the tranquility of mountains. "And what about me?" she suddenly asked, her tone as buoyant as her flowing golden locks. "What will you do?" With that, and to Alex's astonishment, she gracefully dismounted from the back of the winged creature. A chimera of sorts. Clouds and winds rushed past her, playfully tousling her long golden hair as it danced toward the heavens, while her dark eyes sparkled with mirth, perhaps mocking, perhaps taunting, yet undeniably imbued with curiosity, inquiry, and a deeply concealed affection. Her demeanor was serene, reminiscent of a goddess descending from Olympus, gazing at the sky with an ineffable longing and love. Alex suddenly beheld the vivid crimson plumage of the griffin, a creature with the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle, characterized by its sharply rounded beak. Alex suddenly realized that he was plummeting. It felt as if he was exerting every ounce of strength to collide with the ground below. The wind grew increasingly fierce, and the clouds thickened, enveloping him as if he had plunged into the depths of the sea in search of the elusive mermaid swimming beneath the waves. Suddenly, a hand grasped the vibrant red feathers of the griffin, yanking it upward with a forceful motion, akin to a sudden halt in midair, tracing an exaggerated arc across the sky, lifting the falling girl from her descent. The girl leaned against the neck of the griffin, her gaze directed towards Alex, or rather, towards the man guiding the creature. "Why did you save me?" Although the girl's expression feigned seriousness, the mirth in her eyes was undeniable. "Above these clouds, there is but you. And what lies beneath the clouds?" The girl wrapped her arms around the man's neck, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, accompanied by a sweet smile. "Above and below, there is but you." The man's words floated gently in the air, warm as the spring sun, resonating amidst the clouds. Whose promise is etched upon the clouds above. Chapter 24. Beneath the clouds. New. Alex was enraptured by a wondrously sweet atmosphere until he felt a sudden, heavy impact. It was then that he realized the golden-haired woman before him had vanished, and the warm, gentle voice akin to the sun's embrace on a spring day was no longer audible. In its place stood a colossal figure, reminiscent of two individuals combined. Alex slid down the lowered head of the winged creature and stood upon the ground. At that moment, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. "Well done, Alex!" Hagrid exclaimed, his jubilant beard quivering with excitement. Turning to the assembly, he asked, "Who else would like to give it a try?" But remember to bow. Harry was the first to leap forward. Following Hagrid's instructions, he stood before a winged creature, bowed earnestly, and then soared above it in a triumphant circle. This action relieved the crowd. They were willing to approach the creature but were less inclined to bow to it. Harry's display was undeniably inspiring. While they did not expect to excel like Alex, they found solace in the simplicity of Harry's act. One merely needed to step forward and bow to achieve success. Cautiously, the others entered the enclosure. Hagrid unfastened the chains one by one, and soon, the area was filled with individuals nervously bowing. By mere coincidence, Ron found himself facing Buckbeak, the winged creature that Alex had just ridden. "Bow, Ron. Don't just stand there," Hagrid shouted, noticing Ron's dazed expression. Ron gazed at the creature before him, feeling the piercing gaze of its eagle-like yellow eyes, which seemed to scrutinize him with disdain. "Hurry and bow," Harry called out, his voice echoing through the crowd, startling Ron into instinctively bending at the waist to bow before the creature. The entire square watched Ron, just as they had watched Alex. This was an unprecedented experience for Ron, filling him with an intense nervousness that bordered on exhilaration. Hermione and Harry observed him keenly, alongside Alex. An unexpected surge of determination filled Ron. He resolved to perform better than anyone else. Clenching his fists, he reminded himself to bow respectfully. As Ron focused intently on his bow, a mocking laugh rang out from behind him. "Ron, put on a good show." Malfoy's taunts accompanied the laughter, promising rewards for a good performance. "Rewards? Are you insulting me?" Ron's face flushed crimson as he fought the impulse to turn and shout at Malfoy. A voice within him insisted he must surpass Alex. Suddenly, he lifted his head to meet the winged creature's gaze. "What are you planning to do?" Malfoy continued his jeers from afar. Since he could not mock Harry, deriding the impoverished Ron was a delightful diversion. As Malfoy's words faded, Crabbe and Goyle joined in the laughter, their voices grating and obnoxious. Ron felt awkward before the winged creature, but Beak paid no mind to Malfoy, merely glancing at Ron before lowering its head again, seemingly uninterested in wasting a moment on him. "Look," Malfoy clapped mockingly. "You've frightened the creature so much it can't even lift its head. My goodness, A slithering girl exclaimed in a ridiculous falsetto, "How ugly can Ron possibly be?" Her words pierced Ron's ears like a spell, reddening his cheeks further. "Shut up," he shouted, whirling around to confront Malfoy and Parkinson. "I'll make this brainless beast bow," he declared, pointing at Buckbeak with fervor. Before Ron could finish his thought, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. "Get back! Step aside!" "What?" Ron exclaimed, bewildered. "No." Hagrid's massive form charged toward him. "Buckbeak, no." Ron turned in confusion, only to see the creature's powerful claws sweep toward him, and then everything went dark. Alone in his bedroom, Alex subconsciously waved his wand, practicing the intricate art of multiple spellcasting. Though he often felt that such a feat was utterly unattainable, the act had become a habitual endeavor for him. Today, Ron lay in the hospital wing, the unfortunate victim of a harrowing attack by a hippogriff, which had also marred Hagrid's first lesson of the day. After escorting Ron to the infirmary, Hagrid returned to the castle with the others, his face etched with remorse, not uttering a word about the hippogriff incident. He appeared utterly dejected, as if a part of his very soul had been lost. However, Alex's thoughts were not consumed by this particular matter. Alex grasped his wand tightly and, directing it towards the necklace he had brought back from Egypt, his pet's abode, whispered the incantation Sylph. A delicate beam of golden light emanated from the tip of the wand, hovering in the air before gradually coalescing. It spiraled around a fixed point, entwining slowly and meticulously, until it formed the shape of a key. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, a radiant beam of light shot forth from the necklace, landing directly before Alex. "Do you require my assistance, master?" In front of Alex appeared a diminutive fairy, no larger than a thumb, adorned with a pair of large, butterfly-like wings, which were now folded quietly behind her. She crouched gracefully before him, gazing up with sultry eyes. Yet, Alex remained steadfast, undeterred by Sylph's gaze. Silently directing his wand towards the diminutive fairy. "What precisely are you?" he inquired. Confusion enveloped Sylph's golden eyes as she responded, "I am your pet, dear master." "A pet?" Alex's voice dropped to a hushed tone, uttering the words slowly. "Indeed, my master." Chapter 25. The Pensive Pet? Alex reiterated in a subdued tone, speaking deliberately. "Indeed. My master." Alex gazed at Sylph, who knelt before him with a gentle and submissive expression. He took a deep breath and paused for a considerable moment, as if he had made a resolute decision. With unwavering determination, he looked at the little fairy, whose wings were folded like a butterfly resting amidst flowers, and slowly spoke. "So, upon my return from Egypt, what was the nature of the visions I experienced during the divination class, and the deepening resonance of your voice? What transpired after I soared into the sky on the back of the griffin?" Sylph remained silent, merely lifting her round, apricot-like eyes, sparkling like stars, and gazed intently at Alex, her eyes glimmering with unspoken brilliance. "Do you not wish to share your thoughts with me?" Alex endeavored to soften his tone. Yet the tightly gripped tip of his wand uncontrollably emitted sporadic sparks. "How did you discern this?" Sylph inquired, inclining her body slightly. Yet, Alex detected a hint of excitement and relief in her voice. What could this possibly mean? Curiosity enveloped Alex's heart entirely. "During my first and second years, I never encountered such phenomena." A smile subtly graced Alex's lips as he recalled something, pointing his wand towards Sylph, reminiscent of the divination class, where inexplicably, he found himself transported back to a classroom from decades past, on the same day as the magical creature protection lesson. Alex paused his speech, falling into silence, with only his wand pointed at the diminutive fairy, Sylph. "Your wisdom surpasses my imagination, entirely unlike that of a Gryffindor." Sylph's voice was gentle, yet tinged with a hint of pride. "Dumbledore is also a Gryffindor," Alex remarked with a smile, seemingly unfazed. However, Sylph shook her small head, her unique fairy antennae swaying delicately in the air. "It is you who were born this way." Alex's eyes widened in astonishment as the tip of his wand sparked violently, as if it were on the verge of slipping from his grasp. A usurper from another realm, this was Alex's most closely guarded secret. Yet now it had been unveiled by a mere fairy? Alex furrowed his brow, mentally preparing to cast a spell to incapacitate the diminutive fairy. However, before taking such action, he felt compelled to clarify the nature of the inexplicable illusions that had manifested before him. Since his return from Egypt, his left hand had remained empty, save for a pendant at his neck, which belonged to the fairy clan known as the Sylphs. Inscribed in Egyptian hieroglyphs upon it was his name, Alexander Valentine Stock. "I am of the Stock family," he declared to the fairy, who, instead of maintaining a half-kneeling posture, stood upright and performed a courteous bow. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, she smiled broadly, her eyes narrowing with delight, and softly uttered, "Meditation basin." "Meditation basin?" Alex echoed the term. Yet he found it utterly incredulous that this tiny fairy, no larger than his thumb, could possibly be a magical artifact. Alex possessed a certain impression of the pensive, having encountered it in a book accompanied by an illustration. He vividly recalled the pensive's design, a shallow stone basin adorned with engravings resembling ancient runes and symbols. Its purpose was to facilitate the addition of new memories. One would direct the tip of their wand towards the temple and extract shimmering silver memories from their mind to deposit into the basin. Upon touching the substance within the pensive, one could immerse themselves in the memory, witnessing past events whilst remaining undetected by the figures therein. Sylph observed the pensive Alex and softly elucidated the concept. As she spoke, Alex gradually emerged from his earlier astonishment, his gaze regaining clarity. He inquired, "So, the illusion I encountered a few days ago was a memory of my predecessors?" The moment he voiced this, a profound realization struck him. The tale of his parents, former Death Eaters, and their demise at the hands of the Potters was devoid of mystery for him. It was a well-understood truth. Yet, reflecting on the incessant words of the house elf, he had initially presumed their obsession stemmed from his master's death. However, recalling the bizarre laughter of Voldemort from his first year, along with his subsequent inquiries into the house elf's knowledge, particularly the unsettling revelation that he knew neither his parents' names nor their appearance, ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. Before him lay the pensive of the Stokes family, a potential key to unraveling the enigma surrounding his past, or at the very least, granting him a glimpse into its obscured secrets. Contemplating this, Alex took a deep breath to steady his exhilaration. Suddenly, he questioned, "But wait, the memories in the pensive are silvery strands. Where are your memory strands?" Sylph responded with a light laugh, "Right here." Under Alex's watchful gaze, she fluttered her wings, releasing a cascade of golden dust resembling a starry galaxy. "These," she explained, "were memories." Alex gazed at the golden dust, suspended in the air like twinkling stars, lost in reverie. Chapter 26, The Song Carried by the Wind. "Have you made your decision?" Sylph knelt before Alex, her head bowed as she spoke. Alex firmly pointed his wand, held in his right hand. At the golden dust swirling in the air, the once gently drifting particles of gold abruptly froze in midair, akin to a stone cast into water. With a mere touch of Alex's wand, they rippled outward, emanating a series of enchanting waves. Alex felt as though he were being tugged by some mysterious force. A power that surged through the wand connected to the golden particles, enveloping him completely and drawing him into the minuscule golden dust. Alex had never encountered such a scenario, which starkly contrasted with his experiences in divination and care of magical creatures classes. He felt as if he were being drawn into a straw, akin to cola being sipped through it, an overwhelming sensation of dizziness enveloping him, compelling him to shut his eyes in an attempt to find some semblance of comfort. It was a radiant morning, and this was the first feeling that washed over Alex upon reopening his eyes. "I concur, master," came a voice. "Sylph?" Alex exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the tiny fairy hovering before him. "I am your guide, master." Sylph floated gracefully, lifting her skirts and performing a courtly bow towards Alex. A guide? Though it was Alex's inaugural experience with the meditation basin, it did not imply that he was entirely ignorant of its workings. Just as Sylph was about to respond to Alex's inquiry, he was suddenly startled by a series of faint explosions, which drew his attention away. Beneath the brilliant sunlight stood a mountain blanketed in white snow, atop which rested a castle that seemed to exist solely within the realm of dreams. Alex squinted, striving to observe more intently. Before him stood a castle perched atop the mountain, its slender and towering spires reaching towards the heavens, adorned with walls painted a pristine white that seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding blanket of snow. Only the dark green tips of the towers punctuated this ethereal canvas, evoking a realm more wondrous than dreams. Wisps of white mist spiraled around the castle, rendering it a vision as if it were constructed upon clouds. Just as Alex endeavored to gaze deeper, the distant crackling of explosions echoed through the air. Was it a dragon? Alex gasped softly, but after a moment, as he drew closer, he realized it was not as he initially perceived. Instead, it resembled enormous houses gracefully soaring through the air, gliding towards the castle at a slow and elegant pace. "Do you wish to see more clearly?" Sylph's voice whispered in Alex's ear. Before Alex could fully comprehend the situation, a melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed in his ears. He then realized he was ascending, as if enchanted by a levitation spell, floating gracefully into the air. "Are you ready?" Sylph whispered affectionately, resting atop Alex's head, her hands gently covering her eyes. A fierce gust of wind swept by, rendering Alex unable to open his eyes, leaving him only to hear the howling of the wind rushing past him. When Alex finally managed to open his eyes again, his right hand instinctively reached into the pocket of his wizarding robe, yearning to grasp his wand. Before him loomed an enormous powder blue carriage, as large as a house, drawn by 12 winged horses soaring through the sky. Each of these silver-maned steeds was nearly the size of an elephant. The carriage, disregarding the perspiring Alex standing nearby, thundered past him with a deafening rush. The ground trembled with the mighty thud of hooves, each resembling the size of a dinner plate. In the blink of an eye, the carriage descended, vibrating upon its colossal wheels, while the golden horses shook their massive heads, their fiery red eyes swirling with excitement. As soon as the carriage touched down, a group of attendants clad in white robes approached, bowing respectfully in anticipation of the arrival of those within. Leading the attendants, one waved a wand, unfurling a magnificent purple carpet that extended from the carriage to the castle entrance. With the appearance of this regal carpet, a band dressed in yellow suddenly materialized on either side, producing a series of enchanting melodies from instruments that Alex had never seen before. For the first time, Alex experienced the extraordinary sensation of floating in the air, observing the unfolding of a wedding ceremony. A sudden curiosity sparked within him about the bride's appearance. Wondering if she was the girl he had encountered during his divination class, Alex felt a peculiar inclination that she should resemble his mother. Yet a faint whisper in his heart urged him to hope that she was not, in fact, his mother. At last, the carriage door swung open, revealing a pair of delicate hands. The slender fingers appeared as if sculpted from jade, exuding an aura of warmth even from a distance. Adorned with white lace gloves, Alex sensed a touch of sanctity that rippled through the air, resonating within the depths of his soul. Alex's breath quickened with anticipation as he was finally about to behold the visage of the bride. "I'm sorry," Sylph's voice suddenly resonated in his ear, and the previously lilting music seemed to vanish into thin air. After a dizzying whirl, Alex found himself back in the familiar confines of the Gryffindor common room. The crackling of the fire in the hearth filled the room, and he realized he was utterly alone. What was happening? He inquired of the diminutive fairy before him, an urgency swelling within him to discern the bride's fate. Was she his mother? The longing for an answer consumed him. "She is your mother," Sylph whispered softly, meeting Alex's incredulous gaze. "Can she perceive my thoughts?" Alex's eyes widened in sudden terror as he discreetly drew his wand. "I cannot know your thoughts," Sylph replied, her form bending slightly, "but your eyes reveal everything. Could you not show me a bit more?" Alex closed his eyes and softly pleaded, wishing to shield his thoughts from Sylph's insight. "You have not yet pledged your loyalty," Sylph's voice softened, yet bore an imperceptible firmness. "Loyalty?" "Indeed," she stated, fluttering her wings, her delicate form hovering in the air as she extended a finger to touch his forehead. Chapter 27. As you can see, Sylph's slender finger pressed against Alex's brow, and a ripple of luminous circles emanated from her touch. "Is this what loyalty entails?" Alex inquired. Curiosity piqued. Though the visual display was splendid, he felt no discernible change. "This is merely the beginning, my young master." The fairy's words held a unique sweetness, ensnaring one's senses unknowingly. Young master? Alex thought to himself, feeling a slight aversion to the term. However, he had no time to dwell on such trivialities. Suddenly, the chair beneath him surged forward with the force of a propellant, hurtling him ahead at an astonishing speed, causing the world around him to blur. A wave of nausea gripped his stomach. Once Alex managed to quell the turmoil within, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. He found himself seated in a dimly lit room reminiscent of a cellar. Before him lay an elongated wooden conference table, and he sat upright in an armchair, bracing for what was to come. Alex observed everything in silence, aware that these were memories stored within the meditation basin of Sylph. The long wooden conference table was adorned with intricate patterns resembling some peculiar script. Alex recalled having seen such things before, yet the memory eluded him. As he pondered over these enigmatic symbols, the entire room suddenly illuminated. The light was not bright but bore a metallic sheen, dim yet steady. A soft, muffled sound echoed as several indistinct figures manifested in the room. "Are they here?" Alex heard a voice emanate from him. This voice, resonant and magnetic, carried a gravitas that distinguished it from Alex's own, which was marked by a unique exuberance. "As you can see," a voice replied, reminiscent of Lucius Malfoy's distinctive aristocratic tone. The phantoms advanced toward Alex, bowing to kiss the ring he wore on his hand. "We shall follow you forever, my king." "Forever follow? My king?" Alex furrowed his brow, instinctively twirling his wand as he gazed at the diminutive fairy, Sylph, before him. "Who are they?" "Your subjects." "And who am I?" A spark ignited in Alex's eyes. "A king?" Just as Sylph was about to respond, she noticed Alex had risen to his feet. "There's no need to answer," Alex stated as he approached the window, gazing quietly at the enchanting scenery of Hogwarts. "This is my first day at Hogwarts," he murmured to himself, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events that had unfolded on this very day. As Alex spoke, a smile broke upon his lips. He had once believed that the world of Harry Potter was as simple as it appeared. Yet, he suddenly discovered that he harbored a profound secret within himself. Why had Dumbledore spared him? Instinctively, Alex began to practice multiple spells, a reflexive action he had developed during moments of contemplation. Like tufts of cotton, white wisps spiraled forth from the tip of his wand, mirroring the chaotic whirlwind of his thoughts, swirling incessantly. Outside, the air was filled with the boisterous laughter and shouts of revelers, yet Alex paid them no mind. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in recollection. The chamber reminiscent of a cellar, the elongated conference table, he was certain he had encountered this place before. But where? Unconsciously, his left hand tapped against the window ledge. A futile attempt to calm his mind and delve deeper into his thoughts. The ledge was spotless, devoid of even a speck of dust. After a moment of tapping, Alex glanced at his left hand, pondering how thick the layer of dust would have accumulated over a year without the presence of a house elf. Dust? Suddenly, a lightning bolt of realization struck his mind. Alex suddenly recalled having seen these things before. The elongated conference table, the dimly lit room reminiscent of a cellar, and the dilapidated throne. Sylph had been discovered there as well, and a peculiar sensation washed over Alex, as if someone had foreseen everything, patiently awaiting his entry into this realm. That room must be in Egypt. He turned to gaze at Sylph, who was perched on the book. During his time in Egypt, Alex had employed a spell from his notebook to part the Sphinx, leading him to a remarkable conference room. The details flooded back to him with vivid clarity. as though he had just uncovered them before his very eyes. The lengthy table was thickly coated in dust, and at its end stood a tattered throne. What place was this? A clandestine meeting spot? Alex chuckled, finding the unfolding mystery increasingly captivating. It resembled a detective novel, where scattered clues eventually reveal the perpetrator's trail. For Alex, he was finally uncovering what lay hidden behind these subtle hints, or perhaps it was a clue left by his parents. Parents? Death Eaters? The king? That must be my father, Alex mused as he regarded Sylph, speaking slowly. Sylph's eyes brightened suddenly, joy illuminating her face as she nodded. Her small head bobbing up and down, causing the two antenna-like protrusions atop her head to sway in tandem. So, loyal to Alex, he said slowly, closing his eyes to meticulously recall the recent scene, as figures gradually approached him, bowing to kiss the ring adorning his hand. Alex gazed at Sylph and confidently stated, "Please hand me the ring." Sylph burst into laughter, her expression reminiscent of someone who had finally arrived at their destination. A smile of profound relief blossoming from her petite face, illuminating the entire lounge. As Sylph's laughter echoed, a gentle breeze wafted past Alex, slowly drifting by Sylph. In that moment, her form seemed to undergo the passage of 1,000 years as she dispersed with the wind. An increasing amount of golden dust floated through the air. While Sylph's figure diminished, ultimately vanishing entirely, Alex lowered his gaze to the ring adorning his right hand's fourth finger. As he heard the ethereal voice of Sylph drifting through the air, "As you can see, my king." Chapter 28, The Roots of the Daisy on the Podium. Professor Snape brandished his wand, and instantly, the blackboard revealed the day's lesson, which must be meticulously transcribed from the figure. With a menacing glare, Snape surveyed the dejected expressions of the Gryffindors seated below, relishing in their discomfort. He inhaled deeply, savoring the atmosphere that invigorated him, even causing his dark hair to glisten with an almost cheerful sheen. As Snape turned away, satisfied, to approach the podium, the Gryffindors collectively exhaled in relief. To endure the penetrating gaze of a man like Snape for an entire afternoon was an unpleasant ordeal for anyone. "Do not relax." Snape abruptly spun around, fixating his piercing gaze on the Gryffindors who were daring to breathe a sigh of relief. "The roots of the daisy must be cut to uniform sizes." The Gryffindors nodded instinctively, yet few paid attention to Snape's words. They were far more inclined to consult their potion textbooks than to heed his instructions. After all, it took considerable courage to admit any admiration for Snape's prominent, hooked nose. "Potter." Snape's dissatisfaction with the Gryffindors' indifference was palpable, his eyes filled with disdain and amusement. "Tell me, what distinguishes a daisy used in potions from that of a muggle's daisy?" "I don't know," Harry replied lethargically, as if he were merely going through the motions. This was not the first time he had faced Snape's inquiries. After 2 years of practice, Harry understood that an admission of ignorance was, in fact, the most satisfactory response for Snape. Not only was Harry disinterested, but Alex too rested his head on the desk, his face pressed against the potion textbook, oblivious to the instructions for crafting a shrinking potion imprinted on his skin. "Alex, wake up." Hermione, seated beside him, noticed Snape's gaze shifting towards Alex and discreetly nudged him with her elbow. "I'm fine," Alex replied, barely opening one eye, feigning concentration on his reading. This act of pretending to read, while actually dozing, was a skill he had mastered in a previous life. "What do you mean I'm fine?" A voice, seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth, echoed in Alex's ear. "Stoke." As Alex lifted his gaze, the imposing figure of Snape, with his prominent hooked nose, loomed before him. "Are you, like Mr. Potter, inclined to utter, 'I don't know'?" Snape paused deliberately, eliciting a low ripple of laughter from the Slytherin students. "If that is not the case, then pray tell, what distinguishes the daisy used in potions from that of the muggle variety?" In that moment, Alex noted how Snape seemed on the verge of using his nose to topple himself over, the formidable beak nearly touching his own face. The sensation was utterly dreadful for Alex. He cast a glance towards Hermione, who, as ever, had her hand raised high, reminiscent of the times when Harry faced Snape's relentless scrutiny in potions class. Yet, despite her earnest efforts, Hermione's attempts to contribute in class had never been acknowledged. Snape perpetually overlooked her presence. Alex gently touched his nose and cast a pleading glance towards Hermione, hoping she would discreetly turn the pages of her book or perhaps scribble a note. However, his actions were too conspicuous. Snape abruptly turned his head towards Hermione, startling her. Yet that was not the end of it. To prevent Hermione from giving Alex even the slightest hint, Snape maintained his unwavering gaze upon her. Nevertheless, Alex's intention was fulfilled. His right pinky, concealed beneath the desk, subtly moved, tracing a semicircular arc, and soon an imperceptible golden powder began to manifest in the underground potions classroom. This golden powder gradually coalesced around Alex's right pinky, swirling in a mesmerizing rhythm, circling around him as if on a sacred pilgrimage. Time seemed to stretch. Or perhaps it passed in the blink of an eye, when a ring of ancient design appeared on Alex's left pinky. Upon closer inspection, it resembled one woven from thorns. Yet these thorns were tinged with golden powder, as if they had been gilded with radiant sunlight. This sunlight emanated from the ring, slowly coalescing in the air, as if an unseen hand were molding the golden rays. First, a slender figure emerged, its delicate waist unfurling with an elegant and alluring curve. The gently rounded hips exuded an air of temptation, rippling in the air. Even the modest bosom appeared full and firm, accentuated by the slender waist and rounded hips. A pair of eyes, seemingly smiling yet enigmatic, and eyebrows that arched with a hint of perplexity, resembled a sprite dancing in the forest, draped in gossamer. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, it etched itself into the memory for a lifetime. Did one wish to discern the difference between the daisies used in potions and those of the muggles? With 6 wings as delicate as gossamer fluttering. It alighted upon the tip of Alex's nose, gazing at him with affectionate adoration. "My little master?" Alex smiled and winked, as if urging for a prompt response, and then subtly nodded. Meanwhile, Snape, standing before Alex, remained fixated on Hermione, entirely oblivious to the peculiarities unfolding in Alex's vicinity. The answer was devoid of distinction. The little house elf, S-elf, pressed her face against Alex's, cradling his visage with her hands while nuzzling her own delicate features against his, reminiscent of Hermione's cat, Crookshanks. All the while murmuring, "My little master." Alex helplessly watched the little sprite, Sylph, who was nuzzling against him like a cat. He found himself uncertain whether this capricious creature was indeed the family heirloom meditation basin of the Stokes. Forever since he uncovered Sylph's secret on the very first day of school, she had consistently appeared in this form, intertwined in the fabric of his daily life. Alex had grown accustomed to this transformation, just as he had acclimatized to this magical world, alongside the incessant challenges posed by Professor Snape. There was no distinction, Professor. With a light-hearted gaze directed at Snape, who was furiously scanning the Gryffindor students in search of the culprit who had provided Alex with answers, he felt a momentary relief. The true purveyor of those answers, the sprite Sylph, was at that moment joyfully rubbing her face against Alex's. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Snape declared after glaring at the Gryffindors for a prolonged period, before turning away in anger. "You ought to master the knowledge from your textbooks instead of standing there lost in thought. Next time, it will not be merely Daisy I inquire about." The Slytherins below chimed in with a chorus of hisses and soft laughter, expressing their approval of the professor's words. Life was indeed like this. Alex, seated beside Hermione, flashed a toothy grin, relishing the moment. If one could live as carefree as Alex, they would surely find joy. Chapter 29, Shrinking Solution. Neville diligently stirred the shrinking solution assigned by Snape. As Neville's vigorous actions caused the potion to splash, droplets fell onto the potion's classroom desk, burning peculiar, vividly colored holes into its surface. Despite Neville's earnest efforts, he was sweating profusely, yet, as was often the case with Longbottom, he struggled with certain tasks. Did he not? What was supposed to be a bright green acidic substance had turned orange under Longbottom's stirring. "Longbottom," Snape said, extracting a spoonful of the potion and lifting it slowly, as if to ensure everyone could see. At that moment, a wave of barely contained snickers and anticipatory breaths wafted from the Slytherin side of the classroom. Snape believed everyone should now see Neville's potion and, with a swift flip of the spoon, return the orange concoction back into the cauldron. "Orange," Snape stated in a flat tone. Yet Alex could easily discern the cutting sarcasm laced within. "Orange? Pray tell, child, what has seeped into that thick skull of yours? Did you not hear me say very clearly that it requires merely a drop of rat bile?" To Alex, Snape's glare held an almost murderous intent towards Neville, as if he wished to exact revenge for the loss of his potion. "Did I not make it abundantly clear that only a hint of leech juice was necessary? How must I articulate it for you to comprehend, Longbottom?" Snape ceased his derision, and the precise echoes of laughter only intensified his already fierce demeanor. Neville's face twitched, nearly on the verge of tears. However, Snape's torment was far from over. Snape launched into a lengthy tirade directed at Neville, his words accelerating in tempo. And Alex could not help but speculate that Snape had reached a fever pitch. Finally, Snape exhaled sharply, ignoring Neville entirely as he turned to stride towards the podium. The moment Snape pivoted, a collective sigh of relief swept through the classroom. Furthermore, Snape whirled around, his billowing robes creating a dramatic sound. "Longbottom, before the end of class today, we shall administer a few drops of this potion to your toad and observe the outcome. Perhaps this will motivate you to produce this potion correctly." This pronouncement left Neville, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of Snape's scorn, utterly despondent. "Help me." Neville helplessly groaned to both Alex and Hermione. Time flew swiftly, and soon, class concluded. Snape sauntered slowly to Neville's side. Lowering his gaze to observe the potion Neville was desperately stirring. Now, Neville's potion shimmered with a brilliant green hue, reminiscent of tender buds freshly plucked in spring. "Gather around," Snape instructed, his dark eye sparkling, to witness what becomes of Longbottom's toad. Should he succeed in concocting the shrinking solution, his toad will transform into a tadpole. Should he fail, I harbor no doubts that the toad shall meet its demise. Snape's words pierced through Neville like shards of ice, sending a shiver coursing through him. Yet, Neville remained motionless, standing vigil by his cauldron, his forehead glistening with sweat as he grappled with uncertainty. Before Neville could ponder further, Snape held aloft the toad, Trevor, and dipped a small spoon into Neville's potion, which had now turned green. He administered several drops into Trevor's throat. After a moment of silence, Trevor gasped for air. Then, with a soft plop, the tadpole Trevor wriggled in Snape's palm. The Gryffindor students erupted in applause. Snape, with a sour expression, produced a small vial from his robe and dripped a few drops onto Trevor, who then abruptly transformed back into a fully grown toad. Snape gazed at Neville, perplexed. Unable to fathom how Neville, whose mind had previously failed to grasp even the simplest potions, had managed to brew the shrinking solution. His sharp gaze swept across the classroom, starting from Hermione's face to Alex's, then back to Hermione, occasionally glancing at Harry, but swiftly returning to Neville. Finally casting him a look of resigned disappointment as he declared the class dismissed and exited the room. The moment Snape stepped out of the classroom, a cacophony of chatter erupted as students eagerly surged outside, eager to escape the dim, dank potions classroom, except for Neville. Are you all right? Hermione anxiously waved her hand in front of Neville's face, who remained in a stupor. I don't feel too good, Alex remarked, observing Neville's incredulous expression. Look, he seems as if he's been struck by a petrifying curse. At that moment, Neville's toad, the very creature that had just undergone the trial of the shrinking solution, croaked in agreement. Neville! Neville! Hermione exclaimed, growing increasingly worried as she poked the dazed Neville. I'm fine. Neville raised his hand, staring blankly. Did I really just brew the shrinking solution myself? Of course, Hermione replied. We all witnessed you do it. Even Snape could find no fault in your potion. Yet, Neville remained incredulous, his gaze wandering over the now empty cauldron, as if it still contained the vibrant green shrinking solution. At that moment, it felt like something was pulling my hand, guiding me to create the shrinking solution. He turned his gaze to Alex and Hermione, his eyes filled with uncertainty. You truly didn't help me? Not at all. Hermione spoke slowly and deliberately, just as I was about to assist you with Alex. You suddenly took action on your own. Every step was executed flawlessly. Alex regarded Neville with admiration. We merely observed. You accomplished it all by yourself. Did I truly do it all alone? Do you understand what this signifies? What? Neville's voice quivered. You are a genius, Neville, a genius. A genius? Alex chuckled heartily, patting Neville on the back. A genius in potion making. Chapter 30. Greetings, Alex. Am I truly a genius? Indeed, a genius. You genuinely did not assist me? We genuinely did not assist you. I crafted it all by my own hands? You crafted it all by your own hands. Alex had lost count of how many times Neville had posed this question to himself. The chocolate pudding before him was mostly untouched. Yet Neville had asked this question 7 or 8 times. Indeed, it is solely your doing, Hermione remarked with a smile, taking a moment to savor a small slice of apple pie. Both Alex and I gazed at the creation that you had crafted entirely on your own. Alex gazed at Nawe as he turned his head, his expression a blend of confusion and subtle anticipation, and nodded resolutely. In an instant, Nawe's face, once brimming with expectation and uncertainty, transformed into one radiating exuberance. Alex felt an immense sense of satisfaction, for he could finally indulge in the entirety of the chocolate pudding before him. That quivering chocolate delight had become, for Alex, the most irresistible temptation imaginable. Is it more difficult to resist than I? Alex gazed at the young girl standing before him. The wizard's robe had grown significantly longer since last year, accentuating her graceful figure. It was as if she had matured overnight, her countenance suddenly imbued with an indescribable charm. The only constant was the light blue trim of the robe, gently billowing in the breeze. Despite this, Alex found it increasingly difficult to avert his gaze from the girl before him. He realized that lying in her presence posed a considerable challenge, especially when confronted with Lily. It was not a moment of moral awakening. Rather, he felt a lump in his throat, an inexplicable dryness that suddenly enveloped him. Lily, as always, regarded Alex with her large, expressive eyes, quietly observing him. Even in the corridor, the distant clamor of the hall was audible. Her familiar canine teeth, usually bared in a playful grin, were now gently biting her lower lip, leaving only her bright eyes fixed intently on Alex. Suddenly, Alex felt a pang of insecurity. Unable to meet Lily's gaze, he lowered his head, tracing the patterns on the tiled floor as he paced restlessly. Do you like Hermione? Lily inquired softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Alex was fervently yearning for someone to come and rescue him. Lily's gaze, as clear as water, slowly washed over him. Much like a tide, it felt akin to drowning. Alex wished to silently convey this sentiment to himself, yet found himself utterly voiceless. The words that once flowed effortlessly now resembled the chirping of summer cicadas audible in the thicket, yet their forms eluded sight. Alex inhaled deeply. His voice remained, as always, slow and magnetic, as if to assure everyone of the truth in his words. However, if one listened closely, a subtle tremor could be detected at the end of his utterances. He reminded himself that it sufficed to declare his disinterest in Hermione. Just tell Lily that I only like. Alex felt as though his throat was constricted, allowing only the faintest sound to escape through the narrowest of cracks. I'm sorry. Alex's expression suddenly hardened with resolve. I like you, Lily blurted out. Her face flushed crimson, yet she pressed on. So, do you like me? Alex gazed at Lily, who had lowered her head, as if mustering immense courage, and finally replied, I don't know. Don't know? Lily looked at Alex helplessly, only to find him wearing a similarly lost expression, a stark contrast to the Alex she had known. Unintentionally, she let out a soft laugh. I know you're not deceiving me, Alex, Lily said with a smile, her eyes curving into a crescent moon, her familiar little tiger teeth peeking through. If you say that you only like me now, she shook her head slightly, I wouldn't even believe it myself. Listening to Lily, Alex shook his head and chuckled helplessly. Never presume that she does not comprehend your lies. She simply loves you. But I will not give up, Lily declared, laughing in a moment of relief. No matter how long it takes, no matter what happens, regardless of who you are. Alex suddenly felt that in this moment, Lily possessed an ineffable charm. One day, she would mature, she would think rationally, analyze logically, and consider matters with great care. Yet, she would still love you just as she always had. Alex walked alone towards the classroom of dark arts defense. Lily's words echoed in his ears. I will wait here, even if it takes forever. She spoke softly, as if commenting on the pleasant weather, with sunlight warmly bathing her. As she gazed at Alex, she began to hum a familiar tune. The thought brought a sudden smile to Alex's face, reminiscent of the sun breaking through the clouds, revealing a long-lost joy. If one constantly wears a smile, their mood must surely be bright, much like Alex, who hummed a melody now. Lavender blossoms abound, with blue flowers and green leaves, filling the air with fragrance. For the king, you are the queen. Toss a coin, make a wish. I will love you for a lifetime. This devotion unwavering. In last year's corridor, the moon had not yet shone so brilliantly. Last year, Lily had shyly turned to Alex, softly singing her affection. Now, this melodious tune wafted from Alex, resonating through the ancient corridors of Hogwarts. If the past could dissipate like smoke, who could perceive the lingering affection that once existed between us? Alex can. As can every person who is loved or is currently loving. Hello, Alex, he said to himself. I have always been well. I hope you are too. Chapter 31. Alex's fear to Alex. The staff lounge appeared as a lengthy room filled with mismatched old chairs. Typically, it was not just one teacher who occupied this space. But today was somewhat exceptional. Snape. When Lupin used a key obtained from Peeves to unlock the door, a figure seated in a low armchair came into view. Alex heard someone gasp in surprise. Not a single Gryffindor relished the sight of their potions professor, especially not the trembling Neville Longbottom. As the students entered, Snape was scanning the room with a glint in his eye and a sardonic smile on his lips. After Professor Lupin entered and closed the door behind him, Snape remarked, Don't close it, Lupin. I would prefer not to look. He stood and strode past the entire class, his black robe billowing behind him like a floating dark cloud. Snape reached the entrance and then turned to say, Lupin, perhaps no one has warned you, but Neville Longbottom is in this class. With that, he closed his eyes, as if counting how many cauldrons Neville had ruined, shaking his head with an expression of both apology and warning. I advise you not to ask him to do anything too difficult unless, Snape sighed, Merlin whispers directions in his ear. He then made a gesture of blessing and shook his head. Neville's face immediately turned crimson. Professor Lupin raised an eyebrow. I had hoped for Neville to be my assistant for the first stage of operations, he said. I am certain he will perform admirably. If possible. Neville's face reddened even more. Snape's lips curled in displeasure, yet he exited, slamming the door behind him. Now then, Professor Lupin said, gesturing for the class to move to the end of the lounge. There was nothing there but an old wardrobe, a place for teachers to store surplus robes. Professor Lupin stood beside the wardrobe, which suddenly shook and banged against the wall. Do not worry, Professor Lupin calmly reassured, as several students jumped back in fright. There is a boggart inside. Most felt it was indeed a matter of concern. Neville glanced at Professor Lupin, terror evident in his gaze, while Seamus Finnegan fearfully stole glances at the now trembling doorknob. Boggarts thrive in darkness and enclosed spaces, Professor Lupin explained. Wardrobes, under beds, cupboards beneath sinks. Once, I encountered one hidden inside an ancestral clock. This one moved in yesterday afternoon. I consulted the headmaster and asked the teachers if we could avoid disturbing it, allowing my third-year students some practical experience. What is a boggart? Neville timidly whispered to Alex, his voice quaking. Alex could swear Neville was on the verge of tears, much like when Snape forced him to brew a shrinking solution. So we must first ask ourselves, what is a boggart? Clearly, Lupin did not intend for Neville to remain entirely uninformed. As soon as Lupin posed the question, Neville appeared to calm down, at least knowing what he would face. In Alex's memory, the only practical defense against the dark arts lesson they had experienced was in their second year. During that class, the previous teacher had brought in a cage of pixies and released them. Naturally, the professor lacked the ability to recapture all the pixies. And while Alex was lost in nostalgia, the teacher had cunningly locked the doors from the outside, leaving the students to endure a thorough tormenting by the pixies. Hermione raised her hand, and Neville looked at her with a mix of admiration and envy. It is a shapeshifter, she explained. It can take the form of whatever it believes will frighten us the most. I could not have articulated it better myself, Professor Lupin said. Thus, the boggart sitting in the darkness of that wardrobe has yet to assume any form. It does not yet know what could terrify those outside. No one knows what a boggart looks like alone, but once I release it, it will immediately transform into our greatest fears. This means, Professor Lupin continued, deliberately ignoring Neville's faint expressions of terror, that we possess a significant advantage over the boggart before we commence. Have you identified this advantage, Harry? Harry was evidently unprepared for the question, and Ron, seated beside him, promptly nudged him. All eyes in the class turned to Harry, which brought a sense of delight to Ron. Feeling the weight of attention, Harry hesitated, glancing at Ron before uncertainly stating, It's because there are so many of us. Doesn't he know what to become, right? Exactly, Professor Lupin affirmed. When dealing with a boggart, the best strategy is to have a crowd. It becomes confused. What should it transform into? A headless corpse or a carnivorous slug? I once witnessed a boggart attempting to frighten two people simultaneously, resulting in it turning into half a slug. Not frightening at all. The incantation to repel a boggart is simple yet requires willpower. You see, what truly banishes a boggart is laughter. You must compel it to take on a form you find amusing. With that, Lupin smiled kindly at the students and continued, "First, let us recite this incantation without our wands. Please repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous." The class echoed in unison. "Well done," Professor Lupin praised. "However, I fear this is merely the easier part. You must understand, merely uttering the incantation is insufficient. It depends on you, Neville." The wardrobe trembled again. But Neville's shaking was not quite as severe. As he stepped forward, it was as though he were approaching the gallows. "All right, Neville," Professor Lupin said. "The first thing, what do you fear the most in the world?" Neville's lips moved, but no sound emerged. "I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, Neville," Professor Lupin cheerfully said. Neville looked around anxiously, as if seeking help, then whispered so softly it was barely audible, "Professor Snape." Almost everyone erupted in laughter. Even Neville himself managed a sheepish grin, while Alex exchanged amused glances with Hermione. However, Professor Lupin appeared deep in thought. "Professor Snape, Neville, I believe you live with your grandmother, correct?" "Oh yes," Neville replied nervously, "but I don't want the boggart to turn into her." No, you misunderstand me," Professor Lupin said, now smiling. "I wonder, could you tell us what your grandmother typically wears? Clothes?" Alex closed his eyes, recalling the encounter he had with Neville's grandmother during the summer. A long green dress, a tall hat topped with an old owl specimen, and a fox fur scarf. And Alex remembers Neville's grandmother also carried a large red handbag. "Yes, a large red handbag," Neville confirmed. Suddenly, Alex recalled something. At that moment, Lupin's voice resonated. "Very well," Professor Lupin remarked. "Can you vividly describe these garments, Neville? Can you visualize them in your mind?" "Yes," Neville replied, bewildered, clearly unaware of what was about to transpire. "When the boggart bursts forth from the wardrobe, Neville, and lays eyes upon you, it will manifest as Professor Snape," Lupin explained. "You must raise your wand in this manner and exclaim ridiculous, while concentrating intently on your grandmother's attire. If all goes according to plan, the boggart, assuming the form of Professor Snape, shall be compelled to transform into a figure adorned with a hat topped with an old stuffed owl, dressed in green, and clutching a large red handbag." The entire class erupted in laughter. The wardrobe trembled even more violently. If Neville succeeded, the boggart might shift its attention to each of you in turn. Professor Lupin continued. "Now, I would like each of you to take a moment to contemplate your greatest fear, and then envision how you could compel it to transform into something utterly ridiculous." The room fell into a profound silence. Alex suddenly pondered what he might fear. Curiosity piqued, he found himself intrigued by the depths of his own inner terror. Surely, it could not be the thought of Lily and Hermione refusing to speak to him? The mere idea sent a chill down his spine. What should he do? It seemed simple. Alex burst into a fit of laughter. "Let us knock it down. Are we all ready?" Professor Lupin inquired. "Neville, we need to step back," he continued. "To give you some space, all right? I will call the next person forward. Now, everyone step back, allowing Neville a clear area." The group complied, retreating to the walls, leaving Neville standing alone beside the wardrobe. His face was ashen, fear evident, though he had rolled up his robe sleeves and gripped his wand firmly. "I will count to 3, Neville," Professor Lupin announced, directing his own wand at the wardrobe. 1, 2, 3, go." Sparks erupted from the tip of the professor's wand, striking the wardrobe handle. The door swung open, revealing Professor Snape, his hawk-like nose and menacing demeanor glaring at Neville. Trembling, Neville retreated, wand raised, speechless. Snape advanced ominously, reaching into his robe. "How absurd!" Neville squeaked. A noise erupted, reminiscent of a whip cracking. Snape stumbled, clad in an extravagant, embroidered gown, topped with a tall hat adorned with a tattered old bird specimen, and wielding an enormous crimson handbag. "Well done, Professor Longbottom," Alex exclaimed, leading a chorus of laughter throughout the teacher's lounge. The boggart paused, momentarily bewildered. "Parvati, step forward," Professor Lupin called out. Parvati approached, her face stern. Snape circled her, and with another crack, the space where Snape had stood transformed into a bandaged, bloodied mummy, its sightless eyes fixated on Parvati as it slowly advanced, dragging its feet, arms stiffly raised. "How ludicrous!" Parvati screamed. The mummy's wrappings unraveled. It stumbled, face first onto the ground, its head rolling away. "Seamus," Lupin called. Seamus hurriedly stepped forward. With a crack, the mummy morphed into a woman with long black hair, her skeletal face a ghastly green. She opened her mouth wide, an unearthly wail filling the room, sending shivers down Harry's spine. "How absurd!" Seamus shouted. The apparition clutched its throat, the sound abruptly vanishing. With another crack, the specter transformed into a mouse, spinning in circles to catch its tail. Then with another crack, it morphed into a rattlesnake, slithering and contorting before transforming yet again into a bloodied eyeball. "It's gone mad," Lupin exclaimed. "We move forward." Dean stepped up quickly. With a crack, the eyeball turned into a severed hand, which began to bounce and crawl across the floor like a crab. How ridiculous. Dean yelled. A sharp snap echoed as the hand was caught in a mousetrap. Brilliant. Alex, you're next. Marvelous. Alex, you are next. Lupin announced, gesturing towards the trapped hand. Alex confidently strode forward, gazing at the hand ensnared in the trap. It struggled, desperately attempting to leap free, the trap clapping rhythmically against the floor, reminiscent of percussion. What truly terrified him? Alex silently questioned himself, unable to pinpoint his fear. Was it the thought of a flamboyant figure in suspenders? He felt an eagerness to uncover it. Have you ever seen ink drop into clear water? A droplet of thick ink plummets into pristine water, unfurling like silk, tendrils dissipating gracefully, as if a hand were guiding it in a dance. The ink's movements in the water were a delicate, enchanting swirl, expanding silently. The previously jubilant classroom fell into an unexpected hush. No one anticipated this. Not even Alex himself. Could he truly fear a swirling mass of ink suspended in the air? Ink? A few individuals couldn't suppress their laughter, especially Neville, who, having faced Snape's boggart, felt an unexpected wave of relaxation and joy. Alex, are you afraid of doing laundry? Neville teased, prompting Hermione beside him to stifle a giggle. Alex shrugged in resignation, perplexed by his own feelings. He found it bewildering that he had once harbored a fear of a mere puddle of ink, yet now felt no trace of that fear whatsoever. Nevertheless, regardless of his emotions, there were duties that must be fulfilled. Amusingly, Alex repeated the incantation in his mind. Alex raised his right hand, the one firmly grasped within, aimed directly at the swirling mass of ink suspended in the air. It seemed as if the inky substance sensed Alex's movement, suddenly rolling violently as if boiling water, its dark form churning with increasing intensity, gradually coalescing. Like a mass of sludge, it floated silently, writhing in the atmosphere. Then, under the watchful gaze of all present, a face slowly emerged from the depths of that black muck. Or rather, a body was laboriously pushing itself out, akin to a silkworm emerging from its cocoon. What manner of visage was this? If one were to describe it, they might say the bridge of the nose appeared as if entirely sheared away, leaving behind only two elongated, jet-black nostrils reminiscent of a serpent. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd as they beheld the face emerging from the dark mire. Alex gazed at the visage emerging from the black mire, as if striving to rise. This dark sludge resembled a curtain, beneath which something lay concealed. Perhaps it was a being, curled within this mass of blackness, now attempting to stand upright, inevitably creating an aperture in the viscous layer. Alex suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over him, a sensation he utterly detested, akin to a viscous slime that clung to his visage. Gradually, that face emerged from the mire, revealing itself slowly. Alex held the wand aloft, gazing intently. In the classroom dedicated to the defense against the dark arts, silence reigned supreme. Every pair of eyes was fixated on the inky black sludge, which gradually oozed down the face adorned with serpentine nostrils. It descended imperceptibly, as though an unseen hand meticulously scraped away at the visage, matching the hue of marble. With a sudden crackle, what had once resembled viscous ink transformed in an instant, drying swiftly as an inexplicable breeze swept through, causing the remnants to drift gently downwards. With his right hand grasping the wand, Alex remained as composed as ever. However, the incessant rise and fall of his chest betrayed a newfound tension in the presence of the boggart before him, a palpable sense of threat. It was merely a boggart. Nothing more than a boggart, nothing else. Alex repeatedly reassured himself. It's absurd, utterly ridiculous. All I need to do is cast the spell. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, the dark mass before him morphed once again. A ghastly pale face materialized before everyone, followed by gaunt shoulders and a bald head. It was Voldemort. Alex gazed upon the visage before him, immediately recognizing it. The night in the Forbidden Forest. That face hovering behind Chilo's head beneath the starlit sky. The nostrils, reminiscent of a serpent, the pair of upright, amber-hued pupils, and an aura of cold, dangerous menace akin to that of a snake. A pair of hands, seemingly soaked in water, pale as death, gradually emerged in the air, supporting the edge of the black muck, lifting the figure ever so slightly. As Voldemort's upper body became visible, the black earth morphed into a substance as dark as ink, slowly sliding off his exposed chest like raindrops cascading to the ground below. Voldemort's hand extended into the air, the black muck forming a line as if something were pulling it, drawing his torso upwards until it coalesced in the palm of his hand, transforming into a pitch-black wand. With a flourish of this wand, a completely dark robe materialized out of thin air, enveloping Voldemort's form. Long time no see, Alex, Voldemort greeted warmly. How have you been? Thank you for your concern, Alex replied tersely, his lips pressed together as he regarded the figure standing before him. The embodiment of Riddle's diary, a robust, 20-year-old body brimming with magic, and that pallid face, merely a remnant of a fractured soul drifting about. I've always been well. Alex inhaled deeply and said slowly. Chapter 33. The power of fear. I've always been well, Alex reiterated, taking a deep breath. No need for your concern. Who is he? Ron turned to Harry, who was trembling in front of the figure. I think I've heard of him, Harry whispered back to Ron. I have always taken pleasure in caring for the younger generation. Voldemort raised his wand, aiming it at Alex, especially those like you, who bring me genuine joy. Every time I see you, I feel as though I am transported back to my past, to my former self. The former self. Alex remained silent, staring at the figure of Voldemort, or rather, a boggart transformed into Voldemort. You are merely a boggart, Alex suddenly shouted in his mind, utterly bewildered as to why he felt fear towards Voldemort. However, someone acted before Alex could. How amusing. Lupin's pale face, worn from malnutrition, contorted as he shouted at the boggart transformed into Voldemort. Lupin's brow furrowed tightly. A boggart assuming Voldemort's form in the teacher's lounge was far from a pleasant affair. It felt akin to encountering Peeves on the road today. Perhaps it was an ominous sign. But regardless, this boggart must be dealt with, for it was merely a boggart after all. Lupin thought this, yet the boggart, oh no, Voldemort, had other plans. Stupefy. A visible green light, the width of a thumb, erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand, coalescing in the air. A massive hand slowly manifested, its palm's lines distinctly visible, resembling the gnarled and wrinkled hand of an elderly man. This green, aged hand waved back and forth in the air, as if searching for fish in a river. Silence enveloped the room, save for the soft sound of breaths, cautiously echoing in the teacher's lounge. Ah, a Ravenclaw student, a boy named ISO, inadvertently exclaimed. Not only him, but everyone else could not suppress their gasps. The green giant hand grasped a shimmering string of words from the air. The incantation Lupin had uttered turned into a string of dancing characters, akin to a fish composed of letters, leaping about desperately in an attempt to escape the grip of the hand to fulfill its original purpose. Not even a person. Voldemort observed Lupin's pale and flushed face with an amused expression, slowly uttering, "You still wish to remain here?" As he spoke, Voldemort surveyed the entire classroom with his serpent-like narrow eyes, casting shame upon them all. Lupin could no longer endure Voldemort's taunts. This boggart, transformed into Voldemort, was even more malevolent than the real Voldemort himself. Expelliarmus. Lupin sprang upright, his wand pointed directly at Voldemort, shouting fiercely. Futile, Voldemort responded coolly, waving his wand, unleashing a red light that hurtled toward Lupin. Lupin's spell also emitted a red light, but it resembled a thin thread, far less impressive than Voldemort's robust red beam. In an instant, Voldemort's formidable red spell swept past Lupin's incantation. With a resounding bang, Lupin was thrown back, his wand flying from his grasp, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing in Voldemort's hand. Professor! Harry could not help but shout, drawing his wand and aiming it directly at Voldemort. No one could perceive this as merely a boggart any longer. Harry, what is that? Ron stammered, also drawing his wand. No one believed that merely uttering a phrase like "how amusing" would suffice to dispel this boggart. That is Voldemort. Harry's breath quickened involuntarily. Voldemort? Harry's words fell like a spark into a haystack, causing the classroom to erupt in chaos. It's the Dark Lord. Countless voices murmured in hushed tones. And Alex even heard someone sobbing softly. Strangely, Alex did not feel the fear that enveloped the others. His hand, clutching the wand, remained steadfast and unwavering, as solid as a rock. Is this really my fear? Alex found the notion remarkably amusing. Return from whence you came, he whispered to himself. Expelliarmus. A surge of red light erupted from the tip of Alex's wand, as if forced through a tiny opening. The red light burst forth from the top of Alex's wand. First, a lion's head emerged, mouth agape, revealing its fierce fangs, followed by the robust body sprinting forth, its mane billowing in the wind, striking against the lion's back. Obstacles aplenty. Voldemort's expression suddenly turned grave as he brandished his wand, thrusting it forward with a commanding incantation. The wand transformed into a lethal blade, slicing through the very fabric of the air, and crimson blood gushed forth from the wound it inflicted, swiftly cascading into a waterfall of scarlet. In that moment, Alex's lion charged forward. The once majestic creature found itself ensnared as if caught in a quagmire, its movements becoming labored and increasingly sluggish, as though it were ensnared by a multitude of sanguine rivulets. I, like you, Voldemort intoned slowly, concealing his true nature, fearful that others might uncover the depths of his thoughts, vowing that they shall remain forever unknown. Voldemort approached Alex step by step, his once pallid visage now resembling molten wax, gradually dripping downwards, revealing the flesh beneath. With a mouth agape, he spoke in a voice reminiscent of metal scraping. I am you, Alex. Alex stared blankly at the boggart standing before him, a figure with identical black eyes, black hair, a straight nose, and the same upturned corners of the mouth as his own. What do you fear the most? Your greatest fear, Alex, is to be seen through by others. Chapter 34. Where do I go from here? My name is Alex. It is a pleasure to meet you. For Alex, the entire situation was absurdly surreal. He had never encountered anyone who bore such an uncanny resemblance to him, greeting him warmly, especially when that person wore a radiant smile. Delighted to meet you as well, Alex replied, waving his wand lightly as he looked at the boggart across from him. By the way, you are not me. I am Alex. Not necessarily, the boggart replied, grinning and waving its wand, crafted from a mass of black sludge. In this world, I alone comprehend your thoughts. No one knows you better than I do. With that, the boggart laughed, a sunlit smile pouring into the classroom, yet inexplicably, Alex felt a chill run through him. Isn't this your smile? The classroom echoed only with the Boggart's voice, alongside the heavy breaths of Lupin, collapsed in the corner. The immense magical presence of the Boggart swept over the room. As it scanned the classroom with an entranced expression, "I am aware of your opinions about everyone," it suddenly laughed, its smile twisting into a somewhat sinister grin. Observing Alex with a blend of pride and amusement, the Boggart's wand moved languidly through the classroom, intertwining with their fates. Hermione? The name surged unbidden in Alex's mind, accompanied by a tinge of pride in her gaze. "And the one you cherish." As Alex fell silent, the Boggart grew increasingly elated. Stepping closer and aiming its wand at him. "Who do you fancy? Whom do you dream about? For whom are you willing to sacrifice?" With a flourish of its wand, it proclaimed, "I know it all. Who do I truly like? Is it Lily? Or Hermione?" Alex found himself laughing at the absurdity of it all, realizing he did not even know if he favored Lily a bit more than Hermione, and could this so-called Boggart standing before him truly know? Then, whom do I truly adore? Alex's eyes sparkled with mischief as he gazed at the Boggart. "Do you not know everything? I can see the tears that fell before you that night," the Boggart said, feigning sorrow as if mourning the scene. "I remember your promise. You told them you would never deceive, yet you perpetually do. Your existence is the greatest lie." The Boggart suddenly shouted, a surge of magical energy emanating from its form. Visible waves of power dispersing through the air. Lupin observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, whether it was the Boggart before him or the bewildered Alex. The situation felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of when he was a 7th-year student, learning from their defense against the dark arts teacher. The metamorphosis of the Boggart, too, requires magic. The white-haired witch waved her wand, inscribing the day's lesson on the blackboard. Its power derives partly from the fears of the one it faces. Your magic partly transfers to the Boggart. Isn't that intriguing? If you were merely an ordinary muggle, you would never possess magic, and thus, you would never encounter a Boggart transformed by your own magic. It is understandable why there are no records of Boggarts in the muggle world. Similarly, we can discern that if the Boggart confronted a magical master like Dumbledore, it would embody something he feared, infused with half of his magical essence. The white-haired professor smiled reassuringly at the whispering students below. But this does not entirely encapsulate the Boggart's transformation. Do you know why? Silence enveloped the room. Allow me to unveil the truth. The potency of the Boggart's transformation also hinges on the nature of your fears. For instance, if Professor Dumbledore were to fear a long sock, even with half his magic, it would remain merely a long sock. However, if he feared a dragon. A collective gasp echoed from the students below. If it were a dragon. Lupin raised his gaze at the two Alexes before him, contemplating whether this third-year student possessed such formidable magic or what precisely Alex feared. Was it himself? What distinguished this from a dream? The Boggart raised its right hand, pointing at Alex. "Awaken. You do not belong here. Relinquish your weapon." "I do not belong here." Alex waved his wand instinctively, conjuring a shield of armor that enveloped him as if it were tangible. The spell launched towards him but vanished in an instant. Who am I? The question struck Alex's heart like a hammer, as flashes of his past raced before him. The toddler learning to walk, the carefree laughter with friends. The self he transformed for a girl, the one who strove for his parents, each memory affirming what was real. Yet, Hermione's tears upon his shoulder. Lily's gentle song beneath the starlight. Angelina's laughter as she rubbed her head lingered in his mind. Then where do I belong? Alex's gaze brightened. Here were those he cherished. Those he wished to protect. That was enough. Would he truly contemplate such chaotic questions? His entirety was of no concern to the Boggart. Alex, with his wand held aloft in his right hand, raised it slowly, as if the celestial sovereign were passing judgment upon the world, intent on redefining existence itself. No. This is not your intention. I know you well. You were solely preoccupied with the sight of the Boggart, and suddenly, you find yourself flustered. Entirely devoid of the elegance and composure you once possessed. Who do you think you are? Alex gazed at the Boggart standing before him. Suddenly, he chuckled. Indeed. That is not me. I have never experienced such disarray. You are merely a Boggart, nothing more. How utterly absurd. Alex softly recited the incantation, a faint, almost imperceptible azure light darting towards the Boggart. Contrary to expectations of a grand spectacle, a subtle crackling sound ensued, and the Boggart transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, gradually dissipating into the air. Some questions were simply unnecessary to ponder. Gazing at Hermione's radiant smile, Alex murmured to himself, "Your smile alone suffices. Where am I headed? From whence have I come? I am but Alex, existing solely for your smile." Chapter 35. Beneath the shooting stars the night was as cool as water, and the moonlight cascaded like liquid silver over the grounds of Hogwarts. It was midnight, and aside from the whomping willow tirelessly thrashing its branches at one end of the castle, Hogwarts resembled a meticulously crafted oil painting, exuding a tranquil and pastoral serenity. However, within this hushed campus, an incongruous sound persisted. The echoing footsteps resonated through the corridors of Hogwarts, tapping rhythmically, occasionally pausing as if to ascertain whether anyone else was passing by. Upon closer inspection, the footsteps bore a hint of merriment, dancing to the tempo of a waltz, evoking curiosity about the identity of the individual responsible for such antics. Emerging from the shadows of the lantern light was a figure, furtively peering around. It was Alex. cautiously inching forward along the protruding steps, keeping close to the wall. Recently, Alex has had to exercise caution. On one hand, ever since the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, he has felt an awareness from the professors at Hogwarts, whether intentional or not, directed towards him. Yet, this notion is not entirely disheartening. Reflecting on it, Alex chuckled to himself, realizing that any student capable of toppling the professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts with merely half of their magical prowess would undoubtedly attract attention. On the other hand, Alex, why are you so late? Lily remarked, seated on the steps of the tower, observing Alex with a sly glance. At this sight, Alex found himself momentarily speechless. The starlight was delicately scattered across the air, casting a faint glow like a gossamer veil enveloping Lily's shoulders. With her breathing gradually quickening, it rippled gently, akin to the undulating surface of a tranquil lake. Lily, Alex abruptly halted, speaking softly. Do you know? Lily raised an eyebrow in curiosity. You resemble a mermaid right now, Alex stated as he settled beside her. This vast expanse of stars is your ocean, and you, actually, I prefer not to hear you talk, Lily interjected, playfully covering Alex's mouth with her small hand, a triumphant smile illuminating her face as her tiny canines peeked out mischievously. I simply wish to sit here with you. Sit here? Alex raised an eyebrow. Yes, to gaze at the stars, Lily murmured, gradually resting her head on Alex's shoulder. Alex suddenly realized that happiness is, in fact, quite simple. It is merely the act of sitting quietly on the steps of a tower with the girl he adores, gazing at the distant stars in the midnight sky, which evokes a sense of eternal emotion. The stars in the distance seemed to resonate with Alex's feelings, slowly rotating, akin to a tranquil river gently flowing across the heavens. Lily softly closed her eyes and whispered Alex's name. Yes, I'm here, he replied gently, cradling her shoulder. Lowering his head, Alex rested his chin lightly on Lily's, inhaling the unique scent of youthful affection that lingered in her hair. Do you remember our first date? She asked. Alex's gaze drifted towards the forbidden forest. That night, he had kissed the girl in his arms for the first time. Though the specifics of that feeling had faded from memory, he could only recall the exhilarating heartbeat just before their lips met. In truth, a first kiss is no different from any other kiss. What sets it apart is merely the racing of our hearts prior to the embrace. Reflecting on this, Alex couldn't help but smile. In the forbidden forest, Lily remained oblivious, her eyes still shut as she leaned against Alex, reminiscing. I still remember the unicorn from that time. Alex agreed. And Voldemort, Lily said, shivering slightly in Alex's embrace. Wait, let me finish, she continued, still with her eyes closed yet shifting closer to him in search of warmth. In her small mind, there was no place warmer than Alex's embrace. Yes, I'm listening, he responded, gently patting her back, eliciting a soft hum of comfort from her. That day, you let me go ahead on my own. I always thought you encountered Professor Quirrell that night. And what about the Chamber of Secrets in our second year? Lily suddenly stood up, looking at Alex. You encountered a mysterious figure, didn't you? Alex gazed at Lily, who stood before him, and inquired, how did you come to know? Lily crouched down, her eyes fixed on Alex seated upon the steps. The moment I heard about that day's events, I surmised the circumstances. I had never heard of such a formidable dark wizard. Even a boggart could vanquish the instructor of defense against the dark arts. Alex offered a resigned smile, signaling his affirmation. Suddenly, Lily enveloped Alex's head with her hands, her cerulean eyes brimming with an ineffable depth of emotion. You are neither the savior Harry Potter nor the greatest wizard Professor Dumbledore. You are simply an ordinary Alex. Promise me, do not take the risk of seeking the mysterious figure. How could you think such a thing? Alex chuckled softly, tenderly wiping away the tears that had escaped the corners of Lily's eyes in her concern. For I have glimpsed the future, a future rife with war. I possess the bloodline of a seer. You would scarcely believe the visions I have witnessed. In Lily's gaze, an unexpected sorrow took hold. The Ministry of Magic, the Order of the Phoenix, and the minions of the mysterious figure, along with another faction. I cannot discern the outcome, but I do not wish to see you embroiled in this conflict. Do you wish to see the one you hold dear as a hero? Alex's smile remained radiant, akin to the sun, even amidst the starlit night. I simply wish for you to be my husband. Lily found herself lacking the courage to meet Alex's gaze, to compel a Gryffindor to forego adventure, to abandon the bravery required to confront the future, and instead, to choose the prudent avoidance of a Ravenclaw. Lily felt utterly uncertain. She feared that should she glance back and behold Alex's smile, it would once again alter her steadfast resolve. Alex gazed blankly at Lily, who stood before him with her back turned. The moonlight white nightgown cascaded from her shoulders, tracing the exquisite curves of her maturing form, akin to fine porcelain. Is she the goddess of the moon? Alex could not help but ponder silently. No, she is my Lily. With this thought, a surge of warmth welled up in his heart, prompting him to rise and, without hesitation, embrace Lily from behind. Rest assured, I shall be your husband. No sooner had he spoken than a shooting star streaked across the sky. Is this a wish upon a shooting star? No, it is the king's decree, a man's promise. Chapter 36. Do not look when hungry. Chapter 36. Do not look when hungry. Alex sat in the great hall of Hogwarts, drooling incessantly over the dinner before him. It was Halloween, and not just Alex, but all the third-year students of Hogwarts were filled with exuberance after spending an entire day reveling in Hogsmeade. This village, entirely composed of wizards, boasts a history that predates the establishment of Hogwarts itself. As Alex reminisced about Hermione's introduction to Hogsmeade, he gazed at the dinner before him. As he continued to look, he could not help but let out a hearty belch. A chuckle escaped his lips as he recalled the scene of Hermione and Lily meeting at Honeyduke's. Although it had occurred during the day, the memory remained vivid, especially as he rubbed his belly. "Alex, would you care to try some of this?" Lily inquired, raising the candy she held in her hand towards him. Alex glanced over to see a massive, pure white candy suspended on a wooden stick. It bore a slight resemblance to a snowball, akin to a muggle's frozen treat. Yet its hue appeared even whiter, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow. "How does one consume this?" Alex approached Lily, taking the candy into his hands, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "You can simply suck on it," Lily replied, her eyes crinkling into a crescent shape, much like a delicate crescent moon. "Like this?" Alex gently brought his lips closer to the confection. As Alex took his first bite, a resonant hum echoed in his mind, transforming it into a vast expanse resembling an endless snowy landscape. This sensation was akin to that of cotton candy, with his subconscious thoughts about sweets lingering in his mind. As if he himself had become cotton candy, floating weightlessly in the air. How does Einstein's theory of relativity articulate it? Time invariably flies when one is in the company of delightful things. For instance, watching a movie with a girlfriend or savoring this colossal candy. It felt utterly magnificent. Alex could not help but exclaim. Indeed, Lily stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, and gazed up at Alex while saying, "While others float several inches off the ground with their ice cream balls, you, on the other hand, are almost touching the ceiling." "Ah," Alex sighed. "The life of a tall person is always filled with such exasperation." Lily burst into laughter, her teeth chattering and emitting a delightful crunching sound. "You actually dared to eat that candy?" Hermione squeezed through the crowd, addressing Lily. "I thought I was the only girl bold enough to try Ice Rat." "Ravenclaw isn't lacking in courage either," Lily replied with a smile, yet somehow, at that moment, her typically radiant smile seemed to cast a shadow in Alex's eyes. "Hermione." Alex interjected suddenly, unwilling to let his first visit to Hogsmeade be overshadowed by the Cold War between the two superpowers. "Have you tried this candy?" Saying this, he picked up a pink square candy that appeared no larger than an eraser, which he found quite adorable, much like Lily herself. "Don't!" Hermione exclaimed loudly. But it was too late. Alex had already popped the pink candy into his mouth. With a resounding pop, wisps of black smoke began to billow from Alex's mouth, nostrils, and ears, rendering him akin to an incense burner exuding dark clouds of smoke. Hermione gazed at the innocent-looking Alex, her expression suddenly frozen, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall's seriousness. "I was about to say," Alex began, but was interrupted by a sudden as another large plume of black smoke erupted from his mouth. "Ha!" Hermione finally succumbed to laughter. "Alex, why don't you try this one? I think it's even better. How about having both kinds together? What a splendid idea." "I never realized you were so clever, Hermione." "Thank you, I always am." Recalling this, Alex couldn't help but shiver. He distinctly remembered that after consuming both types of candy, fire continuously erupted from his nostrils while he burped, releasing a cascade of blue bellflower-colored bubbles that filled the entire Honeydukes. He spent the entire afternoon belching bubbles and breathing fire, playing with Hermione and Lily, leaving Alex himself somewhat astonished. Although throughout this escapade, both Lily and Hermione occasionally hinted at which candy he preferred. In the presence of one girl, Alex was a romantic hero. In the presence of two girls, Alex remained the same. In the company of a group of girls, what did he think? Well, Alex believed it would be more practical to discuss dinner. For instance, tonight's Halloween feast featured Mexican cuisine. From what Alex understood, authentic Mexican dishes primarily showcased chili peppers and tomatoes, offering a medley of sweet, spicy, and sour flavors, with over 90% of the sauces crafted from these ingredients. However, what captivated Alex most was a sauce called mole, which inherited a complex exotic recipe from the 17th century, requiring a blend of over 100 ingredients to achieve its unique flavor and alluring deep brown hue. Thus, crafting exquisite mole sauce became a laborious yet rewarding task for the house elves. Take, for instance, the honey-glazed roasted chicken leg that Alex savored. With careful tasting, he discerned a hint of rosemary and a specially concocted sauce that wafted an irresistible aroma, prompting him to request another serving. Long live the house elves! Alex silently cheered, especially upon seeing another dish. The Mexican beef burrito, though its name seemed unremarkable, tantalized Alex's appetite merely by its aroma. He took a hearty bite, closed his eyes, and relished it slowly. The burrito was filled with minced beef and various spices, reminiscent of curry but less intricate, yet possessing a uniquely fiery flavor that evoked images of the obsidian sun in Mexico, complemented by 3 sauces, starting with a sweet and sour tomato salsa, followed by avocado mushroom sauce and sour cream, especially the avocado mushroom sauce, which offered a velvety mouthfeel and a subtle fragrance. Ultimately, Alex could not resist leaning back in his chair. Despite his already candy-filled stomach, he had devoured 2 servings of dinner. What could be more delightful than a sumptuous meal? Perhaps enjoying a delicious dinner to the point of being unable to move. Chapter 37. The onslaught of Sirius Alex meandered through the throngs of students, gradually making his way toward the Gryffindor common room. Along the path, the occasional sound of belching could be heard, which, from the perspective of the Slytherins, was somewhat unbecoming, as they felt it tarnished their image of elegance. However, for the more carefree Gryffindors, it was hardly a matter of concern. For instance, our dear Alex swayed with each step, leisurely progressing toward his dormitory, as if he might topple over any moment due to his protruding belly. In his mind, the thought of indulging in a warm bath and then languidly reclining in bed with a novel was utterly delightful. At this, Alex instinctively reached into his trouser pocket, only to shake his head in disappointment. Alas, the use of electronic devices was prohibited at Hogwarts. Otherwise, sending messages or engaging in a long, sweet phone call would have been a most pleasurable pastime. Just as Alex lost himself in reveries of delightful past moments spent nestled under warm blankets, exchanging texts with girls through the night, a sudden gasp broke his contemplation. He turned to see a petite girl with cascading golden hair, rubbing her head, gazing at him with a look of exasperation after their collision. Before Alex stood a girl, her golden hair cascading like undulating waves, adorned with an expression of innocence as she gazed at him. This involuntarily prompted Alex to touch his nose, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, for he had entirely overlooked this petite figure. Over the past year, he had experienced a remarkable growth spurt, as if he had consumed a potion for height enhancement, adding several inches to his stature. Consequently, he found himself awkwardly bowing his head to meet the gaze of the girl before him. She, too, appeared startled, remaining silent while her wide eyes innocently regarded the boy in front of her. Perhaps I should initiate a conversation, Alex mused internally, deciding to utter a few casual remarks before retreating to the lounge. After that, he would head to the boys' dormitory where all matters would be resolved. He scrutinized the girl once more and, adopting a tone that was both composed and tinged with curiosity, inquired, "I believe I have not had the pleasure of meeting you before." Alex lowered his gaze upon the girl before him, whose exquisite features and smooth, delicate skin seemed to whisper to him that her complexion was flawless. Her skin is truly remarkable, Alex mused silently, astonished that he had never encountered such a girl before. He couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. "What is your name?" Alex inquired curiously, taken aback by the existence of such beauty within Gryffindor, especially since he had yet to make her acquaintance. "Are you a first year?" he gently asked, glancing at the girl standing before him. The girl lifted her gaze and met Alex's eyes for a fleeting moment. Her bluish-gray irises swept across his face as she timidly nodded, seemingly apprehensive. "Oh," Alex remarked, confused as he examined the girl's attire, which mirrored his own scarlet robe adorned with golden trim, undoubtedly a Gryffindor. Yet, he was taken aback that this girl was unfamiliar to him. "Do you know Professor Longbottom?" Alex queried, suddenly struck by the resemblance between this girl and Neville, both bashful souls unable to articulate their thoughts. However, Alex had to concede that this girl was far more enchanting than Neville. At the very least, her eyes were captivating, blue-gray, and striking. The girl shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the subject, just as Alex was about to elaborate on his friend, the master of herbology, and the future herbology professor, Professor Longbottom. A voice interrupted from behind. "Alex, what are you doing standing there?" Hermione's tone bore a hint of mischief, or perhaps a sense of ominous threat, baring its fangs. "We're here, Hermione. How did I not see you just now?" Before Alex could finish his sentence, Hermione interjected. "Aren't you going to move forward? I had to squeeze my way through, and the crowd today is remarkably dense. I fear it may not be that simple." Alex replied softly, glancing ahead. "What is it?" Hermione asked, noticing Alex's gaze fixed forward. She too stood on tiptoe to peer ahead. "Why have they stopped moving?" Hermione pondered aloud. Has everyone forgotten the password? Or perhaps the fat lady has gone on a date? An image of the fat lady embracing the diminutive and slender Sir Cadogan flickered through Alex's mind. How can you entertain such wild thoughts? Hermione chuckled at Alex's remark. Alex noted that recently, Hermione's sense of humor had become particularly lighthearted, prompting him to resolve to share more dry jokes in the future. Alex and Hermione turned around, only to see Dumbledore emerging from the parted crowd. His long white beard, cascading down to his chest, swayed gently with his movements, as if it were breathing. Alex and Hermione exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. While I do not object to a gaze imbued with affection, I believe a more intimate setting would be preferable. Dumbledore approached Alex and Hermione, observing the two lost in their reverie, and with a warm smile, inquired, "May I pass now?" Hermione promptly stepped aside, pulling a reluctant Alex along as they followed Dumbledore. They hurried along, soon arriving at the entrance to the common room. Before Alex could even catch a glimpse of the fat lady's portrait, he was startled by Hermione's exclamation. Alex then turned his gaze towards the portrait, only to discover that the rotund lady had vanished from the canvas. The portrait had been maliciously defaced, with fragments of the canvas strewn across the floor, while larger sections had been entirely ripped from the frame. "Professor McGonagall, please proceed to find Filch at once and inform him to search every painting in the castle for that plump lady." As Alex heard Dumbledore's voice resonate in his ear, He felt an extraordinary, calming sensation, akin to magic itself. The previously restless crowd fell silent, attentively listening to Professor Dumbledore's directives. "You shall be fortunate," a hoarse voice interjected. It was Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, leaping joyfully above the throng, reveling in the chaos and sorrow around him, as was his wont. In the midst of the silence, Peeves' voice was jarringly discordant. "What do you mean by that, Peeves?" Dumbledore inquired with calm composure. Peeves' grin waned slightly. He dared not mock Dumbledore. Instead, he adopted a more suave tone, which sounded somewhat less grating than his usual rasp. "Pardon me, Headmaster. I did not wish to be seen. She has caused quite a mess. I saw her dash past the landscape painting on the 5th floor, hiding among the trees, weeping and uttering some dreadful things." He gleefully recounted. "Poor thing," he added, though devoid of any genuine sympathy. "Did she mention who was responsible?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Alex suddenly felt an inexplicable familiarity with this scene. Compared to the moments spent watching Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets during breakfast in the 2nd grade of his previous life, the imagery of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, which had accompanied him in the restroom for several years, resonated even more profoundly. Alex muttered to himself, "Sirius Black." It seemed as though his whisper had reached the ears of the elusive figure, for a pair of blue-gray eyes suddenly darted across Alex's face. At that moment, the low, raspy voice of Peeves echoed through the air. "What a temper that Sirius Black has." Chapter 38. Brief messages. Professor Dumbledore summoned all the students of Gryffindor back to the Great Hall. 10 minutes later, students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin arrived, all bearing expressions of bewilderment. "We, along with the staff, will conduct a thorough search of the castle," Professor Dumbledore informed the students. At that moment, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick secured all the doors of the Great Hall. "For your own safety, you may need to spend the night here. I request that the prefects stand guard at the entrance of the hall, while the heads of the boys' and girls' student councils remain inside to oversee matters. Report any incidents to me immediately," he added to Percy, who looked quite proud of his important role. "Find a ghost to relay messages to me." Professor Dumbledore paused, preparing to leave the hall, and then remarked, "Oh, by the way, you will need this." With a casual flick of his wand, the long tables soared to the edges of the hall, aligning against the walls. With another wave, the ground was covered in hundreds of purple sleeping bags. "Sleep well," Professor Dumbledore said as he stepped outside and gently closed the door behind him. Alex tilted his head, gazing at the sleeping bag spread before him, unconsciously curling the corner of his mouth. In truth, he preferred other colors, particularly silver. Before Alex could finish his thought, he noticed Neville approaching his side. "What are you thinking about?" Neville, clad in azure pajamas and sporting a nightcap adorned with a small pom-pom, asked while rubbing his eyes. "I just don't fancy this color," Alex replied, observing Neville deftly burrowing into his sleeping bag. "Purple doesn't quite suit me." With that, Alex drew his wand and waved it gently. The purple sleeping bag instantly transformed into a shimmering silver. "I truly prefer silver," he continued, waving his wand again. A faint glow emanated from the tip of his wand, reminiscent of morning mist, swirling around him and gradually enveloping his entire being. A gentle breeze wafted by, dispersing the mist, revealing Alex's sleeping attire.